Los Angeles Staples Center. Wang Yi donned the Lakers' #1 jersey, occupying the far end of the bench, a position humorously dubbed the realm of the water boy. He was hardly even that, as the team had only signed him to a brief 10-day contract. After today's game, he would have to pack his belongings and depart. Yet, he would not concede defeat. Even the faintest glimmer of opportunity was a chance he would fiercely grasp. His gaze was fixed intently on the court, though he occasionally cast a glance at the head coach. The match between the Lakers and the Warriors had entered the final 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Lakers trailed the Warriors by a staggering 30 points, 80-110. As in many previous encounters, the Lakers' offense resembled a state of constipation. With only 3 successful three-pointers out of 18 attempts, their performance was utterly disheartening. In stark contrast, the Warriors' star player, Curry, was in full form, sinking 11 of his 15 three-point attempts. His prowess alone eclipsed the entire Lakers' three-point efforts. As the possibility of a comeback dwindled, the Lakers' head coach had already withdrawn LeBron James and Anthony Davis from the game. LeBron, with his head bowed, was intently gnawing on his fingernails, a habitual gesture he resorted to when feeling disheartened. Though Davis's eyes were on the court, his focus was evidently adrift, lost in thought. Amidst such a dismal atmosphere, Wang Yi felt a tightening in his nerves. Over the past 2 years, he had drifted from team to team, finally securing a 10-day contract with the Lakers. Now, it was the final day of that contract. For a player like him, opportunities to play usually arose only during garbage time, but he needed to seize this rare chance to deliver a performance compelling enough to earn a second 10-day contract. At last, with 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers found themselves 35 points behind. The head coach shook his head in resignation, his gaze sweeping across the bench. It finally settled on Wang Yi. During these 10 days, despite his average talent, this young man from the East had yet to see playing time. However, his diligent training and humble demeanor had garnered the coach's favorable opinion. Today marked the conclusion of his brief contract, and it was time to grant him an opportunity to shine. While the Lakers were unlikely to offer him a second contract, a solid performance might attract the attention of other teams, potentially leading to his next opportunity. Though the odds of that were, for all intents and purposes, negligible. With this in mind, the coach beckoned to Wang Yi. "Wang, it's your turn to shine." Half of Wang Yi's attention was on the coach. Upon hearing the summons, a rush of fervor surged through him, igniting his spirit. He leapt to his feet. It had been 3 months since he last played. Now, he stood once again upon the court, the very arena he had pursued as his dream for over 20 years. At that moment, as his feet touched the Staples Center floor, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Host has gained an opportunity to play for the Lakers sign-in. System activated. Would you like to sign in immediately?" Wang Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. I could see this moment. Amidst the competition, there was no time for contemplation. A voice within my mind instinctively declared, "Sign in successful, sign in reward. 1 super 3-point experience card." The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in my thoughts. Wang Yi momentarily halted his steps. Just as he contemplated further, the referee on the sidelines waved, signaling him to hurry. With no choice but to jog onto the court, he complied. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, 2 commentators observed Wang Yi on screen, casually remarking, "Our player Wang Yi has entered the game. Let us see how he performs." Their comment was brief, for during his 2 years in the NBA, Wang Yi had wandered through as many as 8 different teams. Due to the head coach's lack of faith, he had yet to showcase his worth on any of those teams. Thus, even the commentators held little hope for Wang Yi. The live chat was filled with vitriol. "Seeing this guy as soon as I enter the stream? What bad luck. Does anyone remember the last time he got faked out? What a disgrace. He's embarrassed himself abroad. He should just come back home." In the beginning, when Wang Yi first entered the NBA, he was filled with promise, adored by domestic fans. However, due to a wrist injury sustained during training, his performance on the court suffered. Moreover, many coaches in the NBA harbored biases against Eastern players, denying him opportunities. Gradually, he became a marginalized player. Many domestic fans began to hurl insults, wishing to see him descend into the depths of despair that, of course, some understood his plight, yet they were far outnumbered by those who criticized him. At this moment, at the Staples Center, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. As a shooting guard, after completing the inbound, Wang Yi moved to the Lakers' half of the court. The Lakers players on the floor were those who rarely saw playtime outside of garbage time. Finally granted a chance to play, each of them was eager to make a mark. No one seemed inclined to cooperate. In 2 possessions, the 4 players took turns attempting to score, yet none succeeded, allowing the score gap to widen to 35 points. At last, during the 3rd possession of the Lakers' offense, the ball found its way to Wang Yi at the top of the 3-point arc. The moment he grasped the ball, a surge of vitality coursed through him. His entire being brimmed with energy, fueled by his passion for basketball. Noticing the defending player laxly positioned against him, he wasted no time and leaped into action. With a flawless shooting form, he added a touch of elegance to his backward lean. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! A perfect 3-pointer. However, this moment barely garnered any attention. In light of the overwhelming 35-point deficit, this solitary 3-pointer was but a drop in the bucket. In the stands, a third of the audience had already departed. The remaining spectators were largely engaged in conversation or engrossed in their phones. Across the ocean, in the 10-cent live broadcast room, the 2 commentators continued their discussion, analyzing the rankings of various teams. Unbeknownst to many, Wang Yi from Huaxia executed a stunning 3-pointer. The barrage of comments on the live stream, however, was rife with sarcasm. "Wow, he actually made a 3-pointer, must have gotten lucky," one commenter remarked. "Don't even mention luck. If he makes 2 more threes, I'll swallow my own words," another retorted. Meanwhile, the game pressed on. After a missed shot by the Warriors, the Lakers embarked on another offensive play. Following a miscommunication between 2 Lakers players, they nearly lost possession to the Warriors. Fortuitously, the ball inadvertently found its way back to Wang Yi. Positioned at the top of the arc, he seized the ball without a moment's hesitation and took the shot. This was his final opportunity to showcase his skills. If he did not exert every ounce of effort, he might find himself without a chance to play in the NBA once his contract expired tonight. The prospect of struggle loomed large, for life had already proven to be quite challenging. Swish! The 3-pointer arced through the air, finding nothing but net once again. Another splendid 3-pointer. The score stood at 86-115, narrowing the gap to 29 points. Yet, this remarkable shot failed to stir any notable reaction from the audience. Only the Lakers' head coach clapped vigorously, offering Wang Yi encouragement. LeBron James, too, ceased his anxious nail-biting and joined in applauding Wang Yi, the team's leader. It was only natural for him to promptly support a teammate's commendable performance. Following this, the Warriors faltered in their offensive strategy, allowing the Lakers to launch a fast break. Wang Yi sprinted fervently towards the front court, positioning himself in the corner. The Lakers' point guard aimed for a layup, but the Warriors' defense was swift in recovery. With the center blocking his path, the point guard instinctively passed the ball to Wang Yi, in a moment dictated by instinct. Wang Yi once again shot without hesitation. Thud! The ball hit the rim, producing a dull thud that echoed in his chest. Fortunately, it bounced off and grazed the backboard before precariously teetering on the rim and finally dropping through. 89-115. The Lakers had closed the gap to a mere 26 points. This time, a smattering of applause emerged from few spectators, as Wang Yi's consecutive 3-pointers within a minute had evoked mild astonishment. Yet, that was the extent of their reaction that in the 10-cent NBA livestream chat, some fans began to rally. Another 2 3-pointers made. Where's that lucky guy now? Come out. However, the lucky guy had long since vanished. The Warriors' head coach promptly called for a timeout. Despite the Huaxia players scoring 9 consecutive points, it appeared insufficient. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he felt compelled to address the defense against this Eastern player. Gathering his team, he pointed to the most capable defender among the substitutes, an explosive-haired player, and instructed, "You focus on guarding that Lakers number 1. Allow him to drive, but do not let him shoot threes, understood?" The explosive-haired player cast a disdainful glance at the distant Eastern figure, a smirk playing upon his lips. Nodding slightly, he assured, "Rest assured, coach. I shall defend against him so fiercely that he will be reduced to tears." Crawling back to the east, calling for his mother on the Lakers side, the head coach succinctly instructed the players, "You all assist Wang with screens. Wang, whenever there is an opportunity, take that 3-pointer decisively." He was encouraging Wang Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a warmth bloom in his heart. This was the first time since his entry into the NBA that a coach had proactively devised a strategy for him. Though it was merely a simple screen tactic, it filled him with exhilaration. He nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Yes. However, after agreeing, a flicker of unease began to creep into his heart. His right wrist had not fully healed. During the last three-point attempt, he had already felt a distinct pain in his wrist, nearly causing the shot to bounce off the rim that if he attempted another three-pointer, not only would his injury worsen, but failing to make the shot would severely jeopardize his chances of securing another job. Furthermore, the Warriors were bound to intensify their defense against his three-point shooting that in such a predicament. How could he possibly score from beyond the arc while injured? Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to navigate this immediate crisis. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The Super Three-Point Experience card. He contemplated for a moment and recalled the Super Three-Point Experience card he had acquired earlier. Due to time constraints, he had not had the opportunity to explore it thoroughly after obtaining it. The three three-pointers he had just taken were purely the result of his diligent practice combined with a stroke of luck. Given his injury and the certainty that his opponents would be on high alert against his three-point attempts, he figured it would be prudent to test the experience card. With this in mind, he mentally uttered, "Activate the Super Three-Point Experience card." That a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. Activating the three-point experience card. Your three-point shooting accuracy will reach 80, valid for 5 minutes. Wang Yi's heart leapt at the announcement. He clenched his right fist tightly. This Super Three-Point Experience card had arrived at the perfect moment. At that moment, the team's leader, LeBron James, approached, grabbing Wang Yi's hand. He gave it a hearty slap, then playfully patted Wang Yi's forehead. He made a gesture as if using an electronic thermometer to check Wang Yi's palm temperature, jokingly stating, "Your hand is so warm you're not coming down with a fever, are you?" This lighthearted act elicited laughter from the previously somber players surrounding them. LeBron then patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. "Hey, brother, I like that three-pointer of yours, but I look forward to seeing more." Wang Yi nodded, standing tall, and confidently replied, "You will see more." Meanwhile, in the broadcast studio, two commentators were conducting a post-game analysis. Let's take a look at the scoring for the Lakers. LeBron with 23 points, AD with 28, and Wang Yi with 9 points. At this juncture, the commentator paused slightly. "Wait, our player Wang Yi has already scored 9 points?" Another commentator remarked, "He just made 2. Or perhaps 3 three-pointers. Let me check. Indeed, it is 3 three-pointers. He's 3 for 3, a commendable shooting percentage. With 9 points, this marks Wang Yi's highest single-game score since entering the NBA. We shall see if he attempts another three-pointer. However, his wrist is injured, and that last shot didn't seem quite right. Perhaps he will refrain from shooting threes again. After all, shooting threes exerts considerable pressure on the wrist." As the conversation unfolded, the game resumed. The Warriors executed a well-coordinated play and scored 2 points, extending the lead to 28. Turning back, the Lakers initiated another offensive. The Warriors player with the wild hair was tightly guarding Wang Yi. The coach instructed him to closely defend this Eastern player, aiming to make him weep. He incessantly muttered trash talk. "Eastern kid, with your frail physique, can you even make a three-pointer? Take a break. Rest assured, I will stick to you like chewing gum until you're crying like a little girl." Wang Yi paid no heed to the taunts. He preferred to let his performance speak for itself. Following the coach's tactical arrangement, he maneuvered around a screen and received the ball at the arc once more. The wild-haired player was hot on his heels. Wang Yi had but a fleeting moment to shoot. Without a hint of hesitation, a sudden stop, a leap, an arm raised, a flick of the wrist, the shot released. Every motion flowed seamlessly, as smooth as silk. Despite the intensifying pain in his wrist, his shooting form remained unblemished. Swish! The basketball soared over the outstretched fingers of the wild-haired defender. Under the spotlight, it traced a radiant orange arc swish. The ball swished through the center of the hoop, creating a burst of white waves. Wang Yi drew back his right hand, glancing at the wild-haired player, and clenched his fist tightly. A mysterious smile crept onto his lips. With the boost from his extraordinary three-point experience, he felt an exhilarating sense of confidence. The moment he released the ball, he knew it was destined to land. Is this the sensation of a three-point maestro? Wang Yi couldn't help but glance at Curry on the Warriors bench, who, somewhat unconsciously, was also looking in Wang Yi's direction. Seeing this, the wild-haired player continued to trail Wang Yi, incessantly chattering. "I am your opponent. Don't get it twisted. From now on, I will defend you so thoroughly that you'll question your very existence. You'll be crawling back to your country in tears. Wang Yi, without turning his head, responded unusually. He'll shoot until you fall silent. His words provoked the wild-haired player, who grew even more animated, trailing Wang Yi with a barrage of taunts. After that one retort, Wang Yi fell silent, treating the incessant chatter as mere barking from ADOG. I could see this moment. With Wang Yi's 4 three-pointers, the deficit had been narrowed to 25 points. From 35 to 25, it felt like mere moments had passed. On the sidelines, the Lakers players were rising to their feet. Even if they were to lose tonight, Wang Yi's 4 three-pointers within a span of just a minute and a half were truly remarkable. In the next possession, the Warriors failed to score. As the Lakers launched their offensive, Wang Yi, having just crossed half-court, began to demand the ball. His performance had already captivated the Lakers' point guard, and the ball found its way naturally into his hands. The Warriors player with the explosive hairstyle closed in on him. Utilizing a teammate's screen, Wang Yi took a dribble forward. The explosive-haired player was momentarily obstructed, allowing a slight distance to open up. At this point, Wang Yi was still 2 meters away from the three-point line. If he continued to dribble, the explosive-haired player would soon catch up. There was no time for contemplation. He suddenly halted. He raised the ball. With a flick of his wrist, he released it. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The score gap, 22 points. A third of the audience erupted in cheers. Though less than 3 minutes remained and the point difference was still over 20, it was clear that a comeback was unlikely. Yet this Eastern man, having made 5 consecutive three-pointers, reignited their fervor. This player is remarkable. He's the Lakers' version of Curry. How have I never seen him before? What's his name? He's on a 10-year contract with the Lakers, but I'm not sure of his name. As the ball went through the net, Wang Yi felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. His self-assurance swelled dramatically. In that moment, he perceived the hoop as vast as the ocean. No matter how he threw the ball, it would obediently leap into the basket. On the Warriors' bench, Curry's eyes sparkled. As a legendary three-point shooter and a pioneer of the small ball era, witnessing another player sink 5 three-pointers ignited his competitive spirit. He yearned to face this player on the court. However, when he glanced at the head coach, the coach subtly shook his head. They were assured of victory. There was no need for Curry to take the court again. In the ensuing possession, the Warriors missed yet another three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to regain possession. Wang Yi crossed half-court once more, demanding the ball. This time, the explosive-haired player had learned his lesson and positioned himself 2 meters away from the three-point line before Wang Yi could receive the pass, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Wang Yi dribbled the ball, glancing towards his right hand. Noticing Wang Yi's apparent hesitation, the explosive-haired player seized the moment, clapping his hands and exaggeratedly taunting. Come on, if you're brave enough, make another. They'll bet $100 you won't make this shot. Such trash talk served as a psychological tactic. Shooting, especially from beyond the arc, is a skill that heavily relies on mental fortitude. A slight shift in mindset can distort one's mechanics. A distortion in form inevitably leads to a missed shot. Wang Yi, invigorated by the provocation, gritted his teeth and continued to dribble. However, instead of advancing, he retreated 3 steps, precisely landing on the mid-court line. The explosive-haired player, witnessing this, flashed a wide grin and laughed heartily. Mid-court? A logo three-pointer? Do you think you're Stephen Curry? Ha! Eastern fellow, I think you're still half asleep. That moment. The white commentator in the arena was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my, what is this Eastern player about to do?" Another commentator jested, "Is that a logo? Three-pointer. Can the Chinese also hit a logo 3? After sinking 5 consecutive threes, he's inflated with pride, thinking he's Curry." There was a hint of mockery in their banter. However, before their words faded, Wang Yi had already released the ball. From the center circle, he had to exert greater force in his wrist flick. Yet, the sensation upon release felt exquisite. This shot was destined to succeed. Once he let go, the basketball soared through the air. He had already turned his back to the hoop. Raising his right hand high, he extended 3 fingers, signaling a three-point gesture. The ball traced an elongated arc in the air. Only a second after Wang Yi's gesture, it thundered down like a cannonball into the net. Boom! Logo three-pointer. Wang Yi took the shot. Logo three-pointer. Moreover, He turned around immediately after releasing, back to the basket. With his right hand raised high, he displayed 3 fingers. This three-pointer was not merely a swish through the net, but a powerful strike, akin to a bullet racing across half the court. Boom! It crashed into the hoop, resonating throughout the Staples Center. The entire arena erupted in an instant. Oh my God! Logo three-pointer! My heavens, what have I just witnessed? He turned around early and raised his hand in celebration. So cool. The decibel level in the arena surged dramatically. After all, a logo three-pointer possesses immense visual impact and the audacity to turn and celebrate before the ball even went in. Such a flamboyant display had never been executed even by Curry. Not only the audience present, but even the 2 commentators who were just teasing couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, good heavens! What have I just seen? Logo three-pointer. Incredible. He truly did it. He is the Lakers' very own Stephen Curry." Do you not think his pose of turning away from the basket with 3 fingers raised is utterly magnificent? In the NBA, many commentators are like fickle reeds swaying with the wind. Just moments ago they mocked Wang Yi, and now they were singing his praises without a blush or a hint of shame. The arena's big screen lingered on Wang Yi for an extended moment, before shifting to Curry on the sidelines. Warriors coach Kerr shook his head in resignation, glancing at Curry. It turned out, when facing a team with a player like Curry, this is the sensation felt. Though Curry remained still, his eyes glimmered with fiery intensity. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench was already leaping to their feet. Several substitutes vigorously waved their towels. A few starters, exhilarated by this astonishing play, jumped and exchanged high fives. Anthony Davis sprang up, his thick brows raised in astonishment, his large eyes filled with disbelief. LeBron James quickly stood, raising both hands high, extending 3 fingers to signal a three-pointer. An exaggerated expression adorned his face as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, 2 commentators were equally exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In just 2 minutes, 6 three-pointers, including a logo 3. My heavens! Goodness gracious, that's astounding, absolutely sensational. 18 points. Wang Yi scored an astonishing 18 points in just 2 minutes. It's simply unimaginable. In the live stream, most viewers had already departed due to garbage time. Those who remained began to flood the comments with messages. 666666666. Impressive. 666. Wow. Could Brother E be on the rise? After making that logo 3, he celebrated without even looking at the basket. "I wish I had such a handsome boyfriend." Of course, there were critics as well. He's played in the NBA for 2 years and hasn't even scored 100 points. A bit of luck today, and suddenly everyone's praising him. Better come back, don't embarrass us. If you have the ability, let's see you sink a few more. One should be humble. Turning to celebrate after a 3 is too arrogant, showing no respect. If he can make 8 three-pointers, he'll do a handstand and eat crap live. Someone quickly retorted, "You should eat the dog crap you owe first." Meanwhile, on the court, after Wang Yi made that three-pointer, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. The deficit had dwindled to 19 points. He gritted his teeth, clenching his right fist. It hurt, yet it exhilarated him. Battle. This was the fight he had longed for. He felt his body quivering with excitement, his blood igniting. After releasing the shot, he immediately turned to celebrate. Many players had done this before. LeBron had done it, and so had Curry. However, Wang Yi was the first to make a logo 3 and instantly celebrate. He believed in maintaining a low profile. Yet basketball, by its very nature, is an expressive sport. On the court, one should showcase their entire skill set and flaunt their personality. If one does not express themselves while playing, then what's the point? Be humble in life, but bold in play. The player with the explosive hairstyle watched in awe as the basketball swished through the net and bounced on the floor. His eyes widened, appearing as if he had seen a ghost, and he remained silent for a while. Wang Yi glanced at him and calmly remarked, "Don't forget the $100. It was only then that the explosive-haired player snapped back to reality. Cursing, he muttered, "Damn, you've really annoyed me, Oriental guy." But Wang Yi had already turned away, returning to defense. In the next possession, the Warriors' offense was thwarted. The Lakers' point guard dribbled past half court and directly passed the ball to Wang Yi at the same time. He set a screen for Wang Yi, intending for him to shoot a three-pointer off the pick. At this moment, Wang Yi was feeling a bit overzealous. He waved his hand, saying no need, indicating for the point guard to clear the space. The point guard shrugged and stepped aside. Facing the explosive-haired player, Wang Yi intended to beckon with his finger. However, this was a provocative act that would likely result in a technical foul. Wang Yi was unafraid of such repercussions, yet a technical foul would incur a hefty fine of $25,000. For Wang Yi, who had only signed a short 10-day contract, this amount was substantial. Thus, he suppressed the impulse to hook his finger and uttered in less than perfect American English, "Come on, T." That moment, the player with the explosive hairstyle, already riled up, strode towards Wang Yi, spreading his legs and adopting a posture of fierce defense. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Wang Yi's mouth. Suddenly, he took a step to the right with his right foot. The explosive-haired player quickly mirrored his movement. However, Wang Yi had already withdrawn his right foot and leapt into the air. Realizing he had been deceived, the explosive-haired player cursed under his breath and hurriedly attempted to block. In that fleeting instant, Wang Yi had already released a three-point shot on the sidelines. All the Lakers players rose to their feet, and the audience was riveted on the basketball. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, while the explosive-haired player, having committed too heavily, toppled Wang Yi to the ground. The whistle blew. The basket counted, and a foul was called on the explosive-haired player. The crowd erupted once more. 7 three-pointers, my goodness! With 2.5 minutes left, 21 points, this scoring explosion is simply outrageous. This Eastern player is incredible. How could someone so talented be signed for only 10 days? The Lakers should secure him with a guaranteed contract before another team snatches him away. The two commentators were nearly shouting in excitement. Wow, this is undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary performances I have ever witnessed. It's simply miraculous, truly miraculous. In contrast, the audience across the ocean in China expressed their emotions with far more colorful language. Damn, no way. What the hell? On the court, Wang Yi regarded the explosive-haired player, who was utterly helpless against a shot. The sensation was exhilarating. The explosive-haired player's face darkened considerably, his mouth no longer spewing trash talk, but falling silent instead. His primary assignment had allowed the opponent to score over a dozen points in just over 2 minutes, particularly the recent three-pointer, which underscored his failure to defend. This was a blow that was not only harmless, but also deeply humiliating. How could he possibly muster the courage to continue taunting? It was laughable that he had previously claimed he would make this player cry as he rolled back to the East. Now, he found himself on the verge of tears, having been thoroughly outplayed. After Wang Yi completed the additional free throw, the scoreboard read, Lakers 97, opponents 112. The deficit had shrunk to just 15 points. From 35 to 15, it felt as if it had occurred in the blink of an eye. With 2.5 minutes remaining, the chances of a comeback seemed nearly impossible. Yet, under Wang Yi's frenzied performance, who could be so certain? If Wang Yi were to sink 2 more three-pointers, the gap could dwindle to single digits. The Warriors coach quickly called for a timeout, his irritation palpable. He shouted, "Double team him, put on the pressure." The players of the Warriors were taken aback by the coach's command. They wondered if they had misheard T.O. deploy a double team against a player signed on a mere 10-day contract. Someone whose name they could hardly recall, seemed to them an excessive measure. However, no one dared to question the head coach's assertion. As long as he has the ball, we must double team him. He must not be allowed to take another three-point shot. Upon entering the game, the Warriors immediately executed the double team on Wang Yi. Commentators chuckled. Did you see that? Can you believe it? Another commentator joined the laughter. The Warriors are actually using a double team against him. This is truly a mark of honor. The audience erupted in amusement. Yet, Wang Yi found little to laugh about. With an injured wrist, dribbling caused him pain. Faced with the double team, he had no choice but to quickly pass the ball, hoping his open teammates could seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, his teammates' 2 three-point attempts ricocheted off the rim. Nevertheless, Wang Yi remained relentless, tirelessly maneuvering around screens in search of openings. In the final 2.5 minutes, he capitalized on 2 opportunities, sinking 2 three-point shots. With each successful shot, the crowd roared in elation. When the final whistle blew, the score settled at 111 to 118, with the Lakers narrowly defeated by 7 points. Yet, the audience displayed no signs of disappointment. Unfamiliar with Wang Yi's name, they chanted his jersey number instead. Number 1, number 1, number 1. Though they had lost, their joy seemed to surpass that of a victory. The team leader, LeBron James, rushed over and embraced Wang Yi tightly, whispering in his ear, "Brother, you truly delivered 28 points in 5 minutes. Thank you for granting me the privilege of witnessing such an extraordinary performance." Anthony Davis approached as well, exchanging high fives with Wang Yi in celebration. Though the Lakers had suffered a loss, it felt as if they had triumphed. Conversely, the Warriors, despite their victory, wore somber expressions, some even appearing disheartened. The head coach, in particular, broke into a cold sweat. Leading by 30 points with only 5 minutes remaining should have assured them a decisive victory, yet they had come dangerously close to a reversal. Had they truly been overturned, he might have been forever marked in the annals of disgrace. Chapter 4. The first interview. As is customary, following the match, the key players from both teams extended handshakes in acknowledgement. Warriors star, Stephen Curry, first embraced James and Davis, sharing a few words. Then, he approached Wang Yi, a glint of competitive spirit in his eyes. "Your three-point shooting is impressive," Curry remarked. Wang Yi replied, "Your three-point shooting is formidable as well." Curry's face broke into his signature youthful grin, reminiscent of a schoolboy. Though he sported a beard, the charm of his smile remained unchanged, wholly deserving of the title Splash God. "That I hope we can face off on the court," he added. Wang Yi's eyes mirrored that same competitive fire. "I hope so too, if given the opportunity, who would not wish to challenge the titans of their domain?" After bidding farewell to the Warrior, Wang Yi intended to proceed towards the players' tunnel. However, at that moment, LeBron James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Wang, hold on for a moment." Wang Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something wrong?" LeBron gestured towards the beautiful female reporter approaching them. "An ESPN reporter wishes to conduct a post-game interview with you." "Me?" Wang Yi expressed his surprise. Typically, post-game interviews are reserved for the standout players of the victorious team. Given that the Lakers had lost, it would seem that their players were not entitled to such interviews. Even if interviews were to be granted to Lakers players, it would logically be for LeBron or Anthony Davis. Not for him. LeBron chuckled heartily, flashing a bright smile. "You needn't be surprised. Perhaps this game heralds the arrival of your good fortune." Many have accused LeBron of being insincere, claiming he relishes the spotlight and is a hypocrite. Nevertheless, as a leader of the team, he remains remarkably exceptional. Wang Yi nodded once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, the blonde reporter arrived before him, accompanied by a cameraman who focused the lens on Wang Yi. He had experienced this sensation before. When he first joined the NBA, domestic media had lauded him. Each outing was met with throngs of reporters eager to interview him. Yet, after suffering injuries and being sidelined by his team, domestic media seemed intent on diminishing his stature. As for NBA reporters, he had scarcely been interviewed even once. The beautiful reporter greeted him with a radiant smile. "Hi, Wang. I hope I haven't mispronounced your name." Clearly, she was jesting. Wang Yi responded graciously. "You pronounced it correctly, though perhaps not quite perfectly." The reporter seemed slightly taken aback. She had previously interviewed several Eastern players, such as Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, all of whom shared a slight shyness at first. However, Wang Yi exuded confidence, making him easy to interview. She continued, "Your performance tonight was nothing short of astonishing. Could you elaborate on the reasons behind it?" Wang Yi gathered his thoughts and replied, "I have earned this. I trained diligently every day, unwavering for over a decade. I left my homeland, venturing here alone. All these efforts were directed towards this very moment." He refrained from pretense or insincere gratitude, choosing instead to thank himself for persevering through even the most arduous times. The reporter then asked, "When Stephen Curry extended his hand to you earlier, what did he say? Would you mind sharing?" Wang Yi smiled enigmatically and joked, "That's a secret between men." The exchanges between players, it seems, are regarded as private matters. Before obtaining Curry's consent, he certainly would not casually disclose the details of their conversation. Firstly, it is a matter of respect for Curry. Secondly, as a top-tier player, his words carry immense weight. Given that he is still merely a short contract player, a poorly chosen phrase could invite overwhelming scrutiny from public opinion. Although he had already endured relentless criticism from domestic media and fans, his resilience had been honed through these trials. Nevertheless, it is always prudent to minimize trouble whenever possible. The beautiful reporter ultimately stated, "Thank you, Wang. I look forward to your next match." Wang managed a wry smile. He was uncertain whether his recent performance would warrant another short contract from the Lakers. After all, the team currently had an abundance of guards, and signing him again would create an unwieldy roster. Upon returning to the locker room through the players' tunnel, he was met with a flurry of congratulations. However, Wang felt a sense of urgency and said, "Excuse me, everyone, I have something pressing to attend to." He swiftly entered the bathing area, rinsed off, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. At that moment, LeBron and Anthony Davis intercepted him. "Wang, come with us to the press conference. I believe the reporters will have many questions for you." Typically, only players who perform exceptionally well are invited to join the team's two superstars at the post-game press conference. However, Wang shook his head, replying, "I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter." With that, he hurried out of the team's locker room. LeBron was somewhat taken aback. It is rare for a player to decline an invitation to a press conference, as it serves as an opportunity to showcase oneself. However, since Wang had indicated he was in a hurry, LeBron did not press the issue further. Meanwhile, back in the domestic arena of 10 Cent NBA, the commentators were still summarizing Wang Yi's recent performance. "I can only say it was extraordinary, absolutely. Sensational, 9 three-pointers in 5 minutes, accounting for the last 28 points of the team. He nearly single-handedly turned the game around, which is truly astonishing. We look forward to even greater performances from Wang Yi." Simultaneously, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, with many exclaiming 666, while others remarked, "Where are the naysayers now? Didn't they say that if Wang Yi hit 8 three-pointers, they'd do a handstand while eating feces live? You overestimate the critics. They only emerge when players perform poorly. When a player excels, they retreat into their shells. Come on, critics, step forward." Yet, not a single critic dared to show their face. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had arrived at the visitors' locker room, blocking the entrance that he had an exceedingly important matter to address. Soon, news of Wang Yi obstructing the visitors' locker room spread rapidly to the Lakers' locker room. Upon hearing this, the Lakers players' expressions shifted dramatically. Blocking the visitors' locker room was a serious issue, as it could lead to penalties from the league, with severe cases resulting in multiple game suspensions. However, as Wang Yi was a member of the Lakers, his teammates could not simply stand by and watch as a team. As a collective unit, we confront challenges together and shoulder responsibilities as one. The guard Caruso was the first to traverse the lengthy corridor, making his way towards the opposing team's locker room. The head coach, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. While cautioning everyone, he urged, "We must not resort to violence." He then turned to a nearby staff member and instructed, "Quickly find a way to summon LeBron back." As the leader of the team, LeBron James possesses a remarkable ability to command respect from his teammates. Many of the more rebellious players, under his guidance, not only refrain from causing trouble, but often deliver performances that dazzle. The staff member promptly responded and hurried off towards the press conference venue. Chapter 5. You must give this 100 at the Staples Center, right at the entrance to the visitors' locker room. Wang Yi stood there, quietly absorbing the cacophony emanating from within. One player from the Warriors jested, "Hey, buddy, your defense today was stellar. You let them rain 9 three-pointers over your head." Another chimed in, "Dude, didn't you say you'd make him cry and crawl back? It seems like you're the one who crawled back in tears." A third player laughed heartily. "Though that guy's logo three-pointer is infuriating, I must admit, it's quite impressive. You should feel honored to be his backdrop." Warriors coach Steve Kerr did not intervene to stop their ribbing of the afro. Such banter among teammates is commonplace, merely a friendly jest akin to the playful teasing found among close friends. It serves as a form of motivation. However, today, this motivation bore no fruit. The afro sat quietly, head lowered, silently changing his shoes, an unusual demeanor for him. Noticing this, Coach Kerr furrowed his brow slightly. As a seasoned coach, he was acutely aware of the psychological shifts in his players. The afro was evidently shaken, and the blow was significant. It is understandable. No one remains unscathed after being bombarded relentlessly. With this in mind, the coach signaled for the teasing to cease. Mocking a fiercely competitive individual can spur them to rise to the challenge, but the afro was already deeply affected, his spirit somewhat deflated. To mock him further at this juncture would be to add insult to injury. Approaching him, Kerr placed a reassuring hand on the Afro's shoulder, saying, "It's all right. There are countless players in this league who have been scorched by Steph's barrage of three-pointers, yet they continue to thrive. Some players are simply uncontainable. All you can do is limit them." He then glanced at Stephen Curry, the very embodiment of such a player. Curry added his own encouragement, "Brother." His shooting was on fire at that moment. "So trust me, this isn't on you. You've done everything within your power. In the next game, we'll strive together." Finally, the Afro raised his head, nodding gratefully at both the coach and Curry. "Thank you." His mood appeared to brighten slightly, but just a tad. Recovering from a heavy blow does not happen instantaneously. It is a gradual process. Having changed his attire, the Afro stood up and wandered somewhat aimlessly towards the locker room door. As he opened it to step outside, he nearly collided with someone waiting at the threshold. The figure was none other than Wongi. The Afro froze momentarily, halting his advance. The other Warriors players, noticing Wongi blocking the door, were also momentarily taken aback before realizing the significance of the situation. This was not the first instance of a confrontation at the visitors' locker room door. Each time had been charged with tension, likely stemming from the Afro's fiery trash talk. It appeared that this Eastern individual had come to exact his revenge with the Lakers. They hurried forward, eager to support their teammate. However, upon discovering that only Wongi stood there, they were taken aback. Was this individual bold enough to confront the opposing team's locker room alone? Had he lost his mind? Stephen Curry pushed through the crowd and approached the entrance, addressing Wongi. "Hey, buddy, what's going on?" Wongi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is a private matter between him and me, unrelated to anyone else." He gestured toward the player with the wild hairstyle. Coach Kerr, observing Wongi's calm demeanor and even a hint of a smile, sensed that he was not there to cause trouble. He felt a slight sense of relief and indicated to the wild-haired player that since it was a personal issue, they should resolve it themselves. The wild-haired player, somewhat perplexed and with a serious expression, furrowed his brows and declared, "You may have sunk a few three-pointers against me this time, but next time, I will definitely lock you down." His tone was firm. Yet, Coach Kerr subtly shook his head. The harder the wild-haired player spoke, the more apparent it was that he lacked confidence. He could only rely on a tough exterior to maintain his composure. Clearly, the blow he had received exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing the wild-haired player's seemingly grandiose proclamation, Wongi couldn't help but smile. "Well, I'm not here to discuss basketball." The wild-haired player paused, questioning. "I can't think of anything else we could talk about besides basketball." Wongi extended his hand, mimicking the gesture of counting money. "Earlier on the court, you wagered 100. I made that three-pointer, so that 100 belongs to me." The others from the Warriors were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. All of this tension was merely over 100. It is worth noting that anyone able to thrive in the NBA typically earns at least several $100,000 annually. Players of Stephen Curry's caliber, for instance, command salaries reaching $40 million. To them, Wongi's insistence over such a trivial amount resembled a child's relentless pursuit over mere dollars. The wild-haired player, at a loss for words, remarked, "Is it really worth it for just 100? Wongi nodded earnestly. "It is. You wouldn't want to back down from a wager, would you?" For others, this might not be significant, but for him, a player on a mere 10-day contract, it was crucial. Before this short-term contract, he had been without a game for over 2 months. His living expenses, training costs, and rent during that time had depleted his previous earnings entirely. He had even resorted to sleeping in the garage of teammate Caruso's house. Now, with this 10-day contract amounting to only $8,000, if he failed to secure another agreement after today, that sum would have to sustain him for quite a while. Therefore, to him, whether it was 100 or even one, every dollar mattered immensely. The wild-haired player was also on the fringes of the league, earning a modest salary. Thus, for him, 100 was not an insignificant amount either. On the court, he casually remarked. Little did he know that this Eastern fellow took it to heart. He shook his head and said, "I have no cash on me, so I will owe you for now and repay you next time." Wongi shrugged. "If you don't have any, you can borrow from your teammates, Steven, Thompson, Green. They are all affluent." At this juncture, Green shot Wongi a glare. "I haven't brought any money either." He then cast a fierce look at the explosive-haired individual. "This trouble is of your own making. Don't drag me into it." With that, he turned back to continue changing clothes. Green has always been known for his fiery temper. He certainly wouldn't waste time fussing over a mere $100. The explosive-haired one attempted to say something further, but Coach Kerr interjected, I have $100 here. I will lend it to you for now. As he produced a $100 bill and handed it to the explosive-haired player. The latter had no intention of giving it to Wang Yi, but with the coach's gesture, he reluctantly accepted it and promptly shoved it into Wang Yi's hands. Wang Yi received the $100, smiled, and nodded, "Thank you." As he turned to leave, at that moment, a group of Lakers players hurried over. Upon seeing Wang Yi holding the $100 with a content demeanor, they all paused in surprise. Chapter 6: The second contract. As Wang Yi held a $100 bill and turned to leave, a flurry of footsteps approached. The Lakers players had arrived. They initially believed Wang Yi was confronting the Warriors in the locker room, likely seeking retribution. Consequently, they rushed over, partly to restrain Wang Yi from escalating the situation and partly out of concern for his solitary stance against the Warriors. This was especially true for the team leader, LeBron James. With a teammate seeking vindication, he naturally felt compelled to support the cause. He could not allow his fellow player to be mistreated. Yet he also aimed to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. An escalation would be detrimental not only to the team, but also to Wang Yi. However, upon seeing Wang Yi unscathed, brandishing a $100 bill with a satisfied smile as he approached, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "Wang, are you all right?" "Wang, what happened?" LeBron stepped closer, scrutinizing Wang Yi before glancing at the Warriors players by the locker room door, who clearly had no intention of engaging. He exhaled in relief and inquired, "Wang, what is the story?" Wang Yi felt a warmth in his heart at the sight of his teammates rushing to his side. He shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, just a lucky bet I won." The team members collectively sighed in relief. LeBron remarked, "Wang, in the future, you must keep us informed about such matters. Otherwise, if you win money and we, unaware of the situation, end up in a brawl, it would be quite unjust for us." Laughter erupted among the players. This was LeBron's nature. He always had a knack for lightening the mood, fostering a harmonious relationship among the Lakers. His humor served as a bonding agent among the players. Upon returning to the locker room entrance, a staff member awaited them. Seeing everyone return with seemingly buoyant spirits, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then addressed Wang Yi. "Wang, General Manager Pelinka is looking for you." A flutter of anticipation stirred within Wang Yi. His 10-day contract was nearing its end. If the Lakers did not wish to extend his contract, they would simply notify his agent. It was only if they intended to renew his contract that the general manager might seek him out to give a heads up. LeBron, upon hearing this, shared in Wang Yi's joy, stating, "Wang, I told you, perhaps tonight marks the beginning of your good fortune." Wang Yi nodded appreciatively, "Thank you." Subsequently, Wang Yi arrived at General Manager Pelinka's office. Pelinka was a quiet, middle-aged man who often stood at the far end of the stands, silently observing the team's games. No one could discern his thoughts. At this moment, he sat behind his desk, gazing at Wang Yi as he entered, remaining silent until Wang Yi broke the ice. "General Manager, you called for me?" Pelinka finally spoke. "Wang, your performance tonight has surprised everyone. As you know, Schroeder is still recovering from his injury, and our backcourt is in dire need of a scoring player. Would you be willing to sign another 10-day short contract with us?" Pelinka articulated his thoughts with great finesse. He did not say that we are willing to sign a contract with you. Rather, he inquired if you would be willing to sign a contract with us. Although both phrases convey a similar sentiment, the former elevates the team's stature, while the latter demonstrates greater respect for the player. Wang Yi, having anticipated that his recent performance would undoubtedly impress the Lakers management and lead to another 10-day short contract, still felt a surge of joy upon hearing the general manager articulate it. "Thank you, General Manager. I believe I have no reason to decline." Securing another 10-day short contract was already a commendable outcome for Wang Yi. As for a guaranteed contract, the Lakers would certainly not offer him one at this juncture. After all, in about a week, the Lakers' starting point guard, SC Charter, would be returning. At that point, the backcourt would appear quite congested, making it improbable for him to receive a guaranteed contract unless, during this second 10-day period, he delivered exceptionally dazzling performances. Contemplating this, Wang Yi recalled the signing system, and his fists clenched in determination. Pelinka continued, stating that this second 10-day short contract would amount to $20,000, hoping this would meet your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, I am quite satisfied." The remuneration for 10-day short contracts varies based on a player's past performances, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Yi's previous contract was merely $8,000, but this time it had escalated to $20,000, alleviating some of his financial strains. Exiting the manager's office, point guard Caruso was already waiting for Wang Yi. Wang Yi was residing in his home, so after every home game, Caruso would wait for him. "So, what is the verdict? Is it a guaranteed contract?" Caruso inquired. Wang Yi shook his head, replying, "Just a short contract." Caruso patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, saying, "No worries. As long as you can maintain tonight's performance, I believe it will surely convert into a guaranteed contract." Wang Yi nodded, refraining from elaborating further. They then boarded Caruso's pickup truck and drove out of the parking lot. As they passed by the entrance of the Staples Center, they beheld 7 statues illuminated under the night sky. The Logo Man, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, the Sky Hook, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Elgin Baylor, Kobe. Each name resonated profoundly. Upon seeing Kobe's bronze statue, Wang Yi silently murmured, "Boss." After returning to Caruso's home and partaking in a simple dinner, Wang Yi retreated to the makeshift bed in the garage. Caruso's home was already modest, and their family's occupancy made it feel somewhat cramped. With Wang Yi's arrival, he could only temporarily reside in the garage. Lying on the makeshift bed, Wang Yi began to meticulously examine the signing system in his mind. "System, please introduce yourself." The system's voice soon echoed, still as mechanical and cold as ever. This system is known as the Legendary Superstar System, designed to assist the host in becoming a legendary superstar. Before each match, the host may check in to receive rewards in the form of temporary experience cards for various skills. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt no excitement. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly. Experience cards, after all, are merely external aids. If one day the system were to cease to exist, would he not return to mediocrity? Even with such aids, he did not wish to become a mere shell of a person reliant solely on external enhancements. He inquired, "Is it possible to transform these experience cards into skills inherent to myself?" The system's voice responded once more. This system also includes a training module. By completing the training tasks released by the system, one can enhance their inherent abilities. Hearing this, Wang Yi's heart leaped with joy. The system had now issued a task. Make 1,000 3-point shots. Task reward. Increase 3-point shooting accuracy to 45. Chapter 7. Training. 1,000 3-pointers that night. Wang Yi received his training assignment and hardly slept a wink. If he accomplished the task, his 3-point shooting percentage could reach an impressive 45. Such a figure would classify him as a top-tier sharpshooter. Even the formidable Stephen Curry has a career 3-point percentage that hovers just below 45. Throughout the annals of NBA history, only the Golden State Warriors head coach, Steve Kerr, boasts a career percentage exceeding 45. What does the Lakers desperately need at present? A reliable 3-point shooter. Players like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Kyle Kuzma, Dennis S.C. Charter, and Talon Horton-Tucker can all shoot from beyond the arc. Yet their accuracy leaves much to be desired. In this era of small ball, the absence of consistent perimeter shooting renders games exceedingly challenging. It is easy to imagine how coveted he would be within the Lakers should he elevate his 3-point shooting to 45. Transforming this second short-term contract into a guaranteed one would then become a mere formality. At 4 in the morning, before dawn had broken, Wang Yi quietly departed from Caruso's garage, making his way to the Lakers training facility. He had barely closed his eyes the previous night, consumed by the desire to train. However, the late hour had compelled him to stifle his excitement. As he walked down the street, he found it impossible to hail a single cab. Winter had settled in, and while Los Angeles enjoys a Mediterranean climate, it was still a brisk 8 or 9 degrees at that hour. Wang Yi tightened his collar and glanced up at the dim streetlights ahead. He recalled the famous question, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning?" Although it was later clarified that Kobe Bryant only occasionally arose at such an hour to practice, this sentiment encapsulated the relentless dedication that defined his career. For the past 2 decades, it had been an unwavering source of inspiration for Wang Yi. He began to jog lightly, treating it as a warm-up. After half an hour of running, he arrived at the entrance of the training facility, steam rising from his head in the cool air. He knocked on the security office door, rousing the drowsy guard. "Hello, I'm here to train," he announced. The guard rubbed his sleepy eyes, squinting for a moment before recognizing him as the newly signed 10-day contract player. He glanced out at the pitch-black sky and then at the time on the computer, astonished. "So early?" Wang Yi nodded. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to train." "Do all Easterners work this hard?" the guard inquired with a chuckle as he granted him entry. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. As the guard watched Wang Yi's retreating figure, he reminded him, The air conditioning isn't on yet. It won't be until 8 o'clock. The team had established a training routine of 10 o'clock in the morning on non-game days. However, LeBron James typically arrived by 8. Thus, the air conditioning was activated at that hour. Wang did not look back, but shook his head. It's fine. The Lakers training facility, known as the UCLA Health Training Center, boasts a gymnasium, 2 whirlpool baths, 10 ice baths, a strength training room, and various offices, among other amenities. Upon entering the gymnasium, Wang flicked on the lights. Before him stood the resplendent display of 10 golden Larry O'Brien trophies on the opposing wall, a testament to the illustrious history of the Lakers. Inspired by these 10 championship accolades, the atmosphere of the training facility brimmed with motivation. Wang silently vowed, "One day, I shall personally cradle a Larry O'Brien trophy." Without further ado, he set up the shooting machine, tasked by the system to sink 1,000 three-pointers. Anticipating a decline in stamina and shooting accuracy over time, he estimated he would need to attempt approximately 500 shots. Soon, he activated the shooting machine and positioned himself firmly at the three-point arc. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself, and with a gentle hum, the machine propelled a basketball towards him. With the ball in hand, Wang sprang into action, elevating his arm, flicking his wrist, and releasing the shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. Simultaneously, a data display appeared in his mind. Task completion, 1,000. Remaining time, 11 hours 59 minutes. Thus began his training, marked by a 12-hour countdown, quite a tangible representation of his endeavor. Barely a second after his initial shot, the machine launched another basketball. Wang caught it deftly and took another shot. Swish! Another three-pointer made. He continued, successfully sinking 7 out of 10 attempts. His shooting accuracy during practice exceeded that of actual games, a common phenomenon among athletes. The great Dwight Howard, while with the Lakers, had a free throw percentage of just over 60 in games, yet achieved above 90 in practice. Wang relentlessly continued his three-point shooting. However, upon making his 20th shot, a dull ache began to throb in his right wrist. Frowning slightly, he recognized that while hitting 1,000 three-pointers was not insurmountable, the injury to his wrist posed a significant challenge. Frequent practice could exacerbate the condition, and unlike players with guaranteed contracts who could afford to rest, he, as a short contract player, had to fight fiercely for his opportunity. Even in pain, he resolved to persevere. After half an hour, the discomfort in his wrist intensified. He glanced at the progress in his mind. Task completion, 1,000. Remaining time, 11 hours 26 minutes. Having completed merely 1/10 of the task, he furrowed his brow and shook his head. Continuing was not an option. With over 150 attempts already made, the pain in his wrist was considerable. Should he persist, he risked being unable to participate in the next game. Although his chances of playing were slim as a short contract player, he needed to be prepared for any opportunity to take the court. Yet, if he ceased now, he would squander this critical chance to improve his three-point shooting, an outcome he simply could not accept. It is evident that what the Lakers currently lack the most is a reliable three-point shooting option. If one could swiftly elevate their three-point shooting percentage to 45, the chances of securing a spot in the rotation would significantly increase. At this juncture, Wang finds himself confronted with a dilemma. However, neither of the two choices he faces holds a promising outcome. He glimpses the countdown timer in his mind, the crimson digits pulsating coldly. The system shows no mercy. It does not halt the countdown merely because of his injuries. After a moment of contemplation, Wang devises a solution that is far from ideal, shooting with his left hand. Having practiced left-handed shooting for a while, it is not entirely foreign to him, albeit his proficiency pales in comparison to his dominant right hand. At that moment, another basketball hurtles towards him. He catches it with both hands, cradling it with his left while stabilizing it with his right. He leaps and releases. Thud. Undoubtedly, it is another miss from beyond the arc. Yet, the pain in his right wrist has lessened marginally. The second shot. Thud. Another miss. The third shot. Thud. Still off target. However, Wang remains undeterred, determination gleaming in his eyes. At this point, retreat is not an option. He must fight with unwavering resolve. Swish. At last, with his 5th attempt, he successfully sinks a three-pointer. When he shoots with his left hand for the 10th time, he nets his second three-pointer. With a 20% success rate for left-handed shooting, the number of attempts required to complete his task will drastically increase. Nevertheless, he finds himself with no alternatives. Thud, 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 swish, thud. The sound of missed shots reverberates through the empty gymnasium, occasionally interrupted by the satisfying swish of a successful three-pointer. His training attire is drenched in perspiration, steam rising from his head as he begins to gasp for breath. Yet, he cannot afford to pause for even a moment. For the relentless countdown in his mind feels akin to the countdown of his very existence, unyielding and persistent. Chapter 8. Task Completion. 45 three-point shooting percentage. Gradually, the sky outside brightened. Wang Yi was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Yet, he could not afford to pause, for the relentless countdown in his mind pressed on unceasingly. He had lost track of time in his training. A fleeting glance at his mental task progress revealed. Task progress. 300-1000. Remaining time. 9 hours 55 minutes. Fortunately, at this rate, he should be able to complete his task. He paused for a moment to catch his breath when the door to the training hall swung open. A tall, robust figure stepped inside, none other than James. Upon seeing Wang Yi, he exhibited a hint of surprise. Typically, Wang Yi trained around 8 o'clock, just like him. But it was evident that Wang Yi had been at it for quite some time. Wang, up so early? Missing your girlfriend so much you couldn't sleep? James chuckled, glancing at Wang Yi's right hand. Wang Yi shrugged and also glanced at his right hand, replying, "My girlfriend is nearly worn out." James gave Wang Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. You exhausted your girlfriend in just one night?" Wang Yi managed a wry smile, shaking his head, opting not to elaborate further. He had little time to squander. He turned back to practice his three-point shots. However, James keenly noticed Wang Yi's peculiar behavior. He recognized Wang Yi as a right-handed player. So why was he suddenly practicing with his left hand? "Brother, is your right hand injured?" James inquired, recalling how Wang Yi had seemed to unconsciously clench his right fist after shooting three-pointers last night, wearing an odd expression. At the time, he assumed it was Wang Yi's unique celebratory gesture. Now, it appeared the situation was more complex. Wang Yi felt exposed, his heart sinking. He turned to James and said, "Please do not tell anyone. I desperately need this job." If the rest of the team discovered that his injury had not fully healed, they would certainly prevent him from taking the court. His aspirations for a guaranteed contract would be dashed. James furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, "Rest assured, I won't say a word, but you must take responsibility for your own health." Wang Yi nodded, affirming, "I know my limits." Seeing Wang Yi's determination, James ceased his insistence, merely stating, "After today's training, come to my place. I'll have my personal physician take a look at you." Wang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. It was rare for a team leader to show such concern for a marginal player. He nodded and continued, "LeBron, could you speak to the coach and let him know I want to participate in the other drills today? I need to focus specifically on my three-point shooting, as our team currently lacks a stable three-point threat." James pondered for a moment before nodding. "Don't worry about practicing your three-point shots. I'll talk to the coach." Disrupting the coach's training schedule was something Wang Yi was not yet capable of, but a superstar like James, who wielded absolute authority, could. Typically, James refrained from abusing such power, but today, for Wang Yi's sake, he was willing to make an exception. Certainly, James has his own considerations. His style of play necessitates a reliable three-point shooter on the perimeter. Subsequently, Wang Yi continued to practice his three-point shots with his left hand. Although his stamina was gradually declining, his proficiency with the left hand had improved to the point where his three-point shooting percentage reached 40%. By 10 o'clock, the other players had arrived at the gym, most of them just waking from slumber. Upon seeing Wang Yi and James, both drenched in sweat from their practice, they were unfazed, accustomed to the sight. Without further ado, they adhered to the coach's training regimen and commenced their practice for the day. Due to James having a word with head coach Vogel, Wang Yi refrained from joining the group and instead practiced three-pointers in a corner. At 10 o'clock, the morning session concluded, and the players departed for lunch. Wang Yi glanced at his task progress in his mind. Task progress, 602-1000, remaining time, 6 hours 49 minutes. Although, given his current shooting percentage, making 400 three-pointers in the remaining 6 hours seemed feasible, he knew that his accuracy would likely decline further as his stamina waned. Thus, he needed to make the most of his time. Observing the other players leave the gym, he chose to stay behind and continue his training. Before leaving, the coach cast a lingering glance at Wang Yi, but said nothing further. Noticing that Wang Yi had no intention of departing, James advised, "Wang, I admire your professional attitude, but training should be approached step by step. We must also ensure proper nutrition, so go eat." Wang Yi shook his head, replying, "I don't feel like eating today. You all go ahead." James, seeing this, chose not to press the matter further, though a hint of concern lingered. Training should not be too scarce, yet neither should it be excessive. However, he understood Wang Yi's urgent desire to seize this 10-day opportunity to secure a guaranteed contract. Thus, he parted with a simple yet heartfelt wish. Good luck. Wang Yi took a few deep breaths and responded, thank you. After the players left, he rested for merely 10 minutes, sipped some water, and then resumed his shooting practice. At 2 o'clock, the players returned to the gym to continue training, while Wang Yi remained focused on his three-pointers. By 4 o'clock, the day's training concluded, and the players began to leave once more. Yet, Wang Yi persisted in his shooting. Caruso, having practiced an additional half hour, approached Wang Yi and said, Wang, it's time to head back. I'll wait for you. Wang Yi glanced at his task progress. Only 11 shots remained to complete his objective. Though utterly exhausted, he felt an exhilarating rush of excitement coursing through him. His eyes gleamed with fervor. I'll be right there, he exclaimed, launching another three-pointer with his left hand. James, still present, continued his extra practice. Observing Wang Yi's fervent dedication to his three-point shots, he turned to Caruso and remarked, Did you provoke him last night? Caruso shrugged and brushed back his sparse hair, saying, I thought it was you who provoked him this morning. Wang Yi was now nearly drained of energy, with his three-point shooting percentage plummeting to a mere 20%. After attempting 11 shots, he had expended nearly 60 efforts. At last, in a pivotal moment, thud, 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 as the basketball bounced thrice on the rim. It rolled into the net. In his mind, the red numbers transformed into green, freezing in place. Task progress, 1,000. Remaining time, 21 minutes 35 seconds. Subsequently, these two lines of text vanished. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward. Three-point shooting percentage increased to 45. Wang Yi exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in a supine position. He gasped for air, his breaths heavy and labored. With the task accomplished, the tension in his heart eased, and he realized he was so exhausted that he barely had the strength to move a finger. His arms tingled, and his knees had long succumbed to numbness. At that moment, both James and Caruso remained silent, offering no words. After 5 minutes of catching his breath, a faint smile gradually emerged at the corner of Wang Yi's mouth. He slowly spoke, Do you believe me? In tomorrow's game against the Clippers, you can place your complete trust in me. James and Caruso exchanged glances, contemplating Wang Yi's earlier training session, where he had managed a mere 20% shooting rate. They were perplexed as to where Wang Yi found such confidence. Chapter 9. The City Derby, Lakers vs. Clippers. That afternoon, Wang Yi visited LeBron James' luxurious villa in Los Angeles. LeBron's personal physician, Dr. Karen Jobert, conducted a thorough examination on Wang Yi. He was an exceptionally meticulous and conscientious doctor, and the assessment took over half an hour. Finally, he informed Wang Yi, Based on my diagnosis, you are suffering from acute traumatic synovitis in your wrist, which may involve fluid accumulation. My recommendation is to rest for at least 10 days and refrain from any weight-bearing activities with your right hand. Otherwise, the injury could significantly worsen and jeopardize your professional career. Wang Yi, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. If I rest, my career will only come to an end sooner. LeBron, understanding Wang Yi's current predicament, pondered for a moment and asked, Wang, are you capable of shooting exclusively with your left hand on the court? Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. Of course. The system rewards a three-point shooting percentage of 45, regardless of which hand I use. LeBron turned to his personal physician. Karen, he can shoot with just his left hand during games. When he is not playing, he can come to my house daily for treatment, can't he? Dr. Karen, a person of principle, appeared somewhat agitated and shook his head vigorously. That is unacceptable. I must take responsibility for my patients. If he is injured, he should rest and receive proper treatment, not risk his career by playing hurt. LeBron glanced at Wang Yi and said to Dr. Karen, Karen, could you step outside for a moment? They then retreated to the balcony, and after an exchange of words that remained undisclosed, they returned to the living room. Dr. Karen examined Wang Yi's wrist once more and finally nodded. You may play, but you must come for treatment immediately after each game. Furthermore, it would be best to avoid any practice involving shooting or dribbling that could strain your wrist. Wang Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, doctor. Subsequently, Dr. Karen administered a treatment session that provided Wang Yi with significant relief, alleviating much of the pain. That evening, Wang Yi stayed at LeBron's residence, which boasted 5 guest rooms. The following day was game day, and the system did not issue any training tasks. The team had only a morning practice. Heeding Dr. Karen's advice, Wang Yi abstained from ball practice and engaged solely in some light physical training. At 8 o'clock that night, the match between the Lakers and their city rivals, the Clippers, was about to commence. Players from both teams were warming up prior to the game. On the Clippers side, their guard Patrick Beverley, known as Mad Dog, eagerly approached the coach to declare, "Coach, let me guard LeBron." Without a moment's hesitation, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue nodded in agreement. "LeBron is yours." Mad Dog Beverley's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a hunting dog spotting its prey. Despite his relatively modest stature, he possessed an unquenchable fighting spirit. Once on the court, he would attack the opposing team's core players with relentless ferocity. Even the formidable death god Durant had once been rendered ineffective against him, leading to a mutual expulsion from the game. Hence, Beverley is typically assigned the task of defending the opposing team's star players. Of course, the Clippers possess another defensive stalwart in the form of the tenacious Leonard. However, as the team's linchpin, Leonard must conserve his energy. Thus, it is customary for Tyronn Lue to refrain from deploying him against the rival's key figures. Furthermore, in his view, the once mighty James has now succumbed to the ravages of age, rendering Leonard's relentless defense unnecessary. Soon, the match commenced. Wang Yi remained seated at the far end of the bench, attentively monitoring the unfolding action while also keeping a portion of his focus on head coach Vogel, anxious not to miss any signal indicating his potential entry into the game. With both teams possessing similar strengths, the contest promised to be fiercely contested. Under such circumstances, it was highly improbable that the coach would take the risk of sending Wang Yi onto the court. Nevertheless, as a professional athlete, he must always be prepared. This is the hallmark of a true professional. As the game began, both teams exchanged blows. The Lakers exploited their considerable advantage in the paint, relentlessly attacking the interior. Meanwhile, the Clippers, renowned for their three-point prowess, capitalized on their strengths by launching numerous long-range attempts. Concurrently, in the Tencent NBA livestream, the commentary was provided by renowned domestic media figure Sue Kuhn, alongside host Wang Ming and functional female anchor Maina, a devoted fan of James, who invariably hosts Lakers games. Wang Ming posed the question, "In the last match, our player Wang Yi scored 9 three-pointers and amassed 28 points in the final 5 minutes. It was truly extraordinary. Sue, do you believe he will see the court tonight?" Sue Kuhn, perusing the statistics with a smile, replied, "His previous performance was indeed astonishing. The Lakers have extended a 10-day contract with him, clearly recognizing his three-point ability. However, given the close matchup tonight, the likelihood of him playing is rather slim." Wang Ming concurred. Sue's analysis is quite insightful. Nonetheless, we eagerly anticipate witnessing another explosive performance from him. The live chat was already abuzz with numerous fans expressing their sentiments. "I am looking forward to it. I hope he gets to play." Ever since Yao's retirement, I have not followed the NBA. Yesterday, I was astonished to see our player score 28 points in 5 minutes. Of course, the number of detractors far exceeded that of supporters. It was just one game. It didn't even win. Scoring 100 points means nothing if you can't secure a victory. His previous success was merely a stroke of luck, unopposed during garbage time. If faced with defense this time, let us see if he can replicate such feats. Rest assured, whether he takes the court tonight remains uncertain. At that moment, Wang Yi, present at the venue, was oblivious to these discussions. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. Over the past 2 years, he has faced a barrage of criticism and slander from domestic naysayers. Thus, his mental fortitude has been profoundly strengthened, rendering him entirely impervious to the harm of disparaging remarks. On the court, the relentless Beverley clung to LeBron, incessantly hurling trash talk while exhibiting aggressive maneuvers. LeBron, now advanced in age, has shifted his playing style towards conserving energy, thus he refrained from attacking during the first half, primarily orchestrating plays from the top of the arc. Fortunately, the Lakers displayed commendable resolve with their three-point shooting, achieving 5 successful attempts out of 11. As the first half concluded, the teams were separated by a mere 2 points. However, the tide turned dramatically in the third quarter. LeBron intended to penetrate the paint, executing drives and dishes, yet the Lakers' three-point shooting regressed into a familiar struggle, missing 3 consecutive attempts. In stark contrast, the Clippers found their rhythm, sinking for successive three-pointers, which swiftly escalated the deficit to 14 points. Coach Vogel promptly called a timeout, emphasizing the necessity of defending against the opponent's perimeter shooting. Yet, Mere defensive focus proved futile without the Lakers' ability to score. Upon returning from the break, the Clippers swiftly added 2 more three-pointers to their tally. While the Lakers' struggles from beyond the arc allowed the Clippers to implement a collapsing defense, LeBron found it increasingly difficult to penetrate, forcing the Lakers to seek opportunities from the perimeter. Yet, as often occurs, the more anxious they became, the less successful they were. With 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a daunting 20 points. Though Vogel possessed great wisdom, even he was at a loss. It is universally acknowledged that the most effective method to dismantle a zone defense is through three-point shooting, yet failure to convert leads to frustration. The overall atmosphere within the Lakers squad began to grow heavy with despondence. In this moment, Caruso recalled the words of Wang Yi from the previous day, "You can fully trust me." With this thought in mind, he leaned in to whisper to LeBron, who, upon hearing this, felt a spark of inspiration and turned his gaze towards Wang Yi. Chapter 10, The Three-Pointer from Wang Yi. As the Lakers found themselves trailing by 20 points, the commentators in the 10-cent NBA Live broadcast began brainstorming strategies for the team. Wang Ming initially remarked, "Teacher Sue, the Lakers are down by 20 points. Look, Mena is on the verge of tears. To enhance the excitement of the game and to prevent Mena from crying, could you offer some advice to the Lakers?" Mena chuckled, "Why would I cry? It's just sand in my eyes." Wang Ming responded with a laugh. Where would sand come from in the studio? Although this exchange was lighthearted, it was evident that Mena was indeed feeling anxious. Sukun, still smiling, stated, "The Lakers' current dilemma lies in their inability to hit three-pointers. The entire world knows that against a zone defense, three-point shooting is crucial, and the Lakers are no exception. As we've seen, in these past few minutes, Caruso made 2, Kuzma 1, Tucker 1, and both Davis and James managed 1 each. Collectively, that's 1 out of 6 attempts. Such a shooting percentage would be disastrous for any other team. It's only due to the Lakers' commendable defensive efficiency that they're still only down by 20 points. Thus, their primary concern remains the resolution of their three-point shooting woes. In this era of small ball, struggling with three-pointers makes it difficult to compete against any team." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "Teacher Sue makes an excellent point. If Coach Vogel were to take a bold step and utilize Wang Yi, might that yield better results?" Sukun replied, "That ultimately depends on Vogel. I hope he doesn't wait until garbage time like last match to bring Wang Yi onto the court. He has tried everyone else, and none have succeeded. You witnessed Wang Yi's explosive performance last game. Why not give him a chance while the game is still within reach?" Meanwhile, the fans in the live chat were fervently chanting, "Bring on Wang Yi! Bring on Wang Yi!" Naturally, there were also skeptics who remarked, "If the starters and second unit can't resolve the issues, how could a fringe player do so? You're being too naive. I've said it before. He should just stay away and not embarrass us. This is a recipe for him to sit on the bench forever. Quite admirable." At that moment, the Lakers called for another timeout. With their three-point shooting still faltering, both Caruso and James recalled Wang Yi's mysteriously confident smile from yesterday's practice, along with his assertion, "You can completely trust me." Ultimately, James approached Coach Vogel and suggested, "Coach, why don't we?" Vogel nodded in agreement. "Let us give him a shot." Vogel is, in fact, a coach known for his audacity in player selection. He had already contemplated bringing Wang Yi onto the court, but chose to wait for James to propose it himself, valuing the input of the team's leader. By allowing James to make the suggestion, it fosters greater respect among the players towards him, thus benefiting team cohesion. He understood that this would also endear him to James. The willingness of superstars like James to comply with a coach's decisions is vital for a team's success. Hence, it is evident that Vogel possesses a commendable level of emotional intelligence. He waved his hand and called out Wang. Wang Yi was already prepared to take the court, springing up like a coiled spring and jogging a few steps to the coach's side. Vogel remarked, "LeBron suggested you take the floor. We hope you won't disappoint us." Wang Yi's heart ignited with fervor. He nodded emphatically, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured." Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Opportunity to play acquired. You may check in once." Only by earning the opportunity to participate in the game could he check in. Wang is silently intoned, "Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. Basic death spiral experience card." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's heart surged with joy. With a three-point shooting accuracy of 45, utilizing the death spiral experience card would elevate him to the status of a top-tier 3D player in this game. This was precisely what the Lakers needed. With this thought, he proactively addressed the coach, "Once I'm on the court, please allow me to guard Leonard." It had been Leonard's relentless drives that compelled the Lakers to tighten their defense, thereby creating numerous three-point opportunities for the Clippers. If someone could effectively defend against Leonard's incursions, the Clippers' chances from beyond the arc would diminish significantly. Vogel was somewhat taken aback. As far as he knew, Wang Yi's physical attributes were rather average, and his lateral movement was not particularly swift. Thus, his defensive capabilities were quite ordinary. Yet here he was, volunteering to defend the robotic Leonard? Wang Yi's gaze was resolute as he declared, "Coach, let me try for 2 possessions. If I can't hold him, we can switch to someone else." His underlying implication was clear. The players who had taken turns guarding Leonard had all failed. Given this reality, he might as well give it a shot himself, though he refrained from explicitly stating this sentiment to preserve team camaraderie. Vogel pondered for a moment and grasped Wang Yi's intention. He nodded and said, "All right. I'll give you 3 possessions." Wang Yi clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Leonard, akin to a wolf spotting a mechanical sheep. As the timeout concluded, Wang Yi stepped onto the court alongside his Lakers teammates. The commentators noted, "Oh, the Eastern player who made 9 three-pointers in 5 minutes last game is now on the floor. Let us see if he can conjure up that magic again." Being the Lakers' home game, the Staples Center crowd erupted in cheers, albeit not overwhelmingly so. The team's significant deficit and the fact that many fans were unfamiliar with this newcomer, who had been with the team for merely over 10 days, contributed to the muted response. In the 10-cent NBA livestream, the critics reacted to Wang Yi's entry with skepticism. "Oh, he's South really on the court. Is he here to embarrass himself again? Let us hope we don't witness another incident of him being left in the dust." At that moment, the Lakers initiated their offense. As the ball crossed midcourt, James held possession at the top of the arc, while the Clippers maintained their zone defense, inviting him to take a three-point shot. LeBron cast his gaze across the Lakers players, finally resting his eyes on Wang Yi. "Wang," he called, passing the ball to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi received the ball. He bent his knees, lifted the ball, leapt, and with a flick of his left wrist, he released it. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a trajectory akin to a rainbow. It swished through the net. The crisp sound of the ball brushing against the net resonated through the arena's speakers. The Lakers DJ immediately announced in a booming voice, 3 points, from Wang Yi. Wang Yi, listening to the elongated and somewhat off-key announcement, gently closed his eyes, savoring the moment. LeBron approached and exchanged a high-five with Wang Yi, saying, "Enjoy it to the fullest." "Brother." Caruso also came over, remarking, "What you said yesterday was true." Meanwhile, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue, witnessing Wang Yi's three-pointer, remained indifferent. After all, it was merely a single three-pointer. Chapter 11. The death grip. Wang Yi made his first three-pointer shortly after entering the game. The head coach of the Clippers paid it no mind, nor did any of the players. They were certainly aware of their opponent's capabilities and recognized that Wang Yi had scored 9 three-pointers in just 5 minutes during the previous match. However, such extraordinary performances are rarely repeated, akin to Tracy McGrady's remarkable 13 points in 35 seconds. It was unreasonable to expect him to replicate such brilliance consecutively. Thus, no special arrangements were made. When it was the Clippers' turn to attack, Wang Yi found himself matched up against their star player, Leonard. Given Leonard's height and wingspan, it was nearly impossible for Wang Yi to contain him. In his mind, he uttered the command, "Activate Death Grip Experience Card." The system responded immediately. Using basic Death Grip Experience Card, single-player defense success rate 70, duration 10 minutes. In the next instant, Wang Yi felt a slight surge in his speed, both in footwork and lateral movement, as Beverly dribbled the ball past half-court and passed it to Leonard. Wang Yi swiftly positioned himself, spreading his legs to defend against Leonard. The commentators were taken aback. "What? This Eastern player intends to guard Leonard? Surely, I must be mistaken. He is at least half a head shorter and significantly lighter than Leonard. Placing him in such a position could only result in disaster." The comments in the 10-cent NBA live chat were rife with skepticism. Is this a form of self-torture? He is going to guard a machine? Surely not. He merely got lucky with a three-pointer and now believes he can stop Leonard? With his height, Leonard could easily disregard him, either taking a jump shot or bulldozing through him. On the court, Leonard chose not to take a jump shot. His favorite scoring method was the mid-range jumper after a sudden stop during a drive. At that moment, he quickly released the ball with his right hand, intending to break through from the right side. Wang Yi, anticipating this from the subtle shift of Leonard's shoulder, swiftly moved to intercept his path. Seeing his drive thwarted, Leonard pivoted on his left foot and attempted to break through from the left side. However, just as he turned and the ball touched the ground, a hand emerged stealthily, intercepting the basketball midair. Leonard's dribble faltered, and Wang Yi seized the opportunity to steal the ball. Simultaneously, a figure was already sprinting towards the front court. Wang Yi glanced up to see it was James. With a powerful flick of his left hand, he sent the ball soaring forward. James caught the ball, dribbled once, and leaped with 3 strides. With a thunderous slam dunk, he unleashed a signature, forceful axe-like dunk. The arena erupted in an explosion of excitement. The cameras focused on James, replaying his dunk time and again. Yet few noticed Wang Yi's crucial steal and assist prior to that moment. Nevertheless, James would not forget. He returned to the backcourt and exchanged a high five with Wang Yi, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother, well done." Leonard turned to glance at Wang Yi. Although it seemed merely a fleeting glance devoid of genuine ire, it was evident that even superstars harbor their own flames. "You severed one of my opportunities, and I shall retaliate in kind." Beverly, fully aware of this dynamic, dribbled past half-court, intent on passing the ball to Leonard. Wang Yi, however, was astute enough to anticipate this, employing a fronting defense that denied Leonard any chance to receive the ball. Unable to deliver the pass to Leonard, Beverly redirected it to the other side to George. Faced with Davis's defense, George attempted a forceful drive but failed to score. Turning back, the Lakers mounted their offense. The Clippers maintained their zone defense. Wang Yi actively repositioned himself, stationed at the three-point line on the left corner. Playing alongside James made many aspects of the game seem effortless. As a three-point shooter, all one needed to do was stand beyond the arc, and the ball would naturally find its way into their hands. Indeed, James faked a drive, collapsing the opposing defense before passing the ball to Wang Yi in the corner. At that moment, George closed in. As a seasoned backdrop, George had spent 2 decades mastering the art of being a supporting player. With a wealth of experience facing last-second shots, he had been the victim of game winners from the likes of James, Lillard, Wade, Booker, and Butler on multiple occasions. The players who had bested him could circle the globe 5 times. This was, of course, a testament to his exceptional defensive prowess, often tasked with guarding opponents during their crucial final attempts. Yet now, as Wang Yi faced the approaching George, he hesitated not for a moment. With unwavering resolve, he released the shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. Just moments ago, they trailed by 20 points. In less than a minute, they had whittled it down to 12. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The Clippers head coach immediately called for a timeout. In the 10-cent NBA broadcast, Wang Ming expressed his astonishment in just 1 minute. 2 three-pointers, could he be on the verge of replicating his previous miraculous performance? Sukun, however, remained pragmatic, analyzing, such miracles occur once in a lifetime. One is fortunate enough to experience it. It's highly unlikely to witness a second. Nonetheless, if Wang Yi can maintain a commendable shooting percentage from beyond the arc, it would indeed be a boon for the Lakers. During the timeout, the Clippers coach pointed at Wang Yi from a distance, instructing the fervent Beverly, "Mad Dog, when you return to the court, ensure you take him down." In country culture, the term dog is not derogatory, it symbolizes loyalty. The moniker Mad Dog is not an insult, but rather a testament to Beverly's nearly frenzied competitive spirit and unwavering dedication to the team. He is always hungry for victory, embracing this nickname with pride. "Rest assured, Coach, I will take him down." Upon resuming play, as Leonard initiated his offense, Wang Yi continued his relentless pursuit. This time, their coach had devised a strategy. Leonard, utilizing a screen, finally received the ball. However, no sooner had he caught it than a phantom-like hand swiped at the ball. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the ground. Leonard swiftly dove to the floor in pursuit. Yet, Wang Yi had already leaped forward with remarkable agility. Observing that Davis had already sprinted towards the front court, he deftly flicked the ball with his left hand, sending it soaring towards the awaiting Davis. Upon receiving the pass, Davis executed a thunderous dunk, igniting a wave of exhilaration throughout the arena. The commentators, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "AD's dunk was magnificent. I absolutely adore this play." However, we cannot overlook Wang's defensive prowess. He has successfully thwarted Leonard for 3 consecutive possessions. It is indeed rare in this league to see someone consistently outmaneuver Leonard. Clearly, we had underestimated Wang's defensive capabilities. His three-point shooting is exceptional, and his defense is equally commendable, a quintessential 3-and-D player. This is precisely what the Lakers require at present. With LeBron and AD on the roster, the role players' tasks have been simplified to defense and three-point shooting. Remarkably, These are the very skills that Wang Yi possesses. He is a perfect fit alongside the Lakers' two core players. It may be time for the Lakers to consider offering him a guaranteed contract. Chapter 12. The True 3D Player? Wang Yi heard the voice of the commentator echoing through the arena. A 3D player? A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at deeper ambitions. His aspirations reached far beyond this. With the system at his disposal, his ambitions could grow boundlessly. To enter the rotation, to become a key player, a star, an all-star, a superstar, a legendary superstar, perhaps even to rival LeBron, or to follow in the footsteps of the divine. Such were his ambitions. Naturally, these lofty goals required a grounded approach, to be realized step by step. For the time being, what the Lakers needed most was a quality 3D player. Thus, he would temporarily assume the role of a 3D player. At the very least, he aimed to establish his footing with the Lakers and secure a guaranteed contract. At this moment, the deficit had been narrowed to 10 points. The Lakers were on the attack. After bringing the ball to the front court, LeBron feigned a drive, compressing the opposing defense. Simultaneously, he searched for Wang Yi. However, the Clippers were now prepared. They employed a four-man zone defense to guard the paint. While Beverly focused solely on Wang Yi, Beverly clung tightly to Wang Yi, applying physical pressure while taunting him. "You just hit 2 threes. You think you're impressive? That was only because I wasn't guarding you. Try hitting one now. Oh wait, with me here, you won't even get the ball." Wang Yi was fully aware of Beverly's tactics. He would incessantly engage in physical confrontations while spouting trash talk to provoke one's ire. Once you lost your temper, he had succeeded. Thus, Wang Yi remained unperturbed. Furthermore, he would not allow Beverly to bind him in such a manner. He proactively maneuvered around Davis's screen. As a quality 3D player, one could not simply linger at the three-point line waiting for the ball. One must learn to actively navigate around screens to create open opportunities for oneself. Indeed, Wang Yi managed to find an open spot. LeBron's pass arrived promptly. Wang Yi caught the ball beyond the arc. However, Beverly, being of smaller stature, swiftly squeezed past Davis's screen and lunged towards Wang Yi. Of course, at this moment, he could not block Wang Yi's shot. However, as he lunged at Wang Yi, his right hand aimed forcefully towards Wang Yi's face. A slight tension gripped Wang Yi's heart. Even though he managed to shoot, the psychological disturbance affected him, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. As for Beverly, his hand retracted sharply, halting just 2 inches from Wang Yi's face, avoiding any physical contact. Wang Yi frowned. Beverly was known for his rough play. Thus, he instinctively feared that Beverly might truly strike at his face. While a slap to the face might be bearable, a move akin to Green's infamous eye poke or kick would be intolerable. Evidently, his resolve was not as steadfast as he had believed. Nevertheless, one learns from adversity. Wang Yi would not stumble twice in the same pitfall. Meanwhile, within the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, the two commentators remarked, "Indeed, the magic has faded." Precisely. But this is the shooting accuracy one would expect from a normal player. Yes, if every shot were to go in, it would be utterly terrifying. In the barrage of comments, critics of Wang Yi erupted with glee at his missed attempt. At last, his true colors are revealed. His luck must be running out. His previous success was merely due to the lack of intensity from the opposition. Just look, now that Beverly is applying physical pressure, he falters immediately. His physicality is undeniably lacking, like a rabid dog revealing its fangs but collapsing before it can bite. Hurry back, you're bringing shame to the Huaxia people. Meanwhile, on the court, after Wang Yi's missed shot, he remained undeterred. A 45 shooting percentage does not guarantee every shot will find the net. Turning back, he faced Leonard's advance once more. This time, Leonard, utilizing a screen from their center Zubac, finally broke free from Wang Yi's defense, sinking a mid-range jumper. The point difference swelled back to 12. Wang Yi prepared to inbound the ball. As LeBron received it, he quipped, "Wang, are you brave enough to shoot again?" Wang Yi flashed a confident smile. "As long as you dare to pass." LeBron pondered the source of Wang Yi's confidence. His performance tonight was evidently not as stellar as the previous game, yet he exuded unwavering self-assurance. Could it be attributed to yesterday's training? As LeBron mused, he dribbled forward. Wang Yi had already navigated around Davis's screen, positioning himself at the left wing beyond the three-point arc, his back turned to the basket. Beverly, relentless as a mad dog, squeezed through the defense, pursuing him without relent. LeBron's pass was released. Wang Yi received the ball, and without turning, he leapt into the air. Mid-flight, he spun around. Leaning back, his right foot slightly extended to maintain balance. His left arm rose, wrist flicking. The shot was unleashed, no longer a graceful arc. It traveled in a more horizontal trajectory, the basketball hurtling through the air like a high-velocity projectile. Bang! It thundered through the hoop. At that moment, Beverly, expecting Wang Yi to at least turn before jumping, was taken aback by Wang Yi's sudden leap with his back still to the basket. He had no time to contest the shot before he heard the resounding thud behind him. The arena's DJ announced, 3 points, from Wang Yi. Hearing the unfamiliar, peculiar Eastern name, Beverly clenched his fist, muttering under his breath, shit. He then resumed, taunting Wang Yi, consider yourself lucky this time. But next time, fortune won't favor you. Wang Yi merely smiled in confidence, disregarding the taunts. Yet Beverly, feeling a flicker of irritation, reflected on his encounters with numerous stars. Typically, a barrage of trash talk and provocative actions would ignite their tempers. Even the movements grew increasingly exaggerated, which proved advantageous for the Clippers. However, the Eastern player was different. Having hurled insults for such an extended period, he exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he revealed a disdainful smile. This sensation resembled that of a mischievous child continually testing the boundaries set by adults, who merely responded with a faint smile, for to them, he was merely a child at play. It must be noted that aside from his fierce defensive prowess, Beverly possessed an exceptional capacity for imagination. Turning back, he dribbled past the half-court line, searching for Leonard. This time, the Eastern player did not closely shadow Leonard but maintained a step's distance, occasionally glancing at Paul George, likely to prevent a pass to him. Beverly, feeling reassured, passed the ball to Leonard. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi suddenly sprang forth like a cheetah, intercepting the ball midair. It turned out that his earlier gaze towards Paul George was merely a ruse to deceive the offensive player, leading Beverly to believe he was distractedly guarding George, while in truth, he had been vigilant over Leonard all along. Seizing the ball, Wang Yi swiftly advanced it with his left hand, and behind him, a figure closely pursued. Chapter 13, Death's Embrace versus. Death's Embrace. Wang Yi received the ball and promptly began dribbling with his left hand, sprinting towards the front court. Behind him, a figure closely pursued, none other than the relentless Beverly, resembling a rabid dog in his fervent chase. With an injury to his right hand, Wang Yi was compelled to rely solely on his left hand for dribbling, which naturally hampered his speed. Upon crossing the half-court line, Beverly had caught up, continually reaching out from the side to disrupt Wang Yi's dribble, taunting him with a barrage of trash talk. You won't take a single point from me. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Wang Yi noticed Caruso had caught up as well. This scenario presented an excellent opportunity for a 2-on-1 play. However, the defensive pressure made it exceedingly difficult for him to pass the ball with one hand. Resolutely, he decided against passing. As he approached the three-point line, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He gathered the ball, leaped, and Beverly, caught off guard, was shaken off by a good 5 meters. Wang Yi raised his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the shot, smooth as silk. The basketball spun off his fingertips, arcing gracefully towards the hoop. Swish! It found nothing but net, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. The nearly 20,000 fans in attendance erupted into a thunderous roar, their cheers crashing over the arena like a tidal wave. Immersed in this cacophony, Wang Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. He turned to face Beverly, who was furrowing his brow, casting a perplexed gaze at this unfamiliar Eastern player. Although he had encountered players of Asian descent before, he had always dismissed them as lacking speed and verticality, with a milder style of play. Yet today, this Eastern player exuded an unexpected ferocity. Though he spoke little on the court, his explosive gameplay was undeniable. Each three-pointer struck like a dagger, piercing the heart of the defense. Nevertheless, this revelation did not dishearten Beverly. Having faced numerous dismissals from NBA teams and spent time playing in Europe, he had encountered chaotic environments where rowdy fans hurled water bottles, beer cans, and even frozen tuna onto the court. In such tumultuous situations, Beverly had never faltered. This minor setback was trivial in comparison. At that moment, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue urgently called for a timeout. Just over 2 minutes had elapsed since the last break, and the lead had shrunk from 12 points to 6. With the Lakers playing at home, if they were to close the gap further, their momentum would swell, making a comeback exceedingly difficult. As the Clippers players gathered around, Coach Lue pointed at Wang Yi from a distance, instructing Leonard, "You will guard him closely." Hearing this, Beverly felt a pang of disappointment. The Eastern player had ignited his competitive spirit, and he had been eager to engage in a duel with this number one. Yet, the coach seemed to have lost faith in his defensive capabilities. However, upon reflection, under his defensive pressure, that individual managed to sink 2 three-pointers and contribute 2 steals. It can be said that within those 2 minutes, he was thoroughly outmatched. Were he the head coach, he would likely have substituted with another defender. Leonard cast a distant glance at Wang Yi, remaining silent, yet nodding in acknowledgement, for he was known for his reticence. Standing over 2 meters tall, Leonard possessed an astonishing wingspan of 2.21 meters, complemented by hands that seemed almost otherworldly. When he defended against his opponents, he became a veritable nightmare for them. Whenever there was dribbling involved, his elongated arms and hands could easily snatch the ball away. Hence, his defense was aptly dubbed the death grip. Many of the league's offensive talents had faltered before Leonard, including the formidable LeBron James, who had once found his defense utterly vexing. Consequently, when an opponent's offensive prowess surged at any given point, it was typically Leonard who took on the primary defensive role. On the Lakers side, head coach Korver addressed his players regarding the forthcoming strategies. We have made several three-pointers in succession, but that does not imply our shooting is consistently on target. In truth, only Wang has found his rhythm from beyond the arc. Thus, they will likely continue to employ a four-man zone defense, while still assigning one player to closely shadow Wang. Therefore, Wang, you must remain in constant motion. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. I will navigate around screens to find open space. At this moment, Korver gestured towards Wang Yi. Remember, maneuvering around screens need not solely involve your teammates. You can also weave through their zone defense to shake off the player assigned to trail you. Wang Yi's eyes brightened. So essentially, I can use the Clippers players as screens. Korver smiled and nodded. In doing so, their defense will become disordered. When their defense is in disarray, opportunities will arise for us. Wang Yi returned the smile. Understood, coach. LeBron timely patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. Brother, whether we can turn the tide of the game rests on your shoulders. Anthony Davis also encouraged him with a pat on the back. I hope you can lead us to victory. Meanwhile, Tucker, who had been substituted out for Wang Yi, felt a tinge of melancholy. Should Wang Yi continue to excel, his rotation spot could very well be usurped. Yet, he understood the ruthless nature of competitive sports. Perform well, and you bask in adulation. Falter, and you are cast aside. Before long, the timeout concluded. The Clippers initiated their offense while Wang Yi resumed applying relentless pressure on Leonard. At that moment, Paul George of the Clippers stepped up, scoring a two-pointer and extending the lead back to 8 points. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. As anticipated, the Clippers maintained their four-man zone defense, while Leonard remained fixated on Wang Yi, preventing him from receiving the ball. The commentator on-site astutely noted the unfolding situation. Oh, look, Leonard has begun to defend Wang. For a 10-day contract player to be the object of Leonard's defense is a considerable honor. One wonders if he can still hit those three-pointers under such formidable pressure. It is difficult to assert that Leonard surpasses Beverly in height or strength. Attempting to score three-pointers over Leonard presents a considerable challenge. Across the ocean, within the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Ming observed this scene with a hint of astonishment. Having Leonard primarily defend Wang Yi is both an honor and a test for him. Su Kun wholeheartedly agreed, nodding as he remarked, indeed. If he can maintain a high level of performance despite Leonard's defense, it will significantly bolster his confidence. However, Leonard's relentless defense is no trivial matter. In the comments section, many critics, previously intimidated by Wang Yi's performance, became lively once more. The issue had merely been Beverly's lack of height, now with Leonard guarding him. It appears this individual will face a far tougher challenge. Leonard's defense is no laughing matter. If he manages to sink 2 three-pointers over Leonard, I shall partake in a rather unpalatable challenge. That notorious commentator has reemerged. Chapter 14. Breaking the death grip at the Staples Center, the game was in full swing. Like a machine, Leonard fixated on Wang Yi, denying him any chance to receive the ball. His long arms and large hands waved in front of Wang Yi, akin to someone brandishing a small tree. How could Wang Yi possibly receive the ball? It was utterly impossible. This was the terrifying nature of the death grip. However, at that moment, Wang Yi pivoted and darted towards the paint. Leonard, unwavering, followed closely. Wang Yi infiltrated the Clippers' zone defense, maneuvering past their power forward. He swiftly advanced to the left corner beyond the three-point line. Leonard, larger than Wang Yi, struggled to navigate around his teammates, lacking Wang Yi's agility. His teammates could not clear a path, for doing so would disrupt their defensive formation. As Wang Yi reached beyond the three-point arc, Leonard hastily pushed aside his teammate and pursued him. At this juncture, Wang Yi found an opening. He received a pass from Caruso and raised his arm to shoot. Leonard was still 3 meters away when he noticed Wang Yi preparing to take the shot. He leaped high into the air, resembling a great bird, lunging towards Wang Yi. One must commend his height, vertical leap, and wingspan. His innate talent was undeniably elite. Even from 3 meters away, he could completely overshadow Wang Yi, rendering him incapable of shooting. Yet, Wang Yi was no fool. His motion was merely a feint. As the bird-like Leonard soared above him, he calmly released his three-point shot. Swish! The three-pointer hit its mark. The deficit was reduced to 5 points. The crowd erupted once more, a cacophony of cheers filling the arena. The large screen displayed Wang Yi, the recent three-point scorer, as the DJ's booming voice resonated throughout the venue. 3 points, courtesy of Wang Yi. Turning back, the Clippers initiated their offense. Wang Yi remained glued to Leonard. Upon receiving the ball, Leonard, noticing Wang Yi's relentless defense, sidestepped and dribbled, using his body to create space for a mid-range jumper. However, endowed with the benefits of the Death Grip experience card, Wang Yi reacted with remarkable speed. As Leonard pushed him away, Wang Yi swiftly advanced a step. At that moment, Leonard had just lifted the ball, yet had not yet leaped. Wang Yi swung his left hand with precision. Smack! He delivered a resounding block, sending Leonard's shot crashing down. Caruso, quick to react from the left, seized the ball and propelled it forward. Wang Yi hastened to keep pace, racing towards the three-point corner. Paul George had caught up. Caruso couldn't attempt a layup, but he spotted Wang Yi in the left corner and instantly passed the ball. As Wang Yi received it, preparing to leap, Beverly had returned to the scene. He fell for Wang Yi's shooting feint, leaping over him. Simultaneously, Leonard had also caught up. Wang Yi executed another shooting fake, causing Leonard to stumble once more. At this moment, if Wang Yi were to make a move, Beverly would undoubtedly respond with a block. Hence, he dribbled to the right, taking a significant step forward to evade Beverly's outstretched fingers. He leaped, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to just 2 points. The brilliance of this shot was evident from the exuberant cheers and roars of the audience. Magnificent. Absolutely thrilling. He blocked Leonard and then swiftly maneuvered around both Beverly and Leonard, sinking another three-pointer. A seamless blend of offense and defense. This is precisely the type of 3D player the Lakers require. I now find myself questioning who truly embodies the relentless pursuit, Leonard or Wang. The large screen at the venue repeatedly showcased Wang Yi's transition from defense to offense. The commentators expressed their amazement. Wang. He is undoubtedly the Lakers' greatest acquisition this year. Wang's play, a perfect amalgamation of attack and defense, was truly a delight to behold. I cannot comprehend how such a player could have been overlooked until now. One commentator spoke the truth. Because he is of Asian descent, some coaches may not fully utilize his talents. Of course, the commentators did not dwell too long on this issue, merely brushing over it. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, the two commentators were equally thrilled. Wang Ming remarked, "Today, Wang Yi's three-pointers may not have been as explosive as in the last game, but his demonstration of integrated offense and defense truly showcased his value." Su Kun nodded in agreement. Indeed, if I recall correctly, since Wang began defending Leonard, Leonard has yet to score. Just look at his defense. He stays glued to his opponent, preventing them from receiving the ball. Although he lacks Leonard's height and wingspan, his tenacity is commendable enough to be considered relentless pursuit. Wang Ming turned to Mena and said, "Sister Na, you must be pleased now?" Mena beamed and replied, "Wang Yi's performance is genuinely impressive. I hope he can soon establish himself within the Lakers rotation." As the host, Wang Ming posed a question. "Teacher Su, do you believe Wang Yi can secure a spot in the rotation?" Su Kun responded, "If Wang Yi continues to maintain this high level of play, he will undoubtedly be an exceptional 3D player, precisely what the Lakers need. It shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the rotation. If he performs well in the next game and maintains this form, securing a guaranteed contract will be a certainty." In the comments section, a fan chimed in. "Wasn't there someone who said Leonard would dominate Wang Yi? Where are they now?" Indeed, where did all the critics vanish to? Come out and show yourselves. What about that Xianggu? Wasn't it said that if Wang Yi scored 2 three-pointers over Leonard, he would livestream eating crow? I'm still waiting. The critics have quietly retreated. Such is the nature of critics. When you falter, they are quick to tear you apart. Yet when you excel, they shrink back into their shells. Of course, there are some critics who, unable to critique your skills, will simply shift their perspective. The game is far from over. The victor remains uncertain. It is still too early to judge. If he were truly exceptional, he would not have wandered through the NBA for 2 years. A couple of commendable performances do not warrant such adulation. It is rather foolish. At the Staples Center, Wang Yi once again defended Leonard. This time, with the support of his teammates, Leonard successfully executed an alley-oop dunk, extending the lead to 4 points. Wang Yi's jumping ability is mediocre, and he stands 10 centimeters shorter than Leonard, making this particular play impossible to defend. As the Lakers transitioned to offense, Wang Yi darted into the Clippers' paint, weaving around their 4 interior players with remarkable agility. While Leonard is an adept defender against the ball handler, he rarely contends with relentless off-ball movement. One might wonder why one would run aimlessly without possessing the ball. Ultimately, the Clippers' interior defense was left in disarray by Wang Yi's maneuvering. He then swiftly broke to the perimeter. Having learned from his previous misstep, Leonard pursued with utmost determination. However, Wang Yi skillfully maneuvered around James's body as James executed a handoff pass. Wang Yi received the ball just beyond the three-point arc and took the shot without hesitation. In the midst of this, Leonard stumbled while trying to navigate past James, colliding with Wang Yi's side. Yet, emboldened by his confidence, Wang Yi released the ball with remarkable speed, having not fully completed his motion. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The referee signaled. Leonard committed a foul, and Wang Yi's three-pointer counts, along with an additional free throw opportunity. Chapter 15. Injury of the brow. Under the relentless pursuit of Leonard, Wang Yi successfully made a three-pointer, drawing a foul from Leonard in the process. He converted the ensuing free throw, leveling the score at 86-86. From a 20-point deficit to a tie, it took merely half a quarter. The swiftness of this comeback was nothing short of terrifying. This remarkable turnaround stemmed from Wang Yi's tenacious defense against the opposing team's key player. His steals and several three-pointers opened up the game for the Lakers. The roar of the crowd reached a crescendo as nearly 20,000 spectators erupted in cheers. In that moment, the momentum of the Lakers peaked. Wang Yi lifted his gaze towards Leonard, who remained expressionless, as was his custom. There was no hint of urgency, no flicker of frustration from being contained, nor any sign of disappointment from having been repeatedly scored upon from beyond the arc. He appeared as an emotionless automaton, exhibiting only mechanical defense and precisely calibrated shooting. At that moment, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue witnessed the erasure of the 20-point deficit in an instant, causing a stir of anxiety within him. However, he refrained from calling another timeout, having already utilized 2 in the brief span of 5 minutes. To expend more would leave him bereft of timeouts during the crucial moments of the fourth quarter. Instead, he called out to his 2 stars, Leonard and George, who turned their heads in response. Yet, Lue offered no verbal instructions, merely gazing intently at them, conveying the unspoken message to devise a solution themselves. This was characteristic of Lue's coaching philosophy. During his tenure with the Cavaliers, he often consulted LeBron for internal matters and sought James' input for external ones. There was even a time when, exhausted to the brink of collapse in the fourth quarter, he called 2 timeouts not for tactical adjustments, but simply to allow LeBron to catch his breath. Such unconventional maneuvers were uniquely his. Now, faced with Wang Yi's sudden defensive prowess and three-point shooting, Lue found himself at a loss. He turned to his 2 core players for guidance. However, while both were capable of individual brilliance, they lacked the ingenuity to devise a strategy in dire circumstances. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus to Rondo. Having navigated the league for many years, Rondo was a seasoned veteran, rich in experience and possessing a high basketball IQ. His ability to guide Cousins in defending against a non-existent shot demonstrated his acumen. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to consider Rondo a coach on the court. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, he addressed Rondo, stating, "Today's victory hinges on you." Rondo, accepting the weight of responsibility, nodded without further ado and stepped back onto the court. In the ensuing minutes, Rondo's involvement revitalized the Clippers' offense. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's three-pointers had breached the opposing team's zone defense, rendering them unable to contain the Lakers. The scores fluctuated as both teams alternated in the lead. As the third quarter concluded, the score between both teams was a mere 2 points apart. During the intermission, nearly all the players from the Lakers approached Wang Yi, exchanging high-fives with him. A wave of exhilaration surged within Wang Yi. After 2 years of wandering in the NBA, he had never experienced such a scene. Previously, those players hardly acknowledged his presence, let alone celebrated with him. Yet now, just 2 games into the season, every player on the team was eager to congratulate him. How could this not evoke deep sentiments within him? At that moment, LeBron James approached with a tablet, tapping Wang Yi on the shoulder in a mysterious manner. "Guess your current stats," he inquired. Wang Yi shook his head, admitting, "I can't guess." His focus had been entirely on the game, concentrating on executing each play, and he had not kept track of his own scoring or the number of three-pointers made. James handed the tablet to Wang Yi, who gazed at the statistical data displayed. 19 points. In just 8 minutes, he had amassed 19 points, 6 out of 9 from beyond the arc and 1 out of 1 from the free throw line. His stats read 19 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block, with a plus-minus of 20. Such remarkable efficiency in a mere 8 minutes was astounding. While 19 points might not seem overwhelming compared to the league's superstars, the plus-minus was indeed formidable. The team had outscored their opponents by 20 points while he was on the court. Wang Yi stared at the impressive figures, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had long aspired to showcase such an exceptional performance, only to be met repeatedly with the harsh realities of the game. Yet today, he had finally delivered the performance of his dreams. Of course, this was merely the beginning. His ambitions stretched far beyond this moment. At that instant, Wang Yi's gaze shifted to the Clippers bench, fixating on Leonard. Having heard tales of his relentless defense, today he truly grasped the terrifying nature of Leonard's tenacity. His dominance in the third quarter over Leonard was not due to any deficiency in Leonard's defense. Rather, it stemmed from his clever tactics. Leonard's defensive prowess exerts immense pressure on the ball handler, while Wang Yi had been playing off the ball. If he were to face Leonard one-on-one with the ball in hand, his current skills would likely result in a disheartening struggle. He yearned for the day when the relentless defense would no longer be a mere enhancement from the system, but rather an innate ability of his own. Only by achieving this could he sustain such relentless pressure for an extended duration, rather than merely experiencing it in brief bursts. Soon, the fourth quarter commenced. The Lakers allowed LeBron to rest, and Wang Yi did not take the court either. Although it seemed he had only played for 8 minutes, the toll on his stamina was substantial. Defensively, he had employed relentless pressure against the robotic Leonard, while on offense, he had constantly navigated through screens to launch three-pointers. Even the most resilient bodies could not withstand such exertion indefinitely, which was why the coach opted not to send him back onto the floor at this juncture. Considering multiple factors in his decision-making, at present, it appears that Wang Yi has unequivocally demonstrated his prowess as an exceptional 3D player through these 2 matches. Such a player is ideally suited to partner with James. Consequently, he plans to field Wang Yi alongside James upon his return to the court. In James's absence, Davis is left to sustain a lineup filled with substitutes. However, the Clippers, under the guidance of Coach Lue, exhibit a seamless offensive flow. In contrast, the Lakers bench players continue to struggle in their performance. Ultimately, with 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Clippers gradually extended their lead to 9 points. At this critical juncture, a distressing scene unfolded. Following a block, Davis suddenly clutched his hip and limped noticeably. The collective anxiety in the arena surged. A profound silence enveloped the venue. The team physician hurriedly approached to assist Davis in mobilizing his left leg. Moments later, he supported Davis as they made their way to the locker room. Soon, word emerged from the locker room. Davis would not return for the remainder of the game. James's expression grew increasingly grave. He approached Vogel, his tone laced with an unmistakable resolve. "Coach, I need to play." Ordinarily, this would be his designated rest period. But he could no longer afford to remain sidelined. Although this is merely a regular season game, the rivalry between these 2 teams is fierce, and the Clippers represent the Lakers' most formidable adversary in the playoffs within the Western Conference. Therefore, he is resolute in his determination to secure victory in this matchup. Chapter 16. A call to arms in a moment of urgency. With the team in disarray following an injury to Davis, James implored to take the court. Coach Vogel deliberated briefly before assenting. "You may proceed." His gaze then shifted to Wang Yi. "It's your time to shine." In this match, Wang Yi's three-point shooting was exceptionally precise. With James returning, it was only natural to pair him with Wang Yi. Simultaneously, Vogel turned to Drummond, instructing, "Andre, focus on securing rebounds, particularly on the offensive end." Drummond nodded in acknowledgement. Since joining the Lakers, he had often played tricks, with his true prowess only occasionally revealed. He was eager to validate his presence on the team. Initially, he and James seemed incompatible. James' style necessitated spacing on the court, which Drummond, lacking mid-range shooting ability, could not provide. However, this game was different. Wang Yi's long-range shooting could be relied upon, should the opponents crowd the paint. Wang Yi was poised to punish them from beyond the arc. Conversely, if they extended their defense, James would find ample room to drive. Soon, the trio was substituted into the game. The Lakers lineup now consisted of James, Drummond, Caruso, Pope, and Wang Yi. Aside from Drummond's somewhat limited mobility, this quintet exhibited nearly no defensive weaknesses. As Wang Yi had exited moments earlier, the countdown of his death grip experience had paused. Now, re-entering the fray, the timer resumed, granting him 2 more minutes of this unique advantage. The Lakers launched an offensive, with Wang Yi tirelessly maneuvering to create opportunities. His defender had switched to Paul George, a formidable adversary known for his elite defensive skills. Although often labeled as a mere background figure, this only underscored the strength of his defense, particularly in critical moments against pivotal players. Drummond, with his imposing stature, set a high-quality screen. Wang Yi adeptly navigated around it, momentarily shedding George's coverage. James, with his exceptional court vision, swiftly recognized Wang Yi had found space and delivered the pass. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, Wang Yi made no adjustments and launched his shot. Thud. The bank shot from three-point range found its mark, reducing the deficit to 6 points. The game pressed on. Turning back, Wang Yi continued to apply relentless pressure on Leonard. Meanwhile, James remained glued to George, though age had limited James' ability to sustain defensive intensity. During the most crucial possessions, his imposing presence remained formidable. Caruso engaged in a tight contest with Rondo. As Rondo penetrated the defense and sought to distribute the ball, he noticed George was heavily marked and Leonard was ensnared. His only option was to pass to Beverly on the opposite side. Beverly attempted a shot but hesitated under the looming presence of Pope, opting instead to return the ball to Rondo. Rondo endeavored to orchestrate another offensive play, but with his teammate stifled, he was forced to take a desperate three-pointer as the shot clock dwindled. Thud. The attempt clanked off the rim. The Lakers seized the opportunity to advance. James secured the rebound and immediately fed Pope, who raced down the court for a successful dunk. The point differential was narrowed to 4. In the subsequent minute and a half, the Lakers exhibited an intense defensive effort that rendered the Clippers scoreless. The Lakers executed 2 fast breaks, complemented by LeBron's free throws and a three-pointer from Wang Yi, effectively leveling the score once more. The Clippers were swiftly called for a timeout, and the atmosphere in the arena reached a crescendo once again. As LeBron exited the court, he exchanged a vigorous high-five with Wang Yi, causing Wang's left hand to sting from the force of the impact. It is worth noting that LeBron possesses a physique so formidable that even his palms exhibit muscle. Such a powerful slap was beyond Wang's slight frame to endure, prompting him to grimace and quietly remark, "LeBron, do you intend for my left hand to be injured as well?" LeBron erupted in laughter, reassuring him, "Do not worry. If you get hurt, we have Karen." In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, as the score was equalized, Mena beamed with joy once more. Wang Meng, with a smile, inquired, "Sister Na, are you happy now?" Mena placed her hand over her heart, expressing, "I was terrified when Davis got injured. I feared the Lakers might falter. Thankfully, it seems they have held their ground." Wang Meng nodded in agreement, stating, "Injuries are the greatest adversaries for athletes. Let us hope Davis is not severely affected." Returning to the game, the Lakers managed to score 9 points within the last 2 minutes. How were they able to equalize the score without Davis? Let us turn to Sue Lauscher for some insights. Sue Kuhn adjusted his glasses and remarked, "In the past 2 minutes, the defensive intensity displayed by the Lakers has been formidable. They prevented the Clippers from scoring. LeBron activated his decisive mode early, while Caruso and KCP elevated their defensive prowess. Although Drummond's mobility may be slightly hampered, his intimidation factor under the basket remains potent. What surprised me most was Wang Yi. His defense reached an elite level. Some might perceive that Wang Yi contributed little defensively during these 2 minutes. No steals, no blocks, and no rebounds. However, it is crucial to observe that he was primarily guarding Leonard, who failed to register a single successful offensive play during this span. Furthermore, his plus-minus rating stands at 29, indicating that while he was on the court, the Lakers outscored the opposition by 29 points, a team-high statistic. At this stage, I believe that even if the Lakers ultimately lose, it would still be worthwhile, as they have uncovered a quality 3D player in Wang Yi, which is precisely what the team currently requires. Of course, this hinges on Wang Yi's ability to maintain consistency. At this moment, the negative commentators in the live chat had largely dissipated, particularly the notorious Xiang Ge, who had vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, certain critics always manage to unearth peculiar points of contention. Shooting with the left hand? It looks awkward. They insist. If you possess the skill, win the game first, they challenge. Just a stat patter. They scoff. The NBA is a realm that celebrates individuality. Yet he retains such an ordinary hairstyle. Truly quite uncouth. At the Staples Center, on the Lakers bench, Wang Yi took a sip of the unpalatable Gatorade. As the players of the Lakers exuded exuberance, his expression gradually turned grave. The time for the death entanglement experience card had elapsed. Subsequently, his defense would revert to its former mediocre state. At such a level, would he still be able to guard against Leonard? Clearly, he would not. However, in this match, he was determined to prove himself. He aimed to seize this rare opportunity to earn ample playing time for himself. Therefore, come what may, he must contain Leonard. Furthermore, he refused to be perceived as a mere liability reliant on the system. Even in the absence of a system moving forward, he was resolute in exerting every ounce of effort to deliver a performance that would astonish everyone. Head coach Vogel astutely sensed a shift in Wang Yi's demeanor. He inquired, "Wang, is something troubling you?" Wang Yi shook his head. His voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "No." Chapter 17. Who will execute the final kill? As the game resumed, the Los Angeles Clippers began their offensive play. Wang Yi remained the primary defender against Leonard. Without the benefit of the death grip experience card, Wang Yi knew he had to defend with extraordinary fervor. While offense often relies on innate talent, defense is predominantly a matter of willpower. Even with modest natural ability, one can exhibit remarkably tenacious defense through sheer determination. Take, for instance, the relentless Beverly. At this moment, Wang Yi resolved to defend with utmost intensity. Whenever Leonard sought to receive the ball, Wang Yi persistently maneuvered in front of him, obstructing his attempts to catch it. He engaged Leonard in constant physical confrontations, sacrificing his own body to sap Leonard's stamina. When Leonard held the ball, Wang Yi diligently disrupted his passing, ensuring that both catching and dribbling became exceedingly uncomfortable for him. Such discomfort would inevitably disrupt Leonard's rhythm, leading to a decline in his shooting accuracy. Indeed, in the subsequent minutes, Leonard managed only one successful mid-range shot out of 4 attempts and failed to convert any of his three-point shots. Meanwhile, George, too, found himself stifled by James, managing only 1 basket out of 3 attempts. For the Lakers, Wang Yi, despite his considerable exertion, demonstrated a shooting prowess of 2 successful three-pointers from 4 attempts during this period. As a result, the Lakers had established a 5-point lead. However, the Clippers sharpshooters soon found their rhythm, sinking consecutive three-pointers, including one from Rondo, further intensifying the competition. Ultimately, the suspense of the match lingered until the final 28 seconds, with the score standing at 115 to 117 in favor of the Clippers. The Lakers held possession of the ball. At this moment, the hearts of the audience, whether present in the arena, watching from their televisions, or glued to their computers and phones, raced with anticipation, palms slick with sweat. Almost all spectators in the venue stood, many female viewers clasping their hands over their hearts, bowing their heads in silent supplication. The arena's large screen frequently captured the expressions of James and Wang Yi. The forthcoming offensive play was crucial. As the team's leader and cerebral force, James was the natural choice to spearhead the attack. However, Wang Yi's remarkable three-point shooting, hitting 8 out of 12, suggested that entrusting him with the ball was not without merit. The question lingered. How should they proceed? In the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, Mina clasped her hands tightly in anxiety. Wang Ming exclaimed, "What an exhilarating game." Su Kun concurred. "Indeed, it's captivating." Wang Ming posed another question. The significance of the Lakers' next possession cannot be overstated. A successful play would not only secure a victory in this city rivalry, but also elevate the Lakers' standing. Should they encounter the Clippers in the playoffs, they would hold a psychological advantage. "Who do you think will take the final shot, Su?" With a smile, Su Kun replied. The visuals from the arena have already provided the answer. James is undoubtedly the primary option, but if Wang Yi has the opportunity, he would also be an excellent choice. However, there is one point to consider. Wang Yi had always entered the game during garbage time, never having participated in such a fiercely contested match. He has never attempted a shot of such significance. Whether he can withstand the psychological pressure and make the shot is indeed a question. Wang Ming strongly agreed and was filled with anticipation. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, the critics reappeared in the comments. Come on, relying on him for crucial shots? James was bound to pass the blame again. urging everyone to brace themselves for the fallout. Could Wang Yi bear this burden with his slight frame? The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Even the cheerleading performance during the timeout failed to capture anyone's attention. Some players from the Lakers began to feel the strain, particularly several sitting on the bench, who clenched their fists tightly, silently praying. Caruso repeatedly wiped the sweat from his brow, while Drummond gulped down water. In contrast, James remained relatively unfazed. He had weathered countless storms, and this match seemed insignificant by comparison. Notably, one person was also untroubled, Wang Yi. Not only was he composed, but his eyes sparkled with fervor. His blood surged within him. Although he had expended considerable energy earlier, the adrenaline coursing through him made fatigue a distant thought. He was exhilarated, he was thrilled. To partake in such a battle was his only sentiment, elation. This was his inherent trait. Since elementary school, he had participated in a multitude of competitions: jump rope contests, table tennis tournaments, calligraphy competitions, English contests, math competitions, sports meets. In most competitions, the majority would experience anxiety, even nervous enough to make frequent trips to the restroom. Yet Wang Yi was different. The more intense the competition, the more invigorated he felt. He relished competition, he yearned for it. This characteristic was ingrained in him from birth. Coach Vogel had also noticed Wang Yi's enthusiasm and was quite astonished. He seldom encountered players who thrived under pressure, becoming more exhilarated in high-stakes moments. It prompted him to ask, "Wang, how do you feel about taking this shot?" Many players were momentarily taken aback. Wang Yi had performed exceptionally well in this game, yet such a pivotal shot entrusted to a 10-day contract player raised concerns. It was well known that the pressure heightened during critical moments, making it questionable whether his three-point shot would remain steady. Most believed it to be improbable for a player on a 10-day contract. Not to mention, even many key players on various teams often hesitated to take the shot in crucial moments. Thus, such responsibilities typically fell to the star players. It was indeed unexpected for the coach to pose such a question to Wang Yi. However, upon hearing it, Wang Yi did not hesitate for even a second. He confidently replied, "I believe it's a great opportunity." The others were further astonished. Where did this confidence come from for a player on a 10-day contract? Did he feel no pressure at all? Naturally, Wang Yi could not elucidate that he became more exhilarated during critical moments. He merely stated, "I am just a player on a 10-day contract. If I make the shot, people will say I'm impressive, and accolades will follow. If I miss, everyone will blame the person who passed me the ball, questioning why such a crucial shot was entrusted to a player on a 10-day contract. Therefore, the pressure lies with you, not me." His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Laughter erupted among them, and in such a tense atmosphere, Wang Yi's remarks undoubtedly alleviated some of the anxiety, allowing everyone to relax slightly. However, at that moment, LeBron interjected, "Wang, don't move around later. Just position yourself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. I'll drive into the paint. The Clippers will think I one-tee passed to you for such a pivotal shot, so they will surely converge on me in the paint. At that moment, I will pass the ball to you." Wang Yi nodded eagerly, understood. Chapter 18. The crucial three-pointer. Many assert that LeBron James tends to shift blame during critical moments, yet they conveniently overlook his record-setting number of game-winning shots in playoff history. He simply embodies a different archetype compared to Jordan and Kobe. While Jordan and Kobe were more focused on personal scoring, taking the final shot upon themselves, LeBron exhibits a more holistic approach. When it comes to the decisive shot, he opts to pass the ball to the teammate in the most advantageous position. Of course, should that prime opportunity arise for him, he would not hesitate to seize it. At this juncture, with Wang Yi in exceptional form, LeBron resolved to entrust this pivotal shot to him. Wang Yi stood tall, his gaze fervent. "All right." He uttered this single word, yet it resonated with an undeniable thirst for battle. Back on the court, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. LeBron, ball in hand, crossed half court. At this moment, the Lakers trailed by just 2 points, granting them the option of either a 2-point or a 3-point attempt. Following LeBron's guidance, Wang Yi remained stationed in the corner, refraining from making any movements. The Clippers head coach, observing the situation, felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, Vogel would not entrust such a crucial shot to a player on a 10-day contract, or perhaps the psychological weight would be too burdensome for the temporary player, rendering him hesitant to shoot. With this thought in mind, he shouted to Paul George, who was guarding Wang Yi, "Be vigilant in protecting the paint. Focus on the interior defense." LeBron had struggled with his three-point shooting that game. Given Tyronn Lue's understanding of LeBron, it was certain he would drive to the basket. Paul George nodded, recalling that he had previously been the victim of a last-second shot from LeBron. This time, he was determined to prevent LeBron from hitting another critical shot. At this moment, the formidable Leonard was defending LeBron. After a deft change of direction, LeBron created half a step of separation from Leonard. He then utilized his body to push past Leonard, charging toward the paint. Although two defenders awaited him inside, Paul George, still uneasy, rushed over to provide help defense. As Paul George lunged toward LeBron, LeBron executed a precise pass that arced over Paul George's shoulder and found its way to Wang Yi. Paul George's heart sank. Realizing too late the danger, he swiftly pivoted, racing toward Wang Yi, but it was already too late. Wang Yi caught the ball and shot without the slightest hesitation. The basketball traced a high arc toward the hoop, drawing the gaze of every spectator. The tension gripped the hearts of Clippers players and fans alike. For Wang Yi's three-point prowess was undeniably formidable. In this critical moment, they could not help but feel their hearts leap into their throats. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 20,000 spectators, the basketball finally descended toward the rim. With a resounding clang, it struck the front of the hoop and ricocheted high into the air. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed from the audience, a chorus of nearly 20,000 voices lamenting the near miss. The players, coach, and fans of the Clippers collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that the primary player for the Lakers ultimately faltered under psychological pressure. At such a critical juncture, he failed to convert what could have been the most pivotal shot of the game. Lakers fans witnessing this moment were already cursing in frustration. Why was the ball past him? The commentator, speaking with rapid fervor, exclaimed, "Oh no, why pass the ball to him?" Undeniably, Wang's performance was commendable. Yet he had never experienced even a single second of crucial moments in his career, rendering him incapable of withstanding such immense psychological strain. LeBron's decision to pass was a poor choice. One wonders if he will regret it. In a direct broadcast by Tencent NBA, two commentators expressed their disappointment. Wang Meng lamented, "Wang Yi's three-pointer missed. How unfortunate." Su Kun shook his head. Had that shot been successful, it would have established him as a player with a strong heart, crucial for his future guaranteed contract. At that moment, the barrage of comments was silent. Following that missed shot, the game was far from over. In this suffocatingly tense moment, the critics had no desire to disparage Wang Yi, as the ball ricocheted high. For Clippers players crowded the paint, vying for the rebound. Meanwhile, aside from LeBron, the rest of the Lakers players were positioned beyond the three-point line, unable to contest for the rebound in time. Swiftly, the rebound was secured by the Clippers' Rondo, who intended to dribble the ball. However, before he could release it, a pair of hands unexpectedly reached in from the side, seizing the basketball with force. It was none other than Caruso, the sole king of Los Angeles. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. The four Clippers players converged on Caruso, who was now ensnared like a dumpling. Spotting Wang Yi stationed in the left corner, Caruso, with little time to ponder, leaped towards the baseline, creating a passing lane. In midair, he flung the ball towards Wang Yi. When the crowd witnessed Caruso passing to Wang Yi once more, nearly everyone internally screamed "No." The commentator's voice raced. Caruso steals the ball and passes to Wang. He just missed a shot. Surely this time he won't shoot again. Who will he pass to? LeBron is open on the perimeter. He should pass to LeBron and reset the offense. Yet, Wang Yi paid no heed to these considerations. With an open opportunity before him, not taking the shot would be a squandered chance. As for psychological pressure, that was a jest. For someone so eager to compete, he scarcely recognized what psychological pressure entailed. At this moment, Paul George had closed in once more. Nonetheless, upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi exhibited not a trace of hesitation. His eyes reflected sheer determination. He bent his knees, rose onto his toes, leapt, lifted his arm, exerted force, flicked his wrist, and released the shot. The entire movement was executed with fluidity and grace. A seamless display of skill. The player, known as Paogio, lunged with remarkable speed. However, due to the considerable distance, he could only watch helplessly as the basketball slipped past his fingertips. The audience's hearts raced once more, and even the commentators were fervently exclaiming, "No." The basketball soared through the air in serene silence. The Staples Center was enveloped in a profound stillness, with everyone holding their breath, their gazes riveted upon the ball. As it glided through the air, a pivotal moment arrived. Suddenly, the delightful sound of the ball brushing against the net resonated. A splash of white erupted from the center of the hoop. A three-point shot succeeded. Instantly, the Staples Center erupted into an overwhelming roar of jubilation. The commentators' incessant "no" transformed in an instant into a resounding yes, not a noise. Chapter 19, the defining moment at the Staples Center. The roar of the crowd surged like a tsunami, erupting with the intensity of a volcano. The very dome of the arena seemed on the verge of being lifted off. Yes, Wong. Incredible. Oh my goodness, thank heavens. The DJ's elongated exclamations soared even higher. A three-pointer from Wong E. across the vast ocean. In the 10-cent NBA studio, Mina exhaled deeply, unable to suppress her clenched fists. As a female broadcaster, she was entitled to have her favored team, and she could openly express her support during the live broadcast. However, when her beloved team made a critical shot, she had to restrain her excitement, forcing herself to contain her emotions. Wang Meng, on the other hand, raised his fist in delight, exclaiming, "Amazing! Absolutely phenomenal!" Su Kun, unable to contain his exhilaration, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "My goodness, he really dared to shoot." In such a pivotal moment, after missing the previous attempt, he shot again without the slightest hesitation. A big heart, a clutch player. On the barrage of comments, those who had initially intended to criticize Wang Yi for his previous miss fell silent, as if rendered mute. The screen was flooded with an overwhelming display of admiration. Yet, at that moment, the 5 players on the Lakers had no time to celebrate. The Clippers, having called too many timeouts, were out of options. The Lakers had to quickly fall back on defense. The final offensive play for the Clippers was entrusted to Leonard. And once again, Wang Yi was on defense, closely monitoring Leonard's every move. On the sidelines, Coach Vogel signaled to Wang Yi, "You can commit a tactical foul." Wang Yi nodded. As the clock dwindled to the last 13 seconds and Leonard prepared to make his move, Wang Yi reached out, grabbing the hem of Leonard's jersey. Since the Lakers had not yet accumulated 4 team fouls, this foul did not warrant free throws. The ball was inbound again, and George received it. Wang Yi remained steadfastly glued to Leonard, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. George attempted to pass to Leonard several times, but seeing that the opportunities were not favorable and recalling Wang Yi's previous 2 successful steals from Leonard, he abandoned the thought of passing. Facing James' defense from the perimeter, he took a forced shot. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the back of the rim. The red light on the backboard illuminated. Beep. The game was over. 118-117. The Lakers triumphed by a single point. The audience erupted once more in a deafening roar. The Lakers players raised their arms in celebration. Caruso was the first to rush over, exuberantly embracing Wang Yi. "Wang, we won, thanks to your crucial three-pointer." James and the others soon joined in, declaring, "Wang, this is your moment." James advised, "Savor this moment to the fullest," sharing his wisdom as a seasoned veteran. Tucker, Gasol, Harrell, and others exchanged celebratory high-fives with Wang Yi. "Wang, you are a player with a heart of gold," they exclaimed. "You truly have the audacity to shoot, after missing that last attempt. You still took your shot without hesitation. Impressive. My friend, you are remarkable." The Lakers gathered together, reveling in this hard-earned victory. Moments later, the exuberance of the Lakers began to settle. Players from the Clippers approached, embracing their Lakers counterparts in a show of sportsmanship. Leonard was the first to hug James, followed by a brief embrace with Wang Yi. He spoke little, simply stating, "You are a worthy opponent." Wang Yi responded succinctly, "You too." After Leonard's words, he swiftly made his way toward the players' tunnel. Yet, during their embrace, Wang Yi could sense the fierce competitive spirit emanating from Leonard. Such is the nature of all great stars. The stronger the adversary, the more fervent their drive to compete. After embracing James, Paul George also approached Wang Yi. "After today, I shall remember your name. I look forward to our next encounter," he said. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am looking forward to it as well." Once they departed, the beautiful reporter, Ellie Clifton, who had been waiting at the sidelines, hurried over. Previously a reporter for the Cavaliers, she followed James to the Lakers, being a staunch admirer of his. However, this time, she sought out Wang Yi for a post-game interview. If Wang Yi felt surprised by the last post-game interview, this time he deemed it well-deserved. After sinking the most pivotal three-pointer, who else could they interview but him? "Hi Wang. Congratulations on the Lakers' victory and on making that crucial three-pointer. How did it feel to make that shot?" The reporter's voice was sweet. Wang Yi smiled as he replied, "It felt fantastic. This is the shot I have always dreamed of making." The reporter continued with her second question, after missing your previous shot. "What kept you motivated to take that final attempt? How did you endure such immense psychological pressure?" Wang Yi explained, I practice my three-point shots every day for moments like this. Whether the ball comes from James or Caruso, I will shoot without reservation. The reporter then posed her final question, what are your future plans for your professional career? Wang Yi chuckled, first and foremost, securing a guaranteed contract. The reporter remarked, given your performance tonight, I believe Pelinka is already prepared to offer you a guaranteed contract. And then, Wang Yi continued, then, I aim to deliver exceptional performances to earn a substantial contract. Naturally, the ultimate goal is the championship. I believe that should be the aspiration of every player. However, Wang Yi did not voice his deeper ambitions. Beyond the championship, he yearned for more, to become a star, a superstar, a legendary figure in the game. The reporter concluded, thank you, Wang. I wish you the best in replicating tonight's performance every day. Wang Yi nodded politely, expressing his gratitude. As he prepared to depart, another staff member called out to him. Apologetically, he said, I'm sorry, Wang, but you cannot leave just yet. There is another interview. Generally, players are quite fatigued after a match, eager to return for a soothing bath and some rest. Post-match interviews are regarded as an honor for ordinary players. Yet for many star athletes, they can be quite bothersome. Having already completed one interview, Wang Yi was now faced with a second request. The staff member, feeling remorseful, recognized Wang Yi's elevated status in the eyes of the public. In his eagerness to avoid any refusal from Wang Yi, he quickly added, it is a journalist from your country. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let him come. Chapter 20. The beautiful journalist Zhou Lingyan in a foreign land. Encountering a fellow compatriot was a delightful surprise for Wang Yi. Upon seeing Wang Yi's affirmative response, the staff member promptly nodded. Very well, I shall summon her immediately. Before long, a stunning journalist accompanied by a cameraman approached. Wang Yi turned his gaze to her and beheld a vision of beauty, Zhou Lingyan. With flowing long hair and clad in a form-fitting white mini dress that accentuated her alluring figure, Wang Yi recognized her instantly. She had interviewed him when he first entered the NBA. For avid fans of the NBA in China, she was a familiar face, often conducting post-game interviews with various players. However, her standing in the NBA was evidently not on par with the prominent journalists from TNT or ESPN, which meant she typically interviewed role players rather than the stars. Long time no see, she greeted him warmly. Their meeting was not the first, and hearing Mandarin in the NBA felt endearing to Wang Yi, who smiled in response. Congratulations on your outstanding performance tonight, particularly your crucial shot, Zhou Lingyan remarked. Wang Yi nodded appreciatively. You played just 15 minutes tonight, making 9 out of 13 three-point attempts, scoring 28 points, with 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. How do you feel about such an impressive performance? Zhou Lingyan inquired, watching him thoughtfully as he appeared to ponder his response. She refrained from rushing him. She understood that all NBA players undergo training for interviews, learning what to say and what to avoid. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yi seemed ready to articulate his thoughts. It feels exhilarating, he exclaimed. Zhou Lingyan was taken aback, then couldn't he help but laugh. After all that preparation, he offered but a single word? The cameraman also stifled a chuckle, causing the camera to wobble slightly. Once she regained her composure, Zhou Lingyan asked, what motivated you to deliver such an impressive performance? This time, Wang Yi did not hesitate. To earn the opportunity for your interview after the game, he replied candidly. Zhou Lingyan beamed with delight. You truly have a sense of humor. She continued with her final question. Many fans back home support you. Do you have a message for them? Wang Yi nodded. To my supportive fans, I assure you, I will not disappoint. As for the critics, feel free to voice your opinions. If I let your words affect me, that would be my defeat. Zhou Lingyan was slightly taken aback. Wang Yi appeared quite gentle on the surface, yet his words were unexpectedly direct. However, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. After not performing well for 2 years, many fans in China had gradually lost interest in him, which was, in fact, quite reasonable. The critics incessantly derided his basketball skills, a sentiment he reluctantly accepted. However, many detractors escalated their vitriol to personal attacks, even targeting Wang Yi's family. To assert that Wang Yi bore no resentment would be implausible. Delivering such an outstanding performance at this juncture undoubtedly served as a source of vindication for him. His current remarks can be interpreted as a response to the relentless disparagement he has endured. Having come to this realization, Zhou Lingyan smiled and expressed, Wang Yi, thank you for granting this interview. I eagerly anticipate your continued stellar performance in the next match. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I look forward to seeing you again. Farewell. He bid adieu to Zhou Lingen and proceeded towards the player's tunnel. However, upon entering the tunnel, he was momentarily taken aback to find LeBron James waiting for him at the entrance. Typically, when a player excels, both James and Anthony Davis wait at the tunnel entrance to greet them as they return to the locker room. Given Wang Yi's remarkable performance tonight, particularly his clutch shot, he certainly deserved such recognition. James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, come with me to the press conference. I trust you won't be lingering outside the locker room in pursuit of money again." Wang Yi chuckled, "Of course not." After returning to the locker room and enjoying a refreshing shower, Wang Yi accompanied James to the post-game press conference. This marked Wang Yi's inaugural appearance at such an event. He answered each question posed by the reporters with precision, occasionally injecting humor that elicited laughter from the audience. Meanwhile, in the merchandise area of the Staples Center, a 10-year-old blonde boy rushed in, clutching $10. He approached the clerk, exclaiming, "I want a Lakers jersey, number 1. The clerk shook his head, replying, "I'm sorry, we don't have number 1 jerseys." The boy, puzzled, responded, "How is that possible? Number 1. The player who hit the clutch shot tonight, Wang." The clerk reiterated with a smile, "I truly apologize, but he is currently on a short-term contract. We do not sell jerseys for players on such contracts. Short-term contracts are non-guaranteed, meaning he could be released immediately following this game. Even if he isn't, he would only play for the team for 10 days. After that, he might join another team, or perhaps no team at all would sign him. Thus, it is impractical for us to sell their jerseys." Frustrated, the boy implored, "What should I do? I really want Wang's jersey." The clerk shrugged and suggested, "I'm sorry, but if you have a phone, you can leave your number. We will notify you as soon as we have his jersey in stock." At that moment, the boy's parents entered the store. After understanding the situation, they left their contact information and subsequently departed with their son. Before leaving, the boy persistently urged the clerk, "Please, if his jersey arrives, notify me immediately. I truly want his jersey." Meanwhile, some fans were expressing their thoughts on Twitter, lamenting the absence of Wang's jersey, which they found quite perplexing. It was rumored that Wang was a player on a short 10-day contract. Why had the Lakers not yet offered him a guaranteed contract? Rob Pelinka, take action swiftly. However, Pelinka did not respond immediately. Wang remained unfazed by this. Through his performances in these 2 games, he had already demonstrated his worth. A high-quality 3 and D player is undoubtedly in high demand within the NBA. Even if the Lakers were to withhold a guaranteed contract from him, he was confident that other teams would eagerly vie for his services. Moreover, the Lakers were in dire need of premium 3 and D players. He trusted that Pelinka would not remain indifferent to this situation. That evening, Wang followed Caruso back to his home, once again taking refuge in the garage. Who would have imagined that a player who showcased such remarkable performance that night was actually residing in a teammate's garage? Nevertheless, Wang was aware that he would soon vacate this space. He opened his phone and donned his headphones. The familiar sound of Gwadi Gang's crosstalk filled his ears. Since entering the NBA, during countless nights of disappointment, it had been Gwadi Gang's humor that had lulled him to sleep. Although tonight was not particularly disappointing. Listening to Gwadi Gang's crosstalk had undoubtedly become his nightly ritual. Chapter 21. A sensation across the internet. Wang Yi was indeed fatigued tonight, so he succumbed to slumber before awaiting the system to issue any tasks. The last time the system released a training assignment in the evening, it deprived him of a restful night. Thus, he chose to retire early, planning to review matters in the morning. Meanwhile, at a private clinic in Los Angeles, Dr. Karen was unable to quell his excitement after witnessing the Lakers game. While others marveled at Wang Yi's performance with astonishment and surprise, the emotions swirling within him could only be encapsulated by the term stunning. He was acutely aware of Wang Yi's wrist injury, a chronic ailment that had worsened over years of persistent training despite the pain. Although he had adapted by shooting with his left hand, the right wrist remained under strain, particularly in the high-intensity confrontations of the NBA. In such circumstances, this Eastern athlete managed to score an astonishing 28 points in a mere span of minutes, including a pivotal three-pointer that sealed the game. This feat required not only remarkable basketball prowess, but also extraordinary willpower. Incredible. Unbelievable. Thus, he resolved to heal Wang Yi's injury in the shortest time possible, determined not to allow such a resilient individual to see his career thwarted by physical limitations. If his previous motivation stemmed from respect for LeBron James, it now blossomed into a deep appreciation for talent. Simultaneously, across the ocean in China, Wang Yi's game winner ignited a frenzy online. Any media outlet covering the NBA was bound to feature Wang Yi's name. Tencent Sports NBA section proclaimed, "Surprise! Wang Yi scores 28 points in 15 minutes. Our player's first near-game winner in the NBA. He has rectified Yao Ming's regrets. Apologies to LeBron and Davis, but tonight, I am the protagonist." On the Hoopu basketball forum, discussions erupted. Apologies to King James, a new monarch rises. Wang Yi, I can handle the burden James left behind. Pelinka, what are you waiting for? Undeniably, many of these reports and posts contained exaggerations. Domestic media often revels in elevating players to celestial heights when they perform well, only to drag them through the mud when they falter. As a Chinese player competing in the NBA, one must be prepared for both adulation and derision. Revered basketball commentator Yang Yi succinctly expressed his sentiments on Weibo with just 2 words, refreshing. The meaning behind these words was unmistakable. For domestic fans, ever since Yao Ming's retirement, they had been awaiting the emergence of another Chinese player capable of establishing themselves in the NBA. Although Wang Yi had ventured into the NBA, his first 2 years were spent wandering between teams, seizing only a few minutes of playtime during garbage time, thus failing to make any significant impact. Yet, in today's game, not only did Wang Yi score 28 points, but he also delivered a near-game winner that ultimately sealed the match. This allowed fans of Huaxia to finally release the pent-up frustration they had harbored for over a decade. Simultaneously, the news of Wang Yi's clutch shot surged to the 8th spot on Weibo's trending list. Even those who are not particularly invested in basketball found themselves intrigued, eager to search for information about Huaxia players making their mark in the NBA. Meanwhile, highlights of Wang Yi's 28-point performance circulated across various short video platforms, with views, likes, and comments rapidly increasing. Xiao, who specialized in creating NBA short videos, faced stiff competition in this field. Consequently, his videos often garnered modest engagement. After watching the Lakers game today, he followed his usual practice of compiling highlights of the standout player. Unsurprisingly, Wang Yi was the day's most distinguished player. Xiao meticulously edited together all of Wang Yi's 28 points, beginning with a display of the Lakers' score against the Clippers, 115-117. Following this was an off-screen narration. I was born for this moment. Next, the footage showcased Wang Yi receiving a pass from Caruso and executing that decisive shot. This was succeeded by Chinese commentary, followed by a comprehensive collection of Wang Yi's entire performance. 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. After completing the video, Xiao took a deep breath and uploaded it to Douyin. With this task accomplished, he finally had a moment to eat a few bites of his meal. In the afternoon, he intended to drive for Didi to supplement his household income. He hastily stir-fried yesterday's leftovers and rice together, finished his meal simply, and took a few sips of water before preparing to drive. Once in the car, he instinctively scrolled through his phone. To his astonishment, he found that within half an hour of uploading his video, it had already amassed 134 likes and 332 comments. He questioned whether he was mistaken. Typically, even videos of the hottest NBA stars took at least 3 days to reach such numbers. The realization that this record had been achieved in merely 30 minutes was almost unbelievable. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that his eyes had not deceived him. He pondered the reasons behind this sudden surge. Wang Yi's exceptional performance combined with the historic nature of a Huaxia player's first clutch shot in the NBA surely contributed to the video's popularity. Suppressing his excitement, he exited Douyin and opened Didi to begin accepting ride requests. The afternoon brought a flurry of orders, and after completing a few, he felt a strong urge to check the video statistics. However, new ride requests came in quickly, forcing him to continue working. After 2 hours of driving, he could no longer contain his curiosity. He parked at a space near the park, turned off Didi, and swiftly opened Douyin. The numbers that greeted him were astounding. Likes, 13,000. Comments, 4,033. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. In his usual routine, the videos he created garnered a modest reception, with his most successful one taking an entire week to barely surpass 20,000 likes. However, today's video achieved over 10,000 likes in a mere 2.5 hours. Furthermore, the volume of comments was exceptionally high. Typically, he would receive only a handful of likes for every comment, with a ratio of nearly 10-1. Yet today, an astonishing ratio of 3-1 emerged. This was truly astounding. Unable to resist, he began perusing the comments. I am Wang, incredible. Amazing, amazing, amazing. 666, 6666. Wow, a game winner. At last, a player from our great nation has made a game-winning shot in the NBA, a cause for universal celebration. As he absorbed these remarks, Xiao Ke felt a tremor of excitement within him. Hope surged in his heart. It seemed he had indeed aligned himself with the right ally in Ego. He eagerly anticipated more spectacular performances from Ego. As long as EGE's games remained captivating, his videos would surely attract attention. With an increase in viewership, financial rewards would inevitably follow, significantly alleviating his economic burdens. Chapter 22. A new mission in Huaxia. It is not only short video creators like Xiao Ke who are commenting on today's performance of Wang Yi. Numerous freelance basketball commentators have also begun to weigh in, among them Su Jingyu from Yushua Sports. Su, not particularly striking in appearance and speaking with a northeastern accent, has attracted considerable attention, often connecting with Tencent's NBA livestream. At this moment, Su glanced at his phone and remarked. A netizen inquired whether Wang Yi can truly thrive. His ability to succeed hinges on his stability. Based on his performance in these two matches, he bears resemblance to the once popular Lin. Initially, Lin could only find his way onto the court during garbage time, but then suddenly exploded in fame overnight. However, what led to his decline? Once he began to shine, opponents naturally began to formulate strategies and preparations against him. With his limited physical gifts, his prowess was never overwhelmingly formidable. Consequently, when rivals started to focus on him, he gradually lost his ability to dazzle. Wang Yi is quite similar. After these two games, he has begun to garner attention. Yet, judging by his current performance, his physical talents are average, and he does not reach elite levels. One noteworthy aspect is that he does not dominate the ball. His playing style is characteristic of a typical 3-and-D player. What does the Lakers currently lack? A 3-and-D player. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for Wang Yi to secure a guaranteed contract with the Lakers, along with ample playing time. However, to expect him to achieve star player status seems quite challenging at this juncture. Unless, of course, he can deliver a sustained, exceptional 3-and-D performance akin to Klay Thompson. Yet, how likely is that? I find it rather improbable. Just 2 hours after Su posted this video, it received over 10,000 comments, the majority praising Wang Yi. There were also detractors, but given Wang Yi's performance in this match, the critics were noticeably fewer than before. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi remained oblivious to this discourse. The following morning at 5:30, he awoke. After the game concluded and attending the press conference, it was already midnight. Unlike the previous instance where he rose at 4 in the morning, he could not afford such an early start this time. Upon waking, his mind was already engaged as the system began to issue tasks. Please select a training task. Training task 1. Make 10,000 three-pointers. Task reward. 3-point shooting percentage increased to 50. Training task 2. Perform 1,000 lateral slides. Task reward. Lateral speed increased by 20. Upon seeing these two tasks, Wang Yi's immediate inclination was to select task 1. A 53-point shooting percentage would be astonishing. It is noteworthy that the all-time great shooter, Steve Kerr, has a career 3-point shooting percentage of just over 45. Achieving a 50 rate would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, the prospect of making 10,000 three-pointers caused Wang Yi to furrow his brow. Although shooting three-pointers with his left hand would have a lesser impact on his right wrist, it was not without its effects. Investing 10,000 three-point shots might exacerbate the injury to my right wrist. Instead, it would be more prudent to practice lateral slides. My innate talent is rather average, and my lateral movement speed is merely mediocre. However, should I manage to enhance this speed by 20, I would ascend to the pinnacle of the league. Such an improvement would significantly elevate the quality of my defense. It appears that the system is resolutely intent on molding me into a 3D player. Indeed. To achieve success in a short span, the most effective strategies are, firstly, defense, and secondly, 3-point shooting. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi declared in his mind, accept the second task. The system's mechanical, icy voice responded. Task successfully accepted. Upon accepting the task, Wang Yi could no longer restrain himself and made his way to the training facility. As usual, he began with a half-hour jog at the UCLA Rehabilitation Training Center. Although the security guard was roused from his slumber by the noise, he bore no complaints. On the contrary, he greeted Wang Yi warmly. Hey, you're up early. I saw your near-game winner last night. You were incredible. When can I get your autograph? This security guard was a devoted Lakers fan, having spent the majority of his life working in the Lakers arena and training facilities. Wang Yi replied, anytime. The guard nodded enthusiastically. Fantastic. I'll come find you later. By the way, your work ethic is impressive. I've only seen one other person as diligent as you. Do you know who that is? Kobe Bryant. Without hesitation, Wang Yi responded. In the NBA, Kobe is renowned for his relentless work ethic. The guard nodded, laughing heartily. Exactly. Keep it up, brother. I hope to see the second Black Mamba in the near future. Wang Yi merely smiled, choosing not to respond. While becoming the second Black Mamba would be a great honor, he yearned to be the first Wang Yi, one of a kind. Upon entering the training facility, he shed his outerwear and assumed his position. He commenced his lateral slides, swiftly moving 5 steps to the left, followed by 5 rapid steps to the right. A countdown timer materialized in his mind. Task completion, 1,000. Remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. It seems the system has allotted 3 hours for this task. Completing 1,000 lateral slides within 3 hours should pose little challenge for a professional athlete. However, Wang Yi soon discerned a complication. If his lateral movement speed lagged even slightly, the system would not register any progress towards completion. Each slide demanded his utmost effort, leaving no room for complacency. Consequently, the difficulty of the task escalated considerably. Consider this. Exerting maximum effort for every lateral slide significantly taxes one's stamina. After executing 50 consecutive slides, Wang Yi began to pant. Yet, he dared not relent. He pressed on, completing another 50 slides. His legs felt increasingly weak, knees aching, and his ankles grew heavy with fatigue. The intense lateral movements exerted tremendous pressure on his ankles and knees. He paused momentarily, taking a few deep breaths, resting for 2 minutes before resuming his side shuffles. In the span of an hour, he completed 600 lateral movements. It appeared that fulfilling the task posed no significant challenge. However, Wang Yi understood that the true test was just beginning. His stamina waned, and the speed of his movements diminished. Each rest period extended longer than the last. After 2 hours, he had accomplished 900 lateral slides. He slumped onto a nearby chair, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently like a bellows. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he felt as though he was on the verge of exhaustion. The tasks assigned by this system relentlessly pushed him to the brink. At that moment, the sound of the gymnasium door opening caught his attention. 2 figures emerged briskly, James and the security guard. Noticing Wang Yi's fatigue, James remarked, Wang, while training requires diligence, one should not overexert oneself. It is essential to ensure you get 8 hours of sleep each day. Wang Yi feebly acknowledged with a nod. The security guard approached, holding 2 bottles of water and a hamburger, saying, Wang, I presume you haven't had breakfast yet. This is for you. At this point, Wang Yi was too fatigued to reach out, simply nodding in gratitude. The guard placed the water and hamburger on the adjacent chair. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, Wang Yi devoured the hamburger and drank half a bottle of water, resting for an additional 5 minutes. Glancing at the clock, he noted there were 42 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. He dared not rest any longer. Rising, he resumed his practice of lateral slides. Observing this, James inquired, Wang, aren't you going to practice your 3-pointers today? Wang Yi lacked the energy to respond, merely shaking his head and then nodding. He would practice them later in the afternoon. The security guard pointed at Wang Yi and said to James, LeBron, he is working even harder than you. James feigned embarrassment and joked, I suppose it's time to step up. If I don't, these young ones will soon be riding on my back. With that, he began his warm-up routine. Chapter 23, Mission Accomplished. The terrifying lateral speed within the confines of the gymnasium. Only Wang Yi and James remained. James was diligently practicing free throws, a persistent conundrum that had plagued him throughout his illustrious career, one he had yet to master. Consequently, whenever he found a moment of respite, he would dedicate it to honing his free throw technique. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued to laboriously practice his lateral movements. On occasion, when James observed Wang Yi's shortcomings in this area, he would kindly offer his guidance. Wang, extend your arms and keep your gaze forward. James instructed. Lower your center of gravity a bit more while sliding, and spread your legs wider. This will enhance your defensive coverage. Wang Yi absorbed each piece of advice with gratitude. At this juncture, the team's manager, Palinka, had arrived. He remained silent, arms crossed, quietly observing Wang Yi's training with a contemplative gaze, his eyes reflecting profound thoughts. Half an hour later, after Wang Yi successfully executed another set of lateral slides, a notification resonated in his mind. Task completion, 1,000. Task complete. Task reward. Lateral speed increased by 20. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over Wang Yi, leaving him feeling utterly drained. As though he had been rendered powerless, he collapsed onto the court, his chest heaving violently, exhausted to the point where even the thought of moving a finger felt burdensome. He could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids. James glanced at Wang Yi but chose not to disturb his well-deserved rest. Palinka, positioned at the edge of the court, also refrained from interrupting his repose. Thus, Wang Yi lay on the floor for over 10 minutes before finally sitting up. As he made his way toward the sidelines, he felt as though his legs were no longer his own, his gait distinctly peculiar. James, unable to resist the temptation to jest, remarked, "Oh my, Wang, have you ever seen Donald Duck? Is your walking style the inspiration for that character?" Wang Yi offered a wry smile. "I suspect even the original Donald Duck would feel embarrassed in my presence." He settled onto the bench and rested for another half hour. It was only then that Palinka finally spoke. "Wang, I have something important to discuss with you. Please, follow me." Wang Yi, sensing the gravity of the situation, rose promptly. However, upon standing, he realized his legs were nearly incapable of supporting him. Gripping the chair for support, he took a moment to regain his composure before managing to walk. Following Palinka, he arrived at the manager's office. Palinka gestured toward the sofa, instructing, "Please, have a seat." As he poured a glass of water for Wang Yi, he began to speak. Generally, managers are astute individuals, adept at navigating conversations with finesse. However, Palinka was an exception, favoring a straightforward approach. Once Wang Yi finished his drink, Palinka wasted no time and addressed the matter at hand. "Wang, I will not be offering you a guaranteed contract at this time." Wang Yi was taken aback. Given his impressive performances, he had anticipated that Palinka would extend a guaranteed contract. Moreover, the 3D attributes he had showcased in the past 2 games were precisely what the Lakers desperately needed. Logically, Palinka should have secured a guaranteed contract for himself by now. Wang Yi remained silent, awaiting Palinka's explanation. Palinka remarked, "Your performance has garnered the team's recognition, sufficient to warrant a guaranteed contract exceeding $2 million. However, I believe your capabilities extend beyond this. Therefore, I will not be offering you that guaranteed contract just yet. With the current salary cap, we can allocate over $5 million. Yet, securing that $5 million will necessitate corresponding performance from you. Thus, I wish to observe a few more games. Should you deliver the expected performance before this 10-day short contract concludes, I shall grant you the aforementioned $5 million guarantee." Wang Yi exhaled in relief. He now understood Palinka's intentions. The reason for not immediately signing him to a guaranteed contract was simply to observe a few more games and ascertain if he could indeed secure the higher salary of $5 million. Wang Yi nodded, "I comprehend." Palinka continued, "Of course, even if you ultimately do not secure that $5 million guaranteed contract, I will still provide you with a guarantee, albeit for the $2 million. Just based on your near-winning shot last night, that alone is worth the $2 million. Wang Yi smiled and replied, "Thank you." Honestly, Palinka was quite a decent person. By 10 o'clock, the remaining players had gradually arrived. A brief tactical training session ensued, and this time, Wang Yi participated as well. At noon, he ventured out for lunch alongside his fellow players. Upon their return, a security guard approached, brandishing a Lakers jersey and a marker. Wang Yi smiled and obliged him with an autograph. The security guard appeared delighted, saying, "Wang, you must strive hard. Once you become a superstar, I will sell this jersey online. It will surely fetch a good price." Wang Yi found himself momentarily speechless. The security guard burst into laughter. "I'm just joking. How could I possibly sell a Lakers jersey?" After more than 20 minutes, the other players returned, waiting for the coach to arrive and outline the afternoon training agenda. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, Coach Vogel had yet to return. The players began to murmur amongst themselves. "Why has the coach returned? Did he get food poisoning?" One commented, "I just saw his wife. Perhaps they are," and the group erupted into mischievous laughter. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi felt a sense of discomfort. He instinctively turned to CSC Charter, formerly the team's starting point guard, gazing intently at him. Recently injured, he had just returned to the court, and his unwavering gaze was fixed on Wang Yi. Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. It didn't take long for him to deduce the root of the matter. The team's backcourt was currently overcrowded, and if one player excelled, it would inevitably encroach upon the playing time of others. Presently, exhibiting exceptional performance may indeed influence the playing time of the young player. Given his arrogant demeanor, it is quite normal for him to harbor disdain, were it not for the innate leadership of LeBron James keeping him in check. He would likely have been targeting him at every opportunity. Upon realizing this, Wang Yi merely smiled with indifference, choosing to disregard him. His aspirations are set on the championship, a pursuit of being a star, an all-star, a superstar, and ultimately, a legendary icon. A mere young player does not warrant his concern. At this moment, Coach Vogel finally returned, his countenance less than favorable. He clapped his hands to signal for silence among the group. He then announced, AD has just undergone an MRI, and the results indicate a grade 1 groin strain. He may be sidelined for 1 to 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. As the team's leading scorer, AD's prolonged absence would significantly impact the squad. Currently, the team stands 7th in the Western Conference, closely pursued by the Grizzlies. They are also trailing the 6th-place Trailblazers by a margin of 3.5 wins. If AD were to be unavailable during this period and the Lakers' performance faltered, they might find themselves compelled to contend in the play-in tournament, a prospect that would spell trouble for the franchise. Yet, in that moment, Wang Yi clenched his fists in quiet resolve. No one desires to see Davis injured. However, from a pragmatic standpoint, this presents a unique opportunity for him. Chapter 24. The perverse lateral speed. No one wishes to see Anthony Davis injured, and neither does Wang Yi. However, objectively speaking, Davis's injury presents a fortuitous opportunity for him. With Davis sidelined, his playing time will be distributed among the other players, and their chances to shine will increase accordingly. Naturally, Wang Yi stands to gain from this situation. Yet, this also entails a greater responsibility. All those who benefit must shoulder the scoring burden left by Davis, who averages 25.8 points per game. Collectively, the benefiting players must account for this score to prevent a decline in the team's performance. Coach Vogel offered a few words of encouragement, concluding with an announcement. This afternoon's practice will consist of a scrimmage. Upon hearing this, the players perked up. Other training activities, be it shooting drills, tactical exercises, or strength training, tend to be rather monotonous. Only the intra-team scrimmage holds any semblance of excitement. Vogel designated the teams: LeBron, Harrell, Caruso, KCP, and Wang. You are one team. Drummond, SC Charger, Tucker, Gasol, and Morris. You are the other. Vogel's selection was purposeful. In Davis's absence, he needed to experiment with various lineups. Harrell possesses superior finishing abilities compared to Drummond and boasts a modicum of mid-range skill, which could create space for LeBron's drives. Caruso and KCP are both formidable defenders. And with Wang Yi, a quintessential 3-and-D player, this lineup is theoretically one of the most effective the Lakers can field at present, despite Harrell's slight defensive shortcomings and height disadvantage. After being placed on a different team from LeBron, the player known as Little Black fixed his gaze intently on Wang Yi. Wang Yi chose to ignore him. Little Black glanced at LeBron before approaching Wang Yi, lifting his chin in a provocative manner, and taunted, "Hey, Oriental, do you dare to match up with me?" Faced with such provocation, Wang Yi could not show weakness. He responded with a cold laugh. What is there to fear? The words only stoked the already simmering anger within Little Black. He was a player vying for a max contract, and Wang Yi's typically gentle demeanor struck him as weakness. He had anticipated that a mere provocation would elicit hesitation, yet to his surprise, Wang Yi accepted the challenge. When had a player on a short contract dared to stand so boldly before him? With that thought, Little Black decided not to hold back. A 3-and-D player, you say? I shall show you just how vulnerable your defense truly is. He delivered a harsh remark, but Wang Yi chose not to engage verbally. He preferred to let his performance speak for itself rather than indulge in fleeting verbal sparring. The intra-team scrimmage today would consist of 2 10-minute halves, totaling 20 minutes of play. After the jump ball, SC Charger secured the ball and brought it across half court. Gasol intended to set a screen for him, but SC Charger waved his left hand, signaling Gasol to step aside. He then pointed at Wang Yi, beckoning him over. Wang Yi displayed no hesitation, striding forward with confidence, legs apart, ready to defend. When someone seeks a challenge, it is only fitting to comply. Coach Vogel recognized the fire in Schroeder, but chose not to intervene. At times, it is essential to unleash one's intensity. Suppressing it can lead to a more significant explosion later. Additionally, certain player dynamics, such as issues of ball possession and playing time, can often be resolved through competition. Strength commands respect. Moreover, Vogel wished to observe whether Wang Yi's defensive efficiency varied against different attackers. Meanwhile, the other players had retreated, leaving the battlefield to the two. Schroeder exuded confidence, even a hint of arrogance, in his ability to penetrate defenses. His speed was remarkable, apart from elite defenders. He had yet to encounter anyone capable of thwarting his advances. Dribbling 3 times, he suddenly accelerated to break through from the right. He held Wang Yi in disdain, considering a simple burst of speed sufficient to outmaneuver the Eastern player. However, as he took a step to the right, Wang Yi had already shifted, positioning himself squarely in Schroeder's path. The impact was unavoidable, resulting in the ball being dislodged and sent flying. Caruso, quick to react, seized the ball and raced toward the front court, executing a successful dunk. The coach on the sidelines was instantly invigorated. As a coach, he keenly sensed a shift in Wang Yi's defensive approach, though he needed to observe a few more plays to discern the specifics. In the second round, the player known as Little Black continued to hold the ball, while Wang Yi maintained his defensive stance. Despite being merely an intra-squad practice game, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. Having faced setbacks previously, Little Black added a change of direction to his strategy. Unlike the rhythmic maneuvers of Harden and Durant, his was a simpler approach. As he dribbled left, he executed a rapid change of direction, relying on speed to break through. Yet, in the presence of Wang Yi, mere speed offered no advantage. With a 20% increase in lateral movement, Wang Yi was not to be underestimated. He once again shifted, intercepting Little Black's line of attack. Unable to penetrate, Little Black pivoted on his left foot, using Wang Yi as a fulcrum to rotate. Pressing his back against Wang Yi, he sought to immobilize him, believing a simple turn would allow him to bypass the defender. Indeed, he managed to slip past Wang Yi partially. However, as he pulled the ball with his right hand to move to Wang Yi's side, Wang Yi swiftly shifted laterally, creating distance. Another lateral move allowed him to once again block Little Black's path. Faced with this impasse, Little Black retreated 5 steps, returning to midcourt to create space before accelerating toward Wang Yi once more. As he charged towards Wang Yi's left side, he suddenly executed a swift maneuver, veering beneath his own waist to break through towards the right. His speed was already remarkable, and coupled with his low center of gravity, the subtlety of his direction change rendered him even more elusive. In such scenarios, few can effectively defend against him. However, Wang Yi once again sidestepped, positioning himself defensively in anticipation. With a resounding thud, the player collided with Wang Yi once more. This time, the intensity of the impact caused Wang Yi to stagger backward, while the player fell directly onto him. In that fleeting moment, their entangled forms resembled a scene from a melodramatic romance, a rather delicate tableau. Laughter erupted among the surrounding players, teasing, "Such chemistry while on the job. You two are quite excessive." Nearby, Vogel's eyes sparkled with a barely perceptible glimmer. He blew the whistle and signaled an offensive foul. Offensive foul. Chapter 25. The unyielding challenge. Schroeder committed a foul, allowing James's team to maintain their offensive momentum. James intentionally set up a play for Wang Yi. When conflicts arise among players, resolving them on the training ground is the most effective approach. Wang Yi persistently maneuvered through the other players, deftly weaving around screens. Having been thwarted twice in quick succession by Wang Yi, Schroeder's frustration intensified. He relentlessly pursued Wang Yi, shouting, "You think you'll score over me? Not a chance." Wang Yi elegantly navigated around 3 screens, creating a 2-step distance from Schroeder, positioning himself outside the right side of the 3-point line. James's timely pass found him perfectly. Wang Yi received the ball and swiftly pivoted. Swish. The 3-pointer was successful. Schroeder muttered a curse under his breath. Turning back, Schroeder initiated his offensive play once more. The other players maintained their distance, allowing for a one-on-one duel between Schroeder and Wang Yi. This time, Schroeder incorporated a plethora of technical maneuvers, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles coupled with shoulder fakes. In an instant, he shifted to the right, lifting his left hand, seemingly poised for a jump shot. Wang Yi stepped forward to defend, but Schroeder feigned the shot, performing a praying motion before ducking low and darting past Wang Yi. His smaller stature and rapid speed made him elusive, and even top-tier defenders would struggle to keep up. However, Wang Yi's remarkable lateral quickness came into play once more. As Schroeder zipped by, Wang Yi quickly angled his body and executed 2 swift lateral steps, staying closely aligned with Schroeder. Unable to completely shake off Wang Yi, Schroeder lunged forward, creating a slight separation between them. In a precarious position, he attempted a one-handed layup. Yet, Wang Yi's enhanced lateral speed was formidable. He shifted his body sideways, quickly gliding into position, leaping into the air, and executing a volleyball-style spike to swat the ball out of bounds. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. The only sound was the rhythmic bounce of the basketball echoing across the floor, Thud, thud, thud. All of Wang Yi's teammates gazed at him in disbelief. Their astonishment was not solely due to his impressive block, but rather his extraordinary lateral speed, which allowed him to match Schroeder's explosive drive. Even as Schroeder attempted his layup, Wang Yi managed to keep pace with him. It was utterly astonishing. How do you do it, Wang? Are you some kind of monster? They pondered, incredulous. Oh my goodness. I've been playing alongside a monster all this time. The head coach shared in their amazement. After years of coaching, witnessing numerous talents from the days of the Eastern Conference Pacers to the current Western Conference Lakers, he had seen many extraordinary players, yet none like Wang Yi. His gliding speed was simply unparalleled. James contemplated thoughtfully, recalling that Wang Yi had practiced his lateral movements tirelessly that morning, likely having completed thousands of repetitions. Is this truly his specialty? If so, it is indeed a remarkable gift. After all, he has been playing in the league for 19 years and has yet to encounter anyone with lateral movement as extraordinary as Wang Yi's. At this moment, Wang Yi stood imposingly, gazing down at the fallen Schroeder, his disappointment evident as he slightly shook his head, as if to say, "Is this all you've got?" On the surface, he appeared to embody the humility and kindness characteristic of the East. He was invariably friendly towards his teammates. However, he was not without his own temper. He would not tolerate those who continuously provoked him. From Wang Yi's disdainful gaze, Schroeder felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How dare a mere 10-day contract player look down upon him? Just you wait. In the ensuing moments, Schroeder attempted to challenge Wang Yi once more. Yet, Wang Yi's formidable lateral speed erected an impenetrable defense before Schroeder. No matter how swift Schroeder was, he could not breach Wang Yi's barrier, which only fueled his frustration. Coach Vogel watched Wang Yi's defense with eyes aglow. Indeed, Wang Yi's defensive prowess had evolved. His lateral speed had significantly increased compared to the previous night's game. Schroeder, a diminutive guard known for his speed, found himself utterly unable to penetrate Wang Yi's defense. When it was time for LeBron's team to attack, Schroeder pounded the floor with both hands, demonstrating his resolve. If he could not score, then he would ensure this Eastern player was thoroughly contained. However, while aspirations are often noble, the harsh reality is frequently cruel. As Schroeder endeavored to pursue Wang Yi, the latter consistently maneuvered around screens, finding opportunities to shoot. Schroeder was not particularly known for his defensive skills. He chased Wang Yi, panting heavily, yet could hardly touch him, as Wang Yi continuously sank three-point shots. He muttered expletives under his breath, though he dared not openly curse Wang Yi. Rather, he was expressing his frustration, unable to score and incapable of defending. The outcome seemed predetermined. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat to this Eastern player without a fight. He resolved to make one last stand. Thus, during LeBron's offensive play, he whispered into Wang Yi's ear, "If you have the guts, don't use screens. Let's go one-on-one." Wang Yi, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. He had no desire to humiliate the young man, but since he had invited his own misfortune, he could not be blamed. With that thought, Wang Yi ceased his movements around screens and simply stood beyond the three-point line, extending his hand for the ball. Schroeder pressed firmly against Wang Yi's back. Having observed Wang Yi's previous games, he understood that Wang Yi possessed almost no ball-handling breakthrough ability. Therefore, if he could limit Wang Yi's position and make him uncomfortable, he was confident that Wang Yi could not maintain his accuracy from beyond the arc. LeBron, seeing Wang Yi call for the ball, naturally complied. Wang Yi turned sideways, received the ball, and slowly pivoted to face Schroeder. A subtle arc graced the corners of his lips. In the next moment, he executed a swift jump shot. Whoosh! The hollow sound echoed as it found its mark. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Schroeder felt a weight settle in his heart. Meanwhile, his teammates erupted in cheers for Wang Yi. "Splendid! What a play! Wang, you truly are remarkable." These voices loomed over Schroeder like a towering mountain. His movements began to appear cumbersome. In the ensuing possession, Wang Yi seized the ball once more, facing Schroeder. A flicker of hope lingered in Schroeder's heart. He frantically waved his arms, attempting to thwart Wang Yi's shot. Yet, Wang Yi didn't even glance in his direction this time. He took the shot. Whoosh! A three-pointer swished through the net. Standing at 187 meters, Schroeder found himself at a disadvantage against Wang Yi's 192 meters, with a 5-centimeter height advantage. The key was to avoid having Schroeder intercept the ball. The rest was simply shooting, shooting, and shooting again. In practice games, his three-point shooting percentage surpassed that of actual matches by a significant margin. Thus, with just his jump shot, he could easily outshine his opponent. Chapter 26. SC Charger's despair with his towering height, Wang Yi effortlessly executed 5 jump shots over SC Charger, successfully sinking 4 of them. An astounding 80% three-point shooting accuracy, truly remarkable. The sight left his teammates in sheer astonishment. Head coach Vogel, too, felt a surge of uncontrollable excitement within him. This was indeed a second Curry. If Wang Yi could consistently maintain such a form, the upcoming games for the Lakers would become considerably easier. In another possession, SC Charger was still desperately clinging on. He realized that one-on-one defense could not contain Wang Yi's extraordinary three-point prowess. Thus, he altered his defensive strategy. Determined not to allow Wang Yi to receive the ball, he continuously tangled around Wang Yi, engaging in tight physical contests, denying him any opportunity to catch the ball easily. Faced with such an opponent, Wang Yi felt somewhat speechless. It was supposed to be a showdown, yet SC Charger was denying him the chance to even touch the ball. How absurd. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on SC Charger's antics. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted 3 steps forward, reaching near the center circle, and extended his hand to Caruso for the ball. Caruso promptly passed it to Wang Yi. By this time, SC Charger had caught up, positioning himself with legs spread wide, resolutely obstructing Wang Yi's path to the basket. His expression was grave, eyes intense. He was determined not to grant Wang Yi any opportunity to drive through. He was convinced that Wang Yi could not possibly launch a three-pointer from the center circle. Under such circumstances, given Wang Yi's physicality, executing a three-point shot in a standard shooting form was virtually impossible. He could only resort to a push shot, relying on the strength of his arms to propel the ball forward. Therefore, as long as he could maintain his position in front of Wang Yi, denying him the space to release the ball, a shot would be unfeasible. Indeed, this was the case. Wang Yi lacked the extraordinary core strength of LeBron James and could not shoot in a standard form from the center circle. However, this challenge did not deter him. Suddenly, he dribbled and took a step back, fully stepping into the center circle. Seizing the moment before SC Charger could close in, he swiftly released the ball with a forceful push. SC Charger's heart sank as he turned around in haste. The basketball soared through a high arc swish. A three-pointer. The court erupted in cheers from his teammates. "Oh my God, is that you wearing jersey number 1 on the court? A logo three-pointer." Several teammates rushed over to high-five Wang Yi. LeBron laughed heartily. "Wang, come clean. Did you steal Steven's shooting skill set?" Meanwhile, SC Charger, hands on his knees, was panting heavily. It was not fatigue that plagued him. He still had the stamina to run and jump. He was merely demoralized. He had defended as far as the center circle, yet his opponent still managed to nail a logo three-pointer over him. What more could he do? Nothing he attempted could thwart this man's relentless three-point barrage. What options did he have left? At that moment, LeBron walked over and patted SC Charger on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. As the team's leader, he could not show favoritism towards just one player. He must ensure that everyone receives their fair share, at least on the surface. SC Charger remained silent, rising weakly to his feet and walking towards the sidelines. The head coach, witnessing this scene, contemplated silently. SC Charger had failed to secure a victory and had nothing to say. Thus, it was time to consider increasing Wang Yi's playing time in the upcoming matches. Additionally, it was essential to devise several strategies tailored for Wang Yi. Neglecting to create tactics for such a formidable three-point shooter would be a gross misallocation of talent. Ultimately, due to Wang Yi's unanswerable three-pointers, James's team triumphed decisively in the intra-squad training match. In the afternoon, Wang Yi once again visited James's residence, where Dr. Karen provided him with treatment. This session was markedly different from the last. Dr. Karen had brought an array of professional tools and prepared a comprehensive rehabilitation plan for Wang Yi. This plan would allow him to minimize the use of his right hand while facilitating a swift recovery of his wrist. Wang Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Karen." Typically, the fees for a high-caliber personal physician specializing in tailored training and various treatments for an athlete would be exorbitant, far beyond what Wang Yi could afford with his current short-term contract salary. However, Dr. Karen graciously offered his services entirely free of charge, stating that he was a Lakers fan and wished to contribute to the team. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, Dr. Karen simply could not bear to see such an exceptional player, particularly a member of the Lakers, hindered by injury. The following day marked another game day. Once again, the system did not assign any tasks. In the morning, he participated in some training exercises that did not significantly tax his stamina, followed by an afternoon of rest. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the match was about to commence. The opponent for this game was the Phoenix Suns, who had eliminated the Lakers the previous year, making them the first defending champions to exit in the first round, a humiliating record. Consequently, the entire Lakers team was eager for revenge, especially their star player, James, who had endured considerable ridicule since their early exit last year, facing criticism from NBA legends and countless online commentators alike. Although this was merely a regular season game, James was determined not to lose. Even before the game began, fans in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room in China were already engaged in lively discussions. Would Wang Yi's three-point shooting explode once more? It was highly probable. They hoped for his success, as China had not produced a capable player in quite some time. Of course, there were also numerous detractors. What explosion? He has had 3 consecutive explosive games. Do you really think he's invincible? They speculated that with Davis sidelined, the Suns' defense would be considerably easier to navigate, allowing their focus to shift more towards other players. Under such circumstances, if he were to perform exceptionally again, it would indeed be astonishing. Yes, his previous 2 explosive performances were merely due to other teams not yet comprehending his capabilities. Now that he has exploded twice, the Suns must have conducted thorough research on him. If he manages to shine once more, the Suns' coaching staff might as well disband. He must be capable of making a splash. I shall stream myself consuming excrement. Someone immediately retorted, "Get lost, always here to deceive for food and drink." In this instance, the host of the Tencent NBA live broadcast is Ku Fan, while the commentary guest is the renowned basketball analyst and media personality, Yang Yi. The female host remains Mina. Ku Fan first poses the question, "Mr. Yang, the game has yet to commence. Could you possibly predict the course of the match?" Yang Yi jested, "Are you just waiting to see me get embarrassed?" However, predictions can never be completely accurate. If I guess correctly, that reflects my prowess. If not, what can you do about it? This remark elicited hearty laughter from Ku Fan. Yang Yi continued, "In this match, Davis is absent, and Paul is playing through injury. History tends to repeat itself astonishingly. As for the trajectory, the Suns have Paul and Booker, whereas the Lakers rely solely on LeBron, which is certainly insufficient. Other players must step up for the game to be competitive. Otherwise, it would resemble last year's Game 5 and Game 6, where the first quarter was over before it even began." Chapter 27, 3 of 6 from Beyond the Arc. Ku Fan posed a question once more. "Who do you think can step up?" Without hesitation, Yang Yi replied, "The Lakers' three-point shooting has been a significant issue since last season, and it has persisted into this one. KCP has been inconsistent. Caruso and Kuzma occasionally deliver, but relying on their three-point shooting as a regular weapon falls short. Schroeder's three-point shooting is also unreliable. Thus, the prospects of stepping up hinge on 2 aspects, whether Schroeder can break through and the performance of Wang Yi. However, it is challenging for Wang Yi as well. After 2 explosive games, the Suns will undoubtedly implement targeted defensive strategies against him. The likelihood of him having another breakout performance in this game is slim." Ku Fan chuckled. "What if, and I mean what if, Wang Yi truly does explode again?" Yang Yi responded, "If he manages that, it would indicate his ability to perform at a high level despite the opponent's focused defense. He would likely secure a place in the team's rotation, becoming a reliable scoring option off the bench." Ku Fan countered, "Is it not possible for him to become a starter?" Yang Yi shook his head with a smile. "In the short term, that's rather unlikely. As a bench player, he faces the opponent's substitutes, which allows him to potentially deliver high-quality performances. Conversely, if he is thrust into a starting role against the opposing starters, he may not replicate that explosive output. Consider this. A player who has scarcely played for 2 years suddenly thrust into a starting position. Are his physical and mental preparations sufficient? Is his competitive state ready? These remain uncertainties. At 9:30 in the evening, the game commenced. This match marked the final home game of the Lakers' 5-game stretch. Fans had eagerly filled the stands early on. Moreover, the iconic actor Jack Nicholson was also in attendance. Having starred in films such as The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, he is an Oscar-winning actor. Simultaneously, he is one of the Lakers' most ardent supporters, attending the majority of their games throughout the season. At this moment, he occupied his long-cherished VIP seat in row 124. From this vantage point, he could closely witness the game and voice his grievances to the referees, thereby exerting pressure on them. His gaze fell upon Wang Yi, adorned in the number 1 jersey. Having followed the Lakers for over 50 years, he has witnessed the team's rise and fall throughout that time. This season, due to LeBron's advanced age, his scoring average has dipped to a mere 21 points per game. With Anthony Davis frequently sidelined due to injuries, the Lakers' ranking has suffered. It seems the team has entered another period of decline. Yet, after the last 2 games, he glimpses a sliver of hope, a hope brought forth by this Eastern player. The Lakers' struggles this season can indeed be attributed to injuries and LeBron's decline, but their dismal three-point shooting percentage is also a significant contributing factor. The Los Angeles Lakers can still be expected to perform well if they can resolve their issues beyond the three-point line. Presently, this Eastern player may become a pivotal figure in transforming the Lakers' external shooting performance. Of course, these thoughts belong to Jack Nicholson. Whether this Eastern player can shoulder such responsibility remains to be seen in the forthcoming games. As the match commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup featured James, SC Charter, Drummond, Pope, and Caruso, while the Suns maintained a similar starting 5. At the outset, James entrusted the ball to SC Charter, allowing him to initiate the offense. If SC Charter finds his rhythm, the defensive pressure on James would significantly diminish. SC Charter successfully penetrated the defense for 2 points, followed by James sinking a three-pointer. The game started favorably with a 5-0 lead. However, the dynamics of the match soon shifted dramatically. Booker from the Suns hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, and Paul added a mid-range jumper. Simultaneously, the Suns continued to employ a zone defense, reminiscent of their strategy in the previous playoffs. To counter the zone, the Lakers needed to either hit three-pointers or launch fast breaks. Unfortunately, the Lakers failed to capitalize on 2 fast break opportunities. From beyond the arc, their shooting remained dismal, with all but James' initial three-pointer missing the mark on 3 consecutive attempts, causing the rim to shudder. Meanwhile, Booker from the Suns exploded in the first quarter, scoring 4 three-pointers in just 5 minutes, going a perfect 4 for 4. In a mere 4 minutes, the score swelled to 5-14, with a 9-point deficit compelling the Lakers to call a timeout. In the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, Mina was visibly anxious, her frustration palpable as she muttered silently, "What is this performance?" Kofan shook his head repeatedly, lamenting, "History tends to repeat itself. Are we witnessing a replay of last year's Game 6 first quarter?" Yang E also shook his head, recalling how in last year's Game 6, Devin Booker went 6-4-6 from 3, racking up 22 points in the first quarter. Today, after just 4 minutes, he had already scored 12 points on 4 for shooting. His scoring prowess was simply astonishing, and the trajectory of the game seemed to mirror that of the previous year. Kofan remarked that it would now depend on how Vogel adjusts. Would he bring in Wang Yi? Yang Yi pondered before shaking his head. Not so soon. Wang Yi should make it into the rotation today, but he won't be on the court this early. Indeed, as he predicted, upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers did not deploy Wang Yi. Coach Vogel opted to have Pope defend Booker while other players assisted in containing him. Nevertheless, the Lakers' offensive woes persisted. The Suns continued their zone defense, forcing the Lakers to shoot from beyond the arc, which they executed with uncertainty. Reluctantly, James resorted to a driving strategy, but with the opposition collapsing defensively in the paint, his effectiveness in penetrating the defense significantly waned. After all, age has taken its toll. He no longer possesses the ability to penetrate defenses with the same ease as before, soaring effortlessly to execute a thunderous dunk. Presently, James finds himself limited to scarcely managing layups or relying on fadeaway jump shots after spinning away from defenders. Although he has managed to score a couple of baskets, it pales in comparison to the scorching performance of Booker from the Suns. Even with Pop's relentless pursuit and the added pressure from other defenders, Booker has consistently drained 2 audacious three-pointers. From beyond the arc, he has astonishingly converted all 6 attempts, complemented by a driving layup, accumulating a total of 20 points. It appears he is set to replicate his remarkable performance from last year's Game 6. With half a quarter gone, the Lakers find themselves trailing by 15 points, prompting Vogel to urgently call for a timeout. Should they fall behind by 20, the prospect of a comeback would become exceedingly daunting. As the Lakers players take their seats, each bears a grave expression, particularly James. Memories of last year's Game 6 flood his mind. His exceptional memory provides him with numerous advantages, such as recalling every tactic employed by opponents and deciphering the meaning behind their gestures. Yet, this gift also brings him anguish, as he struggles to let go of past painful moments. These haunting memories replay incessantly in his mind, with every detail transporting him back to those trying times. Chapter 28, Two-Hooded. After just 6 minutes into the game, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 15 points, prompting a timeout. The atmosphere in the Staples Center had shifted dramatically, The spectators were no longer as exuberant as before. Memories of last year's Game 6 flooded their minds, when Booker had also made 6 three-pointers in a row, leading to a swift decline for the Lakers. They were unwilling to witness a repeat of such a disheartening scene. As a storied franchise with 17 championships to their name, the Lakers fans are notoriously discerning. They do not offer encouragement when the team falters. Instead, they resort to criticism. "Vogel, what are you doing? This is absolutely atrocious. I've spent so much money just to watch you kids play pretend." However, amidst the discontent, there were also many rational fans. They believed that only a few successful three-pointers could salvage the Lakers' performance. Yet, the players were shooting threes with less accuracy than Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. At that moment, someone mentioned Wongi. He had exploded with three-pointers in the last 2 games. If they didn't put Wongi in now, when would they? Sub Wong in. This call stirred a wave of support among those nearby. Sub Wong in. Sub Wong in. Many in the crowd joined in the chant. Vogel, noticing the fervor, turned his gaze towards Wongi. Initially, he had planned to bring Wongi onto the court in the latter part of the second quarter. After all, it was unrealistic to immediately integrate someone into the rotation based solely on 2 good performances. It had to be a gradual process. Yet, with the situation spiraling out of control and the rotation not yet on the floor, he had no choice but to send Wongi in early to see if he could make a difference. "Wong, you're in for Schroeder." Schroeder nodded in acknowledgement and quietly took a seat on the bench. The decision to replace Schroeder with Wongi was intentional. Schroeder was simply too short. Booker could shoot over him with ease. By bringing in Wongi, Vogel hoped that his defensive prowess would help limit Booker, while also providing the team with needed support from beyond the arc. As Wongi stepped onto the court, he was met with a familiar system prompt in his mind. Check-in available. He silently thought, check-in. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. 1 basic block experience card. Wongi did not scrutinize the details or use it immediately, as the Lakers were on the offensive. Upon entering the game, he found himself matched up against Devin Booker. Excitement coursed through him, igniting a fervor in his heart. Booker, who had once scored 70 points in a game and had consecutive 50-point outings, was a formidable opponent. Facing such a challenge only intensified Wongi's competitive spirit. Their eyes locked, and Wongi could see a flicker of determination in Booker's gaze. Clearly, Booker was aware of Wongi's impressive performances over the past 2 games. The Suns continued to employ his own defense. Although they were aware of Wongi's prowess in three-point shooting, he had only demonstrated his skills in 2 games. Hence, they did not immediately mark him, but chose to observe his shooting touch. Consequently, Wongi effortlessly received a pass from James beyond the arc. Without a hint of hesitation, he released the ball with his left hand. Swish! The shot found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 12 points. The audience erupted in cheers once more. Noticing this, Devin Booker took control of the ball. As a star player, he felt compelled to respond, especially since his three-point shooting was currently on fire. Wongi could easily anticipate his intentions. In his mind, he thought, use the blocking experience card. Shortly thereafter, the cold, mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Using basic blocking experience card, success rate 50, limited to 10 minutes. At that moment, Devin Booker stood before Wongi, not bothering to evade him due to his height advantage. He elevated for a clean three-point shot right in front of Wongi. As a former three-point contest champion, he held on to a measure of confidence. The commentary, biased towards the Lakers, expressed concern as they saw Booker preparing to shoot. Oh no. Devin Booker is going for the pull-up. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wongi leapt into action. His fingertips grazed the basketball, altering its trajectory, causing it to fall feebly after traveling a mere 2 meters. The commentator's words shifted abruptly. Block. Wongi's block. He has denied Booker. How spectacular. Simultaneously, Caruso seized the ball and initiated a fast break. Kuzma had already surged ahead for the transition, executing an effortless dunk. The score gap swiftly diminished to 10 points, igniting cheers from the crowd. Devin Booker shot a glance at Wongi, a fire igniting within him. After Paul dribbled past half-court, he recognized that Booker needed to reclaim his pride after being blocked by this unknown rookie. As a seasoned player, Paul understood the importance of restoring Booker's confidence. He passed the ball to Booker and gestured for others to clear out. It set up a one-on-one between Booker and Wongi. This time, Booker refrained from a direct shot. Instead, he abruptly dribbled to the right, seemingly intending to outpace Wongi. Wongi instinctively took a step back. Just as he did, Booker executed a step-back move beyond the three-point line and lifted the ball for a shot. However, Wang Yi rushed towards him with astonishing speed. Just as Booker was about to release the ball, Wang Yi swooped in, blocking both the player and the ball in one swift motion, reminiscent of a Wade-style block. The commentators were left in disbelief. Wang Yi has blocked again. How can he move so quickly? This is unbelievable. Devin Booker felt momentarily stunned. Logically, his previous fake and step back should have left this rookie behind. How could he have closed the distance so rapidly? In truth, when Wang Yi made his breakthrough, the step he took back was, in fact, a defensive feint. He was acutely aware that Devin Booker had just been thwarted once and was likely to attempt a three-pointer in his presence again. Thus, as he retreated, his upper body leaned forward, poised for a forward lunge. When Devin Booker stepped back, Wang Yi was already shadowing him, ready to pounce. This naturally gave the impression of remarkable speed. Yet, there was an element of risk involved. Had Devin Booker genuinely broken through, he would have easily surpassed Wang Yi. Fortunately, Wang Yi's gamble paid off. After successfully blocking the shot, he dribbled swiftly towards the front court, with Paul trailing closely behind, head down in pursuit. Initially, Wang Yi intended to execute a layup himself, but considering the injury to his right hand, he found a one-handed layup with his left to be less feasible. Therefore, upon crossing the three-point line, he executed a behind-the-back pass to the advancing Pop, seized the ball, leaped high, and, boom, he executed a slam dunk. The deficit was reduced to a mere 8 points. The crowd's cheers escalated, reaching a crescendo. Simultaneously, the DJ elongated the sound, announcing loudly, "Pop" with the dunk. Assisted by Wang Yi. Chapter 29. Locking down Devin Booker. The arena's DJ, perceptive to the unfolding drama, recognized that the success of that shot was largely attributable to Wang Yi's stellar defense. Wang had effectively blocked the scorching shot from the Suns' Devin Booker and subsequently secured possession of the ball, setting the stage for Pop's electrifying dunk. As the announcer called out Wang Yi's name, his voice soared, lingering melodiously in the air, igniting the crowd's fervor once more. The atmosphere intensified, with spectators erupting in excitement and engaging in animated discussions. It was about time to bring Wang into the game, one fan remarked. He has already blocked 2 shots, both from the Suns' primary scorer. That's incredibly impressive. Wang hardly resembles a player on a short-term contract. He exudes the aura of a star. Suns head coach Monty Williams remained vigilant. After witnessing his team fall behind with a 7-0 run from the Lakers, he swiftly called for a timeout. During the pause, he scrutinized Booker, who was sipping from a water bottle, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Having been thwarted twice by the Eastern player, Booker bristled with defiance. Who was this unknown challenger, daring to encroach upon his territory? Coach Williams understood that Booker, being young and passionate, could easily become overly emotional. If he continued to suppress him, it might lead to complications. Thus, it was essential for Booker to reclaim his momentum on the court. Yet, this reclamation needed to be approached with strategy, not reckless abandon. He patted Booker on the back and urged, "Devin, you must respond and teach that Eastern kid a lesson." Booker tightened the cap on his bottle, his resolve firm as he replied, "I understand." Williams nodded in affirmation, cautioning, "However, you must refrain from attempting three-pointers. That kid has formidable blocking skills and appears experienced at defending against long-range shots. You need to alter your approach. Drive past him, break through his defense. Do you comprehend?" For the young Devin, altering his strategy felt akin to conceding. 2 years prior, he would have vehemently rejected such an idea. Yet, after the growth he experienced during last year's playoffs, he had matured significantly. As long as he could emerge victorious, the winding path taken would matter little. He nodded in agreement. "I understand." Nearby, Paul observed this exchange with a sense of satisfaction. For the Suns to achieve greater heights, it was imperative for their leading player, Booker, to evolve. Presently, he was indeed maturing at an impressive pace. As the game resumed, Paul advanced the ball past half-court, still entrusting it to Booker. The others spaced out to allow for a one-on-one. Facing Wang Yi's defense, Booker initiated a slow, deliberate dribble, alternating between his left and right hands. After 4 controlled dribbles, he suddenly shifted his rhythm, raising both hands as if preparing a shot. Wang instinctively stepped forward, ready to block. However, Booker's move was merely a feint. In the next instant, he lowered his center of gravity, intending to drive from the left. Yet, as he attempted to break through, Wang swiftly shifted laterally, colliding solidly with Booker's torso. Quick on his feet, Booker reacted promptly. With his left hand, he dribbled behind his back and immediately transitioned to the right side, planning to launch an attack from that angle. But just as he made his move, a resounding impact echoed through the arena. A muffled thud resonated as it struck Wang Yi's chest once more. Booker, unable to penetrate the defense, retreated a few steps. After creating some distance, he attempted to accelerate past Wang Yi again. However, Wang Yi's lateral movement was exceedingly swift, consistently positioning himself perfectly to obstruct Booker's path. After several fruitless attempts, Booker had no choice but to withdraw beyond the three-point line. This time, Wang Yi was indeed momentarily deceived, yet even so, he was determined not to allow Booker an easy shot. He lunged forward, striving to disrupt Booker's release without making contact with his body. Perhaps due to a sense of urgency or apprehension of Wang Yi's potential block, Booker's shot struck the back rim. The rebound was seized by the Zhuangshun. The commentator, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Did you see that? Witness Wang's defensive prowess? Of course, it's impenetrable, flawless. His lateral speed is astounding. Devin Booker simply cannot break through." Without exaggeration, he is arguably the fastest lateral mover in the league. Despite Wang Yi's formidable defense, the Lakers' subsequent offensive attempt fell short. The Suns launched another attack. Yet Booker still could not bypass Wang Yi's defense, leading to another desperate three-point attempt that missed. As the Lakers countered, Wang Yi sank a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. Turning back, the Suns initiated their offense. Paul discerned that Booker was beginning to feel the pressure. He understood that the situation could not persist. He needed to calm him down. Moreover, the team had not scored in a while, and it was imperative for him to step up. This exemplified Paul's veteran wisdom. When the team's offense flowed smoothly, he orchestrated the plays, delivering opportunities to his teammates. Conversely, when the offense faltered, he would take charge. This time, he refrained from passing the ball to Booker and gestured to him with his right hand, pressing down as if to signify calm. Booker held great respect for Paul. Though he felt indignant about Wang Yi's persistent defense, he recognized the necessity of regaining composure. Thus, he refrained from demanding the ball and instead set a screen for Paul. At this juncture, the Lakers had substituted Zhuangshun for Harrell, significantly enhancing their mobility. Consequently, the Lakers' defensive strategy was to switch on screens. After switching, Wang Yi now guarded Paul. Drawing from Wang Yi's previous defense against Booker, Paul had gleaned insights into Wang Yi's tendency to leap. Against such a defender, Paul possessed countless methods to outmaneuver him. Facing Wang Yi's defense, he suddenly pivoted to his right. Wang Yi mirrored his movement, attempting to establish position. Yet, Paul's turn was only half complete. He swiftly lowered his body and broke through to Wang Yi's left. Wang Yi hurriedly shifted leftward. At that moment, Paul had already penetrated half a step into the lane. As Wang Yi moved to intercept, Paul clasped the ball with both hands, feigning a jump shot, intending to deceive Wang Yi before taking his shot. However, on this occasion, the exuberant Wang Yi refrained from leaping. Confidently, Paul assumed he could easily deceive Wang Yi. Thus, he took his mid-range shot with the same assurance as a layup. Yet, at the moment Paul released the ball, Wang Yi finally sprang into action. Paul was taken aback. Upon leaping, he instinctively leaned back. Nevertheless, Wang Yi's fingertips still grazed the basketball. After soaring through the air for a couple of meters, the ball descended limply, as if its purpose had been fulfilled. Paul furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why, he wondered, did this player, who usually relished jumping in defense, choose not to do so this time? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi did not possess an inherent love for jumping. Over the past 2 years, despite not frequently playing, he dedicated nearly all his time, aside from training and sleeping, to analyzing game footage. He meticulously studied the movements and habits of NBA players. Wang Yi developed an intimate understanding of the techniques, tendencies, and even the temperaments of every key and rotational player across the 30 NBA teams. To exaggerate, it could be said that these players' teammates might not know them as well as Wang Yi did. Thus, his reluctance to leap was not a matter of preference. Rather, it was a strategic choice, particularly when defending a player like Devin Booker. Aware of Paul's shorter stature, he recognized that after a drive, if Paul had not created significant space, he typically feigned a move before taking a jump shot. Hence, Wang Yi did not leap during Paul's initial feint, but timed his jump to block during Paul's second attempt. Such insight, though seemingly simple, was the culmination of years of rigorous dedication and effort. Chapter 30. The Hot Pot Feast. Wang Yi executed a spectacular block against Paul, yet the ball fortuitously landed in the hands of their center, Ayton. Upon receiving the ball, Ayton swiftly turned to take a shot, with Wang Yi nearest to him. Before Ayton could release the ball, Wang Yi leaped once more, delivering a resounding block. The ball soared towards the Suns' Crowder, who, noticing the unguarded basket, prepared to dunk. However, Wang Yi quickly moved across the court, appearing before Crowder with remarkable speed, followed by a tremendous leap, arms raised high in a volleyball-style block. Crowder's dunk collided directly with Wang Yi's hands. After the basketball fell, it was seized by James, who immediately executed a signature long pass to Kuzma, who was already on a fast break. Kuzma unleashed a one-handed slam dunk. The crowd erupted as if a volcano had erupted. A cacophony of cheers echoing throughout the Staples Center, shaking under the weight of such exuberance. At that moment, Wang Yi had successfully blocked 3 consecutive shots. He raised his head to the sky and let out a furious roar, seemingly releasing pent-up emotions accumulated over the past 2 years. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and shook it 3 times towards the air. The commentators went wild. "Oh my God, consecutive blocks, consecutive blocks. What am I witnessing? The mountains of Africa. No, the mountains of Asia, Wang. He is the insurmountable Mount Everest." In the Tencent NBA live stream, the screen was inundated with comments of admiration and applause, celebrating Wang Yi's prowess. "Brother E is amazing. Much love for Brother E. A true man of iron and grit. Did you see that? Out of the 5 players on the Suns, 4 were treated to hot pot by Brother E. This is Brother E." In the live stream, commentators Ku Fan and Yang Yi expressed their awe, noting that Wang Yi's defense seemed to have ascended to a new level compared to the previous game. Indeed, he had blocked 2 shots from Booker, 1 from Paul, 1 from Ayton, and 1 from Crowder, all within the first 5 minutes, totaling 5 blocks. Standing at merely 1.92 meters, his blocking ability was truly extraordinary. While everyone marveled at his blocking prowess, I paid closer attention to his defense against Booker. His lateral quickness rendered Booker unable to penetrate at all, heightening my anticipation for the remainder of the game. Just then, the broadcast switched to the referee, who signaled a technical foul. Ku Fan exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" "At on Wang Yi." Yang Yi also expressed disbelief. "What happened?" "We missed the action while following Harrell on the fast break. Let's take another look." Soon, the replay was unveiled, revealing Wang Yi shaking his finger after executing 3 consecutive blocks. Ku Fan suddenly understood. He shook his finger. Wang Yi waved his finger after those blocks. Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief, shaking his finger. Only Uncle Mu has the league's permission to do that in the entire NBA. Wang Yi. His second short contract amounts to $20,000. This technical foul incurs a penalty of $25,000, which seems rather unworthy. Ku Fan remarked. "I believe James will cover his fine." The previously silent critics resurfaced in the comments section. Lack of respect. One's character can be judged by their sportsmanship. Poor sportsmanship indicates a poor character. After blocking 3 shots, he seemed to be elevated, chuckling. In the arena, Wang Yi received a technical foul, yet he bore no regrets. The NBA is inherently a stage for self-expression. If one does not flaunt their prowess after blocking 3 shots, then when should they? As for the potential repercussions of such expression, he remained unfazed. Hasn't the NBA seen its fair share of setbacks? Who has managed to escape unscathed? Due to Wang Yi's technical foul, the Suns were awarded free throws. Following a successful shot by Paul, they continued their offensive play. This time, Wang Yi executed a magnificent block, sending the ball soaring into the stands, igniting the crowd once more. The blocking experience card theoretically enhances Wang Yi's blocking probability to 50%. However, considering his familiarity with the player's techniques and habits, that probability is even more favorable. Turning back, Wang Yi scored a 3-pointer. Additionally, due to Booker's eagerness, he committed a foul. Thus, it became a 3-point play. Wang Yi's free throw skills remained steadfast. After successfully converting, he leveled the score. The first quarter concluded. Yang Yi commented, "The Lakers are truly a remarkable team, trailing by 15 points for half a quarter. They managed to equalize in the subsequent half." Ku Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the Lakers need not repeat the missteps of last year's Game 6. Everything began to shift with Wang Yi's entrance onto the court. Quite frankly, in these 3 games, Wang Yi has consistently surprised us." Yang Yi continued, "In the first game, his 3-pointers were nothing short of miraculous. In the second, beyond the 3-pointers, he showcased his relentless tenacity. In the third, he displayed his blocking prowess. It's as if he possesses an arsenal, unveiling a different weapon each game, leaving his opponents at a loss." Suns head coach Williams rallied his players while strategizing. "We must slow down the pace. Let's play deliberately, denying them any opportunities for fast breaks. He recognized the Lakers' formidable defense, which typically necessitates a faster tempo to challenge them. However, the risks of turnovers when playing quickly could lead to easy fast break points for the Lakers. Thus, he had no choice but to lower the tempo, hoping to find openings through Paul's orchestration. It was akin to choosing between two vials of poison, having selected the first and suffered the consequences. One might be aware that the second is also lethal, yet curiosity compels a trial of the alternative. After finalizing his strategy, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Wang Yi on the distant Lakers bench. The Suns had previously been in a favorable position. It was solely due to the entrance of this individual that everything transformed. To secure victory in the match, this matter must be addressed. With this thought in mind, he turned to glance at Claude. A moment later, he shook his head gently. Let us first give it a try. If it proves ineffective, we shall employ Claude in the third quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the majority of the Lakers starters were resting, leaving only Schroeder on the court accompanied by a cadre of substitutes. Perhaps inspired by Wang Yi's remarkable 3 consecutive blocks, the substitutes displayed an extraordinary vigor. Morris and Gasol effortlessly sank 3-pointers, and even Drummond managed to score a 3-pointer. Coupled with Schroeder's trio of successful drives, the Lakers surged ahead. On the flip side, the Suns appeared to be demoralized, potentially affected by Wang Yi's impressive defensive prowess, their momentum waning. Not only were they unable to make shots from the perimeter, but they also failed to convert easy dunks. With 3 minutes remaining in the half, the Lakers had already established a 12-point lead. At this juncture, Wang Yi re-entered the game, promptly executing 2 more blocks and sinking 2 additional 3-pointers. By the time the halftime buzzer sounded, the Lakers had expanded their lead to a formidable 20 points. Chapter 31. The court's brute. During the halftime intermission, the live commentary was filled with exuberance. The match had initially appeared poised to mirror last year's Game 6, but the dynamics shifted entirely with Wang's entrance. The Lakers now held a commanding 20-point lead, and Wang had not merely altered the course of the game, he had utterly transformed it. As we anticipate the second half, one wonders if Wang can further elevate his performance. On the sidelines, in the front row of VIP seat 124, the illustrious actor Jack Nicholson, hidden behind his crimson-tinted glasses, exuded a sense of profound satisfaction. Thus far, this Eastern player had consistently delivered unexpected delights for the Lakers. Perhaps the hope for the Lakers' resurgence rested upon him. Meanwhile, within the visiting team's locker room, the mood among the Suns players was decidedly somber. Having faced a 20-point deficit before, they were no strangers to such adversity. Ordinarily, this would not dampen their spirits. Yet, today's contest was markedly different. Since the Lakers' #1 player took the court, they had gradually descended into despair, seemingly devoid of any opportunity to mount a comeback. Their offense faltered, and their defense crumbled. How could they continue under such circumstances? Even their star player, Devin Booker, hung his head low, shrouded in a towel, speechless. Observing this, Chris Paul clapped his hands vigorously. Is this how we crumble? Are we to be labeled as soft? Everyone, lift your spirits. Do you remember how we eliminated them last year? They were the reigning champions. If we could turn the champions into losers then, can we now cower before these failures? Paul was undoubtedly among the most competitive and spirited players in the NBA. His rallying words began to rouse his teammates from their stupor, yet trailing by a full 20 points. Mere encouragement would hardly suffice. Thus, head coach Williams turned his gaze once more to Crowder. Crowder, in the third quarter, you must neutralize that Eastern player. His directive implied more than just straightforward defense. It entailed relentless provocation and riling up the opponent, possibly resorting to some unsportsmanlike conduct. In the past, during the finals with the Heat, Crowder had not hesitated to make his opponents suffer. Such a villain may be despised by fans and loathed by players. Yet every successful team necessitates the presence of such a figure. Icons like Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, Draymond Green, and Zaza Pachulia of the Warriors, and Crowder during the Heat's glory days all filled these roles. Crowder understood his assignment well. He signaled an okay to his teammates, assuring them, "Leave that Eastern player to me. You need not worry." As the third quarter commenced, the starting lineup remained consistent with that of the first. However, Schroeder appeared somewhat distracted, committing 2 turnovers within 3 minutes, prompting the coach to substitute him out. Wang Yi re-entered the fray. Now, he has truly entered the rotation. On the bench, Tucker feels a sense of disappointment. Originally, he was meant to be part of the rotation, but due to Wang Yi's exceptional performance, his playing time has been significantly reduced. This is the harsh reality of competitive sports, Only those who excel get to play, while others face elimination. All he can do is train diligently. And when given the opportunity to play, he must seize it and showcase his abilities, rather than sulking on the bench like a disgruntled individual. In contrast, Schroeder appears somewhat distracted, his gaze wandering away from the court, lost in thought. After Wang Yi took the court, although his three-point shooting was not as explosive as in the previous 2 games, he maintained a commendable 45% shooting percentage, surpassing that of most players. This compelled the Suns to alter their defensive strategy. They could no longer rely on zone defense and had to expand their coverage. Consequently, this created openings for the Lakers. James penetrated the defense 3 times in a row, while Caruso managed to drive in for another. The Lakers effectively executed both inside and outside plays. On the other hand, the Suns found themselves thwarted by Wang Yi, who blocked them twice. Additionally, with Booker's shooting touch faltering and his drives being effectively defended by Wang Yi, the other players also struggled to find their rhythm. Although Paul managed to sink 2 mid-range shots, he ultimately could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the Lakers. The score differential began to approach 30 points. At this juncture, the Lakers initiated another offensive play. Wang Yi, as usual, maneuvered through screens to receive the ball beyond the three-point arc. Just then, Crowder, taking advantage of the referee's focus on the ball handler outside, discreetly grabbed Wang Yi's arm and yanked it forcefully. Wang Yi was taken aback and fell to the ground heavily. Fortunately, he had fallen in a way that mitigated the impact. Otherwise, the force exerted by Crowder could have dislocated his arm. Crowder stumbled back 2 steps due to the force of Wang Yi's fall, and then theatrically collapsed to the floor, complaining to the referee, "He fouled me. He pulled me down. His actions are too dirty." It was a case of the wrongdoer crying foul. However, with everyone's attention diverted to the perimeter, the officials failed to notice the altercation. The baseline referee signaled for the game to continue. Wang Yi rose, shook off the fall, and resumed his movement. Meanwhile, as Crowder pursued him, he resorted to subtle fouls, the most insidious of which was a waist grab, reminiscent of a notorious character from folklore, intermittently twisting at Wang Yi's waist. Wang Yi, having studied Crowder, recognized that such tactics were unusual for him. In the entire NBA, the most common user of waist grabs was Paul, whose shorter stature often led him to employ such discreet maneuvers in defense. These actions could inflict pain and instill caution in opponents, and amidst the intensity of the game, referees often overlooked them. Now, it seemed Crowder had adopted this tactic. Observing this, Wang Yi smirked inwardly. Was it just a waist grab? Who couldn't he do that? Thus, when Crowder pressed too closely or they became entangled, he too surreptitiously reached out and pinched Crowder's waist. Claude muttered a low curse under his breath and continued to grapple for another 2 minutes. Wang Yi's waist was already bruised with shades of blue and purple. Claude was not faring any better, as a man of African descent. The injuries on his skin were less visible, yet he too bore numerous contusions. This was Wang Yi's method of returning the favor, employing the same tactics against a cunning opponent. One could hardly speak of sportsmanship or the ethics of the game. Claude's subtle maneuvers were difficult for the referee to detect, and lodging complaints would prove utterly futile. In such circumstances, should Wang Yi refrain from retaliating and simply endure the relentless harassment? At that moment, Claude pursued him once more. Seizing the opportunity during their entanglement, Wang Yi swiftly grasped Claude's waist again, exploiting his moment of pain to dart beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a perfect three-point shot. Claude, clutching his waist, seethed internally, cursing vehemently. F. He then closed the distance to Wang Yi, declaring, "Oriental, you shall see what awaits you." Chapter 32. An eye for an eye. The exchange between Wang Yi and Crowder was subtle, almost imperceptible to the other 8 players on the court, let alone the referee. At that moment, Crowder's anger was palpable. He had intended to provoke this Eastern player by grabbing his waist, hoping to elicit a reaction. This Eastern player had already received 1 technical foul. If Crowder could incite him to retaliate, whether through a swing of his fists or a verbal insult, he would earn another tee and face expulsion. Yet, rather than becoming enraged, the Eastern player retaliated, causing Crowder intense discomfort, all while scoring 3 consecutive points over him. This infuriated Crowder further, and he devised a plan as he watched Wang Yi retreat on defense. Initially, he aimed to teach Wang Yi a lesson, to dissuade him from his obstinate pursuit. However, since the player remained undeterred, Crowder felt justified in his intentions. As the Lakers mounted another offensive, Wang Yi navigated through a screen to receive the ball at the arc. Even when it was clear that Crowder could not block his shot, he lunged at Wang Yi, raising his right hand not to contest the ball, but to strike Wang Yi's face with a forceful blow. The impact was not limited to Wang Yi's face. Crowder's excessive force sent Wang Yi crashing to the ground. At that moment, Crowder felt a surge of satisfaction, but it was short-lived. A searing pain shot through his groin, and suddenly, his world narrowed to that singular sensation. The agony was excruciating, penetrating to his very core. Wang Yi, well aware of Crowder's tendencies, anticipated his aggressive actions when he found himself unable to defend effectively. Thus, he prepared for this eventuality. As Crowder brought him down, Wang Yi leaned back, using the momentum to deliver a swift kick to Crowder's groin. Was this move unsportsmanlike? Undoubtedly. Yet, given that Crowder had already crossed the line into foul play, was it not reasonable for Wang Yi to respond in kind? In the realm of basketball, such actions could lead to ejection and fines. But Crowder would likely repeat his transgressions. A single act of malice could potentially derail a player's career. Was there any need for civility in the face of such aggression? It was merely a case of reciprocation. At that moment, Crowder, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, doubled over and collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. Wang Yi, having anticipated the fall, managed to protect himself with his left hand upon impact, experiencing only a slight discomfort. However, he chose not to rise immediately. Given that Crowder had instigated the violence, Wang Yi remained down, fully aware that rising now would only elicit greater sympathy from the referee for the true victim in this scenario. Very well. Let us embrace the role of a leading actor for a moment. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi pressed his right hand against his waist, gritting his teeth and forcing a smile. His left hand continued to pound the floor. His teammates rushed over, inquiring about the extent of his injury. Naturally, Wang Yi refrained from responding, seemingly too pained even to utter a word. Many spectators at the sidelines fell silent. Observing this, Dudley prepared to enter the court to defend Wang Yi, as that was his role on the Lakers. However, he was firmly restrained by an assistant coach. At this juncture, any external interference would result in a technical foul. On the court, Caruso also contemplated stepping in for Wang Yi. Yet, upon witnessing Crowder writhing in agony on the floor, he felt a twinge of confusion. Was this man merely feigning distress? Wasn't it he who had knocked Wang Yi from the air? At that moment, the large screen displayed a replay, and the audience collectively gasped as they witnessed Crowder charge directly at Wang Yi's face, igniting a wave of outrage. How outrageous! He is nothing but a mercenary. Can a mercenary participate in a game? He ought to be imprisoned. This was clearly an assault. He should be expelled from the game. However, as the crowd observed Wang Yi's descent, where his right foot inadvertently struck Crowder in the groin, they simultaneously gasped. Oh, especially the more seasoned male spectators, who felt a pang of sympathy for Crowder. Subsequently, cheers erupted from the audience. Well done. If I were Wang, I would have done the same. Crowder had it coming. Meanwhile, on the court, teammates from both sides approached to inquire about the injured player's condition. One teammate asked, "Wang, where does it hurt?" Wang Yi's pain seemed to have subsided slightly. Pressing his waist, he replied, "It appears to be my back, though I cannot be certain. It hurts everywhere." After a few more questions, the teammates finally asked, "Can you stand?" Stealing a glance at Crowder, who was now being assisted by his teammates to the bench, he said, "Help me up. I believe I can still manage." Thus, he was aided to his feet. Under the guidance of the team physician, Wang Yi gradually began to move his body. Slowly, his suffering appeared to diminish significantly. At the sidelines, the referees repeatedly reviewed the footage. It was clear that Crowder had committed a malicious foul, as he had charged toward Wang Yi's face. The referees were now deliberating whether Wang Yi's kick toward Crowder was intentional or accidental. This time, the referees did not deliberate for long. Soon, they rendered their decision. Signaling to the scorer's table, Crowder receives a flagrant foul, with a technical foul assessed. Wang Yi was fouled on a three-point attempt, resulting in 3 free throws, plus an additional free throw for the technical foul, totaling 4 free throws. Furthermore, possession of the ball was awarded to the Lakers. For shots, 1 attempt. Upon hearing such a ruling, the players and coaching staff of the Suns expressed their disbelief and frustration, gesturing in exasperation. How could this be? How could this happen? Our player is injured. That kick was clearly intentional. Especially Paul appeared as though he were about to devour the referee, relentlessly pursuing him with grievances. He pointed at Wang Yi, exclaiming to the official, "Did you not witness that action? It was utterly treacherous. Such a player should not remain on the court." However, the referee paid no heed to their complaints and instead issued a warning. Should they continue their protests, a technical foul would be imposed on the entire team. Meanwhile, in the replay room, the esteemed NBA referee, Javi, elucidated, from the movement observed, Wang Yi was merely executing a fadeaway shot. As he leaned back, one foot naturally extended forward. When Crowder lunged and sent Wang Yi crashing to the ground, Wang's extended right foot was elevated slightly further, solely to maintain balance. A reflexive bodily response. Thus, while he inadvertently harmed Crowder, there was no intentional malice. Moreover, it was Crowder who infringed upon Wang's cylinder. Although Wang extended his leg, he remained within his own cylinder. Therefore, we conclude that Wang did not commit a foul. Chapter 33. An unconventional pair of doubles. Wang Yi sat on the bench for a moment. His teammates suggested that he return to the locker room for a brief examination. However, Wang Yi shrugged and replied, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I feel much better. I'm in great form. Team doctor, you were in such pain moments ago, and now you feel fantastic?" The surrounding teammates understood the situation all too well, especially James, who had feigned injury before and was aware of the intricacies involved. A knowing smile crept across his face as he patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, brother. This is the nature of competitive sports. It is solely results-oriented. As long as you do not cross the line, you may do anything in pursuit of victory." Everyone knows that Miller's game winner against Jordan involved a push foul. But can that change the outcome? The other teammates exhaled in relief. As long as no one was injured, everything was fine. After regaining his composure, Wang Yi approached the free throw line. He took 4 free throws, achieving an impressive free throw percentage of 88. He made all 4 shots with unwavering precision. Subsequently, the Lakers continued to play, and Wang Yi maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball. A recovering Crowder pursued him. Wang Yi held the ball with both hands, gazing into Crowder's eyes with a subtle smile. Upon seeing the expression and grin on Wang Yi's face, Crowder felt a sudden unease wash over him, a chill rising from his lower body. The excruciating pain he had just experienced seemed to return. Although he still attempted to contest Wang Yi, it was evident that his defense was more symbolic than serious, posing no real threat to Wang Yi. Swish! The basketball sailed over Crowder's head and swished through the net. With his 4 free throws, coupled with this three-pointer, Wang Yi scored 7 points in one possession, widening the gap to 33 points. The Suns had no choice but to call another timeout. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, during the timeout, Paul clapped his hands repeatedly, rallying the Suns players, encouraging Booker, "Devin, you need to step up. You will be the sole leader of this team in the future, so you must take charge." Yet, the Suns' momentum had been shattered. Especially for Crowder, upon returning to the court, he no longer exhibited the fierce defense from earlier. His defensive play appeared hesitant, particularly when guarding Wang Yi, as he dared not close the distance too much, seemingly haunted by that previous blow to his confidence. The Suns' fortunes had dwindled, and the Lakers secured a smooth victory. James concluded the game with stats of 23 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists, once again flirting with a triple-double that would surely aggravate any perfectionist. He was the cornerstone of the team, regardless of the team's outcome. The Lakers needed his statistics to sustain them. However, the true hero of the match was undoubtedly Wang Yi, who, in 26 minutes off the bench, amassed an impressive double-double of 28 points and 10 blocks. His shooting efficiency was staggering, hitting 7 of 10 from beyond the arc, and making all 5 of his free throws, alongside a perfect 1 of 1 from 2-point range. Especially with regard to his accuracy beyond the arc, he continues to affirm his status as a reliable 3-point shooter. After the game, Paul did not approach the Lakers players to extend his hand in greeting. Instead, he turned sharply and made his way toward the player tunnel, neglecting even to bid farewell to his close friend, LeBron James. This reaction is understandable, as he is an intensely competitive player. Following a staggering defeat by 30 points, it is only natural that he would lack the inclination to engage in cordial handshakes. "I lost to you by 30 points, and it is evident that I was outmatched today. However, you expect me to feign politeness and congratulate you? I cannot do that." In the post-game interview, the ever-composed Wang Yi faced the media with unwavering poise. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Yi intended to take a shower. But LeBron called out to him, saying, "Wang, come and try this." Curious, Wang Yi inquired, "What is it?" LeBron replied enigmatically, "You will find out when you get there," and led Wang Yi to a door at the back of the locker room. The other players looked on with envious glances as Wang Yi followed LeBron into the room. He beheld a tall, cylindrical apparatus. Viewed from above, the interior was enveloped in swirling mist, and emanated an intense chill. Wang Yi immediately understood. It was a cryotherapy chamber. LeBron nodded with a smile, encouraging, "Give it a try." The so-called cryotherapy chamber is essentially a vessel for liquid nitrogen. After intense physical exertion, athletes enter the cryotherapy chamber to immerse themselves in liquid nitrogen, which alleviates fatigue and maintains muscle strength. The frigid environment also serves to eliminate numerous bodily inflammations and deeters viruses from affecting the athletes. However, due to the exorbitant costs, amounting to millions of dollars annually, this practice has not become widespread among NBA players. Only superstars like LeBron possessed their own cryotherapy chambers. At that moment, Wang Yi stepped into the chamber. The temperature gauge beside him displayed a steadily decreasing number. He felt a wave of cold penetrate his body, though he knew it would not harm him. The liquid nitrogen can reach a chilling -196 degrees. However, the nitrogen inside the chamber is professionally handled and does not directly contact the athlete's skin. After 2 minutes in the chamber, Wang Yi emerged feeling invigorated, as though the preceding 20 minutes of intense competition had never occurred. Of course, this was merely a sensation. After exiting the chamber, Wang Yi took a leisurely bath. While he soaked, LeBron remarked, "Wang, you'll be attending the press conference shortly." Wang Yi did not hesitate to agree, responding, "Understood." Few players would refuse the opportunity to participate in a post-game press conference. Meanwhile, at the press conference venue, the Suns' post-game briefing was already in progress, featuring Paul, Booker, and Crowder. After addressing several routine inquiries, a reporter posed a question to Crowder. "Crowder, during the game, both you and the Lakers' Wang fell to the ground simultaneously. You struck his face, and he kicked you in the groin, resulting in the referee issuing you a flagrant foul. What do you have to say about that?" Crowder shook his head and replied, "Undoubtedly, I was going for the ball and accidentally hit his face. His actions were clearly intentional. They were excessively dirty, and he ought to have been ejected." Having regained his composure, he began to speak freely and boldly. The reporter continued, "However, from the footage, it is evident that the ball was well above your head. Your immediate reaction was not to reach out to block the shot, but to strike towards his face. Many assert that your actions were deliberate. How do you respond to that?" Crowder, visibly irritated, glared at the reporter. "You are not me. How can you possibly know what I was thinking at that moment? That individual was certainly intentional. Why don't you ask him?" The reporter shook his head. "According to your reasoning, you are not him. So how can you be certain he acted with intent?" Rendered speechless by the inquiry, Crowder huffed, "I refuse to answer your question." With that, he stood up and departed, brushing off his sleeves. Exiting the press conference midway is perceived as a sign of disrespect towards the reporters in the NBA, which may result in a fine. However, Crowder was indifferent to the consequences. Shortly after their departure, the Lakers' James and Wang entered the venue. Chapter 34. Confronting the journalists 5 minutes after the departure of the Suns. Wang Yi and LeBron James entered the venue. The journalists' cameras erupted in a flurry of clicks. Although Wang Yi had previously held press conferences, he had never experienced such a fervent barrage of photography. This is the level of exposure that comes with being a Lakers player. As a traditional powerhouse situated in a grand city like Los Angeles, the Lakers naturally attract far more attention than teams from smaller markets. Thus, in this environment, as long as one performs admirably, visibility is assured. Once seated, the journalists began to pose their inquiries. One reporter directed a question at LeBron. "LeBron, tonight Wang once again delivered an efficient performance. It appears he has the potential to become an invaluable ally by your side. What are your thoughts on this?" LeBron glanced at Wang Yi with a smile and responded, "He is indeed a great teammate. Having him on the court alleviates some of my pressure. I eagerly anticipate his next performance." The reporters continued to bombard LeBron with questions, most of which pertained to Wang Yi. After the fifth inquiry regarding Wang, LeBron jestingly remarked, "I feel somewhat superfluous. Why not ask Wang directly? He is right here." The journalists were quite astute. Although Wang Yi had played 3 commendable games, he lacked significant notoriety. Furthermore, his scores had all been below 30 points, leaving little to boast about. Consequently, merely covering Wang Yi would yield scant topic interest. Therefore, they first sought LeBron's insights to garner an evaluation of Wang Yi, allowing them to craft enticing headlines such as "LeBron's best ally," "LeBron praises him," or "LBJ raves about him." This approach significantly heightened the topic's allure, increasing readers' interest. Eventually, the journalists had exhausted their questions for LeBron and began to direct inquiries towards Wang Yi. "Wang, tonight you scored 28 points with 10 blocks, a remarkable double-double for a guard. Do you have any secrets to achieving 10 blocks? Wang Yi smiled and replied, the secret is to eat less. The less I eat, the lighter I am, which allows me to jump higher and consequently makes blocking shots easier. This was, of course, a jest that elicited laughter from the audience. Then, a rotund journalist adjusted his glasses, a glint of mischief in his eye, and asked, Wang, you've scored nearly 30 points in 3 consecutive games. Such performance is emblematic of contemporary Chinese players. What is your perspective on this? Wang Yi responded, I just sit back and observe. The journalists paused for a moment before erupting into laughter once more. Wang Yi continued, in truth, to say I represent Chinese players is inaccurate. I am Chinese, and I cherish my homeland deeply. However, I am merely myself. I cannot be so arrogant as to claim I can represent anyone else in any regard. Moreover, I do not believe anyone can represent me in any manner. We must not impose our will upon others. The portly journalist exhibited a hint of disappointment as he nodded, expressing gratitude for the response before taking a seat. In truth, this journalist was attempting to ensnare Wang Yi. His nation, at least on the surface, champions independence and freedom. Thus, by casting a provocative bait, he aimed to exploit any assertion from Wang Yi about representing Huaxia, allowing him to craft a narrative about the lack of freedom and excessive authoritarianism in the Eastern nation. However, to his surprise, Wang Yi did not fall into his trap. At that moment, a female journalist, who had been relatively silent until now, raised her hand. She was a blonde, and even in professional attire, her figure was striking. Her smile was disarming, exuding warmth and approachability. She began to speak. Wang, the NBA is currently the pinnacle of basketball leagues worldwide, and you are the only representative from Huaxia. My question is, with a population of 1 billion, is it truly impossible to find even 5 individuals capable of playing basketball? As her words resonated, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Silence enveloped the gathering. This inquiry was markedly different from that of the previous journalist. While the latter had subtly set a trap for Wang Yi, the beautiful journalist boldly posed a pointed question, clearly unfriendly in tone. Many journalists, however, felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating Wang Yi's potential misstep. LeBron James furrowed his brow and turned to Wang Yi, subtly shaking his head. He understood that Wang Yi was already feeling a surge of anger. Such a question could ignite frustration in anyone. Yet, Wang Yi could not afford to react poorly. If he did, the attending journalist would broadcast the incident widely, jeopardizing his future prospects. Thus, LeBron conveyed through his gaze that Wang Yi must exercise restraint. Would Wang Yi indeed show restraint? Certainly not. If the matter were personal, perhaps he could endure. However, when it pertained to his nation, he could not tolerate even the slightest affront. His gaze was intense as he directed it towards the attractive journalist, inquiring, May I ask which country you represent? With an ever-present smile that evoked a sense of springtime, the journalist replied, I am from the United States. Wang Yi responded boldly, In your country of 300 million, is it truly impossible to find even one person capable of playing table tennis? At this utterance, a profound silence enveloped the room. The smile vanished from the journalist's face, and the majority of the attending reporters, who were American, felt as though they had been pierced to the heart. Wang Yi's piercing gaze remained fixed on the female journalist, awaiting her response. For a moment, she was rendered speechless. Admittedly, the level of basketball in Huaxia may not compare to that of the NBA, and numerous issues exist within the domestic system. However, if ill-intentioned individuals seek to use this as a means to mock Huaxia, Wang Yi would not stand for it. It is akin to graduates from various institutions voicing critiques about their alma mater. While they may express dissatisfaction, none dare to disparage it openly without inciting a strong reaction. At that moment, silence reigned supreme in the room. Wang Yi paused momentarily and remarked, Every individual possesses unique talents, and each nation excels in particular sports. Your country boasts unparalleled prowess in basketball, while ours reigns supreme in table tennis. We should not mock others' shortcomings due to our own strengths. Nor should we deride other nations for their lack of proficiency in the sports we excel in. Should one engage in such behavior, it reflects a deficiency in personal cultivation and character. With these few sentences, Wang Yi deftly shifted the discourse from a national perspective back to an individual one, demonstrating remarkable eloquence. The female journalist, publicly admonished for her lack of decorum, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, acutely aware of the piercing gazes surrounding her. Moments later, one journalist began to applaud, prompting half the assembly to join in a resounding applause. Wang Yi's words resonated with many in attendance, eliciting a wave of appreciation. However, a few American journalists remained defiant, eager to contest the sentiments expressed. Chapter 35. I have come to conquer the NBA. Wang Yi confronted the beautiful reporter, eliciting a round of applause from the audience. However, a few American journalists were not appeased, particularly a sharply dressed male reporter seated beside her. Observing the female reporter bow her head in response to Wang Yi's retort, he seemed inclined to defend her. He raised his hand and inquired, Wang, it is said that your countrymen believe everything about your nation is superior. Wang Yi discerned the malice behind the suit-clad reporter's question but remained undeterred. He retorted, shouldn't they? It reflects their love for their country. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, the reporter's face broke into a smirk, as if he had concocted a clever trap. He then asked, if your country is so exceptional, why are you not playing in your CBA, but instead in the NBA? This question was clearly intended to undermine Wang Yi. The other journalists fell silent once more. The inquiry remained sharp and hostile. Had it been any other player, they might have stormed out in anger. Meanwhile, the previously subdued, beautiful reporter lifted her head again, realizing that she too had overlooked this poignant question, which now left her feeling embarrassed. LeBron James cast a worried glance at Wang Yi, only to see no trace of anger on his face. Instead, Wang Yi exuded a sense of bravado, his eyes ablaze with passion. He then articulated a statement that even LeBron had never uttered. He gazed at the suited reporter, then glanced at the female reporter, and finally swept his gaze across the 50 reporters present. With unwavering resolve, he declared, I have come to conquer the NBA. Upon this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Such audacity was almost laughable. A player on a short contract, having played merely 3 commendable games, dared to declare his intent to conquer the NBA? Even legends like LeBron, Kobe, and the basketball deity Michael Jordan had never uttered such brazen words. Yet, not a single person in the room dared to laugh. Not even a whisper broke the stillness. Wang Yi's gaze was resolute, his expression unwavering, and his words unyielding. He conveyed an unmistakable seriousness, as if he had indeed come to the NBA with such a purpose. After his statement, Wang Yi scanned the assembly of reporters once more. Under his penetrating gaze, not a single journalist dared to meet his eyes. They instinctively lowered their heads. Wang Yi then remarked, since there are no further questions, this press conference is concluded. He stood and strode out of the venue with confidence. LeBron, regaining his composure, surveyed the reporters, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately only moved his lips without uttering a sound. He too rose and exited. As they entered the corridor, LeBron called after Wang Yi. Wang Yi turned, asking, what is it? LeBron wished to caution him about the potential uproar his bold statement would create throughout the entire NBA community. The remarks elicited disdain from numerous veterans, provoked attacks from countless fans, and met with defiance from many players. However, in the end, he simply patted Wang Yi on the back and said, Wang, once the words are out, you must prove them through action. Wang Yi nodded solemnly, affirming his understanding. The following morning, the entire NBA community erupted in uproar. Celtics legend Paul Pierce tweeted, this washout individual is talking nonsense. Bulls great Scottie Pippen remarked, not even a deity would utter such words. He is utterly arrogant. He is nothing but a pile of excrement. Suns icon Charles Barkley tweeted, does he truly believe he can conquer the NBA? If he scores 30 points in a game, I would dare to kiss a donkey's behind. Renowned North American journalist Stephen A. Smith, likened to the American Yang Yi, commented on his show. This young man clearly is yet to grasp what the NBA entails. Of course, we need not be too harsh on him. Who would argue with a 3-year-old child who speaks without a filter? The fans, however, were far less forgiving. They took to the internet, hurling insults. This arrogant, pompous fool. Such a lack of upbringing. Even Lakers fans couldn't restrain their derision. After just 3 good games, he is already floating in the clouds? Conquering the NBA? How has he wandered the league for 2 years? Meanwhile, Wang Yi's words reached across the ocean. Several 10-cent NBA commentators took to Weibo, expressing that such statements were ill-advised. Ambition is commendable, they said, but it ought not to be publicly declared, especially after performing well in only 3 games over 2 years. Such proclamations would place immense pressure on him, detrimental to his development. Wang Yi is still quite young, and he may pay dearly for his youthful indiscretion. Even his fans felt he should have refrained from making such statements. Observing his press conference, he had spoken well previously, even putting a female reporter in her place, which indeed earned him praise. Yet, his subsequent remarks were excessively arrogant. Is this truly wise? I do not favor hubristic individuals, I have unfollowed him. Our culture values restraint, advocating for action over words. Do more and speak less. Wang Yi has completely flouted this principle. Critics swiftly emerged, exclaiming, incredible. He has said what even gods would fear to utter. I am watching. How will he survive in the NBA after making such statements? From now on, every game he plays will be targeted. This should be entertaining. At that moment, it seemed the entire world was arrayed against Wang Yi. Lying on his bed in the garage, he scrolled through the comments, the mockery, and the vitriol. He merely chuckled. After 2 years of wandering in the NBA, his mental resilience had been profoundly fortified. The criticism, derision, and insults held little significance for him. His statements had indeed been impulsive, in the presence of so many reporters, half of whom harbored ill intentions due to his heritage. He spoke without restraint. In a moment of impulsiveness, responding to them verbally was not inherently wrong. Furthermore, Wang Yi's assertions are not born out of arrogance. Rather, they are grounded in 3 key facts. Firstly, he possesses an intricate system that enables him to rapidly enhance his capabilities. Secondly, he exerts effort surpassing that of 99% of NBA players. He has meticulously studied the technical attributes, habitual movements, and temperaments of nearly every player capable of competing. Thirdly, every ambitious NBA player harbors, to varying extents, a desire to conquer the league. Did Kobe not have such aspirations? Did LeBron not? Did a young Chris Paul not? They all did. Albeit they merely contemplated these thoughts without vocalizing them, fully aware of the potential repercussions of their words. Wang Yi has simply articulated what many dare not express. After perusing his phone for a few moments, he locked the screen and resolved to head to the training facility. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly. Wang Yi glanced at the screen, momentarily taken aback, before pressing the answer button. Chapter 36. At the pinnacle of storms, the only word displayed on the mobile screen was Dad. Wang Yi's father was once an athlete himself, now serving as a physical education teacher at a school. It was through witnessing his father's passion for basketball from a young age that Wang Yi was inspired to pursue a career in professional sports. However, his father has never been supportive of his ambitions. Even when Wang Yi first entered the NBA and domestic media lavished him with accolades, his father remained indifferent to his aspirations. Wang Yi could never comprehend the reasons behind his father's disapproval. Why did he not encourage his son to chase his dreams? This discord had strained their relationship significantly. Since their last phone call, during which his father had insisted that he return home, they had not communicated for 6 months. Even attempts to speak with his mother had been thwarted by his father's intervention as he disconnected her calls. When Wang Yi saw that it was his father calling, he instinctively knew that his father intended to persuade him to come back, while the world was busy mocking and criticizing him. Initially reluctant to answer, he hesitated briefly before pressing the answer button. He bluntly stated, "Dad, if you're calling to urge me to return, you can hang up now." After a brief silence, his father replied, "I watched your interview. It's easy to boast, but the true challenge lies in turning those boasts into reality." Wang Yi was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he began to respond, but his father interrupted him with a question. "Can you endure?" Wang Yi nodded earnestly, declaring, "I have endured for the past 2 years." His father replied, "That's good. You can talk to your mother." Throughout Wang Yi's life, conversations with his father had always been succinct, consisting of just a few words. Yet this time, his father's remarks provided him with immense psychological comfort. He had anticipated facing the world alone after expressing his aspirations, but unexpectedly, his father, who had always opposed his basketball career, offered his support at this critical juncture. Subsequently, Wang Yi spoke with his mother, and their conversation flourished with warmth and familiarity. She inquired about everything from his romantic life to the simple details of his breakfast. They conversed for a full half-hour before finally ending the call. As he made his way to the training facility, Wang Yi reflected on his father's words. Transforming one's boasts into reality is the true measure of greatness. He had previously made grand claims, and with the barrage of ridicule and scorn from fans and players alike, the thought of one day achieving those lofty ambitions filled him with determination. Inspired by the sentiment from Soldier Assault, he resolved to set an ambitious goal that seemed almost unattainable and to strive relentlessly toward it. He had grown quite familiar with the security guard, who, upon seeing Wang Yi, expressed confusion. "Wang, the next game is an away match, and we fly to Washington at noon. The team isn't training this morning. Why aren't you at home resting?" Wang Yi replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I came early. After all, I can rest on the plane." The security guard nodded and opened the door for him. He then remarked, Wang. Your words last night may bring you considerable trouble. Are you prepared for that? Wang Yi gestured an okay sign and replied, just watch. He then entered the training facility to review the tasks presented by the system. Task 1. Execute 1,000 block training sessions. Task reward. Block rate 20. Task 2. Complete 1,000 breakthrough step trainings. Task reward. Breakthrough speed increase 10. Upon seeing these two tasks, Wang Yi pondered for a moment before stating, I will choose task 1. What the team currently needed most was his defensive skills and three-point shooting. As for breaking through, with LeBron drawing defensive attention, he hardly needed to focus on that. Moreover, if his three-point shooting was effective, the opponents would be reluctant to leave him open, thus allowing him to break through with greater ease. Block training is not merely about jumping and reaching out. It requires securing 2 elastic bands around the waist, fastening the other ends to the floor. He prepared himself and leapt into action. The resistance of the bands reduced his jump height by at least 15 centimeters compared to his normal state. Upon landing, the progress of his task was updated. Task progress, 1,000. Remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly jump once every second. However, as time passed and his stamina waned, the task became increasingly challenging. Thus, Wang Yi dared not relent in the slightest. He leapt again, landing and immediately squatting down for a third jump. As always, with the depletion of his energy, he began to gasp for breath. His jump speed slowed and his jump height diminished. When his jump height fell below 30 centimeters, the system would deem the attempt invalid. Wang Yi could only rest for 2 minutes before resuming his jumps. Outside, the security guard observed this scene and silently mused. What a remarkable player. It's a pity he has such a big mouth. While Wang Yi diligently trained to enhance his abilities across the ocean, he had already become a topic of heated criticism online. Trending at 5th place, Wang Yi's arrogant words bring shame to our great nation. Clicking on the trend revealed a plethora of comments, half of which expressed skepticism while the other half were filled with insults. He has completely discarded the humble virtues of our ancestors. I said it before, his move to the NBA would bring us disgrace. Fool. Rain Sports updated their video today. Su Jingyu took a sip of water and remarked, what is Wang Yi rambling about? After 2 years in the NBA, he hasn't achieved anything noteworthy. He has played only 3 good games, and now he is getting carried away? He should reflect on how he has fared these past 2 years, unable to even secure a regular rotation spot. And yet he talks about conquering the NBA? If you truly aspire to conquer, first triumph over the next formidable opponent, the Wizards. Begin by overcoming Hachimura. If you lack the capability, it is unwise to engage in reckless banter. Such irresponsibility reflects poorly on you and the entire Chinese basketball fan base. Meanwhile, Xiaoku has compiled a highlight reel of Wang Yi's impressive 28 points and 10 rebounds, which he uploaded to the Douyin platform. However, this time, the number of likes on the video has scarcely increased, while the comments have surged dramatically. Upon opening the comments, one finds an overwhelming tide of criticism directed at Wang Yi. What a disgrace. No matter how well he plays, his character is severely lacking. Such a person only brings shame upon our country and deserves to be ostracized. Xiaoku, overwhelmed by the negativity, hesitates to revisit the comments section. He silently laments, Brother E, how could you find yourself in such a predicament? One may indulge in food without restraint, but one must choose their words with care. Aspiring to conquer the NBA is commendable, yet it should not be proclaimed so openly. Chapter 37. Rue Hachimura's Frustration Time. 8:48 a.m. UCLA Training Center Gymnasium. Wang Yi had just completed his final leap and block training session. Within the recesses of his mind, the cold, mechanical prompt of the system echoed. Task completed. Task reward, block probability 20. With a sigh, Wang Yi collapsed onto the floor. His chest heaved like a bellows, rising and falling violently. He was so exhausted that he could barely muster the strength to blink. The fatigue was overwhelming. Yet, the thought of a 20-block probability brought a faint smile to his face. Though May 20th seemed low. Consider for a moment the reality. If a player attempts 10 shots in front of you, can you block 2 of them? Offensive players employ feints, shift their movements, retreat, and lean back. Thus, being able to block even once out of 10 attempts would be commendable. In general, NBA players record only 2 or 3 blocks per game. Therefore, a 20-block probability is, in fact, quite significant. Furthermore, with Wang Yi's understanding of each player's technical attributes and playing habits, he could elevate this probability to 30 without difficulty. If an opponent were to shoot 10 times in his presence, he would be capable of blocking 3 of those attempts, an impressive feat indeed. At noon, after lunch, the players began boarding the plane to Washington. On board, a small faction of players hardly engaged in conversation with Wang Yi. Their biases lingered due to his Eastern heritage, and his recent remarks only deepened their preconceived notions. However, Wang Yi remained undeterred. After enduring 2 years of cold stares, he resolved that to win over the entire NBA, he must first earn the respect of his teammates. He clenched his fists quietly. During the flight, LeBron listened to music while others engaged in video games, read newspapers, or perused books. Wang Yi, however, clutched his notebook, diligently studying recent game footage of the Wizards. Fans only witnessed the players' performances on the court, but the path to becoming an exceptional player involves far more than what meets the eye. Despite his familiarity with each player's technical nuances, he knew it was essential to analyze opponents' footage before matches to ascertain if they had developed new skills or tactical approaches recently. At 6:30 p.m., the team arrived at the hotel near the Washington Arena. After nearly 6 hours of flying and an additional 30 minutes of driving, the players were fatigued. Consequently, the coach opted not to schedule a training session, granting the players some leisure time. The Wizards' home arena, known as the Verizon Center, is situated within the vibrant Chinatown district. Since his arrival in the NBA, Wang Yi had been consumed with training, seldom venturing into Chinatown. This opportunity presented a chance to explore, and most importantly, to hear the familiar sounds of his homeland. Far from home, the predominant language he heard daily was English. However, upon entering Chinatown, Wang Yi was instantly enveloped by the familiar sounds of Mandarin, evoking a sense of warmth and kinship. Within Chinatown, several Chinese fans recognized him and eagerly approached for photographs, seemingly devoid of the disdain often exhibited by domestic fans. Perhaps it was their shared experience of striving in a foreign land that fostered a deeper appreciation for camaraderie among compatriots. Wang Yi meandered through Chinatown for over an hour, purchasing 2 sets of traditional Tang suits. Adorning himself in these garments made him feel closer to his homeland and loved ones. The following afternoon, merely 2 hours before the match commenced, both teams attended a pre-match press conference. During the event, a reporter posed a question to Russell Westbrook regarding an Eastern player who claimed to be here to conquer the NBA. Westbrook scratched his head and replied, "He has articulated what I once wished to say but lacked the courage to express. I am eager to see what unfolds." The gathered journalists were taken aback, as Westbrook's demeanor appeared to convey support for the Eastern player. A fleeting thought crossed the reporter's mind, leading him to consider Rui Hachimura. Suddenly enlightened, he posed a second question. "Mr. Hachimura, what are your thoughts on the Eastern player's statement?" Hachimura erupted in laughter, declaring, "Arrogant, egotistical, and utterly dismissive. I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson, demonstrating how to respect his predecessors and the fans." His remarks not only belittled Wang Yi but also elevated his own moral standing, showcasing a remarkable command of rhetoric. The reporter then probed further. "When you mention teaching him a lesson, do you mean to dominate him on the court?" Westbrook cast a glance at Hachimura, subtly cautioning him of the potential trap. Aware of the snare, Hachimura, nonetheless, remained undeterred. He raised his chin defiantly, addressing the assembled journalists. "Indeed, I shall overpower him, excelling in both offense and defense. He will learn to respect his elders." The room buzzed with excitement as reporters clamored for elaboration. "Mr. Hachimura, can you specify how you plan to dominate him in both facets of the game? His comments have incited public outrage. If you can teach him a lesson, we would all be grateful. We eagerly anticipate your demonstration of discipline." In the visiting team's locker room, Lakers players and coaches observed the unfolding scene. Instinctively glancing towards Wang Yi, who remained engrossed in his tablet, analyzing footage of the Wizards' games, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Yet, internally, he was acutely aware, resolutely deciding to let the game reveal who would truly outshine whom. To protect Wang Yi, the coach opted not to have him participate in the pre-match press conference. Soon, it was time for warm-ups. As LeBron James approached the players' tunnel, he turned to Wang Yi and asked, "Brother, are you ready?" Wang Yi nodded emphatically. As he stood in the players' tunnel, gazing upon the colossal arena that could accommodate over 22,000 spectators, he silently mused, "To conquer the NBA, it all begins within this grand venue." During warm-ups, Wang Yi glanced towards the stands, where a handful of fans held up signs adorned with handwritten words. "Wang Yi, keep going. Support Ego." These fans were all of Chinese descent, which warmed Wang Yi's heart slightly. However, such supporters were but a mere minority. The majority of the crowd seemed eager to witness Wang Yi's missteps this evening. Before long, the warm-up concluded, and the game commenced. Once again, Wang Yi found himself not in the starting lineup, while on the opposing Wizards, Rui Hachimura had secured a starting position. As Hachimura took the court, he passed by Wang Yi, his gaze exuding a palpable sense of provocation. In response, a flicker of determination ignited within Wang Yi's eyes. 5 minutes into the match, the Lakers' interior players were consistently successful in their attempts. Although the Wizards struggled with their three-point shooting, Hachimura displayed commendable form, sinking 2 mid-range shots followed by a dunk. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 27-26, with the Lakers holding a slender lead of 1 point. At this moment, Coach Vogel substituted LeBron James, turning to Wang Yi and instructing, "Wang, it's your turn." Wang Yi glanced at the scoreboard, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This marked the first occasion he entered the game with the Lakers ahead of their rivals. Chapter 38. The unsolvable mid-range experience card this time. Wang Yi felt a sense of gratification, for when he entered the court, the Lakers were not only not trailing, but were ahead by a single point. The moment his feet touched the hardwood, a system prompt echoed in his mind. "You may check in." "Check in," Wang Yi declared. "Check in successful." "Check in reward. Unsolvable mid-range experience card, beginner." After a brief contemplation, Wang Yi decided against utilizing the unsolvable mid-range experience card immediately. With his current three-point shooting and defensive prowess, he was more than adequate as a quality 3D player. The adage of reserving one's best resources for the most critical moments resonated with him. He resolved to employ the card when the Lakers struggled to break through, ensuring it would yield extraordinary results. At that moment, LeBron James exited the court, followed by the Wizard star, Beal, who also took a breather. Westbrook and Hachimura remained on the floor. As Wang Yi passed by, Hachimura uttered something in Japanese. Unable to comprehend, Wang Yi retorted in Mandarin. "Could you speak in human language?" Hachimura, equally perplexed, glared at him and barked in English, prepared to endure the storm's wrath. Wang Yi merely shook his head with a faint chuckle, thinking to himself that the youth must have watched too many passionate anime. The Lakers regained possession. Caruso dribbled past half-court while Wang Yi continuously navigated around screens, seeking an opportunity to receive the ball at the top of the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. Clang! His first attempt rang off the iron. Turning back, Hachimura received a pass from Westbrook and executed a resounding dunk. As he landed, he bellowed towards the heavens, veins bulging in his neck. In the subsequent possession, Wang Yi again maneuvered for a chance, attempting another three-pointer. Clang! Once more, he found himself rebuffed by the rim. He shook his hands in frustration. It appeared his shooting touch was particularly cold today, despite boasting a 45 three-point shooting rate. There were times when even the best shooters experienced off nights. Much like Curry, with his shooting percentage often exceeding 40%. There were occasions where he would find himself making only 2 or 3 of a dozen attempts, paradoxically becoming the target of ridicule. Wang Yi had long studied sharpshooters like Curry. He understood that when one's rhythm falters, the most vital aspect for a shooter is to maintain a resolute approach. Even if the first 100 attempts fail, as long as an opportunity presents itself, the 101st shot must be taken with unwavering conviction. A shooter who hesitates has already succumbed to defeat. Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offense. Hachimura, facing Wang Yi, backed down for a post move. Utilizing his height advantage, he executed a smooth hook shot that effortlessly found the net. Pivoting to face Wang Yi, Hachimura flexed his arms, showcasing his muscles. The current DJ elongated his tone, announcing loudly, 2 points from Hachimura. Witnessing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but smirk internally. Despite his own shooting woes, the audacity of his opponent was striking. Under normal circumstances, he might have sought to avoid a direct confrontation, but against Hachimura, he would not shy away. It was time for a head-on clash. As the first quarter concluded, Wang Yi struggled with his shooting, missing all 3 attempts. Following LeBron James's departure from the game, the team lacked a facilitator for their offense, resulting in a disjointed performance from the Lakers. Conversely, Rui Hachimura from the Wizards displayed commendable form, sinking all 4 of his shots and accumulating 8 points in the first quarter. The Lakers found themselves trailing by 5 points. The comments section of the 10-cent NBA live stream was rife with criticism. Trash Lakers. Trash Wang Yi. How embarrassing to be schooled by a rookie. The announcer, Duan Ran, remarked, "Oh dear, Wang Yi's shooting touch seems off today. Let us see if he can devise other means to assist the team." Zhu Fangyu, sitting nearby, responded, Every shooter experiences slumps. The key is to maintain focus and not force shots. However, when a good opportunity arises, one must seize it without hesitation. If three-point shooting isn't working, there are always other avenues to contribute, such as defense, passing, and rebounding. During the break between quarters, Lakers head coach Vogel turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "How are you feeling?" Wang Yi nodded, "No problem." Vogel noted the confidence in Wang Yi's gaze and felt reassured. His greatest concern had been that Wang Yi might lose confidence after a few missed three-pointers. It appeared his worries were unfounded. He advised Wang Yi, "You will start the second quarter. Continue playing your usual style. Be decisive when opportunities for three-pointers arise, and intensify your defense." This arrangement clearly indicated Vogel's endorsement of Wang Yi's inclusion in the rotation, which would have delighted a player who had long been sidelined. However, to Vogel's surprise, Wang Yi shook his head and said, "Coach, please allow me to match Hachimura's playing time." Vogel glanced at Hachimura in the distance and cautioned, "Wang, his comments at the press conference were indeed excessive. Yet, we must prioritize the overall dynamics of this game. Moreover, he plays power forward while you're a guard. Even if you both play simultaneously, you won't be matched up against each other." Wang Yi replied earnestly, "Coach, trust me, you will be rewarded. If I fail to outplay him, feel free to bench me." Vogel pondered for a moment. Hachimura's role within the Wizards had grown increasingly significant. If he found his rhythm, it would necessitate bolstering their defense. This would consequently ease the paths for Westbrook and Beal to penetrate. Hence, the primary objective was to neutralize him. Given Wang Yi's resolute stance, perhaps he possessed a strategy worth exploring. Vogel, known for his open-mindedness, had previously allowed Rondo to draw up plays for the players during their championship season in 2020. Thus, he decided to let Wang Yi take the court and see how it unfolded. In the second quarter, prior to Rui Hachimura's entrance, Wang Yi had yet to take the court. As the fourth minute of the quarter unfolded, Hachimura made his appearance alongside Wang Yi, who also returned to action. At this juncture, the Lakers trailed by 5 points. Wang Yi navigated around a screen, seeking an open position, and decisively launched a three-pointer. Swish! It marked the first successful three-point shot of the game. The drought from beyond the arc had finally ended. Observing this, Hachimura's expression turned slightly grave. Meanwhile, Vogel discreetly clenched his fist in approval. The Lakers needed to find their rhythm from three-point range. LeBron was no longer the airborne force he once was. He could not carry the weight of the team as he had in the past, charging aggressively during critical moments. Thus, the team's proficiency from beyond the arc served as a barometer for their performance. As Wang Yi retreated on defense, he thumped his chest in affirmation. With the long-range shots falling, the path ahead appeared much clearer. He had previously contemplated resorting to his elusive mid-range shot card should the three-pointers continue to evade him. Chapter 39. A Moment of Reluctance to Shoot, Part 1. Wang Yi's three-point shot found its mark, eliciting a collective sigh of relief not only from the coach, but from every player on the team. Turning their attention back to the game, the Wizards initiated their offense. Instead of guarding the opposing point guard, Wang Yi chose to shadow Rui Hachimura. Observing this, the Wizards' backup point guard promptly passed the ball to Hachimura once he secured his position. Standing at 206 centimeters, Hachimura had a notable height advantage over Wang Yi, who stood at 192 centimeters, creating a significant disparity of 14 centimeters. This presented a classic case of size versus skill. The commentator from Tencent NBA, Duan Ran, expressed his confusion. "What does this mean? Wang Yi is actively defending Hachimura?" Zhu Fangyu remarked, "This. Wang Yi's mindset is understandable. I felt the same when facing players from this country. However, one must consider the actual circumstances. One cannot charge in recklessly. Hachimura possesses solid fundamentals and commendable back-to-the-basket skills. Wang Yi's decision to defend against a taller opponent may not be the wisest choice." Within the Verizon Center, the crowd of 20,000 spectators erupted as they witnessed Wang Yi matching up against Hachimura. They chanted in unison, "Take him down! Take him down! Take him down!" The live commentary echoed their sentiments. "This young man is exceedingly arrogant, claiming he has come to conquer the NBA. Hachimura must teach him a lesson." Another commentator nodded in agreement, stating, "Those who boast rarely find success on the court. Hachimura must dominate him," making it clear just how insignificant Wang Yi truly is in the realm of the NBA. Hachimura shared this sentiment. Spotting Wang Yi defending him, a hint of disdain crossed his face as he remarked, "Youngster, it's time for class. You must pay attention." Without any feints, he opted for a mid-range jump shot over the 14 centimeters shorter Wang Yi. Wang Yi had meticulously studied Hakimura's gameplay, becoming intimately familiar with his habitual movements. Before executing his jump shot, Hakimura had a subtle tendency to glance at the basket, a minuscule motion of his eyes that went largely unnoticed by others. However, Wang Yi, through countless hours of reviewing footage and player profiles, had scrutinized even Hakimura's earlier NCAA games and training videos, thus uncovering this seemingly innocuous habit that even Hakimura himself was unaware of. As Hakimura prepared to shoot, Wang Yi astutely recognized this cue. He leapt into action, extending his left hand for a block. At that moment, Hakimura had just lifted the ball, ready to ascend. A sharp sound echoed as Wang Yi cleanly swatted both the ball and Hakimura from the air. The play was executed with precision, devoid of any physical contact, resulting in Hakimura crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, the Wizards' backup point guard rushed over to retrieve the ball. In a swift motion, Wang Yi dove to secure the ball in his embrace before tossing it forward into the court. Harold dashed toward the front court, seized the ball, and executed a powerful two-handed slam dunk. The spectators were momentarily taken aback, their gazes swiftly shifting from Harold to Rui Hakimura and Wang Yi. It was almost inconceivable that this audacious Eastern player could block someone as tall as Hakimura, who towered over him by several inches. The two commentators shared in the disbelief. What on earth was happening with Hakimura? This must have been a fluke. We have faith in Hakimura's abilities, and this is certainly an anomaly. A single mishap means little, as Hakimura is bound to retaliate against this Eastern player. At that moment, the score gap had been erased. Hakimura rose from the ground, feeling somewhat dazed. How could this guy block him? It seemed impossible. Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offense once more, with Wang Yi still tasked with guarding Hakimura. This time, Hakimura did not attempt a direct jump shot against Wang Yi. Instead, he received the ball and turned, positioning his back toward Wang Yi, using his body to assertively push against him. Wang Yi, unable to withstand Hakimura's strength due to the significant weight disparity, staggered back a step after a solid nudge from Hakimura. With 3 successive pushes, Hakimura found himself near the basket, his habitual scoring position. He could easily pivot for a jump shot, but facing this player from Huaxia, he was determined not just to score, but to deliver a ferocious dunk. Thus, he leaned in once more toward Wang Yi. However, this time, as he exerted force, he found himself unable to press against Wang Yi. Suddenly, he felt an emptiness behind him, causing him to lose his balance and stumble, landing flat on the court. The ball slipped from his grasp and rolled away. Wang Yi, aware that he could not withstand Hakimura's physicality, had cleverly pulled a chair back. The Lakers countered, successfully scoring again. The fans looked on in astonishment at Wang Yi, while the commentators, too, seemed slightly subdued. Hakimura's performance appeared to be faltering. Was he nursing an injury? Turning back, the Wizards resumed their offensive. The Wizards' point guard, noticing that Hakimura had failed to score twice, was reluctant to pass him the ball. Yet Hakimura, resolutely backing Wang Yi, demanded the ball with determination. The backup point guard of the Wizards, left with no choice, passed the ball to Hakimura once more. This time, the fans ceased their calls for Hakimura to dominate and instead focused intently on him. After receiving the ball, Hakimura did not dribble forward but instead turned his back to Wang Yi, dribbling briefly before executing a spin to jump shot. However, Wang Yi reacted with remarkable speed. As Hakimura completed the majority of his turn and was about to gather the ball, Wang Yi swiftly maneuvered to his side and forcefully swiped at the ball. With a sharp crack, the ball was knocked away, striking Hakimura's foot before rolling rapidly out of bounds. The referee signaled for a sideline ball for the Lakers, and the audience erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Oh, this fellow's defense. He has thwarted Rui Hakimura 3 consecutive times. The commentators on site appear somewhat bewildered. This Eastern player seems to possess greater strength than we initially anticipated, particularly in his defensive prowess. I hope that Hakimura does not lose heart or become disheartened by these 3 plays. In the face of this Eastern player, he can rise high and strike forcefully, denying him any opportunity to touch the ball. As the next play unfolds, the ball does not reach Hakimura, but is instead launched by Beal. Beal's 3-point attempt clangs off the rim. Hakimura secures the rebound, eager to execute a dunk. The crowd erupts in exuberance. However, before he can leap, Wang Yi suddenly swoops in from his opposite side, his fingertips grazing the basketball. His dunk is abruptly thwarted. Nevertheless, Hakimura leaps high once more to reclaim the rebound, and then ascends again to shoot. Wang Yi anticipates this, leaping early again, his fingertips altering the trajectory of the ball, sending it bouncing back. Hakamura seizes the rebound yet again. After deftly maneuvering past two Lakers defenders, he prepares to shoot once more. However, just as he raises the ball, a resounding crack pierces through the arena. The basketball is swatted far out of bounds. Hakamura turns in astonishment, only to find Wang Yi staring at him. A glint of mockery in his gaze, as if to say, "Come on, try to break through me." Chapter 40. A block that dares you not to shoot. Part 2. Within a mere 2 minutes, Wang Yi thwarted 5 offensive attempts by Rui Hakamura, successfully blocking him 4 times. On the final occasion, he astonishingly managed to deny him 3 consecutive times. The spectators erupted with fervent cheers whenever Hakamura seized the ball, yet gasped in disbelief as Wang Yi executed his blocks, exclaiming, "Oh no." The commentators, equally astonished, echoed their surprise. Good heavens, how did he accomplish that? It was truly remarkable that he had managed to block a player who towered over him by half a head 3 times in succession. One could only hope that Hakamura would muster his spirits and not allow these 3 blocks to dampen his resolve. Unbeknownst to the 2 commentators, their tone had shifted dramatically. Initially, they were convinced Hakamura would dominate Wang Yi. Then they remarked on Hakamura's poor performance that day. Now, they expressed concern that he should not let Wang Yi's multiple blocks affect his game. The comments section of the Tencent NBA livestream, which had previously been filled with criticism of Wang Yi, now reflected a change in sentiment after those 3 spectacular blocks. 1/3 of the viewers had shifted their stance, praising Wang Yi. 3 blocks against Hakamura, impressive. My brother E, tough and reserved. Just based on these 3 blocks, I'm a fan now. However, as a representative of the Huaxia athletes, he was expected to play fiercely against players from this country. Brother E, having shut down that guy, I forgive your earlier arrogance. Of course, many still harbored disdain for Wang Yi. Detractors are relentless in their criticism. Yet even the most ardent critics seemed to soften their tone, acknowledging, "These plays are commendable, just don't be so arrogant. Play more and talk less." If he continues like this, he has a bright future ahead. The atmosphere among the spectators had become somewhat subdued due to Wang Yi's 3 blocks. In contrast, the previously apprehensive Chinese fans were now brimming with excitement, chanting, "Go, Brother E, we will always support you." Their enthusiasm starkly contrasted with the surrounding Wizards fans. Hakamura glared at Wang Yi's confidently radiant face, vowing inwardly, "Huso, I will surely overpower you." At that moment, due to a dead ball, the Lakers had brought LeBron James onto the court. Vogel observed the duo of James and Wang Yi with eyes filled with anticipation. This combination could potentially yield impressive results. As the second quarter neared its conclusion, Westbrook also entered the game. After initiating play, Westbrook refrained from passing to Hakamura. Though Hakamura needed encouragement, having failed 5 consecutive attempts and been blocked 4 times. The coach had shown him enough leniency by not substituting him. Did he still expect to be the main offensive force? Westbrook made a strong drive toward the basket. But upon seeing the area heavily defended, he quickly passed the ball to Beal in the left corner. After a few exchanges, the ball found its way back to Hakamura, who stood near the free throw line, poised to take a shot against Wang Yi, who was a good 10 inches shorter than him. However, Wang Yi's 4 blocks had already left a psychological shadow on him. Thus, he hesitated to take a direct shot and instead chose to rely on his solid footwork and back-to-the-basket technique. With his back to Wang Yi, after 2 quick steps, he finally turned to make a jump shot. This time, Wang Yi was unable to block Rui Hakamura. Hakamura watched as the ball soared past Wang Yi's fingertips toward the hoop, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, a sharp sound erupted. The basketball was once again forcefully swatted away. Simultaneously, a robust figure flew in from Hakamura's side. It was LeBron James, who had come to assist defensively as Hakamura took his shot. Wang Yi approached James and exchanged a high five, both sharing a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Hakamura was left feeling utterly despondent. "I've only taken a handful of shots in the game, and you've blocked me 5 times. Must you be so relentless? This is utterly unfair." Westbrook patted Hakamura on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation before proceeding to inbound the ball. This time, as the ball rotated a few times and landed in Hakamura's hands, he did not shoot immediately. The previous blocks had left him with a significant psychological burden. He felt an overwhelming sense that as soon as he shot, another figure would swoop in to mercilessly reject his attempt. Thus, he instinctively glanced sideways. In that moment of hesitation, Wang Yi had already approached him. The commentator on the sidelines exclaimed, "Excellent. Hakamura is once again facing off against number 1 from the Lakers. This is a perfect opportunity to regain his confidence. Attack him." Hakamura, take him down. It seemed as though Hakamura heard the commentator's words. He fixed his gaze firmly on Wang Yi and internally shouted, "Here we go." He executed a feint that successfully deceived Wang Yi. At this point, he was merely a meter away from the hoop, poised to dunk. Yet, he instinctively glanced back. Upon confirming that he had indeed outmaneuvered Wang Yi, he prepared to dunk. However, in that brief moment, Harrell had already positioned himself beneath the basket, raising his arms high to obstruct the path between Hakamura and the hoop. Hakamura froze for a moment, lifting the ball and faking again. He managed to get past Harrell, but Wang Yi had already rotated back into position. The sight of Wang Yi made Hakamura feel uneasy. Ultimately, from just 1 meter away, facing a Wang Yi who stood a head shorter than him. He made a perplexing decision. He passed the ball instead. Westbrook, spotting the dwindling shot clock, had no choice but to hurriedly attempt a three-pointer. The ball clanged off the rim. The Lakers seized the opportunity to push the fast break. This time, Wang Yi capitalized on the moment, sprinting down the court. After receiving the ball, he executed a left-handed layup, adding 2 more points. The atmosphere among the fans grew increasingly tense. The 2 commentators were left bewildered. What has happened to Hakamura? He seems off his game, hesitating to shoot at an open basket. Why would he pass when he could dunk? What is going on? Upon witnessing this, Duan Ran exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening with Rui Hakamura? He hesitates to shoot even an open basket, and despite being capable of dunking, he fails to do so. Zhu, could you provide your insights?" Zhu Fangyu, having once been a professional player, responded with a smile, almost instinctively. "It's hesitation. He plays with hesitation. The reason for this hesitation is quite simple. His confidence has been shattered. Out of his previous 5 attempts, 4 were blocked by Wang Yi and 1 by LeBron James. He must be haunted by a psychological shadow. With every shot, he feels as though someone is bound to come and block him. It's akin to the saying, once bitten by a snake. One is fearful of ropes for a decade. Thus, for a professional athlete, confidence is of paramount importance. The cultivation of confidence is a challenging endeavor, requiring years of dedicated training and consistent performance on the court. However, the destruction of that confidence can occur in an instant. Chapter 41. To the Point of Reluctance in Investment, Part 2. 0. Zhu Fangyu paused momentarily before continuing. The most quintessential example of a shattered confidence is embodied in the story of the mailman, Karl Malone, and his infamous "The Mailman Doesn't Deliver on Sundays." During Game 1 of the NBA Finals between the Jazz and the Bulls, which coincidentally fell on a Sunday, Malone, nicknamed the Mailman, scored repeatedly in the final moments. With just 7.5 seconds remaining, the score was tied at 82. Malone was awarded 2 free throws. Should he succeed, he could very well seal the game. However, as he prepared to shoot, his opponent Scottie Pippen whispered in his ear, "The mailman doesn't deliver on Sundays," which unsettled Malone's psyche. He missed both free throws, ultimately succumbing to a last-second shot from Michael Jordan, and thus lost the championship. It was in that moment that Malone's confidence was irrevocably shattered. From that day forward, during critical moments, his free throw accuracy waned. For each time he stepped to the line, Pippen's taunt echoed in his mind. Now, Rui Hakamura seems to be exhibiting a similar trend. In the following 2 minutes leading to the end of the first half, Hakamura failed to score again. There were indeed 2 opportunities, yet he appeared hesitant each time. In the NBA, chances are fleeting. His indecision cost him the opportunity to shoot, forcing him to pass the ball instead. His hesitation disrupted the fluidity of the Wizards' offense, rendering their efforts akin to a state of constipation. By the end of the half, the Lakers led by 11 points. Wang Yi struggled during this half, making only 2 of 5 attempts for a total of 5 points. In the Lakers' locker room during halftime, the atmosphere remained relatively relaxed. LeBron patted Wang Yi on the back, saying, "Wang, well done. Let's keep it going in the second half." Caruso, while removing his sneakers, remarked that Hakamura was quite boastful at the pre-game press conference. "Wang, you've given him a response." The other players nodded in agreement, extending their congratulations to Wang Yi. As he re-wrapped his ankle, he jokingly stated, "This is just the beginning." Though it appeared playful, only he understood the seriousness behind his words. To instill doubt in his opponents? That was merely insufficient. He aspired to drive them to despair, to ensure they would no longer dare to be arrogant in his presence, to make them circumvent him in future encounters. He recalled a famous quote from a certain unskilled heavyset individual, "Just don't let them live." Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, the atmosphere was rather somber. Hakamura sat silently, head bowed, not uttering a word. Beal was fervently clapping his hands, rallying the team. "They are not formidable. LeBron is no longer the king. He has aged. Apart from him, the Lakers lack any standout players. If we can contain LeBron and force him to pass, we have already won half the battle. Westbrook interjected, their number one player is also performing well. We must remain vigilant. Bill shook his head, remarking that he had merely played 3 good games. In this match, his three-point shooting had lost its sharpness. I noticed that he had only scored 5 points in the first half. Even if he were to score another 10 in the second half, as long as the other players remained dormant, we could easily triumph over the Lakers. Westbrook seemed poised to say something further, yet ultimately held his tongue. Instead, he turned to Hachimura, placing a hand on his shoulder, and urged him to unleash his momentum in the second half, to channel the vigor of his previous 30-point performance. You must remember, he is but a pitiable player on a short contract. You, on the other hand, are a star who has scored 30 points. In comparison to you, he is nothing more than a wretched worm. Do you understand? Hachimura instinctively nodded, and the previously dim light in his eyes seemed to flicker with renewed brightness. Upon returning for the third quarter, the Wizards designated the first defensive play for Hachimura. This time, through a well-executed pick and roll, he found himself in a clear position. Without hesitation, he lifted the basketball high, leaping to take his shot. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi unexpectedly circled around the Wizards player who was setting the screen for Hachimura and lunged towards him. Hachimura felt a jolt of apprehension. A shadow seemed to pass over his heart. In a moment of panic, he refrained from shooting and turned to seek out an outside shooter. However, to his dismay, not a single perimeter player was in a favorable position. This hesitation caused him to descend, and as he fell, Wang Yi seized the opportunity, swinging his left hand in a wide arc, delivering a resounding block right on top of him. The crowd erupted in unison, exclaiming in disbelief. The commentators echoed their shock. Oh no, he has blocked Hachimura once again. As the home team as commentator, I despised his blocks, yet from an objective standpoint, I had to acknowledge the exceptional prowess he exhibited. Official statistics indicated that he stood at merely 1.92 meters tall, yet possessed an extraordinary blocking ability, a rarity indeed. It brought to mind Dwayne Wade. Flipping through the stats from his previous game, I was astounded to discover that he had recorded 10 blocks. Incredible. On the court, the glimmer in Hachimura's eyes, which had just begun to shine, dimmed once more. Coach Brooks of the Wizards furrowed his brow at this sight. It was only the first possession, and the slight courage Hachimura had mustered was swiftly extinguished. This could not continue. It mattered little if they lost this game, however. It was imperative that the players did not lose their confidence. While Hachimura still held onto a shred of faith, it was crucial to help him rebuild that confidence during this match. With this thought in mind, he seized the opportunity during a dead ball to substitute Hachimura out. Returning to the bench, Hachimura sat with his head bowed, his gaze vacant. Coach Brooks handed him a bottle of water. Hachimura numbly accepted it, mechanically twisting off the cap and taking a sip. Coach Brooks gently inquired, Hachimura, have you forgotten what you said before the game? You vowed to dominate him, to teach him a lesson on behalf of your predecessors. Have you forgotten all of this? Rue Hachimura's gaze flickered slightly. Coach Brooks continued, consider this. The words have been spoken. If you fail to deliver and are instead overwhelmed, how humiliating would that be? How will your country, your people, your friends and family perceive you? Hachimura's eyes began to glimmer, and his grip on the water bottle tightened. The bottle emitted a soft creaking sound in his hand. Observing that his words had struck a chord, Coach Brooks recognized that Hachimura was stirred. However, he refrained from sending him onto the court immediately. He understood that Hachimura was seething with anger, yet he also knew that mere anger would lead to further mistakes in his current state. It was essential for him to regain composure first. Coach Brooks offered Hachimura a towel, his tone softening considerably as he said, you will not play in the third quarter. Take this time to reflect. In the fourth quarter, I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you seize it, you will experience growth. Should you fail to capitalize, I will no longer utilize you, not even for a minute. Do you understand? Hachimura nodded earnestly. I understand, Coach. Chapter 42. I come to counter Westbrook, the Wizards head coach. Brooks would certainly not confine Rue Hachimura to the bench indefinitely. This season, Hachimura has demonstrated considerable improvement, with his average points per game rising from 13 to 17. Even the most obtuse coach would not choose to keep such a scoring asset permanently sidelined. His comments were intended to apply pressure and motivate Hachimura to regain his form swiftly. During the subsequent moments of the third quarter, Hachimura indeed remained off the court, leaving the Wizards without a reliable third scoring option. However, rather than allowing the deficit to widen, the Wizards astonishingly narrowed the gap. This was largely due to Westbrook's explosive performance, which came without warning. In a mere 5 minutes, he surged, scoring 15 points through a combination of drives and outside shots. The arena reverberated with the DJ's exuberant announcements. 3 points from Russell Westbrook. 2 points from Russell Westbrook. Dunk. 2 points from Russell Westbrook. Westbrook's display ignited the crowd. With over 22,000 fans erupting in fervent cheers, Brody, Brody, Brody. Brody is one of Westbrook's several nicknames in America and his personal favorite. Not only did Westbrook score prolifically, but he also recorded 4 assists, enabling the Wizards to finish the third quarter with a lead of 93-85. The live chat and Tencent's NBA broadcast was flooded with accolades for Westbrook. The Thunder, the Thunder, the Thunder. Westbrook, amazing. My darling. Westbrook is unstoppable. Honey, come watch the deity. During the intermission, the Lakers players appeared somewhat subdued. Although they faced 82 games annually, encountering numerous comebacks and demolitions, the shift from a 10-point lead to an 8-point deficit inevitably cast a pall over their spirits. Wang Yi witnessed the last 2 minutes of Westbrook's frenetic 5-minute spree and beheld the eruption of a player like Westbrook. Some athletes, once unleashed, are simply indefensible. At this moment, Coach Vogel urged the Lakers players, "We cannot allow Westbrook to continue this madness. We must double-team him. We must force him to pass the ball. Do you understand?" The players nodded in agreement. LeBron, too, concurred. Though LeBron possesses formidable one-on-one defensive skills, his age and the necessity of orchestrating the team's plays require the preservation of his stamina. Thus, he should not engage in isolating Westbrook too early. However, despite the coach's strategy, he harbored concerns. If they double-teamed Westbrook and he passed the ball, the Lakers would be at a disadvantage. If the ball were to land in the capable hands of Beal, wouldn't he also be poised to explode? If only there were someone who could guard Westbrook one-on-one. It would make things significantly easier. Yet, having transformed into a formidable force, who can truly defend against the likes of Westbrook now? Caruso? No. Pope? Also not an option. In a moment of contemplation, Coach Vogel's gaze fell upon Wang Yi. He recalled Wang Yi's terrifying lateral movement and the image of him effectively neutralizing Schroeder. Both Westbrook and Schroeder are players known for their explosive speed and driving to the basket. Perhaps. At that moment, Wang Yi's eyes met the coach's. Filled with excitement and eagerness, Vogel felt a spark in his heart. Wang Yi was anticipating the challenge. He was looking forward to a confrontation with Westbrook. Many players feel exhilarated when facing stronger opponents, but Wang Yi's fervor and anticipation for battle were unprecedented in Vogel's experience. The desire for combat radiated from his eyes. "Wang, in the fourth quarter, you will guard Westbrook." Coach Vogel issued the command. Instantly, Wang Yi felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, as if he were brimming with the fervor of impending battle. "All right, leave it to me." Indeed, Coach Vogel's intuition was spot on. Wang Yi had always relished competition, from playing marbles as a child to participating in city-sponsored basketball tournaments. His greatest thrill came from challenging those who were stronger than him. This ignited an intense excitement within him. He seemed born for battle. Moreover, in these contests, he consistently sought every possible means to emerge victorious, with a competitive spirit rivaling that of Jordan, Kobe, and Paul. As the fourth quarter commenced, it would typically be time for LeBron to rest. However, trailing by 8 points today, Coach Vogel had no choice but to keep LeBron on the court. On the Wizards' side, Westbrook remained in play, while Beal took a brief respite. The Wizards initiated their offense, with Westbrook dribbling past half-court. Wang Yi stepped forward to confront Westbrook, spreading his legs and extending his arms. The commentators, witnessing this, jested. "What is happening? The Lakers' number one wants to guard Westbrook one-on-one? Has Vogel lost his mind?" At this moment, opting not to double-team and sending a physically average Eastern player to defend against Westbrook? Does he not realize how explosive Westbrook's athleticism is? Indeed. While Westbrook's physical prowess had diminished post-injury, it was still far beyond what this Eastern player could match. Vogel would face repercussions. The Lakers would pay the price. As for this Eastern player, he might even risk his life. They laughed heartily. As the banter continued, Westbrook commenced his drive. Having studied footage of Wang Yi effectively guarding Booker in the previous game, Westbrook was not to be underestimated. He dribbled slowly, his eyes fixed on Wang Yi. Suddenly, in a moment of brilliance, he executed his signature scissor step, crossing his legs. With a powerful push off his right foot, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Only a player with Russell Westbrook's exceptional explosiveness can execute the scissor step with such sharpness. In the face of such a piercing breakthrough, relying solely on an increased lateral speed of 20 is insufficient. One must also incorporate foresight. However, Wang Yi has studied Westbrook extensively, having analyzed him dozens, if not hundreds, of times as one of his many hypothetical adversaries. The moment Westbrook initiates his scissor step, Wang Yi, having anticipated Westbrook's habitual glance to the right, predicts that he will move in that direction. Thus, almost simultaneously with Westbrook's launch, Wang Yi has already taken a lateral step to the right. Indeed, Westbrook's scissor step is remarkably incisive, yet it harbors a flaw should an unexpected event arise. There is little time to adjust. Consequently, as Wang Yi positions himself in the path of Westbrook's breakthrough, Westbrook finds himself unable to halt his momentum and collides directly into him. Thud. A dull sound reverberates as Wang Yi is sent sprawling backward, while Westbrook also tumbles to the ground. The referee's whistle blares sharply in the ensuing silence. Chapter 43. Seeking discomfort from an observational standpoint, Westbrook swiftly initiated his movement, coinciding with Wang Yi's own launch. Subsequently, both Wang Yi and Westbrook found themselves on the ground. The referee's urgent whistle pierced the air, followed by a decisive gesture towards his waist. Number 1 of the Lakers, charging foul. Wang furrowed his brow slightly. He and Westbrook had both commenced their actions simultaneously. Although he had gained a marginal advantage in reaching the defensive position due to a 20 increase in lateral movement, the rapid sequence made it challenging for the referee to discern the details. Even upon review, the rules favored the offensive player in such almost simultaneous collisions. Clearly, a different strategy was in order. LeBron James and Alex Caruso approached, assisting Wang Yi to his feet. Leaning in, James advised, "If you cannot contain his drive, there is no need for a foul. Allow him to penetrate. I will provide support." Wang Yi understood the implication. Back when Westbrook was with the Rockets, during the playoffs against the Lakers, he had been repeatedly thwarted by James. As the Wizards prepared for a throw-in, Westbrook seized the ball for another offensive attempt. This time, Wang Yi maintained a two-step distance, opting for a strategy of allowing shots while preventing drives. Westbrook's shooting had always been somewhat erratic. Thus, Wang Yi decided to let him take a couple of attempts to gauge his accuracy. Seeing Wang Yi concede the shot, Westbrook wasted no time, launching a three-pointer from beyond the arc clang. The shot ricocheted off the rim. Turning back, the Lakers seized the opportunity to counterattack, with James assisting Caruso, who successfully sank a three-pointer. The Wizards resumed their offensive. Wang Yi continued with his strategy of allowing shots while guarding against drives. Having missed his previous attempt, Westbrook refrained from another shot, instead dribbling directly towards Wang Yi. At this juncture, Wang Yi had retreated to the free throw line, while Westbrook pressed forward. Wang Yi could not afford to retreat any further. When Westbrook was merely a meter away, he executed a swift sidestep, launching his drive. Wang Yi astutely detected Westbrook's switch to his right hand just before his acceleration. Typically, when Westbrook dribbled with his right before a drive, he often executed a sidestep jump shot rather than barreling straight in. Indeed, as Westbrook approached the apex of his drive, he abruptly halted, stepping back to the left before performing his signature zombie jump shot. Westbrook's jump shot reached a considerable height, making it nearly impossible to block under normal circumstances. However, Wang Yi had anticipated Westbrook's maneuver and leapt just before Westbrook took off, successfully swatting the ball away with a resounding block. The commentators erupted in astonishment. "Oh my God! He blocked Westbrook. Oh heavens!" Seizing the moment, the Lakers launched a fast break, with Wang Yi scoring a two-pointer. Vogel, observing from the sidelines, was visibly impressed. He actually managed to defend against him. In this league, few could successfully thwart Westbrook's drives, yet Wang Yi had accomplished it. As play resumed, the Wizards attacked again. And this time, Westbrook did not employ his signature sidestep. Instead, he called over Bill and executed a pick-and-roll. Both players possessed exceptional individual skills, making their collaboration extraordinarily formidable. Logically, the Lakers' defensive strategy at this moment was to switch on every screen. Wang Yi was supposed to switch to Bill's side. However, upon observing Westbrook as he maneuvered through Bill's screen, Wang Yi noticed that he did not pass the ball to Bill. Through extensive video analysis, Wang Yi understood that Westbrook intended to drive straight to the basket rather than return the ball. Consequently, he opted not to switch, abandoning Bill and instead pursuing Westbrook directly towards the hoop. At this juncture, LeBron had also arrived to provide support. Westbrook had previously experienced the intensity of LeBron's shot-blocking prowess firsthand. Thus, he feigned a layup from the right side, but, midair, executed a Euro step, evading LeBron's block. The ball transitioned to his left hand as he attempted a low layup. As the ball soared towards the backboard, Westbrook felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having evaded LeBron's block, the shot seemed almost guaranteed to succeed. However, at that very moment, a purple figure streaked past him from the side. With a resounding slap, a hand forcefully struck the basketball. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and flew far away. The entire arena, filled with over 20,000 fans, erupted in astonished gasps. Westbrook caught a glimpse of the large number 1 emblazoned on the back of that purple figure. It was that Eastern player. A look of disbelief crossed his face. He recognized the formidable blocking ability of this individual from China, but to be capable of such a feat was utterly astounding. How many times had he been blocked in this game? 7, 8. Little did he know that Wang Yi's success in blocking him stemmed from his awareness that, when faced with LeBron, Westbrook would invariably attempt a left-handed layup. Beyond Wang Yi's mere 20-shot blocking probability, there was also his relentless analysis and study of various athletes. The Lakers swiftly counterattacked, adding 2 more points. As Westbrook passed by Wang Yi, he remarked, "Hey, brother, that was quite a shot. But I'm not just limited to that. You'd best be cautious." This was not mere trash talk. Westbrook had always held an affinity for the Chinese and its culture, having donned traditional attire at press conferences on multiple occasions. Thus, witnessing Wang Yi's block elicited genuine admiration. Wang Yi nodded, confidently retorting, "I'm not just limited to that either. Bring it on." This was not mere bravado, but rather a playful jest exchanged among friends on the court. Subsequently, Westbrook attempted to drive past Wang Yi twice more. Yet, with each drive, he grew increasingly perplexed. It seemed that no matter how he tried to penetrate, this Eastern player seemed to anticipate his every move, consistently executing defensive strategies in advance. It felt as if this individual possessed the ability to foresee the future. This was utterly bewildering. The ancient Eastern nation harbored mysteries. Could their players be equally enigmatic? At that moment, the Wizards' head coach, noticing Westbrook's struggles, seized the opportunity during a dead ball to substitute in Rui Hachimura. Prior to Rui Hachimura's entrance to the court, the head coach of the Wizards embraced him and whispered, "Remember, this is your final opportunity." Hachimura nodded earnestly, then cast a glance toward Wang Yi, his eyes betraying an inscrutable mix of anger and determination. Russell Westbrook, now matured, had shed his former obstinacy and disbelief. Recognizing the formidable defense posed by this Chinese athlete, he resolved to distribute the ball more, seeking to assist rather than dominate. In the ensuing play, he feigned a drive past Wang Yi, advancing halfway to compress the Lakers' defense before delivering the ball to Hachimura, who stood unguarded at a 45-degree angle. With less than a second to seize his shot, Hachimura hesitated not for an instant. Upon receiving the pass, he rose and released the ball with unfaltering resolve. Swish! The basketball sailed cleanly through the net. Upon landing, he clenched his fist tightly and swung it in triumph, unleashing a roar that seemed to have been long suppressed. The flickering flame within him, on the verge of extinguishment, was reignited once more. After his exultant display, he turned his gaze back toward Wang Yi. To restore his confidence, he understood that he must conquer this Chinese opponent. Observing this, Wang Yi merely shook his head slightly, sensing that someone was eager to stir up trouble. Chapter 44. The crucial moment. Passed the ball to me as Rui Hachimura executed a perfect shot. The flickering flame within him, which had nearly extinguished, appeared to rekindle. His gaze momentarily darted toward Wang Yi, hinting at a subtle provocation. Wang Yi merely shook his head, sensing that someone was eager to stir trouble. However, his primary focus was on defending against Westbrook, so he chose to disregard the distraction for now. He would wait for the opportune moment to decisively silence this individual, ensuring he would think twice before flaunting his bravado in Wang Yi's presence. In the ensuing sequence of plays, under Wang Yi's vigilant defense, Westbrook attempted a couple of shots. Perhaps the initial surge of energy had waned, for both attempts lacked conviction. Additionally, Wang Yi effectively thwarted his drives, and even if Westbrook managed to penetrate, he faced the towering presence of LeBron James and Andre Drummond, ready to contest his shots. Consequently, Westbrook resorted to passing the ball. On the other hand, Hachimura flourished, successfully executing 2 mid-range shots, a dunk, and 2 layups with finesse. His offensive contributions invigorated his defensive performance, culminating in a blocked shot against Drummond's second attempt, an interference on James's driving layup, and a forced 24-second violation against Caruso. This surge of success transformed him into an exuberant figure. with each remarkable play prompting him to pump his fists and roar in triumph, stirring the crowd into a fervor. The head coach of the Wizards, observing from the sidelines, exhaled in relief. Hachimura had finally come alive. Little did he know that by the end of the game, Hachimura would once again experience the duality of life and death on the court. When Hachimura cast another glance at Wang Yi, the provocation in his eyes had intensified, bordering on arrogance. Wang Yi checked the game clock and silently shook his head. The time was not yet ripe. Under Hachimura's dominant performance, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 13 points. Fortunately, LeBron James stepped up, sinking 2 three-pointers and executing a three-point play, along with a mid-range shot, which narrowed the gap significantly. With just 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers trailed by a mere 4 points. The final 5 minutes, marked by a deficit of less than 5 points, were deemed the crucial moment of the game. The cameras panned to LeBron James, the Lakers players looking to him for guidance. At 38 years of age, his stamina was waning. Typically, he would take control in the final 5 minutes, but due to the Lakers' considerable deficit, he had exerted himself earlier than usual. In the preceding minutes, he had amassed 11 points and 3 assists, leaving him gasping for breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he accepted a bottle of water from the coach and gulped it down, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. The coach felt a pang of concern. The veteran could not be pushed to such extremes. Even if he were to return to the game, could his current physical condition sustain him for the final 5 minutes? To take a step back, even if today he reluctantly drags his weary body, hitting numerous pivotal shots and winning the game, is it truly worthwhile? After all, this is merely a regular season match. The scant fuel remaining in James's tank should be reserved for the playoffs, or even the finals. If his body is so heavily taxed during the regular season, it simply does not make sense. Contemplating this, his lips quiver slightly. He wishes to convey to James that while securing a victory is indeed commendable, it is not imperative to exhaust oneself in the pursuit. However, as the head coach, he must also consider the sentiments of the other players. They have exerted themselves for nearly an entire game. How would they perceive such a statement? Would they think that if the coach has given up, then what hope do they have? At this moment, Vogel finds himself in a dilemma. Among the players, some veterans grasp Vogel's perspective, while younger players like Kuzma and Caruso remain oblivious. To them, with 5 minutes still on the clock and only a 4-point deficit, there is still a game to be played. For a moment, the veterans glance towards the head coach, awaiting his judgment. Yet, it is evident to all that regardless of the choice the head coach ultimately makes, it will inflict some degree of harm upon the Lakers. Opting to secure the game will deplete James's physical reserves. Conversely, choosing to strategically concede could dampen the enthusiasm of the younger players. Wang Yi, being one of the younger players, cannot fully comprehend the significant decline in physical capabilities that comes with age. Thus, he remains unaware of the head coach's and veteran players' concerns. Nevertheless, he senses that the head coach is grappling with a challenge. After a brief moment of contemplation, he approaches Coach Vogel and states, "Coach, if there is any difficulty, give me the ball." Upon hearing this, the Lakers players are momentarily taken aback. "Give me the ball." This proclamation carries an air of authority. Yet, 2 prerequisites must be acknowledged. First, one must possess the requisite skill. Second, one must have the right to make such a claim. In the days of Kobe, only he had the authority to utter such words. His prowess and credentials were beyond reproach. Presently, even James has never made such a declaration. While he possesses both the skill and the right, he is a team-oriented player who, in crucial moments, opts for what he deems the best choice, whether to shoot or to pass. Now, Wang Yi, a player on a 10-day contract, dares to speak such words in this critical moment, which might appear as fanciful to others. However, recalling Wang Yi's earlier boast of conquering the NBA, his audacity in this moment becomes less surprising. Yet, while anyone can boast, transforming such bravado into reality is a formidable challenge. Coach Vogel gazes at Wang Yi, observing his straight posture, akin to a spear piercing the heavens. Youthful, confident, full of vigor. Most notably, his eyes are alight with an ardent desire for battle. This fervor for competition is something Vogel has previously witnessed in a young Jordan and in the former Kobe. At that moment, he once again beheld the spirit of determination embodied in Wang Yi. It dawned upon him that the resolve of this young man was in no way inferior to that of Jordan and Kobe. Vogel felt a stirring within his heart. He turned to glance at James, who was also gazing at Wang Yi. In Wang Yi, he seemed to discern a trace of the former elder brother, Kobe. After a brief pause, James nodded to Vogel. "Let him have a go." Vogel nodded in agreement. Wang, I grant you 2 possessions to showcase your abilities. He decided to allow Wang Yi to attempt 2 plays first. If it proved unsuccessful, then James would take over. This arrangement would afford James a respite of 2 possessions, a precious commodity for him at this stage. Upon receiving the coach's consent, Wang Yi could not help but clench his fist, his heart ablaze with fervor. Chapter 45. Do you think you can compete with me? In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Duan Ren inquired of Zhu Fangyu, Mr. Zhu. We are at a critical juncture, and the Lakers are trailing by 4 points. What strategy do you believe the Lakers should adopt moving forward? Zhu Fangyu pondered for a moment before responding. If the Lakers aspire to secure victory, the answer is quite simple. They must entrust the ball to LeBron. After all, the other players on the Lakers lack the capability to perform under pressure during crucial moments. However, this approach significantly taxes LeBron's physical stamina. Is it truly worth it? Duan Ren nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed, LeBron cannot afford to exhaust himself during the regular season. Might there be a possibility of passing the ball to Wang Yi instead? He has delivered commendable performances in the last 3 games. Zhu Fangyu erupted into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. Clearly, he found Duan Ren's suggestion somewhat ludicrous. While Wang Yi's previous 3 games had indeed been impressive, the coach had rewarded him with substantial playing time, even allowing him to remain on the court throughout the entire 4th quarter. Nonetheless, he had yet to demonstrate his capability during critical moments, and his experience was insufficient for the team to entrust him with the decisive plays. Thus, in the final 5 minutes, if he were fortunate enough to receive a pass from a teammate and make a couple of baskets, it would be a considerable achievement. Becoming a key player in critical situations is earned through years of exceptional performance, not simply by having played well in 3 games. On the scene, following a timeout, the Lakers regained possession of the ball. LeBron brought the ball up the court. Although Wang Yi had expressed his desire for the ball, he was positioned as a shooting guard, and his right wrist injury had yet to fully heal. Consequently, LeBron needed to advance the ball to the front court before passing it to him. LeBron, no longer possessing the explosive drives of his youth, faced defenses that no longer employed double-teaming strategies against him. However, owing to LeBron's recent assertive performance, 2 defenders from the Wizards approached to apply pressure. LeBron, a seasoned veteran, recognized the impending double team and swiftly passed the ball to Wang Yi positioned at the left corner, 45 degrees from the basket. Given Wang Yi's less than stellar 3-point shooting today, his defender, Westbrook, did not closely guard him. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yi seized the opportunity without the slightest hesitation, rising to shoot. His recent 3-point training not only enhanced his shooting accuracy, but also significantly increased his release speed. Capitalizing on that brief moment, he released the ball. Westbrook was unable to contest the shot in time. The trajectory of the ball was flat, and with a resounding thud, it found its way into the net. The net rippled like white flames igniting within the hoop. Swish. The deficit was reduced to a single point. As Hachimura passed by Wang Yi, he remarked, Then let us commence the final contest. With that, he swiftly dashed toward the front court. At that moment, a seemingly casual remark from Wang Yi behind him pierced through the tension. Do you deserve it? With those words, a surge of indignation flared within Rue Hachimura. He turned around and retorted fiercely, I will show you whether I deserve it or not. The Wizards proceeded with their offense. Westbrook dribbled, feigned a drive, then passed the ball to Beal. Beal executed a pick and roll with Hachimura, advancing a couple of steps before returning the ball to the on-fire Hachimura. Having just made several consecutive shots, his confidence was soaring, even though he faced the formidable presence of Drummond. He executed a simple back pivot and leaped to take his shot. Just then, a purple figure suddenly soared in from behind. With a sharp crack, the shot was swatted away. All he could see was the large number 1 emblazoned on the back of that purple silhouette. Damn it, Hachimura muttered under his breath, glaring at the player wearing number 1 before sprinting back on defense. However, as he turned around, the Lakers launched a fast break. Wang Yi sprinted desperately toward the front court. Positioned slightly behind Hachimura, he nonetheless had a quicker stride. As he reached the front court, Caruso returned the ball just in time. Wang Yi, now in possession, prepared to take a trailing 3-pointer. Yet, Hachimura had already caught up to him. With a roar, he shouted, Get out of the way, and reached out to contest Wang Yi's shot. Anticipating Hachimura's leap, Wang Yi deftly pulled the ball back, waiting patiently for Hachimura to sail past before releasing his 3-point shot. With a smooth arc thud, the ball thundered through the net like a cannonball. The Lakers took a 2-point lead. Wang Yi clenched his left fist tightly. The three-pointer had returned. With the three-pointer back in play, there was no need to utilize that elusive mid-range shot card. The Wizards head coach, cautious as ever, quickly called a timeout, gathering his players around him. He pointed at the Lakers' number 1 and bellowed, "Beal, stick to him like glue. Do not let him take another three-pointer. Understand?" Beal nodded, understood. The coach continued, "Hachimura, do not lose heart. Take your shots whenever the opportunity arises." Hachimura affirmed, "Yes, coach." Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, both the coach and players exchanged high-fives with Wang Yi. Initially, they were skeptical when he requested the ball, but now, with 2 consecutive three-pointers and a block, they had swiftly turned the tide. Most importantly, the fiery determination and confidence radiating from him stoked a fervor in everyone around. Even the battle-hardened LeBron James felt a flutter of excitement within. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, remarking, "Youth is truly remarkable." In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Duan Ran turned to Zhu Fengyu and asked, "So, what do we say about this now?" Zhu Fengyu understood Duan Ran's meaning and couldn't help but laugh again, half-jokingly remarking, "Well, as I mentioned earlier, if Wang Yi can score 2 or 3 goals at this critical moment, it would be quite impressive." Now, as I predicted, he has indeed scored 2. However, as we approach the crucial moments, his touches on the ball will diminish. Furthermore, the Wizards will no longer grant him opportunities for three-point shots. Thus, these 2 points may very well represent his limit. The brief 20-second timeout rushed by. Upon resuming, the Wizards continued their offensive. This time, Westbrook and Beal executed a pick and roll, effectively blocking Wang Yi. Westbrook then made a jump shot, successfully netting a 2-pointer and leveling the score. Turning back, the Lakers sought to involve Wang Yi once more. Yet this time, Beal was tightly glued to Wang Yi. As Wang Yi attempted to navigate around the screen, the Wizards' constant switching defense kept him closely guarded. After several attempts to reposition, Wang Yi finally found an opportunity to receive the ball. However, as soon as he caught it, Westbrook and Beal lunged at him almost simultaneously, leaving no chance for Wang Yi to attempt a three-pointer. In response, Wang Yi decided against taking the shot. With both defenders closing in fiercely, he skillfully dribbled past them with his left hand. Observing this, Hachimura, stationed in the paint, rushed forward, shouting, "Not on my watch." Seeing Hachimura charging at him, Wang Yi remained composed and thought to himself, "Utilize the unblockable mid-range experience card." Chapter 46, The Unsolvable Mid-Range Shot. Terrifying indeed. Wang Yi advanced to the free-throw line. Observing Hachimura charging towards him, he silently thought, "Come at me." Subsequently, he activated the unsolvable mid-range shot experience card he had preserved since the onset of the game. Beginner Unsolvable Mid-Range Shot Experience Card. Upon use, mid-range shot accuracy reaches 100. Usage duration, 5 minutes. In an instant, Wang Yi executed a sudden stop. He rose and released the ball. The basketball soared over Hachimura's fingertips, arcing gracefully toward the hoop. Unlike the previous 2 cannon-like three-pointers, this mid-range shot emanated an exquisite softness. As the ball nestled into the net, it felt as light as a feather. Hachimura cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Yet, to everyone else, Wang Yi's mid-range shot went unnoticed. They perceived his three-point shooting as the real threat. A mere mid-range shot was hardly remarkable. Turning back, the Wizards, propelled by Westbrook's aggressive drive, added 2 more points. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Wang Yi maneuvered around a screen, with Beal relentlessly pursuing him. Wang Yi circled beyond the three-point line, received the ball, and effortlessly dribbled past Beal once more, arriving at the free-throw line. Hachimura again lunged towards him. Wang Yi, mirroring his earlier actions, rose for another shot. The basketball floated delicately into the net, executed in precisely the same manner from the identical position, achieving yet another basket. As Beal scored for the Wizards, the Lakers resumed their offensive with LeBron at the top of the arc. While Wang Yi navigated around a screen, he suddenly dashed towards the baseline. Beal, caught off guard, allowed Wang Yi a fleeting moment of space. LeBron, the type of player who seizes any opportunity to deliver the ball to a teammate, did just that. Seizing this brief window, he passed the ball to Wang Yi, who stood at a right-side 45-degree mid-range position. Having just made 2 consecutive mid-range shots, Hachimura remained vigilant, aware that he could block Wang Yi if he attempted another jump shot. Thus, Wang Yi executed a remarkable maneuver. Instead of landing, he caught the ball in midair and immediately assumed a shooting posture. With a flick of his wrist, he released the shot. Though Hachimura sped toward him with greater urgency than before, Wang Yi's shot was even swifter. The basketball sailed over Hakimura's head, still tracing a gentle arc as it glided into the net. Oh my God, how did he accomplish that? The crowd erupted in astonishment at the mid-air catch and shot. Even the Wizards fans expressed their amazement. The commentators exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this Eastern player just executed a mid-range alley-oop." Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, they admitted that thus far, this was the most spectacular basket of the evening. The players of the Lakers gathered around Wang Yi, exchanging high fives to express their congratulations, as well as to bask in the prowess of his hands. LeBron patted Wang Yi on the backside, exclaiming, "Brother, your hands are truly exceptional." However, Hakimura's gaze was tinged with complexity. He had vowed to teach this Chinese man a lesson, yet tonight he had been thwarted multiple times, and in this critical moment, he had witnessed Wang Yi score 3 consecutive mid-range shots over him. The most outrageous of these was an alley-oop mid-range jumper. How was he to respond to this individual? Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offensive play, and the ball found its way into Hakimura's hands. He executed a left spin, followed by a right spin, maneuvering his way to the basket. He attempted a hook shot, but just as he was about to release it, a resounding block came down upon his shot, forcefully swatting it away. Upon glancing back, he found it was indeed that Oriental man once again. The momentum that he had painstakingly built up under his coach was now wavering, and Wang Yi's block had diminished it significantly. Why did this Chinese man persist in obstructing him? It felt as though every shot he attempted would be met with a rejection from Wang Yi. Infuriating, utterly despicable. Hakimura cast a glance at his coach, whose expression was notably grim. He recalled the coach's earlier words. If this opportunity slipped away, there would be no second chances. He averted his gaze, clenching his fists tightly, and his eyes bore a newfound ferocity as they fixed upon Wang Yi. At that moment, Caruso had already advanced the ball to the front court. Wang Yi began to navigate around the screens, preparing to receive the pass. Hakimura dashed towards the front court. After weaving around twice, Wang Yi finally caught the ball, positioned at the left baseline for a mid-range shot. Hakimura had just returned, and upon seeing Wang Yi poised to shoot, he shouted, "Center," before lunging at him. As Wang Yi soared in the air, Hakimura collided forcefully with him. In that instant of losing balance, Wang Yi, with a soft touch, flicked his wrist and released the shot before being sent sprawling out of bounds, landing squarely into the embrace of a beautiful woman seated at the sidelines. It was only then that the basketball gently swished through the net. Hakimura, meanwhile, fell to the ground, sliding over 3 meters, his head colliding with the camera lens of a sideline camera, eliciting a grimace of pain. Witnessing that the foul could not even prevent this Chinese man from scoring, he slammed his fist against the floor in frustration. The shrill sound of the referee's whistle pierced the air, prompting the officials to rush over. Caruso, Kuzma, and LeBron hastily approached, surrounding Hakimura, vociferously denouncing, "Is this basketball? You're just attacking. That was filthy, you dirty player. Individuals like you have no place on the court." The referee intervened promptly to prevent the situation from escalating further. The security personnel hastily arrived, obstructing several players who attempted to approach. Wang Yi rose from the embrace of a beautiful woman, gently patting her head and offering an apologetic smile. This woman was a fan of the Wizards, yet at that moment, upon witnessing Wang Yi's smile, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. This Eastern gentleman possesses a certain charm. On the sidelines, the referee reviewed the footage and ultimately rendered a decision. Lakers player number 1, Rui Hakimura, was assessed a level 1 flagrant foul, resulting in an additional free throw for the Lakers. Wang Yi successfully converted the free throw. The head coach of the Wizards called for a timeout, having discerned that Hakimura was on the verge of losing his composure. A pause was essential to allow him to regain his calm. Furthermore, since those 2 3-pointers, Wang Yi had impressively scored 6 consecutive baskets, 2 from beyond the arc and 4 from mid-range. His scoring efficiency was nothing short of terrifying, as if he were destined never to miss a shot. "Hakimura, you must maintain your composure. This is merely a game, and today happens to be one of those rare occasions when he is in peak form. There is no need to sacrifice your composure for a flagrant foul. If you wish to compete with him, there will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, focus on executing your strengths, positioning, rebounding, and second chance opportunities. There is no need to engage in a battle of wills. Do you understand?" Hakimura nodded mechanically. Yet, at that moment, an unbidden recollection of Wang Yi's earlier words echoed in his mind. "Do you deserve it?" Chapter 47. Let them not live. During a pause in the game, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Duan Ran turned to Zhu Fengyu and smiled. "Mr. Zhu, what do you think now?" Earlier, Zhu Fengyu had mentioned that if Wang Yi could score 2 or 3 baskets during this critical moment, it would be considered quite remarkable. Yet now, Wang Yi had made 2 3-pointers and 4 2-pointers, hitting all 6 shots. Zhu Fengyu burst into laughter again, attempting to mask his embarrassment. This. I can only say that Wang Yi has exceeded my expectations. The coach trusts him, and so does LeBron. In 6 consecutive plays, they entrusted him with the ball. It seems I was hasty in my judgment. However, I believe not only I, but basketball fans around the world did not anticipate Wang Yi's explosive performance at such a crucial time. Duan Ran also laughed and replied, "Indeed, it was unexpected. Now, Mr. Zhu, dare to venture a guess on how Wang Yi will perform in the remaining 2 minutes?" Zhu Fengyu responded, "Wang Yi is currently in great form, but I believe the Wizards will tighten their defense against him, possibly even resorting to double teaming. Thus, in these last 2 minutes, I fear his performance may not be as dazzling as before." Duan Ran remarked, "Mr. Zhu, one should not speak too definitively." Zhu Fengyu pondered for a moment and cautiously amended his statement. "All right, let me rephrase. It's possible that Wang Yi may not deliver the same astonishing performance as earlier. Would that be acceptable?" On site, Lakers head coach Vogel wrapped his arm around Wang Yi's waist and said, "Wang, the Wizards will focus their defense on you. And double teaming is not out of the question. If they do employ a double team, you must immediately pass the ball to an open teammate, understood?" Naturally, Wang Yi could not heed the coach's advice. With a perfect shooting percentage, there was no way he would pass the ball to anyone else. However, he could not directly tell the coach this. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "Coach, do you believe in me?" Of course, as a coach, Vogel could never openly express doubt in front of his players. Wang Yi continued, "Then give me the ball, and I will deliver you a victory." At this declaration, all his teammates around him looked at Wang Yi in astonishment. Why was he so confident? The tides of the game could shift in an instant. No one could claim with certainty they would triumph over their opponents. Even the strongest teams could falter against the underdogs. How could Wang Yi possess such unwavering confidence? LeBron regarded Wang Yi with a look of surprise, scanning him from head to toe. This young man exuded a confidence even greater than his own in his youth. The coach, equally astonished, glanced at LeBron, who subtly nodded in affirmation. It was not that he genuinely believed Wang Yi's words, but rather he thought it was worth a shot. At his age, he often felt a sense of limitation, and with Davis frequently sidelined by injuries, the stakes felt higher than ever. The Los Angeles Lakers are in dire need of cultivating a reliable scoring option. Should Wang Yi truly evolve into such a consistent source of points, the Lakers' games would undoubtedly become significantly more manageable. The coach's thoughts resonate with those of James, as he addressed the players, saying, "Let us pass the ball to Wang. Perhaps we are about to witness a remarkable display of scoring." The players exchanged astonished glances towards the coach. It was indeed a bold declaration, and did the coach truly have faith in Wang Yi? Upon the resumption of play, the Washington Wizards initiated their offense. Westbrook assisted Beal, who successfully made a basket. Turning back, James dribbled past half court, while Wang Yi continued to maneuver around screens. At this moment, the Wizards no longer had just one player shadowing him. As he navigated around the defenders, should one player fail to keep pace, another would swiftly compensate. Consequently, Wang Yi found it impossible to elude the defense merely by circumventing the Wizards. He also needed to navigate through his teammates' screens. This pursuit lasted a full 18 seconds before he finally created an opportunity. Receiving the ball at the left wing beyond the three-point line, he feigned a shot. Westbrook and Beal lunged at him almost simultaneously. Yet, as before, this was merely a ruse. Wang Yi stepped inside the arc instead of taking an immediate shot, executing a deceptive pass fake towards Caruso in the left corner. He then sidestepped past another defender. At this juncture, only Hachimura remained in the paint. Faced with Hachimura, Wang Yi did not shoot right away but subtly beckoned him closer with a barely perceptible gesture, one unnoticed by the referee, but visible to Hachimura. It was as if he was inviting him to advance. The Wizards' head coach had previously instructed Hachimura to avoid matching up against Wang Yi. Yet now, with only Hachimura in front of him, he had no choice but to rush towards Wang Yi in an attempt to contest the shot. He had moved swiftly and leaped high, convinced that under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly block the shot. However, as Wang Yi leaped, he did so with a backward lean, allowing the ball to glide past Hachimura's fingertips. What is meant by out of reach? This was it. Hachimura could only watch in despair as the ball sailed over his head. Swish. Once again, he was met by that dreaded sound from behind. The commentators were in awe. and the audience erupted in astonishment. Wang Yi's recent performances had proven to be a visual spectacle. Yet for Hakamura, it felt like mockery, a bitter irony. Since the Lakers had trailed by 4 points with 5 minutes remaining, Wang Yi had made an astounding 7 consecutive shots. Was this fellow even human? He seemed beyond the realm of mere mortals. His accuracy was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the Wizards' home crowd could not help but marvel at Wang Yi's terrifying shooting percentage. Subsequently, the Wizards capitalized on Westbrook's drive, scoring another 2 points. Turning back, Wang Yi resumed his navigation around the screens. This time, the Wizards intensified their defensive efforts against him. Whenever he had the opportunity to receive the ball, 2 Wizards players would immediately rush towards him. However, Wang Yi remained undaunted. After receiving the ball in the right corner, he feigned a move, evading the 2 Wizards players. Yet, he did not shoot. Instead, he dribbled forward a step, positioning himself in front of Rui Hakamura. It was then that he executed a smooth floater, which found its mark effortlessly. Hakamura began to realize that this player preferred to shoot in front of him rather than in the presence of others. Was this an affront to his pride? The troubling aspect was that despite Wang Yi's humiliation, Hakamura was utterly unable to retaliate. Offensively, he struggled to obtain the ball, and even when he did, Wang Yi would fiercely block his attempts. On the defensive end, Wang Yi specifically targeted him. Hakamura found himself incapable of defending against Wang Yi's mid-range shots. To him, Wang Yi's shooting seemed almost mechanical, utterly preposterous. Amid such relentless setbacks, Hakamura felt his anger dissipating, replaced instead by a growing sense of despair. He even began to entertain the delusion that this player was invincible. The head coach of the Wizards felt a heavy weight in his heart upon witnessing this. Hakamura was on the brink of collapse once more. Chapter 48. The competitor who lives well. Wang Yi, on the defensive end, would exhaust himself to block Rui Hakamura whenever he saw him with the ball, even if it meant abandoning his own defensive assignment. He would leap to thwart Hakamura's shot. Other players could score, but Hakamura's attempts were off-limits. Conversely, when the Lakers were on the offensive, Wang Yi would specifically target Hakamura. He consistently maneuvered to shoot in front of him. When presented with an open shot, he would refrain. His aim was to shoot right before Hakamura. It was all just for fun. Under such relentless pressure, Hakamura once again faltered. Subsequently, every time Wang Yi obtained the ball, the fans in the Wizards arena held their breath in anticipation. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yi's shots seemed destined to find their mark. Not only were the opponents taken aback, but even his teammates were wide-eyed. The commentators were astonished, and the crowd was in disbelief. Fans watching from their screens were equally captivated. In the Tencent NBA live stream, the sentiment in the comments shifted dramatically. Wow, will Brother E ever miss? Since those 2 3-pointers, he had gone 10 for 10. Truly astonishing. Was he on a mission to single-handedly dismantle the entire Wizards team? Have you noticed? He was nearly shooting over Hakamura every time. Much love for Brother E. Brother E is phenomenal. 666, my darling. Due to Wang Yi's extraordinary performance, the fans seemed to have temporarily forgotten his earlier bravado. Duan ran, with a mischievous grin, glanced at Zhu Fengyu. What do you have to say now? Zhu Fengyu could only respond with a wry smile. What else can be said? With Wang Yi in this form, he is unstoppable. The Wizards simply cannot keep up. As they spoke, they saw Wang Yi once again with the ball. Here we go again. Let's see if he can make this one too. Oh my heavens. Incredible, simply extraordinary. It defied all logic that he could score even with 3 Wizards players, including Hakamura, contesting him. Truly unbelievable. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 128 to 120 in favor of the Lakers. In the last 5 minutes, Wang Yi was perfect, making all 12 of his attempts, 2 3-pointers and 10 2-pointers, plus 1 free throw. In just 5 minutes, he had astonishingly racked up 27 points. For the entire game, he tallied 32 points and 10 blocks, achieving yet another remarkable double-double. He had single-handedly vanquished the Wizards. At the moment the final whistle sounded, Hakamura hung his head in defeat. He neither shook hands nor embraced any Lakers players, nor did he acknowledge the fans on the sidelines. With his head down, he swiftly walked towards the players' tunnel. After greeting the Lakers coach, the Wizards coach hurriedly followed him. Hakamura remained silent, his head bowed as he walked, his heart sinking into despair. Losing a game was not the end of the world. The most frightening aspect is when a player loses confidence. Currently, Rui Hakamura has indeed lost his confidence. Such a situation may require a considerable amount of time to mend, and it is possible that he might never fully recover. On the court, Players from the Wizards approached their counterparts from the Lakers to exchange greetings. After embracing Russell Westbrook, Wang Yi half-jokingly remarked, "You are called." Wang Yi had previously been relatively unknown in the NBA, so it was entirely reasonable for Westbrook not to know his name. Wang Yi replied, "I am called." However, before he could finish, Westbrook interjected, Wang Yi. I know." Wang Yi was slightly taken aback, but upon reflection, it made sense. Westbrook has always maintained a friendly disposition towards the Chinese community, even during his time with the Rockets, amidst the controversy surrounding the Mago incident. He frequently donned traditional Chinese attire at press conferences. Thus, it is understandable that Westbrook would pay more attention to someone of Eastern descent. Westbrook continued, "You mentioned that you came to conquer the NBA? Were you serious?" Wang Yi nodded emphatically, responding without a trace of hesitation, "Indeed." Westbrook acknowledged, "If you wish to conquer the NBA, merely delivering tonight's performance will not suffice. You must showcase even more remarkable and extraordinary games. You have to win over each and every superstar in the NBA, and then persuade the legends one by one. Ultimately, you must earn the adoration of all the fans. Throughout this journey, you will face a barrage of insults, ridicule, and even malicious attacks. You must be mentally prepared for this." Wang Yi nodded in agreement. "Thank you. I will." Westbrook then gave Wang Yi a hearty pat on the back before bidding him farewell. At that moment, Wang Yi surveyed the arena. The Wizards fans had almost all departed, leaving what had once been a bustling venue feeling significantly emptier. However, on the left side of the stands, there remained a cluster of 2 to 3 dozen Chinese fans. All donned in vibrant red, they waved placards supporting Wang Yi, hoping that he might catch sight of them. Wang Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Being in a foreign land, nothing could evoke deeper emotions than the support of his compatriots. He raised his right hand and waved at them, which sent the fans into a frenzy, shouting, "Go, Yi go! I love you, Yi go!" At that moment, a staff member approached Wang Yi and informed him, "Wang, the beautiful TNT reporter, Kristen Ledlow, is about to come over for an interview, so please be prepared." Wang Yi looked up and scanned the sidelines, where indeed, several reporters were present, predominantly women. Among them, the TNT reporter stood out as the most beautiful and prominent. TNT is a television network under Time Warner, specializing in sports programming. In America, TNT is one of the 2 most renowned sports broadcasting channels. Typically, after each game, TNT and ESPN select their interview subjects first, leaving the remaining networks to interview role players. Among these beautiful reporters, Wang Yi recognized a familiar figure, Zhou Lingen. Unlike the other journalists, she was not particularly renowned. Her gaze was intently observing the players from both teams, reminiscent of a wolf sizing up its prey. However, her attention largely lingered on the role players. She understood that given her standing in the NBA, she would only be permitted to interview minor players. Even though she and Wang Yi shared a common origin, it would be challenging for her to secure an interview with him. After all, Wang Yi was the standout performer of the evening, and with prominent reporters already assigned, it was improbable that she would be accommodated. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Wang Yi, and her face lit up with a sweet smile as she waved to him from afar. Nevertheless, her gaze soon returned to the other role players. Wang Yi turned to a nearby staff member and inquired, "Could you arrange for her to interview me?" The staff member expressed regret, saying, "I'm sorry, but this is a directive from above, and I have no authority to alter it." Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Then let her interview me after the TNT reporter has finished." The staff member appeared surprised and remarked, "Typically, only one reporter is assigned to a player. Are you certain you want her to conduct the interview?" "Multiple reporters can interview, provided the player consents." Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. The staff member responded, "All right, I will go invite her." Wang Yi watched as the attractive TNT reporter approached and glanced back at Zhou Lingen. He felt he still lacked the prominence to have his words carry weight. Yet, he believed that one day he would dictate who could interview him. At that time, all the likes of TNT and ESPN could be cast aside, and the Huaxia reporters would be prioritized. Chapter 49, The Competitor Leading a Comfortable Life, Part 2. During a sideline interview, the beautiful reporter from TNT posed 3 questions to Wang Yi. The first inquiry was, "Wang, prior to this match, you boldly proclaimed your intention to conquer the NBA, which stirred discontent among nearly everyone. Charles Barkley even remarked that you would never score 30 points again, and if you did, he would kiss a donkey's backside. Today, however, you scored 32 points. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing the question, Wang Yi glanced at the attractive reporter. Though she appeared quite lovely, she harbored a mischievous streak. As a Chinese individual striving to establish himself in a predominantly Western NBA, he found the situation quite challenging, particularly with reporters seemingly intent on undermining him. He had already silenced Barkley with his performance, a fact well known to all. In a typical line of reasoning, one might conclude that if the other party was unkind, there would be no need for politeness in return. Having already embarrassed Barkley, he could easily ridicule him when asked about the matter, as many NBA stars often do. However, Wang Yi's earlier declaration of intent to conquer the NBA had elicited widespread dissatisfaction. Should he respond with inappropriate remarks now, the reporters would undoubtedly embellish their stories, further tarnishing his reputation among fans. He spoke the truth when he expressed his ambition to conquer the NBA, and while he had stirred trouble, there was no need to compound it further. Wang Yi faced the female reporter, a subtle smile characteristic of Eastern demeanor, gracing his face as he replied, "I believe in Charles." The reporter was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated an extensive tirade, a chance to sensationalize Barkley's comments, but was instead met with a succinct response. "I believe in Charles" sounded amicable and innocuous at first glance. Yet, upon reflection, the implications were nuanced. Barkley had claimed that should Wang Yi score more than 30 points, he would kiss a donkey's backside, and Wang Yi's statement of belief seemed to compel Barkley to fulfill that rather embarrassing promise. While it appeared there was ample material for a story, the underlying ambiguity could easily be clarified by Wang Yi's eventual explanation. "What I meant was simply that I believe in Charles. There was no other implication. And it is the reporters who have distorted my words." With this realization, the reporter's perception of Wang Yi deepened. This Chinese athlete was quite astute. She then posed another pointed question. "Rui Hachimura previously claimed he would teach you a lesson, yet he only managed to score 15 points and grab 5 rebounds. While you achieved 32 points and 10 blocks, with 20 of those points scored over him and 6 blocks directed at him. What do you have to say about such an opponent?" To this, Wang Yi proudly responded, "Is he really my opponent?" The attractive reporter, perplexed, countered, "Isn't he?" Wang Yi smiled, a hint of disdain lacing his words as he firmly denied, "I have never regarded him as a rival." This statement, too, bore its own ambiguity. One may interpret Wang Yi's attitude not as viewing his opponent as a rival, but rather as regarding them as a friend, or conversely. One might deduce that he has never held them in high esteem. To put it succinctly, they are unworthy. Naturally, the expression and demeanor of Wang Yi, combined with this statement, would lead any individual of the Huaxiao lineage to discern the latter interpretation. However, the NBA has explicit regulations prohibiting the insult and provocation of opponents during interviews. Hachimura's pre-game declarations bore an air of provocation towards his adversaries. Wang Yi had just received news that the league would subsequently initiate an investigation. Should the allegations prove true, Hachimura could face fines, or in more severe cases, suspension. Thus, Wang Yi chose to respond with such an ambiguous remark. Observing that Wang Yi was not falling into their trap, the reporter subtly shook his head. The third question was posed in a rather cursory manner, leading to a swift conclusion. It was at this juncture that Zhou Lingyan approached briskly with a camera in tow. She appeared slightly agitated as she addressed Wang Yi. "Wang Yi, I appreciate your willingness to grant me this interview. I was quite taken aback when the staff informed me just now." Wang Yi shook his head, replying, "Our standing in the NBA is still too low." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Lingyan and the cameraman's expressions dulled somewhat, as no one felt this reality more acutely than they did. Being of Chinese descent in the West, they already faced discrimination, and within the league, this sentiment was even more palpable. Domestic journalists often found themselves relegated to the least favorable positions on the sidelines. After games, they could only interview role players, seldom obtaining access to star athletes. It is widely acknowledged that such a situation is unlikely to change in the near future. Consequently, they had no choice but to endure. Yet, at this moment, Wang Yi lifted his head, adorned with a confident and spirited smile. "But I firmly believe that one day, our journalists will be able to interview whomever they wish, whenever and wherever they desire. And that day is not far off." Zhou Lingyan, taken aback, gazed at Wang Yi in surprise. She could not quite grasp the source of his confidence, yet she found herself inspired by his fervor, nodding in agreement. "Yes, I believe that too." The cameraman also nodded emphatically. "So do I." It is worth noting that Wang Yi's sentiments were expressed in private. After her initial excitement, Zhou Lingyan gestured for the cameraman to power on the camera and addressed Wang Yi. "Shall we commence?" Subsequently, The footage captured by the camera was relayed back to the Tencent NBA broadcast room. The commentators, engaged in discussion about the recent match, were pleasantly surprised when the footage shifted to Wang Yi's perspective, having initially presumed that Zhou Lingyan would be unable to secure an interview with him. On screen, Zhou Lingyan posed her first question. Wang Yi, you achieved a remarkable double-double with 32 points and 10 blocks in this game. What is the secret behind such an outstanding performance? A smile adorned Wang Yi's face, rendering the inquiry far more pleasant to hear. In stark contrast to the foreign journalists who often sought to ensnare him in traps, Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is due to the presence of players in the opposing team who lead a rather pleasant life. At this juncture, he feigned a verbal slip, quickly attempting to amend his words. Players who are enjoying a comfortable existence, hence my spirited performance. The moment these words escaped his lips, the barrage of comments in the Tencent NBA live stream erupted into chaos. Ha ha ha. Players enjoying a comfortable existence. 666666666. Iga truly knows how to craft a joke. Much love for Iga. A passerby has become a fan. I've officially joined your ranks. Iga, with this statement, I absolve you of your previous bravado. At that moment, even the critics dared not show their faces. After all, who would be foolish enough to speak up in such a situation? Zhou Lingyan also found it hard to suppress her laughter. Yet, as a professional journalist, she was compelled to maintain a composed smile. Regardless of how amusing the moment was, laughter was not an option for her. She could only stifle her amusement and proceed to pose her second question. Chapter 50. The 5 million contract. Zhou Lingyan posed a second question to Wang Yi. Previously, you mentioned your intention to conquer the NBA. What does that entail? She reiterated the question in English, her intent unmistakable. She sought clarification from Wang Yi, as his earlier remarks had offended many. A well-crafted explanation, such as stating that he aimed to win over NBA fans, or that his notion of conquest referred to gaining recognition, could potentially alter public perception of him. She was offering Wang Yi a graceful exit from his predicament. Wang Yi understood her implication, yet he refrained from elaborating, simply stating, it is as it sounds. Zhou Lingyan paused, subtly shaking her head. It appeared Wang Yi was resolute in his stance. Aspiring for greatness is commendable, however, under the current circumstances. A player on a brief 10-day contract making such proclamations seemed rather ill-timed. Nevertheless, Zhou Lingyan found herself harboring a newfound respect for Wang Yi. His audacity to express his genuine thoughts, despite the potential backlash, was admirable. She had envisioned such a scenario herself, yet lacked the courage to act upon it. Few possessed the bravery to do so in the world. With this realization, her gaze toward Wang Yi shimmered with a hint of admiration. She then proceeded to ask a third question. After the interview concluded, she inquired, are you free? Perhaps we could share a meal as a token of gratitude. Wang Yi shook his head, replying, I must return to shower and then catch a flight to Portland tonight. I fear I won't have the time. Zhou Lingyan expressed a slight disappointment, saying, maybe next time. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, next time. Meanwhile, in a certain city in Huaxia, it was noon. Wang Yi's father, Wang Jianhua, was making his way to the staff cafeteria. His spirits were notably high today. He had previously been reluctant for his son to pursue basketball, fully aware of the depths of the waters involved. Having once played professional basketball himself, he bore the scars of such an experience. When his son joined the NBA, the entire school erupted in excitement, yet he remained the sole figure with a furrowed brow. Acutely aware that basketball is a sport heavily reliant on innate talent. Given Wang Yi's abilities, he believed that joining the NBA would likely result in languishing on the bench. In time, the initial thrill expressed by the media would gradually morph into disappointment and ridicule. Similarly, fans would transition from elation to disillusionment, mockery, and scorn. Ultimately, all of this would rest squarely on Wang Yi's shoulders. The subsequent 2 years unfolded as he had anticipated. Even some teachers at the school, though silent outwardly, began to gossip behind closed doors. Yet in recent days, Wang Yi had delivered 3 commendable performances, prompting a shift in the attitudes of those around him. However, his earlier boastful declaration had once again cooled their reception. Nevertheless, today, with a decisive victory over the Wizards, defeating a player enjoying a comfortable season, had brought a sense of relief to many. On the way to the cafeteria, numerous students greeted him. Hello, Teacher Wang. Teacher, Igu is truly remarkable. Teacher Wang, when can you help me get Iji's autograph? I am a devoted fan. Upon arriving at the cafeteria and collecting his meal, several physical education teachers beckoned. Old Wang. Come sit here. Old Wang was in high spirits today. One could see the multiple new creases on his aged face. Naturally, a father feels joy when witnessing his son's commendable performance. Another physical education teacher inquired, "Old Wang, with your son performing so well, his guaranteed contract for this season must be quite substantial, right? Why do you even continue teaching physical education? If I were you, I would have resigned long ago to enjoy life." Wang Jianhua shook his head, replying, "NBA contracts are heavily taxed by the time it reaches him. There is not much left. Moreover, whatever he earns is his own. It has no bearing on me." Though Wang Jianhua spoke these words, he genuinely believed them. He had never contemplated relying on his son for financial support. His monthly salary was over 7,000, sufficient to sustain himself and his wife. At that moment, the head of the physical education department approached with a plate in hand. Upon seeing Wang Jianhua, he said, "Old Wang, I need to discuss something with you." Wang Jianhua inquired, "What is it?" The department head continued, "During the NBA off-season, could we invite Wang Yi to our school to train our team members?" Wang Jianhua immediately shook his head in refusal. He is unlikely to return during the off-season. He needs to remain there for training. In truth, Wang Jianhua felt a sense of resistance. When Wang Yi initially struggled, these leaders had not looked favorably upon him. Now that his son had played a few commendable games, they were seeking him out. The fickleness of human nature is starkly evident in such situations. Wang Jianhua had long since seen through this. He bore no resentment toward these individuals. However, since Wang Yi now had the potential to succeed, it was imperative that he focus on rigorous training during the off-season to enhance his skills, rather than squander time on such trivial matters. Even if Wang Yi were to return for a few days during the off-season, he deserved ample time to rest, rather than being dragged into various frivolous activities. The surrounding physical education teachers observed Wang Jianhua's direct refusal of the leader's request and subtly shook their heads. While Wang Jianhua possessed capability, his straightforward nature often hindered him from navigating the complexities of social interactions. Consequently, after years of service, he had yet to ascend to the position of head of the physical education department, let alone a leadership role. The department head, having been publicly slighted by Wang Jianhua, slightly retracted his smile and remarked, "Wang Yi's training is paramount. He is bringing glory to our country, and our minor request should not trouble him." His words carried an undertone of dissatisfaction. The other physical education teachers also shook their heads in disapproval. Wang Jianhua could discern the subtext in the leader's remarks, yet he was disinclined to invest effort into the intricacies of social niceties. As long as his son could genuinely excel, everything else was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Wang Yi received a call from his agent while on the bus heading to the airport. Wang Yi has signed with a newly established agency, CN Agency, which is owned by a Chinese expatriate. However, this proprietor seems to have underestimated the significance of connections within the NBA. Consequently, CN Agency has encountered considerable challenges, as the players it represents are predominantly those who struggle to make an impact on the court. Wang Yi's agent, Leonard, is also of Chinese descent and a novice in the field, lacking both connections and financial backing. It is likely that only the most desperate players would consider signing with such an agency and an agent of this caliber. The athletes under her representation are primarily on short-term contracts. At this moment, Luo Lin's call arrives. "Wang Yi, Palinka just contacted me, stating that through these 4 games, you have proven yourself. He intends to convert your contract into a guaranteed one, amounting to $5 million. There is a hint of suppressed excitement in Luo Lin's voice. With a 4 commission, she stands to earn 200,000. How could she not be thrilled? Luo Lin continues, "However, your performance has exceeded all expectations. Should we wait for offers from other teams? I firmly believe that other teams with salary cap space could present even higher bids." Chapter 51. I have not heard of him. Wang Yi's agent, Luo Lin, inquired, "Although the contract offered by the Lakers is quite commendable, considering your recent performances, it is likely that other teams may present you with more lucrative offers. I just received word that the Clippers are interested in you, and they currently possess an $8 million salary cap space. Would you like to wait a bit longer?" Wang Yi shook his head, replying, "There is no need to wait." In fact, he had contemplated his professional aspirations over the past few days. Firstly, the Lakers are in dire need of 3D players. Though Wang Yi does not confine himself to the identity of a 3D player, he harbors greater ambitions. Nevertheless, the attributes he has showcased thus far align him with that of a high-quality 3D player. Hence, he would secure ample playing time here. With increased playing time comes greater opportunities. Secondly, LeBron James has amassed nearly 20 seasons of experience in the league, a treasure trove of knowledge. Being in his presence would afford Wang Yi numerous learning opportunities. Thirdly, LeBron is now 38 years old and on the brink of retirement. By the time Wang Yi acquires the wisdom from him, LeBron will likely have retired. At that juncture, as long as Wang Yi performs commendably, the Lakers will be a team for both him and Anthony Davis. There exists ample exposure here, which, it must be noted, translates into substantial financial gain. Who would turn away from wealth? After weighing these myriad factors, Wang Yi resolved to remain with the Lakers. On the other end of the line, Llewellyn had also conducted extensive consideration and data analysis, concluding that for Wang Yi at present, staying with the Lakers was indeed the wisest choice. Upon hearing Wang Yi's decision, she felt relieved from further discussion. Wang, I will meet with the Lakers operations staff tomorrow morning in Portland to finalize the contract, Llewellyn stated. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. All right. After hanging up, Wang Yi leaned back against the bus seat, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At last, he could escape the constraints of a frugal existence. He had grown weary of a life where every action required meticulous budgeting. With this newfound wealth, he could afford to hire a personal trainer, nutritionist, and physician. He could also purchase a car for transportation. However, buying a house was not on his immediate agenda. $5 million may seem substantial to an ordinary person. Yet it is imperative to note that NBA salaries are subjected to nearly 40% in personal income tax. In California, an additional 13% state tax is levied, along with a 4% commission for the agent. Ultimately, the net earnings amount to around $2 million. The expenses for hiring a personal trainer, nutritionist, and physician would also be considerable. Thus, purchasing a home was not a feasible option for the time being. Upon returning to Los Angeles, he intended to rent an apartment near the training facility as a temporary solution. By exerting effort this season and elevating his market value, he aspired to secure a contract worth $10 million in the following season, at which point he would revisit the ideas of acquiring a home and a vehicle. LeBron, noticing Wang Yi's sigh of relief, could surmise the situation. He said, Wang, congratulations. This season, we will be able to fight side by side until the very end. Wang Yi revealed a hint of weary amusement as he remarked, I hope we can continue to fight side by side. James chuckled in response, until retirement day? This season. James frequently alluded to the notion of retirement. Wang Yi could discern that he was indeed fatigued. Given the Lakers' performance this season, coupled with their roster composition, the prospect of contending for the championship appeared bleak. For someone like James, who has played nearly 2 decades, the absence of championship aspirations diminishes his motivation. Presently, the only driving force propelling him forward is the pursuit of becoming the all-time leading scorer. Achieving this prestigious honor would undoubtedly elevate his historical standing. Furthermore, another source of his resolve lies in his desire to compete alongside his son, Bronny. With his son set to enter the NBA draft next season, the possibility of father and son sharing the pinnacle of basketball is perhaps the most extraordinary moment LeBron could experience as a father. Ordinarily, one might respond to James with heartfelt assurance, Brother, I will stand by you until your retirement. However, Wang Yi did not. He merely shrugged and replied, I will do my best. Life is replete with uncertainties. No one can predict what tomorrow may bring. Some players, moments before a game, are still warming up, only to be informed the next instant, you have been traded. Many make promises that they ultimately fail to fulfill, leaving them to be the subject of ridicule. Even someone as formidable as James once made a bold declaration upon joining the Heat, I will bring championships to South Beach. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 7. Yet, he did not achieve that, did he? Wang Yi is a man of his word. Once he makes a promise, he sees it through. Thus, regarding the unpredictable nature of tomorrow, he refrains from making commitments lightly. James was somewhat taken aback by Wang Yi's response. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised the underlying sentiment and recalled his earlier bravado upon joining the Heat. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he said, Then let us be each other's comrades and brothers for this foreseeable season. This time, Wang Yi displayed no hesitation. He nodded and replied, Of course, my brother. The following morning at 5 o'clock, Wang Yi sought out a training facility in Portland to commence his training. Despite the absence of a game that day, he received tasks from the system. Task 1, 2,000 mid-range shots training. Task reward, increase mid-range shooting percentage to 70. Task 2, 1,000 weighted vertical jump training. Task reward, increase jump height to 100 centimeters. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi opted for the second task. His current role as a 3D player primarily entails shooting three-pointers and defense. Therefore, his existing three-point shooting percentage of 45 suffices for the time being. In a few days, his wrist will fully recover, and he can then undertake the shooting tasks without delay. He sought 2 resistance bands in the training facility, anchoring one end to his waist and the other to the floor. He began to leap with all his might. After merely 20 minutes of relentless vertical jumps, he was drenched in sweat, and his legs began to feel fatigued. After an additional 40 minutes, his legs felt weak. He staggered to a nearby bench, and upon feeling his legs give way, he collapsed onto it. After resting for over 10 minutes and catching his breath, he rose once more to continue his training. Is training arduous? Certainly. Is training exhausting? Undoubtedly. Yet, with such immense talent, James dedicates himself to intense training. What justification do I have for not striving just as hard, given that my own abilities pale in comparison? Meanwhile, in China, Yushua Sports had released another update. Su Jingyu scrolled through her phone and came across several comments from netizens. You claimed Igu would not deliver an impressive performance. What do you have to say now? Has he not proven you wrong with 32 points and 10 blocks? How does that feel? Su Jingyu shook her head slightly and took a sip of water, setting her teacup aside. With both hands resting on the table, she inhaled deeply and remarked, as for being proven wrong, who among us has not faced such moments in life? Has James never been challenged? Has Kobe never been tested? Even the great Jordan has faced setbacks. It is a common experience for all to encounter moments of humility. Chapter 52. The Kiss of Barkley. Su Jingyu continued. Let us discuss Wang Yi. His performance in recent games has indeed been commendable. However, upon my analysis, I believe this represents the pinnacle of his capabilities. His ceiling is that of a proficient 3D player. Why do I say this? Analyzing the recent games, his defensive performance is certainly commendable. Yet, what about his offensive prowess? Does he possess the ability to break through? No. Does he facilitate passing? No. In essence, he lacks the initiative to create opportunities. When he is tasked with ball handling, how does he perform? He is utterly lost, unable to make any meaningful plays. Moreover, given his recent performances, other teams will undoubtedly take notice. Once they apply pressure and physicality, considering his slight build, a decline in his shooting percentage is inevitable. Thus, in summary, Wang Yi is merely a somewhat proficient 3D player, and that will be his limit. I shall leave my words here. To those who doubt, let us observe the next game. He has overlooked a crucial fact. Wang Yi's reluctance to dribble or drive is primarily to safeguard his wrist. Meanwhile, on the TNT Sports channel, there is a basketball program titled Open Court, hosted by Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. This duo is a delightful pair, adept not only at analyzing players and games with a professional lens, but also at indulging in playful antics, much to the delight of fans. As today's episode commenced, a highlight reel of Wang Yi's game against the Wizards was broadcasted on the large screen, with the score tallying alongside each basket: 3 points, 6 points, 8 points, until Wang Yi's final score froze at 32 points. At this moment, O'Neal made his entrance, immediately dropping a bombshell. Hey, Barkley. It is said you are a man of your word. I am quite fond of those who honor their commitments. Barkley, once nicknamed the Round Mound of Rebound, was well aware of O'Neal's intentions and scrutinized him. What are you up to this time? O'Neal shrugged his shoulders and replied, what else is there between us but mischief? He continued, back when Yao was in the NBA, you wagered that he would not score 19 points in that game. If he did, you would kiss the backside of your then partner. What happened? You were left embarrassed. Instead of kissing his backside, you ended up kissing that of a donkey. Although Barkley felt a twinge of embarrassment, he was no stranger to high-pressure situations. He straightened up and retorted, what was I to do? He refused to show his backside on camera. I had no choice but to substitute a donkey. That is not my fault. O'Neal nodded in understanding and continued with a smirk. In the previous game between the Lakers and the Wizards, you claimed Wang would never score 30 points in his lifetime. What was the outcome? Barkley, displaying a courageous demeanor, stood tall and defiantly replied, isn't it just a matter of kissing a donkey's backside again? Bring forth the donkey. O'Neal expressed his admiration, patting Barkley's shoulder. I have a fondness for those who honor their commitments. Oh, Charles, I adore you. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned to a staff member nearby. Shortly thereafter, the staff brought forth an animal. Barkley, having steeled himself for the worst, was taken aback upon seeing the creature. Shaq, are you trying to kill me? O'Neal nodded in affirmation. Isn't that obvious? What day do I not think of causing you trouble? Tell me, is it affectionate? Barkley shook his head vehemently. I meant kissing a donkey's rear, not a pig's. And for heaven's sake, clean it up. There's mud all over it. Get it out of the studio. O'Neill, however, acted as if it were perfectly reasonable. Last time, we used a donkey's backside. Why not substitute a pig's this time? Barkley was momentarily at a loss for words, pointing at O'Neill. From this day forth, I shall sever ties with you. O'Neill shrugged. Did we ever have any friendship? Barkley, rendered speechless, could only utter a threat. Next time I catch an opportunity, I won't let you off the hook. O'Neill laughed heartily. Rest assured, I won't provide you with the chance. Left with no option, Barkley reluctantly approached the pig. It was quite a sizable creature, standing nearly 6 feet tall. He addressed the staff member holding the leash. Make sure you have a good grip. After shaking his head, he suddenly bent down and planted a kiss on the pig's somewhat muddy rear. Hilarity ensued, with O'Neill nearly collapsing in laughter, tears welling in his eyes. He pounded the table with his fists, laughing and shaking his head. Oh, I truly love this job. The spectacle of Barkley kissing a pig's behind was undoubtedly a sensational stunt, resulting in unprecedented viewership for the episode. When the ratings report was revealed, both Barkley and O'Neill were overjoyed. However, simultaneously, a wave of backlash began to surface online in the U.S. One individual from the East proclaimed intentions to conquer the NBA, expressing disdain for such arrogance. Is TNT really promoting this? Have they accepted dirty money? This arrogant Eastern figure and shameless TNT. As the saying goes, trolls know no borders. Keyboard warriors are the same worldwide. TNT's executives summoned O'Neill and Barkley. Their tone far from pleasant. How did you two come to involve this Eastern figure in your program? Cease any further material related to him, understood? You've stirred public outrage. O'Neill, unfazed, shrugged. I can see that this Eastern individual is remarkable. We must extract as much material from him as possible. The executive, directly contradicted. Felt anger brewing within, but dared not offend O'Neill directly. This program was originally tailored for O'Neill and Barkley, and together they transformed it into a flagship show for TNT. Should O'Neill choose to depart in a fit of anger, it would undoubtedly spell a significant loss for TNT. The management would certainly face repercussions. Thus, the executives were compelled to adopt a more conciliatory tone for the time being. It was best to steer clear of any association with that individual from the East until the storm had passed. O'Neill, not one to be oblivious to the circumstances, also moderated his stance. I will continue to gather materials regarding him, but I assure you, these will not be aired within the next month. The executive sighed in resignation, as long as you are aware of the situation. 3 hours later, at the training facility near the hotel where the Lakers were residing in Portland, Wang exerted himself to complete his final vertical leap. A notification echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward. Jump height reached 100 centimeters. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang felt an immense relief wash over him, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath, his clothing thoroughly drenched. His vision seemed to blur. The intense regimen of 1,000 weighted vertical jumps had taken its toll on him. It was evident that stamina remained an issue. He hoped the system would provide tasks focused on physical conditioning in the future. Chapter 53. I do not know him. Wang completed his training, achieving a vertical leap of 100 centimeters. For an athlete, a vertical jump of 100 centimeters is quite impressive. It is worth noting that even during his youth, LeBron James's vertical leap peaked at around 110 centimeters. The player famously nicknamed UFO, Vince Carter, also reached approximately 110 centimeters. This, however, was merely the system's initial announcement regarding jumping training tasks. Perhaps future tasks will further enhance Wang Yi's jumping ability. After finishing his jump training, LeBron arrived, accompanied by the rest of the Lakers players. They found Wang lying exhausted on the court floor, drenched in sweat. Caruso jokingly remarked, Wang, did you sleep on the court last night? Head coach Vogel cautioned, Wang, while hard work is commendable, training must also be moderated. Overtraining can severely deplete your body. Tomorrow evening, we face the Trailblazers, and we are merely 3 wins behind them. This game is crucial for us. By the way, the Trailblazers once had an all-star player, a training enthusiast named Brandon Roy. I assume you are familiar with his story. Wang nodded, acknowledging his knowledge of Roy. Roy was an all-star guard for the Blazers. His dedication to training was extraordinary, often practicing until 2 or 3 in the morning, despite the coach's attempts to intervene. Ultimately, the team's manager had to impose a rule. He must leave the training facility by 11 at night and could not return before 5 in the morning. The excessive strain on his body led to numerous severe injuries throughout his career, culminating in a premature retirement. Of course, this may also be related to the team's medical staff, but it is undeniable that Roy's overexertion during training was a significant contributing factor. Wang Yi understood the coach's good intentions. Following this, they engaged in 2 hours of training. During the session, the coach observed Wang Yi diligently executing defensive maneuvers while sketching strategies on the tactical board. Wang Yi's three-point shooting had developed to a level that could pose a substantial threat to opponents, making the design of several three-point plays imperative. By the end of the morning training, Vogel had devised at least 5 effective three-point strategies. He then conferred with assistant coach Kidd regarding the feasibility of these tactics. Vogel's forte lay in defense, while the Lakers' current weakness was offense. Kidd, possessing significant insight into offensive plays, was often consulted by Vogel when crafting offensive strategies. After the morning session concluded, Wang Yi met with Roland and the Lakers' operations staff to sign a guaranteed contract lasting until the end of the season. At last, Wang Yi felt a sense of security. According to the contract, after the game against the Trail Blazers, he would receive 20% of his salary upon heading to the next away game. This meant he would no longer have to live as frugally as he had been. As time elapsed, the afternoon of the following day arrived, marking the pre-game press conference for the Lakers versus the Trail Blazers. It was once again the moment for bold declarations. A reporter promptly inquired of the Trail Blazers star. Damian Lillard, the king from the East, claims he has come to conquer the NBA. Do you have anything to convey to him? Lillard simply shook his head, responding, no. The other reporters subtly mirrored his gesture, as they often found little material when interviewing Lillard. Despite his rugged demeanor on the court, where he exhibited unwavering tenacity in critical moments, he was, in everyday life, a rather introverted and unassuming individual. This may be attributed to his upbringing in the impoverished surroundings of Oakland. The reporters posed a few additional questions, but were unsuccessful in extracting any noteworthy comments. Consequently, they turned to another guard from the Trail Blazers, C.J. McCollum, asking, CJ, do you have anything to say to the king? McCollum feigned indifference, replying, who are you referring to? When pressed further, he asked, who is the king? The reporters, reading between the lines, sensed an opportunity and became invigorated. They elaborated. It's the Lakers' #1 player, the Eastern athlete who has recently scored over 20 points in several games, including a remarkable 32 points with 10 blocks in the last match. McCollum shook his head, as if hearing an utterly unrelated tale, and stated, I'm sorry, I don't know him. This declaration sent the reporters into a frenzy, as it provided them with ample material for their stories. Next, the interview turned to Carmelo Anthony, who was posed the same question, revealing the reporter's relentless pursuit of this topic. What are your thoughts on the player from Huaxia? Anthony glanced at McCollum, shrugged, and replied, I don't know him either. The focus then shifted to the Lakers press conference. Besides inquiries directed at LeBron James, the reporters sought comments from Wang Yi. Wang, I trust you watched the Trail Blazers pregame interview. CJ and Carmelo both claimed not to know you. Wang Yi interjected, they will come to know me. His patience with the reporters' incessant provocations had begun to wane, finding the few reporters from Huaxia to be somewhat more amicable. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, the reporters felt a surge of excitement. With CJ's remark of I don't know him and Wang Yi's retort of they will know, there was certainly a narrative to craft for the day's game. As the press conference concluded, with merely half an hour remaining before the match commenced, reporters swiftly dispatched their articles. Notably, the ever-critical Stephen A. Smith, a prominent commentator known for his discerning insights, analyzed the upcoming game. The Trail Blazers are in formidable form, riding a 5-game winning streak. CJ and Damian are both performing exceptionally well, especially Damian, who displayed an explosive performance in the last game, scoring 50 points. Moreover, Anthony has recently been in commendable form, consistently achieving over 20 points in 3 consecutive games. Although the Lakers have secured 3 consecutive victories, they have revealed numerous underlying issues. LeBron has aged. His consistent output of over 20 points per game has reached its limit. Aside from him, the Lakers lack a reliable second scoring option. What? You refer to that arrogant Eastern player? Indeed, he has demonstrated some commendable skills in recent games, but that is merely because he remains relatively unfamiliar to others, who do not yet pay him due attention. Once his presence is acknowledged, his efficiency is bound to diminish significantly. Furthermore, in this match, he will face Damian Lillard. This young man claims he seeks to conquer the NBA. Let him witness the wildness of the league and the ferocity of Damian. Therefore, I firmly believe In this game, the Trailblazers will undoubtedly overwhelm the Lakers. As the clock strikes 9, the match officially commences. As usual, Wang Yi occupies a seat on the bench, surveying the Moda Center, which is filled with nearly 20,000 spectators. The fervor of the crowd surges once again, igniting a passionate atmosphere. Chapter 54, Lakers vs. Trailblazers. As the match commenced, Wang Yi remained seated on the bench. Despite his remarkable performances in recent games, starting in place of Schroeder would necessitate his removal. Schroeder, being an emotionally charged player, would likely react adversely to such a decision, potentially triggering a series of repercussions. Consequently, Coach Vogel had not yet considered promoting Wang Yi to a starting position until he firmly established his status within the team. Soon, C.J. McCollum, one of the Trailblazers' dynamic backcourt duo, began to assert his dominance. He adeptly utilized screens to create opportunities for mid-range jump shots. Given the sluggish footwork of the Lakers' Drummond, McCollum consistently found success over him. Conversely, the Trailblazers' defense was rather lackluster during the Lakers' offensive plays, allowing the Lakers to score effortlessly. The Trailblazers had not been a defensive team the previous year, and under their new coach, their defensive strategies showed little improvement. Faced with such a team, the Lakers, guided by James, executed their offense with remarkable fluidity. Kuzma, Pope, and Schroeder all converted layups in succession, while Drummond completed 2 alley-oops. Schroeder's performance was commendable, as he racked up 10 points within a mere half of the quarter through a combination of outside shots and drives. Lillard, however, had yet to make a significant impact, attempting only 3 shots in the first quarter and scoring a mere 2 points. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established an 8-point lead. It was at this juncture that Wang Yi made his entrance. As his feet touched the floor of the Moda Center, the familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Please sign in. Wang Yi thought to himself, sign in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. 1 basic rebound experience card. Wang Yi refrained from utilizing the experience card immediately. Drawing from his previous experience, he understood that valuable resources should be employed judiciously. The rebound experience card would be most effectively used during crucial moments for pivotal rebounds. At that moment, the Lakers lineup consisted of Wang Yi, Caruso, Kuzma, Drummond, and Gasol, forming a temporary twin tower configuration. Although Gasol's abilities had significantly declined from his prime, his high-post playmaking skills remained commendable. Given the Lakers' current lack of proficient passers, his high-post capabilities were invaluable. As Wang Yi stepped onto the court, a countdown of 1 minute and 15 seconds materialized in his mind. Taken aback, he pondered the sudden appearance of the timer. However, he quickly deduced that it was the countdown for the unanswerable mid-range shooting experience card he had activated in the previous game. He had utilized the card with just under 4 minutes remaining in that match, and he had assumed the experience duration would conclude with that game. To his surprise, it extended into this one. With this in mind, he resolved to make the most of the remaining 1 minute and 15 seconds. With that thought, Wang Yi approached Gasol, wrapping his arm around his waist. Understanding the signal, Gasol leaned down to listen closely. Wang Yi instructed, I have an opportunity for a mid-range shot. Please pass me the ball immediately without hesitation. Little Gia recalled Wang Yi's unanswerable mid-range jump shot in the final minutes of the previous match. He gently patted Wang Yi's head and said, don't worry. In the first quarter, the Lakers had possession of the ball. After Caruso dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Little Gia at the top of the arc. This lineup lacked players who could drive to the basket. Ideally, Schroeder should have been a ball handler on the court, but the head coach had recently been experimenting with various lineup combinations. This particular formation was designed for Little Gia to facilitate play from a high position, while the others made constant cuts and runs to create opportunities for layups or open three-pointers. Drummond positioned himself in the paint, waiting for a chance. Caruso and Kuzma circulated the ball on the perimeter, hoping to generate a three-point opportunity. Wang Yi continued to weave through screens with relentless movement. Given the Trailblazers' lackluster defense, Wang Yi effortlessly found space at the left wing. Little Gia's pass arrived just in time. Wang Yi caught the ball and, with almost no defensive pressure, executed a quick stop and jump. The Trailblazers center, Nurkic, rushed to contest, but the basketball had already slipped through his fingertips, gracefully swishing through the net without even producing the sound of a brush against the rim. As they retreated on defense, Little Gia and Wang Yi exchanged high fives. Little Gia, with a hint of envy, remarked, your touch is remarkably soft. Wang Yi shook his head slightly and replied, it's practice. Little Gia, puzzled, asked, but you don't have a girlfriend. How did you practice? Wang Yi paused, then realized and chuckled, You little LSP. Little Jia was genuinely confused, having no understanding of the Chinese abbreviation LSP. Turning back to the game, the Trailblazers were on offense. At that moment, Lillard was resting, leaving CJ to lead the remaining 3 starters and 1 bench player on the court. Caruso was initially assigned to guard CJ, but Wang Yi patted Caruso's shoulder and said, "I'll take him." Caruso understood Wang Yi's intention. During the pre-game press conference, CJ McCollum had stated that he did not know Wang Yi, implying disdain in his words. Naturally, Wang Yi wanted to reclaim his dignity. However, in truth, he harbored no such thoughts. Just as McCollum claimed not to know him, Wang Yi did not regard McCollum as a rival either. To him, his true opponent in this game was Lillard. The reason for guarding McCollum now was simply that Lillard was off the court, making McCollum the focal point of the Trailblazers' offense. Given his current defensive capabilities, he was obliged to guard the opposing team's key player. As McCollum noticed Wang Yi taking on the defensive assignment, he slowly dribbled, crossing the ball from side to side. While slightly shaking his head, "Are you here to seek punishment?" he asked. Wang Yi spread his legs and extended his arms, adopting a defensive stance. He wasn't particularly fond of trash talk. He preferred to let his performance speak for itself. At the scene, a bald commentator named Kevin Calibran observed in disbelief as Wang Yi took on the primary defensive role against CJ. Shaking his head, he remarked to his partner, "This individual from Huaxia has chosen to guard CJ. Does he not comprehend the latter's formidable prowess?" Another young commentator, Mike Ritchie, interjected, "Did you not familiarize yourself with the opposing players before commenting on the match? This Huaxia player possesses remarkable lateral speed and excels in defending against agile opponents." Bald Kevin shook his head and chuckled. "It is not a matter of prejudice against Easterners. There are objective differences in physical capabilities among various ethnicities, are there not? The physical attributes of Easterners predispose them to excel in smaller sports, like table tennis. However, when it comes to larger sports such as basketball, they tend to struggle." Mike Ritchie seemed poised to continue his thoughts when McCollum initiated an offensive maneuver. With a swift change of direction, he surged toward Wang Yi's right side. In an instant, Wang Yi stepped forward with his right leg, effectively cutting off the path of the drive. McCollum dribbled behind his back, transferring the ball to his right hand, attempting to penetrate through Wang Yi's left flank. Once again, Wang Yi effortlessly stepped to the left, using his body to obstruct McCollum's advance. With no choice, McCollum retreated 2 steps and attempted to break through once more. Yet, regardless of his movements, whether feinting left or right, Wang Yi was always in position to thwart him. As the clock ticked down to a mere 2 seconds of offensive time remaining, McCollum could only feint a drive from beyond the 3-point line before stepping back to take a jump shot. Observing this, Wang Yi lunged forward and leapt high into the air, raising his left hand to intercept the basketball soaring through the air. Chapter 55. The unsurmountable mid-range shot. McCollum executed a step back, creating a 1-meter distance between himself and Wang Yi, before launching a 3-pointer. Logically, Wang Yi should have lunged upward while raising his hands to contest the shot, even if the odds of blocking it were a mere 99.9. However, he did not leap forward. Instead, he jumped vertically from his position. As he ascended, his left arm rose high, reaching for the ball suspended in the air. The commentator, Bald Kevin, couldn't help but smile at the spectacle, his sarcastic remarks poised on the tip of his tongue. This Eastern player is overly ambitious. Yet, in the next moment, the words caught in his throat, as if a fly had been forced into his mouth. Wang Yi's leap was astonishingly high, his waist aligning with McCollum's shoulder. With impeccable precision, his left hand intercepted the ball mid-air, forcefully snatching it away. A definitive rejection. The spectators erupted in astonished gasps. "Oh my God, is he even human? This guy must be from Mars." Even Bald Kevin was taken aback by the display. Known for his incessant chatter, he was momentarily rendered speechless. His partner, still in shock, chuckled and asked, "Kevin, what is wrong with you?" It was only then that Bald Kevin regained his composure, shaking his head repeatedly. "This guy's vertical leap is beyond belief." On the sidelines, the Lakers bench erupted in excitement. Players leaping from their seats, waving towels and bouncing with enthusiasm. LeBron seemed to have springs beneath him, jumping up with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, raising his hands high while exclaiming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." The Lakers players, along with the coaching staff, were all astounded by Wang Yi's block. Until now, he had never showcased the extent of his leaping ability in training or games, although he had recorded consecutive games with double-digit blocks. Subsequent footage revealed that it was not merely his height that achieved this, but rather his exceptional timing. Wang Yi's sudden display of such remarkable leaping ability left them in utter disbelief. After the exclamations of "Oh my God," a thought began to form in LeBron's mind. Once Wang Yi's wrist fully healed, he could frequently throw him alley-oops. Caruso advanced the ball to the front court. Assessing that there were no opportunities for a fast break, he signaled to his teammates to steady their play. He passed the ball to Marc Gasol, while the other players, except for Drummond, began to weave and maneuver. Soon, Wang Yi found another opportunity in the right mid-range. Gasol's pass was timely. This time, McCollum closely pursued Wang Yi. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi received the ball with his back to the basket. He refrained from turning to jump, aware that CJ had caught up to him. Turning would mean losing the chance to shoot. Thus, he leaped while still facing away from the basket, simultaneously applying a rotational force with his legs. The force propelled him midair, allowing him to twist his body and face the hoop. McCollum was utterly unprepared for Wang Yi to leap with his back to the basket. Consequently, he had no time to contest the shot, merely watching as the ball sailed over his head. Swish. A crisp sound resonated behind him. McCollum silently cursed, "Damn." The spectators, though reluctant, couldn't help but be astonished. The accuracy of this Eastern player's shot was astonishing. To leap with his back to the hoop and still score. Was he performing acrobatics? He appeared to be nothing more than a juggler. The players on the Lakers bench collectively mimicked gestures of reverence. LeBron, shaking his head repeatedly, muttered, "You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that." Caruso and Gasol, among others on the court, rushed over to high-five Wang Yi. Returning to the game, McCollum still held the ball, attempting to engage Wang Yi one-on-one. However, Wang Yi's lateral speed was far too swift for him to break through. He contemplated a step-back three-pointer, but the memory of being blocked earlier lingered in his mind. Reluctantly, he glanced towards center Nurkic for assistance. Nurkic, understanding the situation, quickly moved to set a screen. Utilizing this cover, McCollum charged towards the paint, but Wang Yi was relentless, trailing him closely. He knew McCollum's preferred scoring method was mid-range, and with DeAndre Jordan guarding the paint, penetrating was not an option. He would undoubtedly take a mid-range shot. Sure enough, McCollum launched a jump shot from the mid-range, a smile creeping onto his face as he felt the shot was pure. However, just as the basketball left his fingertips, a figure suddenly soared past him from the side. With a sweeping left arm, Wang Yi pursued the airborne ball. Clap! A sharp, resonant sound echoed throughout the arena. Bam! The basketball was emphatically swatted away, crashing against the backboard. It rebounded and was swiftly recovered by a Lakers player. The Lakers initiated a fast break, with Kuzma leading the charge towards the front court. He executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Bam! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, the rebound remained in the possession of the Lakers. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers players had already returned to defense. The Lakers were compelled to settle into a half-court offense. Wang Yi continued to weave around screens, with McCollum closely trailing him, refusing to relent. In Wang Yi's mind, the countdown for his elusive mid-range experience card dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. As he sprinted, he shouted at Gasol at the top of the arc, "Give me the ball." Gasol hesitated momentarily. This was not an ideal time for a pass. First, Wang Yi had yet to shake off his defender. Second, there were obstacles in the passing lane that could easily lead to a turnover. However, being the skilled passer he was, Gasol recognized Wang Yi's determination and sensed his confidence. He executed a deceptive maneuver, feigning a pass over the opponent's head with both hands. As the defender raised his arms in an attempt to block, he swiftly delivered a one-handed bounce pass through the defender's waist. The basketball narrowly navigated between 3 defenders, landing into Wang Yi's grasp. At that moment, Wang Yi was still entangled with McCollum. Amidst the struggle, he positioned himself sideways to the basket to receive the ball. The pass from Xiao Jia was executed with remarkable precision. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi did not hesitate for a moment. He lifted it and shot immediately. Typically, players require a brief moment to adjust before shooting. Even for someone as quick as Curry, there is a slight pause. However, Wang Yi's action was seamless. He caught the ball in the very trajectory it had bounced and shot without any interruption. The entire motion of receiving and shooting appeared as a singular, fluid action. As the basketball ascended, it seemed to glide toward the hoop without any pause, smoother than silk. Chapter 56. McCollum is guarded relentlessly. Wang Yi executed an exquisitely smooth shot, the basketball soaring towards the hoop. McCollum, in hot pursuit and caught off guard by Wang Yi's audacious decision to shoot under such challenging circumstances, found his hand inadvertently resting on Wang Yi's waist. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Swish. The ball met the net with a satisfying sound. 21. The Lakers bench erupted once more in exuberance. Towels waved fervently in celebration as the players on the court rushed over to exchange high-fives with Wang Yi. Caruso celebrated by bumping chests with him, simultaneously shouting to the crowd, "This is Wang. Do you recognize him now?" The Trail Blazers coach swiftly called for a timeout. With merely a minute remaining in the first quarter, a pause seemed unnecessary. However, the Lakers' number one had just landed 3 consecutive mid-range shots and blocked CJ, igniting an undeniable momentum. A timeout was imperative to strategize and prevent Wang Yi from continuing his scoring spree. In the Tencent NBA live stream, the comments section was ablaze with excitement. "Wow, are EGE's hands freshly pulled from the oven? Egu is incredible. He.S. carrying over the shooting touch from the last game. That mid-range shot was so smooth. Egu must have indulged in a lot of Dove chocolate before the game." As for the critics, they had momentarily retreated due to Wang Yi's fiery performance. Yet, the long silence Yang Go made a reappearance. This is only because Lillard isn't on the court. If he can maintain this level of intensity when Lillard returns, I'll eat my hat live on stream. Immediate backlash ensued from the fans. "Really? You still owe us a few live hat-eating sessions." Xianggu retorted, "This time, I'll do it while standing on my head." Today's Tencent NBA host was Wang Zixing, with commentary from Wang Shipeng and female anchor Wang Xiaoqi, all sharing the surname Wang. Observing Wang Yi's performance, Wang Zixing exclaimed, "Wang Yi is on fire today, starting off with 3 mid-range shots." "Coach Wang, as a former sharpshooter, what do you think of these shots?" Wang Shipeng replied, "Impressive. The second and third shots were particularly exquisite. To be frank, the second shot, launching from a back-to-the-basket position and twisting mid-air for the shot, is quite challenging. The most beautiful was the third shot, from receiving the ball to shooting. It appeared so fluid, as if he merely applied a gentle force, and the ball obediently flew toward the hoop. I'm astounded by how he accomplished that. Honestly, I couldn't he do it?" Wang Xiaoqi chuckled. "Even a mid-range sharpshooter can't achieve that?" Wang Shipeng shook his head, affirming, "No, they cannot." Wang Zixing continued, "It's evident that Wang Yi has carried over the shooting rhythm from the latter part of the last game into this one. Previously, we described him as a quintessential 3D player, but since the last game, he has displayed his mid-range shooting prowess. In your opinion, aside from his 3D attributes, does Wang Yi possess further potential?" Wang Shipeng pondered for a moment before responding, "Of course. From the previous matches, everyone has seen that he is a quintessential 3D player. However, Wang Yi was quite a versatile athlete during his time in China. He possesses a comprehensive array of skills, including mid-range shooting, driving, and assisting, exemplifying various basketball techniques and abilities. In fact, he is considered one of the top players domestically. Yet, upon entering the NBA, the extraordinary talents of other players overshadowed him, making him appear rather ordinary. Nevertheless, after 2 years of refinement and growth, Wang Yi's skills, particularly his three-point shooting and defensive abilities, have approached the elite level of the NBA. I eagerly anticipate witnessing his further development in other areas." Upon hearing this, the fans began to chatter amongst themselves, while the commentator resumed his exuberant commentary. "Let me down. This is no school bus." They joked. "Other aspects of his abilities? Can the commentator elaborate on which skills he refers to? If Brother Yi's energy is indeed so formidable, perhaps he could consider endorsing Zero Feel." At the Moda Center, as Wang Yi exited the game, LeBron James, towel in hand, playfully fanned him. This amusing scene was captured by a sideline cameraman, thus creating a classic moment in basketball history, which would be fondly recounted by fans around the world for years to come. However, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, the Trail Blazers head coach shouted at McCollum, "CJ, do not act rashly. His lateral speed is impressive. Do not attempt to take him on one-on-one. Basketball is a team sport, do you understand? Utilize your teammates' screens and pass to those who are open, clear?" As the head coach, witnessing his second-in-command being blocked by an obscure player and subsequently allowing him to score 3 consecutive shots, he should have encouraged McCollum to retaliate. Even if he could not respond successfully on every possession, he should at least aim to score 2 or 3 points over Wang Yi, whether through shooting, blocking, or stealing. Yet, he had keenly observed that this unheralded player possessed remarkable lateral speed. CJ simply could not surpass him. Furthermore, CJ had initially underestimated this Eastern player. Indeed, the entire Trail Blazers team, including the head coach, harbored a degree of disdain for him. Thus, it was imperative to calm CJ down. He continued, I understand your desire to retaliate. You cannot allow an unknown player to dominate you. Neither will I tolerate it. However, you must remain composed. Learn to assess the situation on the court. Pass more, utilize screens effectively, and refrain from one-on-one confrontations. Trust me, before the final whistle blows, I will ensure you have your chance to respond. McCollum managed to regain some composure and nodded earnestly. Coach, I believe in you. The head coach then addressed the other players. Do not allow that number one to shoot within the three-point line, understood? Do not permit him to make mid-range shots. The Trail Blazers players nodded in agreement. As they returned to the court, no personnel changes were made. Wang Yi prepared to take his free throws. For him, shooting free throws proved to be a straightforward task. He had once devoted himself to perfecting his free throws, achieving an impressive accuracy of 90 during his time in the domestic league. However, in the NBA, his opportunities to showcase his skills were limited. Behind the basketball hoop, 5 scantily clad Trail Blazers fans were incessantly posing and creating distractions to interfere with Wang Yi's free throws. Under his breath, Wang Yi muttered, "You are empty. You are empty. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Amidst this murmuring, he flicked his wrist and released the ball. Swish. The free throw was executed flawlessly. On the sidelines, LeBron James witnessed this and shook his head slightly, remarking to a teammate, "Damn, how is this guy's free throw so reliable? Haven't you noticed? He hasn't missed a free throw with the Lakers yet." If LeBron had any shortcomings in his offensive game, it was his inconsistency at the free throw line. Thus, he felt a twinge of envy at Wang Yi's demonstrated proficiency. Subsequently, the Trail Blazers initiated their offense. Sideline commentator Bald Kevin, upon seeing McCollum with the ball, became animated. "Oh, CJ, take the shot. Show him what you're made of." He was still lost in the fantasy of CJ exploiting Wang Yi's weaknesses. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, CJ passed the ball. Bald Kevin was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, CJ, what are you doing?" Chapter 57. The terrifying fury of Lillard. After McCollum acquired the ball, he refrained from engaging in a one-on-one against Wang Yi. Instead, after a feigned attack, he passed the ball to center Nurkic. Although Nurkic managed to score, the commentator, Bald Kevin, shook his head in dismay, exclaiming, "Oh, CJ, what are you doing? Are you really too timid to take on a guy who hasn't played in 2 years?" The Trail Blazers coach, blissfully unaware of the commentator's words, would likely have wished to slap CJ across the face for his folly. "I finally got CJ to calm down, and now you want to stoke the flames?" Turning back, the Lakers initiated their offense once more. This time, the Trail Blazers focused intently on defending against Marc Gasol, preventing him from making any easy passes. The Lakers players were well aware of Wang Yi's hot hand, thus setting screens for him. With Caruso's assistance, Wang Yi eluded his defender. Upon receiving the pass at a right-angle position, he feigned a shot. Both CJ and Nurkic rushed to defend against him. The coach had previously issued a stern command. Under no circumstances could the Lakers' number one be allowed to score from mid-range. Thus, even if it meant committing a foul, they were determined to bring him down. At that moment, Wang Yi's mid-range prowess card had expired. However, facing 2 defenders, he remained utterly composed. He executed a shooting fake and then made a bounce pass to the waiting Drummond. Drummond had been anticipating this moment. Upon receiving the ball, he leaped and emphatically dunked it into the basket. The rim trembled under the force of his slam. The entire audience was momentarily stunned. Having expected Wang Yi to take the shot himself, especially after having made 3 consecutive mid-range jumpers, most players would have opted to shoot in such a situation. Lakers coach Vogel, while maintaining an outward calm, felt a swell of satisfaction within. This Eastern player was not merely adept at three-pointers and mid-range shots. He possessed a keen basketball intellect. Just as everyone thought he would take the shot, he unexpectedly chose to pass. A player who employs their mind in the game significantly elevates their potential. The Trail Blazers coach shook his head slightly at this development. If the Lakers' number one could only score, it would be manageable. However, being both a scorer and a passer posed a significant challenge. After landing, Drummond exchanged a high five with Wang Yi, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. His ability to create his own offense was somewhat limited. When LeBron was on the court, he could benefit from easy baskets. Yet, once LeBron left, his role mostly boiled down to rebounding and sprinting back and forth. Now that Wang Yi had facilitated a stellar pass, Drummond's competitive spirit was reignited. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding 16-point lead, an impressive margin that had rarely been seen in their season thus far. This advantageous position persisted until halftime. However, As the third quarter commenced, the tides of the game shifted dramatically. The previously subdued Lillard, who had managed only 3 points in the first half, suddenly erupted, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers within a mere 2 minutes, swiftly narrowing the deficit to single digits. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly electrified, resonating with deafening cheers. Standing in the Moda Center, one could almost feel oneself engulfed by the overwhelming sound. The Lakers head coach urgently called for a timeout, deploying a formidable defense against Lillard. However, Lillard exuded an undeniable aura of a true street-savvy player. Once his rhythm was established, it mattered not who stood before him. He was relentless in his pursuit of scoring. Upon resuming play, he swiftly sank a three-pointer followed by a layup, leaving Vogel shaking his head in disbelief. Faced with such a frenzied competitor, effective defense seemed nearly impossible. He glanced at Wang Yi on the bench, then back at the game clock. Merely 5 minutes had elapsed in the third quarter. Traditionally, Wang Yi would only step onto the court towards the end of this period. Yet, with Lillard in full throttle, neither Pope nor Caruso could contain him. And James was momentarily unavailable for defensive duties. Reluctant to resort to double-teaming, Vogel decided to send Wang Yi into the fray. "Are you ready, Wang?" Vogel inquired. Wang Yi cast a look towards Lillard at the far end of the court. "I'll give it a try," he replied, offering no firm assurance. After all, facing a frenzied Lillard, it was audacious to claim one could restrain him. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers initiated the offense, with James assisting Kuzma for a successful layup. Turning back, Lillard prepared to dribble past half-court, while the other Lakers players retreated to their defensive positions. Yet, Wang Yi did not immediately fall back. Instead, he began applying defensive pressure on Lillard from the frontcourt. Against a player in such a wild state, attempting to contain him within a few possessions was futile. The only strategy was to exert pressure from the outset, gradually depleting his stamina. This tactic had previously been employed by Beverly against Durant in the playoffs. With each step Lillard took forward, he had to fend off Wang Yi's attempts to steal the ball while simultaneously using his body to push Wang Yi aside. Once past half-court, Lillard executed a sudden behind-the-back dribble, switching the ball to his right hand. In that moment, he used his body to nudge Wang Yi to the left before accelerating towards the right. Although Wang Yi possessed remarkable lateral speed, being pushed aside made it difficult for him to recover in time. He was forced to take 2 large steps back in an effort to impede Lillard's advance. However, Lillard unexpectedly retreated beyond the three-point arc and released a shot. By the time Wadi attempted to close in for defense, it was already too late. Swish. The sound echoed behind him, making Wang Yi acutely aware of how his opponents felt when he scored over them. A twinge of frustration washed over him. Despite his extensive study and analysis of Lillard's game film, he had never faced him on the court. Wang Yi still needed to adapt to Lillard's dribbling rhythm and the intensity of the confrontation. Turning back, James countered with a three-pointer. As the Trailblazers resumed their offensive, Lillard chose not to dribble past half-court himself. Instead, he allowed McCollum to bring the ball up, receiving it once they reached the half-court line. Clearly, Lillard was acutely aware of Wang Yi's defensive strategy. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard began to navigate around the three-point line, dribbling with poise. Wang Yi remained steadfast, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lillard's shoulder. Lillard advanced with the ball, heading towards McCollum. It was evident that he intended to utilize a screen for a three-point attempt. Lillard had perfected this maneuver to an art form. With merely the slightest hint of a screen and a sliver of space, he could unleash his shot. At this moment, the defender had to either navigate around the screen or circle through the paint. However, regardless of the approach, neither was swift enough to disrupt his release. Fortunately, at that instant, Pope swiftly stepped up, attempting to double-team Lillard. Yet, Lillard abruptly retreated, positioning himself 2 meters from the three-point line. Fearlessly, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. The crowd erupted once more in fervor. Wang Yi shook his head repeatedly. With a player like Lillard, whose shooting range extends beyond half-court, one must initiate the double-team the moment he crosses the mid-court line. Otherwise, it becomes impossible to contain his offensive prowess once he finds his rhythm. Nevertheless, after adapting through these 2 possessions, Wang Yi had begun to acclimate to Lillard's dribbling cadence and the intensity of his play. Coupled with his extensive analysis of Lillard's game footage, having studied it dozens of times, he had become intimately familiar with Lillard's skillful maneuvers and tendencies. If it came down to a desperate defensive effort, he could, to some extent, restrain the rampaging Lillard. However, the time for such an endeavor had yet to arrive. Chapter 58. Astonishing leap. With an impressive performance of 5 three-pointers out of 8 attempts, 2 successful two-pointers, and 3 flawless free throws, one player single-handedly amassed 22 points, propelling the team forward with sheer determination. Fortunately, as the Trail Blazers began to close the gap, James also intensified his efforts, sinking 3 three-pointers and distributing 5 assists within a single quarter, thereby preventing Lillard from erasing the deficit. Wang Yi refrained from attempting to stifle Lillard directly, for it is an impossible task to contain a player in such a fervent state. Instead, he and his teammates focused on double-teaming Lillard, compelling him to relinquish the ball before crossing half-court. However, this strategy bore inherent risks. The other Lakers players faced a numerical disadvantage. Yet, this was a choice to be made, 2 poisons laid before him, and he must select one. Under the dual pressure of the double team, Lillard's scoring momentum was curtailed. Yet McCollum found his rhythm, consistently sinking mid-range shots. Meanwhile, the Lakers' other players faltered in the third quarter, collectively failing to convert their three-point attempts, a recurring issue for the team. For 2 consecutive years, the Lakers had languished at the bottom of the league in three-point shooting efficiency. Prior to Wang Yi's arrival, the team's most accurate three-point shooter was none other than the veteran James. Due to their struggles from beyond the arc, by the end of the third quarter, the Trail Blazers had narrowed the gap to a mere 4 points. As for Wang Yi, having devoted excessive energy to defending Lillard, he managed only 2 three-pointers during the quarter without significant scoring contributions. During the intermission, the Tencent NBA live stream began to echo with discontented voices. LJ Lakers, what is this performance? Such a waste of my time. These three-point attempts are utterly ridiculous, lamented one viewer. The female host, Wang Xiaoqi, expressed her anxiety, remarking, "Why is the Lakers' three-point shooting so abysmal in the third quarter? Aside from James and Wang Yi, not a single player has made a shot." Host Wang Zixing shook his head in disappointment, stating, this three-point shooting from the Lakers." He then turned to Coach Wang. "You were once an adept three-point shooter yourself. Now that the Lakers are struggling, can you offer some advice?" Wang Shipong jested, "Even if I offer advice, they won't hear me. I can only attempt to analyze the situation." From the previous 4 games, Wang Yi had been the Lakers' most consistent three-point shooter. However, the decision to assign him to primarily defend Lillard in the third quarter drained his energy significantly. Therefore, I believe the Lakers head coach should consider allowing other players to take on the defensive responsibility for Lillard, enabling Wang Yi to focus predominantly on offense. Wang Zixing nodded in agreement. Indeed, that could be a viable strategy. It now rests on the Lakers coach to make the necessary adjustments. During the intermission, Vogel indeed implemented a change. Wang, in the fourth quarter, let Pope take on the primary defensive role against Lillard. Concentrate your efforts on offense, and when opportunities arise, shoot immediately. Do not hesitate, understood? Wang Yi nodded in affirmation. He then addressed Pope, Caruso, Kuzma, and others, instructing them, continue with the strategy of double-teaming Lillard. If necessary, employ early fouls to disrupt his shooting. Above all, do not afford him any opportunities to score. Vogel is a coach renowned for his defensive prowess, who does not permit his players to err excessively on the defensive end. The intermission passes swiftly. At the commencement of the fourth quarter, LeBron James of the Lakers takes a seat on the bench for a respite. The backcourt duo for the Lakers comprises SCHR and Wang Yi. Frankly speaking, SCHR possesses talent and often demonstrates considerable effort. However, his performance is rather inconsistent. Moreover, due to his diminutive stature, it proves challenging for him to impede opposing players' shots. From the outset, SCHR penetrated the defense twice with ease, as the Trail Blazers' defense is rather lackluster. Yet, upon reaching the interior, confronted by the opposing center, his decision-making was somewhat careless. He managed to score on one attempt, but the second was emphatically blocked by the rival center. Fortunately, KCP leapt valiantly to secure the ball and subsequently passed it to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, receiving the ball at mid-range while facing McCollum, opted against taking a shot. Instead, he pivoted, turning his back to McCollum, and dribbled toward the three-point arc. Observing this, the commentator, the bald Kevin, chuckled heartily. This guy is too timid to attempt a mid-range shot against CJ. After making 3 consecutive mid-range shots at the game's inception, Wang Yi had not attempted another since. Is his energy only sustainable for the first minute? Kevin mused. Another commentator chimed in with laughter. What do you mean by not enduring? Kevin shrugged. In every aspect. The 2 commentators shared a conspiratorial chuckle. Such is the nature of NBA home team commentary, which tends to be excessively biased towards the home side while indulging in the utmost ridicule of the visiting team. At that moment, seeing Wang Yi with his back to the basket, McCollum grew somewhat complacent. However, just as Wang Yi stepped beyond the three-point line, he unexpectedly pivoted and leapt. McCollum realized too late and hurriedly attempted to contest the shot, but it was already too late. The shot's trajectory was flat, resembling a cannonball as it forcefully struck the rim. The basket reverberated with a resounding thud. This three-pointer seemed a retort to bald Kevin's earlier remarks. Kevin, witnessing this, shook his head in disbelief. This fellow still has some energy left. Another commentator remarked, it appears he is quite resilient after all. Kevin, an admirer of CJ, shook his head and said, nevertheless, it's still early in the game. I bet $1,000 CJ will put him in his place. Turning back to the action, McCollum initiated an offensive play. He executed a pick-and-roll with center Nurkic, driving towards the paint. Lakers interior defender Harrell swiftly moved to provide assistance. McCollum, with a bounce pass, directed the ball to Nurkic, who elevated it with his right hand, preparing for a layup. At that moment, however, Wang Yi had already pursued from behind. With a resounding impact, as the ball departed Nurkic's grasp, Wang Yi altered its trajectory. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and soared high, descending right back towards Wang Yi and Nurkic. Wang Yi's takeoff speed was remarkably swift. Before Nurkic could leap again, he had already soared high into the air. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he directed the ball to Harrell. The audience, however, exhibited no surprise at this play. To them, it was merely a routine rebound contest. Only Nurkic, experiencing it firsthand, wondered, how could this player be so fast? And wait, that elevation was astonishing. This individual was clearly of Eastern descent, and typically, one would associate average jumping ability with such heritage. Yet, this player was strikingly different. Turning back, Wang Yi once again maneuvered around the screens, finding himself open. He sank another three-pointer. In less than a minute on the court, he had made 2 three-pointers and recorded a block, almost single-handedly extending the lead to double digits. Chapter 59. A three-point duel. In less than a minute into the fourth quarter, the Trailblazers were forced to call a timeout, largely due to the impressive performance of Wang Yi. As the Lakers took to the sidelines, their players rushed to congratulate Wang Yi with chest bumps and high-fives. LeBron James formed a telescope gesture with his hands, revealing a broad smile. "Sniper, my friend, you are indeed a sniper. You have truly opened my eyes," he remarked. Vogel handed over a bottle of water, commending, "Well done." Meanwhile, the audience watched in disbelief as the big screen replayed Wang Yi's consecutive three-pointers, their frustration palpable. This Eastern player is infuriating. How on earth is he so accurate from beyond the arc? They lamented. It was astonishing that the individual who had boldly proclaimed his intent to conquer the NBA possessed such undeniable skill. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Wang Zixing exclaimed, "Wang Yi's three-pointer is here." Wang Shipeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Blazers will likely bring Lillard onto the court now, with the lead stretched to 10 points. If I were the coach, I would definitely have Lillard play. Otherwise, if Wang Yi hits another couple of threes, this game would be unwinnable. However, the Lakers are now double-teaming Lillard, which will test the other players, particularly McCollum. As anticipated by the commentators, when play resumed, the Blazers introduced Lillard. The dynamic duo was prepared for one final push. Yet, what the commentators did not foresee was that Lillard, upon entering the game, opted to play off the ball rather than assume control. Typically, the Blazers relied on their star guards, with Lillard as the point guard, handling the ball most of the time. However, given the Lakers' intense defensive pressure on him, Lillard's choice to play without the ball allowed him to circumvent the Lakers' double team. At this moment, KCP was tasked with guarding Lillard, while McCollum handled the ball on the strong side, with Lillard stationed in the weak side corner. McCollum executed a pick-and-roll with center Nurkic, seemingly aiming for a mid-range shot. Suddenly, Lillard made an unexpected move, receiving a pass from McCollum and driving straight to the basket for a thunderous dunk. The impact reverberated through the arena, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. In response, Harrell of the Lakers attempted a dunk but was met with a block. The Blazers quickly transitioned to offense. The Lakers struggled to retreat in time, allowing Lillard to receive the ball beyond the three-point line, where he immediately launched a shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The Lakers head coach subtly moved his lips as Lillard scored 5 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to 5. He contemplated calling a timeout, but decided to wait and see if the Lakers could respond, particularly hoping for a three-pointer from Wang Yi. As fate would have it, Wang Yi, after navigating around a screen, received the ball and launched a pull-up three. Boom! The shot flew straight as an arrow into the basket. The Lakers head coach felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing this. James patted the coach on the shoulder and remarked, "It's all right. You can always trust this guy's three-point shot." The Lakers head coach nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with James, both understanding the unspoken sentiment. It was indeed a blessing to have such a player on the team. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers fans were once again gnashing their teeth at Wongi. The Blazers had tirelessly pursued the score for much of the game, but each time they neared a comeback, this player would emerge to disrupt their efforts. He was utterly infuriating. Undoubtedly, he was the most detested player of my life. Damn, number one. How could he be so accurate? Lillard's gaze also fell upon Wang Yi's back, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. For an athlete of his caliber, the spirit of competition ignited only in the presence of formidable opponents. Earlier, when James was on the court, Lillard's competitive fire burned fiercely. Now that James was resting on the sidelines, the game felt somewhat lackluster. It was akin to an adult finding great satisfaction in defeating a powerful adversary. However, if that opponent were merely a child, the victory would feel hollow. Yet, discovering that this child was, in fact, a prodigy rekindled his competitive spirit. Turning back, Lillard continued to move without the ball. He then navigated around Nurkic's screen, receiving the pass and launching a three-pointer. Swish. The shot was successful. He cast a glance at Wang Yi, who was equally unwilling to back down. As the Lakers executed a quick inbounds play and advanced into the front court, Wang Yi noticed that McCollum had yet to match up against him. Only the opposing center, Nurkic, stood before him. He faked a shot, causing Nurkic to bite on the feint and leap high to contest. Wang Yi then dribbled a step to the right, leaped, and released the ball. Swish. Another three-pointer. The Trail Blazers quickly inbound the ball, and Lillard, seizing the moment before the double team arrived, surged forward. Just past the half-court line, with the defenders closing in, his eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. Another successful shot. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The arena DJ elongated his announcement, proclaiming loudly, a logo three-pointer from Damian Lillard. The Lakers head coach, witnessing this onslaught of three-pointers, attempted to call a timeout. Lillard's barrage was simply too potent to withstand. Who could endure a shot launched from beyond half-court before the double team even materialized? Yet, James shook his head and said, "Coach, let's see if Wang Yi can respond." At that moment, the entire Moda Center erupted in thunderous applause. The Lakers players, hearing the roars that resembled thunder, felt as though the world was against them. They also felt as if they were trapped in an ancient Roman Colosseum, facing a fearsome beast. The spectators in the stands eagerly anticipated the moment when this monstrous foe would tear them apart. Amidst such overwhelming cheers, each dribble forward by the Lakers felt like an arduous struggle against a relentless current. The communication among the Lakers players is utterly drowned out by the overwhelming roar of the crowd. This exemplifies the formidable nature of home court advantage. Every other player on the Lakers wears a furrowed brow, as none relish the prospect of playing in such an environment. Yet, there stands Wang Yi. At this moment, his eyes shine with an extraordinary brilliance. The fervor within him is ablaze. He surveys the more than 20,000 spectators around him, enveloped by the deafening cacophony. His body trembles, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This is the battle he has eagerly anticipated. With sheer willpower, he stands ready to challenge the world. Since childhood, he has found greater excitement in facing formidable opponents. In the midst of his enthusiasm, he gazes at Caruso, who seems to struggle with the ball. "Pass me the ball." Before crossing half-court, Wang Yi extends his hand, demanding the ball. Caruso hesitates momentarily, yet ultimately passes it to Wang Yi. Seizing the ball, Wang Yi charges forward with fervor. McLemore hastily trails behind him, racing towards the front court. Simultaneously, Lillard awaits Wang Yi's advance. Should Wang Yi continue to dribble forward, he would find himself flanked by defenders. Nevertheless, he bravely surges ahead. Just as he crosses the mid-court line, Lillard launches himself at him. Wang Yi, adopting a push-shot stance, releases the ball in advance. The basketball soars across half the court. Bang! He hits the backboard. No one anticipated that this battle would be so electrifying, so profoundly stirring. Chapter 60. The pivotal moment is Lillard and Wang Yi each sank a remarkable logo three-pointer. The 10-cent NBA live stream chat erupted into a frenzy. Lillard. Incredible. Brother, E is phenomenal. What a shootout, my goodness. The intensity of this game stirred my very soul. I am utterly captivated. In the live stream, Wang Xiaoqi clenched his fists tightly, palms slick with sweat. When Wang Yi made his logo three-pointer, both Wang Zixing and Wang Shipeng simultaneously exclaimed with fervor, "Oh my heavens! Oh my heavens! Another one! They are on fire!" Lillard's individual prowess in shooting threes ignites a fervor within, and with Wang Yi joining in, I find myself at a loss for words to convey my emotions. What kind of game is this? My dear, come witness the spectacle. In the arena, the fans were once again electrified. The Lakers' number one is astonishingly formidable. Although they have a long way to go to conquer the NBA, they certainly possess some skill. On the Lakers bench, all players stood in rapt attention, waving towels and shirts, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Coach Vogel, on the other hand, appeared visibly moved, perhaps on the verge of tears. At last, the Lakers have a reliable shooter. If Vogel were well-versed in Chinese culture, he might exclaim, "Damn, I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life." In the ensuing 5 minutes, Lillard netted 2 more three-pointers, while Wang Yi answered with 2 of his own. With 4 minutes left in the game, their thrilling exchange finally reached a temporary pause. From the start of the fourth quarter until now, in a mere 8 minutes, Lillard had converted 6 three-pointers, while Wang Yi matched him with 6 of his own. The entire audience, since the onset of their duel, had been standing in rapture. The visual impact of this confrontation was simply overwhelming, a spectacle to behold. Even the bald commentator, Kevin, could not help but remark, to go toe-to-toe with Damian in three-pointers. This Eastern player is no ordinary talent. Another commentator inquired, "Do you still believe CJ could outplay him?" The bald commentator, with an awkward chuckle, replied, "Well, the game isn't over yet. I still think CJ could shine in these final minutes." At this juncture, both Wang Yi and Lillard appeared to be running on empty. After 2 missed three-point attempts, Lillard refrained from further reckless shooting. Wang Yi, too, failed to connect on 3 consecutive three-point attempts. The Trail Blazers head coach called for a timeout. Meanwhile, the Lakers maintained an 8-point lead. The Trail Blazers coach felt a sense of exasperation. Thus far, Lillard had made 11 three-pointers. In previous matches where he played with such fervor, the Trail Blazers would have long since taken the lead. Yet today they faced a formidable adversary, trading three-pointers with Lillard, leaving them trailing by 8 points, which was indeed frustrating. Simultaneously, he experienced the sentiments of other teams when facing Lillard. It became evident that the opposing side was equipped with a sharpshooter capable of remarkable feats. The head coach of the Lakers observed Wang Yi, drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling with intensity. Clearly, in the fourth quarter, Wang Yi's energy had been severely depleted. He tossed a towel to him, inquiring, "Wang, can you keep up with your stamina?" Wang Yi, gasping for breath, admitted he was somewhat fatigued. However, at such a moment, he knew he had to persevere. He nodded and replied, "I can still manage." Vogel understood that Wang Yi's endurance was nearly at its limit, given that he had previously spent considerable time on the bench. Now, all of a sudden, he was required to play over 20 minutes consecutively, even completing the entirety of the fourth quarter, a substantial test of his physical capacity. Particularly today, Wang Yi had exchanged shots with Lillard in the fourth quarter, taking 8 attempts, which significantly drained his stamina. With this in mind, he subtly nodded to James, indicating that in the final minutes, James would take control of the game. James acknowledged with a nod in return. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. During the Trail Blazers' offensive play, the ball was temporarily passed to other players. It was apparent that Lillard was also fatigued. He had spent even longer on the court than Wang Yi and frequently faced double teams, further taxing his stamina. On the Lakers' side, with James orchestrating the play, Wang Yi momentarily refrained from navigating through screens and instead positioned himself in the corner, awaiting a pass for a shot. The Trail Blazers executed 3 consecutive plays through McCollum and Nurkic's pick-and-roll, successfully scoring. Meanwhile, Wang Yi attempted a three-pointer but missed again, as did James. The point differential had been erased. With only 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers called for a timeout. Upon resuming, James penetrated the paint and scored. However, during the Trail Blazers' next offensive, Lillard's three-point attempt failed. The rebound was seized by Nurkic, who missed the putback. McCollum retrieved the rebound once more and attempted another putback, which also failed. McCollum, undeterred, managed to regain possession and finally scored 2 points. This sequence saw the Trail Blazers claim 3 consecutive offensive rebounds, successfully reversing the score. The momentum surged. After McCollum's basket, he let out a triumphant roar, "Ah!" The fervent commentator echoed his excitement. "Look at CJ, it's CJ." At this moment, he is a deity. I told you he would dominate that guy. Conversely, the Lakers' morale dipped significantly. Losing 3 crucial defensive rebounds at such a pivotal moment was devastating and demoralizing for the team. The crowd erupted once more in fervor. The Lakers hastily requested another timeout. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, Wang Zhixing lamented, "Oh dear, the Lakers have squandered those defensive rebounds." Wang Shipong shook his head repeatedly. "This is truly demoralizing." They defended for 24 seconds only to lose 3 rebounds and allow the Trailblazers to take the lead. It's incredibly disheartening. The Lakers must address their rebounding dilemma. Despite possessing a considerable advantage in the paint, they inexplicably relinquished 3 crucial rebounds at such a pivotal moment. This should not have happened. Vogel, visibly frustrated, shouted at the players on the bench, "Rebounds. Rebounds. Can you all please wake up? We need to secure the boards." It was only at this moment that Wang Yi suddenly recalled he still had a rebound experience card unused. He had been so engrossed in the game, particularly in his previous 3-point shootout with Leonard, that he had completely overlooked it. Preoccupied with defeating his opponent, he had forgotten about the rebound experience card. In his mind, he activated this card. Basic rebound experience card. Upon use, positioning and rebounding awareness are enhanced by 50, and judgment of rebound trajectories is improved by 50. Duration of use, 5 minutes. As Wang Yi absorbed the system's notification, his gaze shifted towards the entire Trailblazers team across the court. From this moment forward, he would not miss a single rebound. Chapter 61. Mastering rebounds to dominate the game with merely 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. The Lakers trailed the Trailblazers by 2 points, with a score of 118 to 120. The Lakers head coach was incensed by the team's failure to secure rebounds, persistently emphasizing the importance of this aspect to his players. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers coach was focused on strategizing their defense. "You must concentrate on 2 key players. First, LeBron James, defend against his drives and his 3-point shots. Second, number 1, ensure you can test his 3-point attempts. If necessary, double-team him and deny him any opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc." The threat posed by Wang Yi's shooting was undeniably significant. Although he had missed 4 consecutive 3-pointers recently, at this critical moment, the Trailblazers coach preferred to allow other Lakers players open shots rather than risk giving Wang Yi a chance to score from 3-point range. At this moment, the entire arena was on their feet. Numerous fans clasped their hands in prayer, hoping for a favorable outcome. Those watching from screens felt their hearts racing, adrenaline surging through their veins. Following the timeout, LeBron orchestrated the offense. The DJ rallied the 20,000 fans, who chanted in unison, "Defense, defense, defense." The synchronized roar of the crowd was imposing and overwhelming, leaving the Lakers players gasping for air. Each Laker felt as though the entire world was against them. The Trailblazers opted not to double-team. LeBron's ability to penetrate the defense was no longer as formidable as in his prime, rendering a double-team unnecessary. He reverted to his bulldozer style, executing a simple change of direction, using his body to fend off Anthony as he charged toward the paint. Nurkic of the Trailblazers awaited him inside, with Lillard also rushing over to provide support. In a moment of brilliance, LeBron delivered a behind-the-back pass to KCP, stationed at the left corner beyond the 3-point line. KCP, acting decisively, launched a 3-point shot. The basketball soared toward the hoop, embodying the hopes of the entire Lakers squad. Thud! It struck the front of the rim and ricocheted high into the air. A chill ran through the hearts of the Lakers players, while the Trailblazers rejoiced internally. The rebound fell closest to Nurkic, who had already established position, ready to leap for the ball. Just as it descended within reach, a purple figure suddenly soared up from behind him. With long arms outstretched, he snatched the rebound with ease. Everyone recognized this figure as the Lakers' number 1, a 1.92-meter shooting guard. There was a collective gasp of astonishment. How could he possibly leap above the center to secure the rebound? NBA players are known for their quick reflexes, and though the Trailblazers were taken aback by Wang Yi's vertical leap, they were swift to react. In an instant, 3 Trailblazers surrounded Wang Yi, reaching out to swipe the ball. Yet, Wang Yi had anticipated their move and passed the ball to Drummond on the side. Drummond, using his size to fend off the defender, took a shot off the backboard. However, his ability to convert such opportunities was rather limited. As he bore down against his opponent, he too lost his balance. The basketball danced briefly atop the rim before rebounding once more. This time, Nurkic and Anthony had positioned themselves expertly, ensuring that no Lakers player could seize the rebound. However, as they reached out to claim the ball, Wang Yi's silhouette suddenly soared from behind them. Positioned unfavorably, it seemed impossible for Wang Yi to directly snatch the rebound. Yet, with a delicate flick of his fingertips, the descending basketball ascended once again. Nurkic, taken aback, instinctively blocked his rear position and shouted to Anthony, "Go for the rebound." Anthony, ever prepared, was ready to leap. However, before he could spring into action, Wang leapt again from behind Nurkic. With another gentle touch of his fingertip, he sent the ball soaring. This time, the ball's descent was directly above his head. Wang leapt for the third time, seizing the rebound with his left hand, and before touching the ground, he passed the ball to the cutting LeBron James. James caught the ball and, with both hands, powerfully slammed it through the hoop. Boom. The score was tied at 120. This moment left all the fans at the Blazers' home court feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. Despite 3 players vying for the rebound, they had failed to outmaneuver a single Lakers player. The commentator, bald-headed Kevin, pounded the table in frustration. What are our players doing? How can they allow this Eastern player to dominate them like that? CJ, are you in a daze? The Blazers' head coach shook his head in disbelief. If they had been overwhelmed by Drummond in the paint, that would have been one thing. But to be outplayed for a rebound by a 192-meter guard in such a manner was nothing short of disgraceful. Meanwhile, the entire Lakers team, buoyed by Wang Yi's rebound, converged to high-five him. KCP exclaimed, "Brother, are you a spring man?" Drummond quipped, "Did you steal my rebound skill pack?" Kuzma cheered, "Well done." LeBron, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Who did I just see?" "The Worm, Rodman." "Oh, what a privilege to be teammates with the Worm." Turning back to the Blazers' offense, Lillard continued to move without the ball. He had intended to receive a pass, take a dribble, set a screen, and shoot, his signature style. Yet, to his surprise, the Lakers' defense faltered, leaving him with an expansive 4-meter gap devoid of defenders. The vast openness was an unfamiliar sight for him. When had he ever encountered such an unguarded opportunity? Moreover, shooting directly upon receiving the ball disrupted his rhythm. However, to refrain from shooting would be equally unacceptable. Thus, he adjusted his dribble slightly before releasing the shot. Whether it was due to fatigue or the shot being out of his comfort zone, he ended up missing entirely, hitting nothing but air. The ball sailed past the hoop. A complete miss. Originally, both teams had crowded the paint, anticipating a rebound, yet no one expected the shot to be so utterly off target. They watched in astonishment as the basketball soared above their heads, descending towards the left baseline, seemingly destined to go out of bounds. Yet, at that very moment, a figure clad in purple had already positioned himself there, effortlessly securing the rebound. This individual was none other than Wang Yi. Everyone was taken aback. When had he arrived at that spot? Just moments ago, he had been at the top of the arc. Little did they know that Wang Yi had utilized a rebound experience card, enhancing his accuracy in predicting rebound trajectories by 50%. As soon as Lillard released the ball, he recognized that it would be an errant shot, prompting him to sprint towards the anticipated landing spot, far quicker than anyone else. After securing the ball, Wang Yi passed it to James, who intended to initiate a fast break. However, the Trail Blazers, typically lackluster in defense, surprisingly retreated with remarkable speed this time. Unable to execute the fast break, James gestured for a more measured approach. The other 3 Lakers positioned themselves accordingly, while Wang Yi continued to weave around screens, awaiting James to orchestrate the play from the arc. As the saying goes, a robust dealer online dispenses cards. Who wouldn't be enamored by such finesse? Chapter 62, a stunning dunk. James signaled for composure, then began to dribble slowly beyond the 3-point line. With just over 20 seconds remaining, he took 2 lateral steps to the left. At that moment, the entire world was aware of his impending 3-point shot. Anthony, of course, was also cognizant of this, and he rushed to contest the shot. However, knowing is one thing, and effectively defending is quite another. James, towering in stature, suddenly gathered the ball and leaned back slightly, making it exceedingly difficult to block his shot. Despite Anthony's commendable defense, James released the ball. Swish. The 3-pointer found its mark. All spectators in attendance could only shake their heads in resignation. This is LeBron. This is James. The entire world knew he was feigning. Yet they simply could not stop him. Turning back, Lillard received the ball, set a screen, and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. The score was now 123-123. Once again leveling the game. With only 58 seconds remaining, the Lakers faltered on offense, committing a turnover that allowed the Blazers to counterattack. After a pick and roll between McCollum and Nurkic, they executed a crucial mid-range shot. The score was now 123-125, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. As the Lakers initiated their offense, the home crowd erupted with chants of defense. The roar was relentless, seemingly poised to dismantle the Lakers' resolve. With the ball in his hands, James utilized Drummond's screen at the arc, finding himself open. He then stepped back, attempting another three-pointer. This was James's habitual response. Having made one three-pointer, he would seize the next opportunity without hesitation. However, this time, he missed. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim and soared high. The Blazers players excelled in their rebounding duties, with 3 of them establishing position, and Nurkic was responsible for securing the board. Seeing no chance of grabbing the rebound, the Lakers retreated to defend. In that very moment, a purple figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, leapt from the perimeter. Anthony spotted the purple silhouette and shouted a warning. Watch out. But it was too late. Wang Yi soared high from behind Nurkic, reaching over him with his left hand to snatch the basketball midair. With immense force, he slammed the ball decisively into the hoop. Thunder struck from the ground. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Oh my God! This guy! How infuriating! It's him again! The commentators gasped in astonishment. Oh my God! Oh my God! What is the name of this Lakers player? We must know his name, as a mark of respect. He is Wang Yi from China. Though reluctant to admit it, Wang Yi indeed performed exceptionally in this match. After witnessing his dunk over 4 of our Blazers players, even the bald-headed Kevin finally acknowledged Wang Yi's prowess. His leaping ability was simply extraordinary. The Lakers players on the sidelines wheeled their towels like sheets flapping in a tempest, rising and falling in fervor. Meanwhile, the players on the court raised their hands in unison. Oh Wang, you are my deity. How have you achieved this? The Tencent NBA live stream is inundated with messages. 666, 666, 6666. Ego, you are eternal. Explosive, utterly explosive. This moment could be celebrated for a lifetime. At this juncture, memories of Xiang Gu resurface, the fellow known for his live-streamed antics. But in such a scenario, how could Xiang Gu dare to emerge? He has long since vanished in disgrace. In the Tencent NBA live stream, Wang Shaoqi excitedly clenches his fists, exclaiming, Wang Yi is so handsome. How can one person possess such charm? Wang Zixing, brimming with enthusiasm, nearly spits with excitement. My goodness! It's electrifying. To dunk over 4 opposing players. How many of our Chinese athletes could accomplish such a feat? Amidst the fervor, Wang Shiping, with a touch of rational analysis, remarks, the other Lakers players retreated to defend, leaving the Trailblazers with 4 players to protect the rim. They became somewhat complacent. Wang Yi seized this opportunity and executed the dunk flawlessly. One must acknowledge that this play requires not only precise judgment of the rebound's trajectory, but also a keen understanding of the opponent's psyche. Wang Yi is indeed an astute player. Wang Zixing nods in agreement. At this point, shouldn't we, as Chinese fans, take pride in Wang Yi? Wang Shiping concurs, stating absolutely. At least for now, we can certainly take pride in him. As for his earlier declarations about conquering the NBA, I believe we need not dwell excessively on that. Youth is often characterized by bravado. Who hasn't had their moments of youthful arrogance? On the court, several Trailblazers players appear slightly disheartened. They had presumed that rebound was unequivocally theirs. Who could have anticipated the emergence of this athlete? How can this Eastern player's vertical leap be so formidable? Meanwhile, the Trailblazers head coach is fuming on the sidelines. He forcefully slams the tactical board onto the ground, unleashing a stream of invective towards his players. The earlier incident of losing the rebound to this Lakers #1 had already pushed him to the brink of fury. Now, to have 4 players contesting the rebound only to be outmaneuvered by this individual, culminating in a dunk over them, is utterly humiliating. In his rage, he even steps onto the court, pursuing the players to chastise them. An assistant coach swiftly restrains him, pulling him back to the sidelines. Should he go too far, he risks incurring a technical foul. Once he is calmed slightly, the head coach urgently calls for a timeout. As the Trailblazers players regroup, they are met with a barrage of scorn. Naturally, he refrains from reprimanding Gugu. His connections are beyond the coach's reach. Can you not exhibit some masculinity? Can you not be tougher? A single Eastern player has bested you all. Stand firm. Fight like men, do you understand? The court is a battlefield for men. If you are a man, then fight. If you are a woman, retreat home. After enduring this reprimand from their coach, the Trailblazers returned to the court. Their eyes ablaze with fury. They were determined to channel the frustration they felt from their coach onto the Lakers players. As the Trailblazers launched their offense, the crowd remained standing, apprehensive to utter a sound for fear of disrupting the players' focus. Thus, the arena, filled with 20,000 spectators, echoed only with the rhythmic thuds of the basketball, resembling the heartbeat of the audience. In this pivotal moment, the Trailblazers exhibited relentless determination. Lillard opted not to take the shot, instead passing the ball to McCollum, who then fed it to Anthony. In the low post, Anthony backed down Drummond and, upon pivoting to shoot, drew a foul from him. He subsequently converted both free throws, bringing the score to 125-127, with the Trailblazers leading by 2 points. Only 8 seconds remained on the clock, and the arena erupted once more. The Lakers head coach called for a timeout. As the Trailblazers exited the court, their coach exchanged high-fives with each player. Now, that is the essence of masculinity. Yet, this is not enough. I urge you to embody even greater strength. Defend against their final offensive thrust. Do not squander the efforts of your entire evening. If you can hold them off, we shall firmly secure the 6th position in the Western Conference, while they remain firmly beneath us. Chapter 63. The final shot. Pass me the ball. Time remaining, 8 seconds. Score, 125-127. The Lakers trailing by 2 points. Possession belongs to the Lakers. The audience stands as one, their hearts racing in unison, palms slick with sweat. Although the Trailblazers maintain a slender lead, in the realm of the NBA, where miracles unfold, 8 seconds can stretch infinitely. Anything is possible. Commentator Kevin, his nerves palpable, takes a sip of water, yet it proves futile. His voice, usually steady, now quivers slightly. His partner inquires, "Kevin, are you all right?" Kevin chuckles, "Of course. We're leading by 2. I'm feeling great. All we need to do is defend against the Lakers' final attack, and victory is ours. We'll secure a 4-game lead over the Lakers and push them into the play-in tournament." At this moment, the Trailblazers coach emphasizes defense, particularly against the 3-point shot, insisting they must not allow any opportunities for their opponents. 2-point shots must also be guarded, particularly against LeBron's drives. Remember, do not commit fouls. We are already at our limit. A foul will result in free throws. The players nod in agreement, though some of the younger ones appear rather relaxed, untouched by the harsh realities of competition. To them, a 2-point lead with 8 seconds remaining feels nearly insurmountable. While the NBA is indeed a breeding ground for miracles, if they occurred with such ease, they would not be miracles at all. On the Lakers bench, the head coach sketches a strategy, saying, Drummond will inbound the ball, and LeBron will set a screen at the free throw line for King. King will circle around LeBron, feigning a catch for a 3-pointer. Anticipating King's 3-point threat, they will undoubtedly commit to defending him. At that moment, LeBron will receive the ball, positioned at the top of the arc. Upon receiving it, LeBron must shoot a 3 within 3 seconds. The other players should focus on securing the rebound. If the 3-pointer misses, we will still have a chance for a putback. LeBron, glancing at the coach's drawn-up play, turns to Vogel and asks, "Is this the strategy from back then?" Vogel nods, a hint of pain in his expression. In those days when LeBron was with the Heat, they faced Vogel's Pacers in the playoffs. In the final 2 seconds, the Heat executed this very play. Originally, LeBron was meant to take the shot to seal the game, yet unexpectedly, he opted for a driving layup, eliminating the Pacers. This time, LeBron has 2 choices, a 3-pointer or a driving layup. Vogel knows he will likely choose the 3-pointer, as age has necessitated that he conserve his body, avoiding excessive wear during the regular season. Kingy watches this unfold, feeling a twinge of envy. This is the privilege of a superstar in the most critical moments. The decisive shot is entrusted to them. He wonders when he might attain such stature. At that moment, James pondered briefly before shaking his head and stating, "Coach, I believe we should attempt a new tactic." The head coach, taken aback, glanced at Wang Yi and then back at James. This new strategy was devised just yesterday, and we have barely practiced it a mere 10 times. I fear the team is still unfamiliar with it. Yesterday, I tailored 5 3-point plays specifically for Wang Yi. However, utilizing them now, given our lack of proficiency, seems rather reckless. There was an unspoken thought lingering in Vogel's mind. Before this, Wang Yi had missed all 4 of his shots. At such a crucial juncture, how could they entrust the ball to him? James, being an astute individual, naturally grasped Vogel's subtext. He asserted, "Let us employ the simplest of these tactics, the wall play, which everyone has already mastered." He then turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "The pressing question now is, Wang, do you still possess the confidence to make this shot?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a surge of enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Overcome by excitement, he trembled slightly. Of course, he replied with unwavering certainty. Would missing 4 shots sap his confidence? Nonsense. With a three-point shooting percentage of 45, surely he would succeed this time. Even if he were to miss again, the blame would fall on James for shifting responsibility during a critical moment. Either way, he would emerge unscathed. If he succeeded, he would be lauded, and if he failed, it would be James who bore the brunt of criticism. This was a fortuitous situation, and Wang Yi felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Noticing the confidence radiating from both James and Wang Yi, the head coach turned his gaze to the other players. The rest of the Lakers also nodded in agreement. With their leader endorsing the plan, they were not foolish enough to oppose him outright. Finally, the timeout concluded, and the players returned to the court. Drummond initiated the sideline throw-in. The other Lakers players swiftly set screens for James, allowing him to receive the ball. Positioned just beyond the left three-point line, James dribbled slowly, while the remaining players shifted to the right at a 45-degree angle. Observing this scene, everyone assumed it was a solo play for James. The commentators, their voices laced with urgency, exclaimed, "James is going to take it solo. You must defend him. Hold your ground." In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Wang Zixing clenched his fist. "James is going to take it solo. Can he overpower Anthony?" Wang Shipong spoke rapidly. Everyone else spread out. Let James go one-on-one. This was common during his time with the Heat. But now, James is aging. Can he still execute this crucial play in such a pivotal moment? As all eyes were fixated on James, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that astounded the entire world. The other three Lakers players suddenly formed a wall at the right 45-degree angle. The attention of the Trailblazers players was solely on James, their reactions slightly delayed. Wang Yi sprang into action, weaving through the human barrier. McCollum, who was trailing Wang Yi, reacted a moment too late and hurriedly attempted to squeeze through the crowd. However, once Wang Yi passed, the wall of players shifted inward, effectively blocking his path. McCollum urgently shouted to his teammates, "Cover him, quickly." Yet, with the Lakers players forming a solid line, the Trailblazers found themselves scattered around the periphery, leading to a disorganized defensive effort where no one knew who should pursue Wang Yi. Consequently, there was not a single player able to close the gap in time. At that moment, Wang Yi and LeBron James found themselves in a localized 2-on-1 situation. LeBron made a swift change of direction, driving the ball towards the three-point line. Anthony quickly took a step back to defend. Just then, LeBron gently flicked the ball backward with his right hand. Wang Yi arrived perfectly in time. Positioned at the top of the arc, dead center, LeBron's pass was exquisite. Wang Yi caught the ball with both hands, requiring no adjustments. He bent his knees, pushed off the ground, leaped, raised his arms, and flicked his wrist. The power surged from his toes through to the fingertips of his left hand. With a final flick of his wrist, he released the ball. Chapter 64, The Fusion of Offense and Defense. A block that seals the game in a twist that took the entire basketball world by surprise. It was none other than Wang Yi who took the decisive shot, despite being a substitute who had previously missed 4 attempts. In this unexpected moment, he released the ball. At the Moda Center, 20,000 spectators held their breath, while millions more watching from screens around the globe were equally captivated. Every heart raced with anticipation. If he scored, the Lakers would trail the Trailblazers by a mere 2 victories. If he missed, the gap would widen to 4, leaving only a theoretical chance of recovery. As all eyes were fixed upon him, the basketball soared through the dazzling lights of the Moda Center's dome like an orange meteor, crashing towards the hoop. Time seemed to freeze, and the scene appeared to be suspended in midair. Thud! The meteor struck the ground. The basketball thundered through the net. 128 to 127. The Lakers surged ahead by a single point. Instantly, the Moda Center erupted into chaos. Thousands of fans clasped their heads in disbelief. Oh no! Others buried their faces in their hands. Damn it! The remaining spectators stared in shock at the court, fixated on the player donning the purple jersey, number 1. Nearly all Lakers players raised their arms in jubilation, roaring with exhilaration. The comments section of the 10-cent NBA live stream was devoid of any other language, filled solely with the exaltation of ego 6666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666ego yyds. In the broadcasting studio, when the cameras weren't focused on him, Wang Xiaoqi jumped up in excitement, his fists clenched in a display of sheer delight. Prince Xing, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted at the top of his lungs, "The ball went in. My goodness, the ball went in. It's Wang Yi. It's Wang Yi. He nailed that crucial three-pointer." Wang Shipong, equally animated, exclaimed with fervor, "My heavens! A pivotal basket! A pivotal basket! I have dreamed countless times of a player from our homeland making such a critical shot in the NBA. Yao Ming did it once, and now it's Wang Yi." However, at this point, both commentators paused, recalling that Yao Ming had once faced the Trail Blazers and hit a near-game winner, only to have it countered by the Blazers star Roy, with a 0.8-second long-range three-pointer that turned the tides. This was a significant lament among fans. Today, Wang Yi faced the Trail Blazers once more, delivering another near-game winner, yet 3.8 seconds remained on the clock. The Blazers star, Damian Lillard, was notorious for his clutch shots. As the excitement lingered, Wang Shipong cautioned, "The Lakers must remain vigilant. There are still 3.8 seconds left, and they cannot afford to be complacent." Prince Xing nodded in agreement. In these final 3.8 seconds, the Lakers must guard against both the three-point shot and the two-pointer. However, given Lillard's penchant for the dramatic, he is likely to attempt a three. Thus, it is prudent to prioritize defense against the three-pointer. However, this task proves formidable for the Lakers. With 3.8 seconds remaining, there remains an opportunity for an additional pass. The Lakers lack anyone capable of single-handedly defending Lillard, and should they resort to double-teaming, Lillard would effortlessly find an open teammate. In the arena, immediately following Wang Yi's basket, the Trail Blazers called for a timeout. The assistant coach presented a new tactical board, and without hesitation, the head coach sketched out a simple strategy. The others would set screens for Lillard, enabling him to receive the ball. The rest would be entrusted to Lillard's prowess. At this juncture, the Lakers head coach faced a dilemma. Should he double-team Lillard or opt for man-to-man coverage? The latter option seemed unlikely to succeed, as memories of Lillard's long-range game winner against Paul George lingered vividly. Conversely, double-teaming would inevitably leave someone open, an outcome that was intolerable. Wang Yi perceived the coach's predicament and, brimming with enthusiasm, volunteered, "Coach, I will guard Lillard one-on-one." All eyes turned in astonishment towards Wang Yi. No one dared claim the ability to contain Lillard. Not even LeBron James. Wang Yi had previously managed to somewhat limit Lillard, yet no one in the world would boldly assert they could completely shut him down. What fueled Wang Yi's confidence? Seeing the fervor in Wang Yi's eyes, LeBron felt a flicker of recognition, as if he were gazing at his younger self. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at the coach. Vogel, coincidentally meeting his gaze, appeared to seek LeBron's counsel. Eventually, LeBron remarked, "Based on Wang Yi's defensive performances in recent games, he is among the best candidates to defend Lillard one-on-one." Vogel nodded slightly and instructed Wang Yi, "You will take the assignment, but do not commit a foul." Wang Yi acknowledged, "Understood." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Hearts raced among fans of both the Trail Blazers and the Lakers. The referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play. The Trail Blazers executed several screens, creating a receiving opportunity for Lillard. Just as he caught the ball, Wang Yi was already in position. Lillard feigned a shot upon receiving the ball, attempting to draw a foul from Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi, well aware of this tactic, remained unfazed. As he lunged forward, he halted, arms raised in a clear display of defense. Realizing he could not draw a foul, Lillard retreated a step back towards the center, employing a simple crossover dribble. Yet, during this crossover, Lillard's left-hand dribble struck notably harder. Wang Yi, having meticulously analyzed countless game tapes of Lillard, recognized this telltale sign, a heavier dribble indicating Lillard's intent to step back to the right. Sure enough, as Lillard executed his crossover and stepped back, it mirrored the iconic moment from years past when he eliminated George with a breathtaking shot. In stark contrast to George's helplessness, Wang Yi swiftly maneuvered with remarkable agility. Taking a significant lateral step, his extraordinary lateral speed proved to be of paramount importance at that moment. Lillard felt a flicker of alarm within. This fellow had anticipated his move. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it, regardless of who stood before him. He was determined to deliver the final blow. He leapt high into the air, even leaning back slightly to evade a potential block. He released the ball. The basketball soared from his fingertips, heading towards the hoop. However, it barely traveled a meter before a hand suddenly emerged, ruthlessly intercepting its trajectory. Thud! The basketball collided with that hand, akin to a majestic eagle struck mid-flight, helplessly plummeting to the ground. Beep! The final buzzer echoed. The red lights illuminated. The game had concluded. In that moment, the gaze of millions of fans, whether loyal to the Trail Blazers or the Lakers, converged upon the owner of that hand. Los Angeles Lakers, number 1. Wang Yi. Chapter 65. The night of 35 minutes, the owner of that hand did not lower it. Gazing at the illuminated arena, listening to the whistle, his left hand was raised high, clenched into a tight fist. There were no extravagant celebratory gestures. He simply maintained this stance, standing silently. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire world revolved around him. All the players on the field, the referees, the staff, the 20,000 fans present, the millions of spectators before their screens, all eyes were drawn to this man. A player from the East, number 1 of the Lakers, Wang Yi. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, the barrage of comments flooded in. Ego, 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 EGE's battle has enshrined him in glory. Ego is magnificent. Ego V5. Ego is eternal. In the broadcast hall, Wang Shaoqi was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was on the verge of tears. We won. We won. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. Wang Zixing was equally ecstatic. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. My goodness, in that crucial offense and defense, Wang Yi has made his mark. Wang Shipeng was already in tears of joy. The scene we, the Huaxia fans, have longed for has finally come to fruition. A pivotal three-pointer that reversed the score. A crucial block that sealed the game. Countless times, Lillard has executed game-winning shots against opponents, but this time, our player thwarted his final attempt. Huaxia fans, today is our festival. We can be proud. We can take pride in the emergence of such a player from our land. I can hardly articulate the emotions coursing through me at this moment. I trust that the Huaxia fans before their screens share my sentiments. We have awaited this day for far too long. In a university cafeteria in Huaxia, nearly 100 students erupted in cheers. We won. EGE's block. The Lakers triumphed. A vegetable vendor in Huaxia, witnessing this, leapt to his feet in excitement. He discarded his cigarette and knocked over a nearby bottle of water, seemingly oblivious to it all. Damn it. Damn it. Our Huaxia people have finally made a mark in the NBA. A small business owner, having just concluded a deal, hurried back to his office and opened the live stream. He caught sight of Wang Yi's game-winning block and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, well done." 2 employees passing by the office paused, exchanging astonished glances. The boss just sealed the deal, and he has this animated? He has never reacted this way even after bigger deals in the past. A similar scene unfolded in various corners of Huaxia. At the Moda Center, 20,000 spectators sat in hushed silence. They quietly watched the replay on the big screen, hoping to see a foul on that Huaxia player's block. Yet, the screen clearly showed that the last block was executed half a meter away from Lillard as he leapt high, intercepting the ball mid-air, with no physical contact whatsoever. Even as he landed, it appeared he had a graceful foot-retracting motion. It seems that there was a fear that Lillard might inadvertently step on his foot as he descended. This situation stands in stark contrast to the actions of certain unscrupulous individuals who specialize in tripping others. Regarding that pivotal moment, where he blocked Lillard's crucial shot, a player who plays cleanly has nothing but respect to offer. At that moment on the court, the Lakers players rushed over, encircling Wang Yi. LeBron James affectionately ruffled Wang Yi's hair, exclaiming, "You truly did it. Oh my God, you really did it. It's unbelievable." Caruso embraced Wang Yi tightly, shouting, "Brother, you accomplished what I've always wanted to do. Damn, I don't even know what to say to praise you. That was a magnificent shot and an exquisite block. Simply splendid." Once the celebrations among the Lakers subsided, the Trailblazers players approached to bid farewell to their rivals. They all share the same profession in the league. Although competition exists on the court, their relationships off the court are quite amicable. After embracing and exchanging pleasantries with Lillard, he approached Wang Yi. "Wang, I will remember that block. Next time, I want to give you another chance." Wang Yi nodded, replying, "Perhaps next time, I shall employ a different method." They both burst into laughter. Lillard genuinely praised, "That was one hell of a block. Brother, I see now that you meant what you said." Wang Yi understood precisely which statement Lillard referred to, replying, "If you know me, you would understand that I never boast." Lillard chuckled, "I look forward to it." Subsequently, other players from the Trailblazers came over to bid farewell to Wang Yi. Only McCollum remained silent, lowering his head as he walked towards the player tunnel without speaking to any Lakers player. Today was the open day for the Trailblazers locker room. Upon returning to the locker room, McCollum faced questions from a middle-aged reporter. "CJ, do you remember the question I posed during the pregame press conference? At that time, you said you didn't know Wang. I assume you are acquainted with him now. He scored 35 points, had 6 blocks, and grabbed 5 rebounds in this game. What advice do you have for this young man from Huaxia?" These reporters harbored no goodwill when interviewing Wang Yi. They were like flies, swarming wherever there was juicy information. This question was particularly sharp. McCullum's expression soured noticeably, but he could not afford to lose his temper during the interview. Firstly, provoking the reporters could lead to unfavorable coverage. Secondly, losing his composure would not help maintain his positive image. He could only suppress his frustration, shaking his head while removing his jersey. He already scored nearly 40 points. What more advice could I possibly offer? Meanwhile, on the court, an ESPN reporter conducted an interview with Wang Yi. He had become quite accustomed to post-game interviews by now. The beautiful reporter posed a pointed question. Wang, McCullum stated before the game that he did not recognize you. Do you believe he recognizes you now? This was yet another attempt to provoke. Wang Yi, with a casual remark, deftly sidestepped the trap. There are differences between Eastern and Western people, often. Easterners perceive many Westerners as looking alike, just as Westerners may find many Easterners indistinguishable. He probably thinks I resemble other Easterners. Noticing Wang Yi's skillful evasion, the reporter pressed on. Damian Lillard frequently delivers game-winning shots against other teams, yet today you have outperformed him. How does that feel? This too was a trap. Should Wang Yi's response reveal even a hint of pride, it would surely infuriate the entire Trailblazers team, leading to an intense rivalry when facing the Lakers in the future. Thus, Wang Yi's reply was masterful. How does it feel when Damian makes those game-winning shots against other teams? That is precisely how I feel now. Chapter 66. Wang Yi's basketball dream. Wang Yi deftly sidestepped the reporter's trap once again. The sensation of hitting a game winner, akin to what Lillard experiences, was precisely my own feeling. In this light, the Trailblazers would harbor no deep animosity towards Wang Yi, considering that their star player behaves similarly. The beautiful reporter posed her final question. Do you have anything to say about your next opponent? Wang Yi replied, I'm tired. I just wish to return and rest. Nothing more. After her 3 inquiries, the reporter could only muster a wry smile in silence. This fellow possesses remarkable emotional intelligence and exhibits quick reflexes, making it exceedingly difficult to extract any explosive material from him. Ultimately, she had no choice but to bid farewell to Wang Yi. Next, Wang Yi noticed 2 Eastern faces at the sidelines, a female reporter and a cameraman. They were preparing to interview today's subjects. James had already been interviewed, as had Lillard, and Wang Yi had been assigned a reporter early on. Thus, they could only focus on some role players. Wang Yi promptly summoned the staff and pointed at the 2 Eastern faces, saying, please arrange their interview. This request was not unreasonable, and the staff swiftly complied. 2 minutes later, the female reporter and the cameraman approached briskly, both brimming with excitement. Wang Yi, I'm truly surprised and delighted to interview you. I'm Li Wei from Tencent Sports, stationed in Portland, and this is my partner, she introduced. Wang Yi nodded and politely shook hands with Li Wei and the cameraman. It must be noted that Tencent Sports has exceptionally high standards for selecting reporters based on appearance. Each female reporter is a sight to behold. While there are many beautiful reporters in the NBA, Wang Yi, at his core, remains quite traditional. He finds it difficult to appreciate the allure of Western beauties. Despite acknowledging their attractiveness, he has no interest in them whatsoever. However, he feels a sense of comfort when he encounters Eastern beauties. Li Wei said, shall we begin? She then connected with the Tencent NBA live studio. The hosts in the studio were no longer surprised. Indeed, they had developed a fondness for Wang Yi. Having a Chinese player in the NBA was a significant boon. In the past, they could only connect with role players for interviews, and occasionally landing an interview with a star would leave them exhilarated. Now, they could interview Wang Yi at every game. Although Wang Yi might not be regarded as a superstar, his performances consistently dazzled. Major networks like ESPN and TNT were vying for interviews with him, and naturally, the studio hosts were thrilled to connect with him. Li Wei gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and said, Wang Yi, congratulations on hitting the near-game winner and blocking the Trailblazers' attempt. You scored 35 points, grabbed 6 rebounds, and recorded 5 blocks in this match. What message do you have for the vast community of Chinese fans? Wang Yi maintained a gracious smile as he remarked, the fans of Huaxia are an endearing group. I was once a part of them myself. I hope to witness my favorite stars perform at an exceptional level, and I shall not disappoint their expectations. At this juncture, Li Wei seized the opportunity to pose a second question. We are aware that the past 2 years have not been particularly favorable for you in the NBA. Could you briefly share how you have navigated this period? Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. During the day, I devote myself to rigorous training, and at night, I listen to Guodi Gang. Li Wei was moved by this simple yet profound statement, which encapsulated immense hardship. How many individuals, grappling with adversity, find solace in Guodi Gang's comedic performances to lull them to sleep during restless nights? Wasn't Wu Jing, who once ventured alone to Hong Kong to pursue his ambitions, in a similar plight? Wang Yi, tirelessly honing his skills during the day, yearned for an opportunity to play, yet found himself relegated to the sidelines for hours each night. With nary a chance to step onto the court, returning to his residence, he often pondered when he would truly play and fulfill his dreams, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep until he listened to Guodi Gang's routines to lighten his spirits. How many can truly empathize with the bitterness of this journey? Li Wei hesitated briefly before asking Wang Yi the final question. Over these 2 years, you have faced considerable skepticism, with many subjecting you to insults and personal attacks. How do you perceive this? Wang Yi let out a wry smile and replied, Initially, I was indeed quite furious. However, I gradually learned to let it go. If you perform poorly, isn't it natural for people to speak out? As for those who resort to personal attacks, I advise them to venture out at noon, for they will inevitably encounter misfortune. The comments in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room began to buzz with activity. Wang Yi is so audacious. Wang Yi is truly remarkable. Wang Yi speaks from the heart. How many would dare to express themselves in such a manner during an interview? Much love for Wang Yi. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time since Wang Yi's bold declarations, or perhaps his recent performances had won over the hearts of many fans. But the once vocal critics in the comment section had nearly vanished. With the 3 questions concluded, the connection with the studio was wrapped up. Li Wei suggested, Wang Yi, after a night of competition, you must be hungry. I am as well. Why don't we dine together? Wang Yi replied succinctly, sure. Following the match, the Lakers were not scheduled to depart for their next city until the following afternoon, granting Wang Yi some leisure time. The cameraman nearby shook his head and said, I want you to join. I need to return and edit some footage. Around 11 o'clock that night, Wang Yi finished his shower and changed into fresh attire. He then accompanied Li Wei to a nearby restaurant, a Chinese eatery. Upon Wang Yi's arrival, the proprietor welcomed him warmly and graciously waived the bill. As they dined, Wang Yi and Li Wei exchanged amusing anecdotes from their respective lives. Li Wei has discovered that Wang Yi is often quite humorous, frequently provoking laughter from her. However, it is not solely amusing anecdotes. Li Wei recounted her experiences in Portland, where she felt an overwhelming sense of exclusion in a foreign land. In both her professional and personal life, she sensed that the entire world around her was conspiring against her. The Westerners often viewed her through a prism of prejudice. Upon her arrival, she found herself struggling to navigate her surroundings, constantly confronted with skepticism. Could she perform her duties competently? Could she accomplish these tasks? She grew weary of their doubt and hostility. Wang Yi empathized with her plight, as he too had faced similar treatment over the past 2 years. Coaches did not trust him. Teammates held reservations about him. Despite his earnest efforts and goodwill, he could not earn their respect. He had contemplated giving up. However, simply having the opportunity to play in the NBA placed him at the threshold of his dreams. Abandoning this pursuit and returning home would only push those dreams further out of reach. All the hard work and dedication he had invested over the years would be in vain. It is not that he idolizes foreign cultures. The NBA represents the pinnacle of basketball excellence. He seeks to validate his existence in this arena and demonstrate that individuals from China can excel in basketball, even aspiring to conquer the entire NBA. This is his basketball dream. Chapter 67. After concluding their meal, Li Fei and Leng Wei found that it was already past 1 in the morning. Given the precarious safety conditions in the area, Wang Yi summoned a taxi to personally escort Leng Wei home, to which she did not object. Upon arriving at the entrance of her rented apartment, they bid farewell. Wang Yi expressed his hope of meeting again in the future. He nodded in affirmation, replying, Yes, see you next time. Leng Wei stood at the door, waving goodbye as she watched Wang Yi's silhouette disappear into the taxi. Once the vehicle vanished around the distant street corner, a sense of wistfulness enveloped her heart. After a brief moment, she shook her head and turned to enter the apartment. Meanwhile, on the other side of Huaxia, the fans were brimming with excitement. At a certain university, a bespectacled young man had just returned to his dormitory with 4 meals when he overheard the spirited discussions of his 3 roommates. Instead of entering, he paused outside the door. Typically, when his roommates were this animated, they were either discussing girls or video games. He had little interest in gaming, though he maintained a curiosity about the opposite sex, albeit struggling with shyness when it came to interactions. Thus, He hoped to glean some experience from their conversation. One roommate exclaimed, "I told you all along that Igu would deliver." You two refused to believe it. Wasn't today's game a nail-biter? That block for the win was incredible. Tell me, are you not impressed? Does your face hurt? Another roommate chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "It seems I truly misjudged him." To be honest, though he performed strongly in previous games, I always felt it was a fleeting moment. Like Lin Shiheo, I thought this whirlwind would soon pass. But today, I am genuinely convinced. A third roommate chimed in. That last shot was phenomenal. This is something we can boast about for a while. I hope he can maintain this momentum. We don't need him to explode every game. Just a steady performance of 20 points would be an immense fortune for us Huaxia fans. Listening from outside. The bespectacled young man recalled a player from Huaxia who had ventured into the NBA 2 years prior. Although basketball wasn't his passion, his roommates had incessantly praised that player back then, but for reasons unknown, the discussions had ceased. Recently, however, they had begun to mention him again. The young man contemplated whether he should familiarize himself with that player, understanding that integrating into a group often begins with small steps. At another university, in a female dormitory, a girl hurried out of the bathroom exclaiming, "I can't believe it, Li Fei." From the second floor, Li Fei, munching on a cucumber, inquired, "What's up, Wang Zhixing? Did the results for level 4 come out? Surely you passed this time." The girl, Wang Zhixing, waved dismissively. "Level 4 is too easy. I will definitely pass, you know." Li Fei laughed heartily. "You said the same last time." Wang Zhixing, feeling exasperated, gestured for him to change the subject. "Let us not discuss level 4 now. Look at this instead." Picking up his phone and pointing at the video currently playing, he exclaimed, "My brother E has once again achieved a stunning victory. And it was against your beloved player. A block for the win. How dashing is that? I ask you, is he not handsome?" Li Fei, from the upper bunk, shot a glare at Wang Zhixing, saying, "Even though I felt immense sorrow seeing Leonard being bested, as a conscientious son of Huaxia, I steadfastly support E. But where were you, Wang Zhixing, during these tumultuous years when he faced adversity? When he was sidelined, where were you? Now that E has risen to glory, you suddenly reappear?" Wang Zhixing chuckled, replying, "Not at all. I was preoccupied with preparing for the English level for examination these past 2 years. With no time to follow E. Now that I've completed the test, I am confident of passing and will resume my admiration for E. How could I not be captivated by such a charming figure? But weren't you fond of Yin Shihang? Have you so swiftly changed your affections? A fickle-hearted woman indeed." Wang Zhixing puffed out his chest, declaring, "Regardless, I simply adore E. Go ahead, hit me if you must." Today, Xiaoko, having watched the Lakers game, promptly edited together some of Wang Yi's highlights from the match. With a stellar performance of 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 blocks. He included all of it in his montage. The video's cover featured the moment Wang Yi executed a dunk over 4 Trailblazers players. Titled, Yi's Divine Battle, the star player takes a back seat. Though merely a regular season game and just 35 points, calling it a divine battle felt rather hyperbolic. However, in this era where attention is currency, clickbait titles abound, such as 651815, The Cousin Returns, I Am Still That Cousin, or 60 points, 34 boards, 15 blocks. The spark returns. Upon viewing, one often discovers these explosive statistics are merely aggregates from multiple games or several players. Such revelations evoke a desire to send the editor a scathing message. In contrast, Xiaoka's titles seemed far more grounded. The video commenced with the breathtaking dunk by Wang Yi over the 4 Trailblazers players, followed by the moment the Trailblazers coach angrily slammed his tactical board. Xiaoko believed that combining these 2 shots was a stroke of genius. After meticulously reviewing the video to ensure its quality, he uploaded it to Douyin, musing, "E truly is remarkable. In the face of countless jeers and insults, he responds with performance." Today's video may not boast the same staggering figures as before, yet it would certainly not disappoint. After uploading the video and finishing his lunch, he hurriedly set off to drive for Didi. 2 hours later, during a brief respite, he glanced at the back-end statistics of the video. In that instant, he was taken aback. Likes, 12,000. Comments, 3,200. Shares, 2,700. Xiaoko wondered if he was mistaken. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the data once more. No, not a single figure was amiss. His heart ignited with a sudden fervor. This video, it was destined to go viral. It is noteworthy that his previous videos garnered only a few thousand likes at best, with the rare occasion of surpassing 10,000. In the realm of Douyin, videos related to the NBA typically receive between several 100,000 to over 1 million likes. Yet, Within merely 2 hours of his latest post, he achieved an impressive 12,000 likes. This is nothing short of a sensation. At that moment, a notification from the Didi app chimed, indicating a new order had arrived. In the past, the sound would have filled Xiao Ku with delight, signaling another opportunity to earn. However, at this juncture, Xiao Ku was too preoccupied to consider driving. He suppressed his excitement and called the customer. "I sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter at home. Would you kindly cancel the order? I am truly sorry." The customer on the other end was understanding and promptly canceled the order. Xiao Ku exited the Didi app and hastily made his way home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, as the car came to a halt, he scarcely had time to exit before checking the data again. Likes, 13,000. Comments, 3,447. Shares, 2,853. Xiao Ku felt a warmth in his eyes and a bead of sweat forming in his palms. In just 15 minutes, the likes surged by another 1,000. The comments increased by over 200, and shares rose by more than 100 times. It was truly on the verge of becoming a phenomenon. Chapter 68. The furious slam of the tactical board. Xiao Ku returned to his doorstep, not even alighting from his vehicle. Upon witnessing the explosive surge of likes on his recently posted video, perspiration began to bead in his palms. With a trembling hand, he ventured to open the comments section. There, he was greeted by a plethora of enthusiastic remarks. "Igu, I wish to bear your children. Igu, you are simply magnificent, my darling. No need for words. Igu, are you in search of a girlfriend? If not, perhaps a mistress? A fourth mistress will suffice. Our great China V5. Igu embodies the spirit of our nation. Who says we Chinese cannot excel in basketball? Did you witness the Trailblazers coach furiously slam the tactical board? Hilarious. On this day, it seemed not only Xiao Ku's video was destined for virality. Videos shared by others, regardless of their editing finesse or commentary quality, concerning Wang Yi's game-winning shot against the Trailblazers, experienced an unprecedented surge in viewership, many times exceeding the usual metrics. At the Douyin headquarters, several planners noted the remarkable increase in NBA videos uploaded today, predominantly revolving around Wang Yi's heroic moment. One bespectacled planner, after taking a sip of tea, suggested, "I believe it is time we establish a dedicated Igu section." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is worth a try. However, one planner raised a concern. Wang Yi previously boasted about conquering the NBA, and that matter has yet to settle. If we proceed now, it may provoke unforeseen consequences. The group furrowed their brows in contemplation. Ultimately, one remarked, "Given the recent personnel changes, it is prudent to exercise caution and postpone this initiative for the moment. We can revisit it later." The others concurred with a nod. Yet, while they deliberated, Hupu had already taken the lead by launching the Igu section, filled entirely with posts dedicated to him. Within a single day, this section nearly rivaled the popularity of LeBron James' domain. Meanwhile, Tencent Video was also in discussions to create a Igu section, albeit with a slightly slower pace than their forum counterparts. Simultaneously, the Chinese mimicry emperor released a new video showcasing 3 distinct scenes. The first depicted him executing a one-handed dunk over 4 opponents clad in Trailblazers jerseys. The subsequent scene transitioned to another performer, adorned in a suit, mimicking the Trailblazers coach. With a tactical board in hand, he exhibited an exaggeratedly furious demeanor, exclaiming, "Fuck," as he forcefully slammed the board onto the ground. The second scene illustrated Wang Yi's near-game-winning three-pointer over McCollum, followed again by the Trailblazers coach in a fit of rage, shouting "Fuck," and smashing the tactical board once more. The final scene showcased Wang Yi's decisive block against Lillard, with the coach erupting into yet another outburst of "Fuck." Then, for the third time, he angrily slammed the tactical board and stomped on it several times. Finally, he spat on it, cursing profusely, F it all. This video quickly went viral online, with many creating various memes from it. No garlic for dinner? Slam the tactical board. F. Realized I forgot toilet paper? Slam the tactical board. F. Discovered infidelity? Slam the tactical board. F. Successfully confessed? Slam the tactical board. The child's 1-month celebration? Slam the tactical board. Father's 80th birthday? Slam the tactical board. In short, for any situation, whether joyous or sorrowful, one could always add the expression of slamming the tactical board. These memes became an overnight sensation across the internet. Moreover, the phrase F it all evolved into F it, duck, which also gained immense popularity. At 5:31 p.m., The WeChat public account Crazy Talk NBA updated once more. The title read, Ego's clutch against the Trailblazers. Coach slams the tactical board. The text elaborated. In the year 2022, the Lakers invaded Portland. The Trailblazers coach, from his perch, pointed at the young Laker Wang Yi and asked, "Who is this? So formidable." General CJ replied, "Just a mere child. I do not recognize him." After a mere moment of battle, Wang Yi swiftly defeated several Trailblazers, prompting the coach to angrily slam the tactical board. He pointed at Wang Yi and asked, "Who can defeat this man? I shall await you with warmed wine." General CJ volunteered, "I am willing to go." Yet, within 3 exchanges, Wang Yi struck CJ down from his horse. It was laughable. CJ, boasting bravado, was slain instead, only adding to the jest. At the conclusion of the text, as the long spear and white horse drift like poetry, sweeping all in their path in youth, the author, fond of classical literature since childhood, often enjoyed quoting passages from ancient texts. This piece was indeed penned with remarkable eloquence. Soon, the comments section was flooded with hundreds of reactions. "Can't comprehend? Slam the tactical board. Updated 1 minute late? Beware, or I shall slam the tactical board." Finally, I, a fan of Huaxia, can hold my head high. Slam the tactical board. When have we fans of Huaxia ever felt this exhilarated? Iga truly lives up to my expectations for Huaxia. At a high school in a certain city, physical education teacher Wang Jianhua, after finishing dinner, brewed a cup of tea. He then scrolled through his phone for news about the NBA. Over the past 2 years, although he had hardly contacted his son, he had been diligently following NBA updates, eager to see any mention of his child. Regrettably, there had been scant traces of his son. However, in the last 2 weeks, reports about him had surged, especially today, as an avalanche of news flooded in. Tencent Video, Douyin, browser notifications, NBA accounts. Nearly every NBA-related piece of news was about his son's game-winning shot against the Trailblazers. Wang Jianhua scrolled through reports for over 40 minutes, his tea growing lukewarm. Finally, he set down his phone, redirecting his gaze. He picked up the now mostly cold tea beside him and took a sip. Though he had never been fond of drinking cool tea, at that moment, each sip he took felt nothing short of delightful. Leaning back in his chair, he blew gently over the now lukewarm tea and savored another taste, truly fine tea. Just then, another physical education teacher strolled in. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "I say, old Wang, with your shabby flower tea costing only 30 or 50 yuan, is it really that good?" Wang Jianhua let out a hearty laugh and shook his head, replying, "You wouldn't understand." The other teacher scoffed, "Oh, how could I not? With your son's success, even breathing feels sweet to you. Look at how delighted you are." Wang Jianhua unabashedly nodded, "I do have a wonderful son, so what? If you disagree, go ahead and have one yourself." The teacher laughed heartily. "Of course I agree. How could I not? Capital letters of agreement. When your son returns during the summer break next year, you must host a lavish banquet." Wang Jianhua shook his head. "He'll be training in the summer. Where's the time for that?" The teacher countered, "It doesn't have to be a banquet. However, the head of the sports department mentioned having your son assist in coaching the school team. You should give it some thought. After all, it's not a bad proposition. You really should stop being so obstinate." Wang Jianhua resolutely shook his head again. Even if he returns, it would only be for 3 to 5 days before he has to go back for training. Seeing that he could not be swayed, the teacher sighed and shook his head in resignation. "You've always been too stubborn. Here, try some of this authentic Dahong Pao and experience what truly good tea tastes like." Wang Jianhua took the tea leaves without hesitation, stating, "Don't try to persuade me. It's futile." Deep down, he still harbored some resentment. His straightforward nature had offended many, leading to a time when few paid him any mind before his son made a name for himself. Now, with his son's success, everyone was suddenly drawn to him. It was disheartening to see a respectable teacher, a role model, stoop to the level of those who flatter the successful. This he found contemptible. Chapter 69. Your debut as the fervor among basketball enthusiasts in China reached a crescendo. Due to Wang Yi's remarkable performance, Yuhua Sports once again updated its coverage. Su Jingyu had opted for a different backdrop this time. Behind her stood a backdrop featuring a silhouette of a player, rendered in pure black, devoid of any discernible number or facial expression. However, the pose suggested it was the iconic, picturesque jump shot of Kobe Bryant. Su Jingyu refrained from elaborating further. After sipping some water, she began perusing fan inquiries on her phone. Moments later, she selected a question. Lifting her gaze to the camera, she posed, Is Wang Yi worth a maximum salary next season? Upon articulating the question, she chuckled. Are you joking? He played just 4 or 5 good games. And you think he deserves a max contract? That would render the NBA's maximum salary utterly worthless. I have previously stated that Wang Yi's ceiling is that of a quality 3D player. However, as it stands, he is still far from matching the excellence of Klay Thompson. Yes, based solely on this game, he performed on par with the Splash Brother, yet he lacks the benefit of time scrutiny. He must complete this season without injury while consistently contributing between 18 to 25 points and making a significant impact on defense, enough to sway the outcome of a game in a single possession. Only then would he be deserving of a maximum salary. Indeed, Wang Yi's performance in this game did determine the result. But who can say if this is merely a fleeting moment? Setting aside these considerations, one must acknowledge the objective realities throughout NBA history. No player who was merely on a short contract and wandering among multiple teams in one season has subsequently vaulted to a max salary the following season. One must respect these objective laws. Thus, I believe Wang Yi's current ambition should be to secure his position in the rotation and strive for a starting role by season's end. Progress must be gradual. One cannot expect to leap from a short contract to a starting position overnight. That defies the natural order. At this time, Wang Yi remained oblivious to the clamor resonating across China's online platforms. He diligently practiced in the gym, preparing for a back-to-back matchup commencing tomorrow. First, he would face the Utah Jazz, followed by a confrontation with the Memphis Grizzlies. Both teams were renowned for their tenacious playstyle, particularly the Jazz at home, which is situated in a high-altitude region. Many teams struggle to acclimatize to the altitude, with some players gasping for breath after just a few steps, impeding their performance. Furthermore, the local fans create an uproar during the opposing team's offensive plays or free throws, rendering even the referee's whistles nearly inaudible. Coupled with the team's formidable spirit, they present a daunting challenge. If you were to ask NBA players which arena they despise the most, the Jazz's home court would undoubtedly rank among the top. Moreover, prior to this game, it had been confirmed that LeBron James would not be participating. He is aged and must take good care of his health. Last season, before his injury, he had played every game, leading to excessive physical strain that ultimately resulted in his injury. This season, he has begun to selectively rest. Today, the system presented him with 2 tasks. Task 1. Complete 1,000 mid-range shots. Task reward. Increase mid-range shooting accuracy to 70. Task 2. Complete 1,000 passing drills. Task reward. Enhance court vision by 30. Upon seeing these options, Wang Yi felt a twinge of regret. His wrist is healed to 90, allowing him to attempt some shooting drills, albeit primarily using his left hand. He mused that if a 3-point shooting task were to appear, enabling him to elevate his 3-point shooting percentage to 50, his effectiveness on the court would soar. Unfortunately, the system has not offered a 3-point shooting task for several iterations. After a moment of contemplation, he chose task 1. His current position is shooting guard, where scoring is paramount. As for passing, his skills in that area are already commendable. So he decided to temporarily set passing drills aside. Swish, swish, swish. The gym echoed with the sounds of basketballs swishing through the net. After making approximately 50 shots, Wang Yi began to feel slightly breathless. He recognized this as a mild case of altitude sickness. While uncomfortable, he understood that if he persevered and allowed his body to acclimatize, the sensation would improve. It was akin to the feeling one experiences when pushing through a 1,500-meter run, where the initial limits soon give way to a lighter stride. Indeed, after making another 100 shots, his discomfort eased significantly. Moments later, the symptoms of altitude sickness vanished entirely. Finally, after more than 3 hours, before his teammates arrived for training, he had successfully completed 1,000 mid-range shots. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Task complete. Task reward. Mid-range shooting accuracy increased to 70. With a deep sigh, he collapsed onto the ground. Although fatigued, a genuine smile spread across his face. His right fist clenched tightly. A 70 shooting accuracy, while impressive in theory, can be difficult to fully appreciate. For instance, Chris Paul's mid-range shot is considered one of the most accurate among active players. He often draws defenders out to exploit his shooting ability, punishing opponents with his mid-range game. In last year's second-round playoffs, Paul single-handedly eliminated his adversaries with his shooting prowess. His mid-range accuracy hovers around 60. Now, with Wang Yi achieving 70, one can only imagine the strength of his skill. After resting for about half an hour, his teammates and coach began to arrive. They found Wang Yi already seated on the sidelines, his hair and clothes thoroughly drenched. They were not surprised. Ever since Wang Yi joined the Lakers, this has become a familiar sight for them. In their recollection, Wang Yi was either in the training facility or en route to it. James inquired of Wang Yi, "Wang, are you not experiencing altitude sickness?" Wang Yi feigned confusion and responded, "What is altitude sickness?" The other players shook their heads in unison. "You, my friend, are truly an oddity," Caruso remarked with a wry smile. "I dread playing here. It feels like I shed a layer of skin each time." Vogel addressed the group, stating, "We have exceeded expectations by winning the first 3 of our 7-game road trip. The last 2 matches, one against the Timberwolves and another against the floundering Rockets, should undoubtedly be secured, and we must secure them. Therefore, in this game, we shall give it our all." Though Vogel did not explicitly convey it, the implication was clear. This game had been strategically relinquished. Without James, the Lakers' chances of victory were already slim. Moreover, the high altitude of this city posed significant physical and psychological challenges for the players. Thus, a strategic concession was deemed necessary, although, as the head coach, he could not openly admit it. The Lakers players, upon hearing their coach's words, naturally grasped the underlying meaning, and their spirits were somewhat eased. Vogel turned to Wang Yi and announced, "Wang, you will be starting tomorrow night." Chapter 70. The Intimidation Phase. King, are you ready to start tomorrow night? Coach Vogel inquired, leaving all the Lakers players momentarily stunned. Among NBA athletes, aside from prodigious talents like LeBron James and Giannis Antetokounmpo, the majority typically ascend from rotational roles to eventually secure a starting position. Yet here was Wang Yi, having played only a handful of games since transitioning from a short contract player, now being thrust directly into the starting lineup. Such an evolution in his career was remarkable, particularly for players like Talon Horton-Tucker and Alex Caruso, who had diligently served as backups for several years. They had anticipated that with LeBron resting, one of them would surely step into the starting role. Instead, the coach chose Wang Yi. Noting the confusion among the players, Coach Vogel clarified, "With AD absent and LeBron not playing, we will primarily focus on experimenting with the lineup. Wang's 3-point shooting poses a significant threat, and having him start could create considerable difficulties for our opponents." At this, the other players nodded in agreement. As for Horton-Tucker and Caruso, their initial discontent dissipated. In terms of defense, their capabilities were comparable to Wang Yi's. Yet, when it came to 3-point shooting, they lagged far behind. Wang Yi frequently sank 5 or 6 3-pointers in a single game. Who could withstand that? Seeing no objections from the team, Vogel turned to Wang Yi once more. "So, Wang, are you ready to start tomorrow night?" Wang's heart surged with excitement. Starting was a goal he had long cherished. Since entering the NBA 2 years ago, he had set his sights on this ambition. Yet, for 2 years, he had struggled even to break into the rotation, let alone the starting lineup. Now, that modest goal was about to be realized. He had waited 2 long years for this moment. However, it was somewhat tragic that his first start would come in a game the Lakers had strategically decided to forfeit. No, he could not accept that. How could he suffer such indignity in his inaugural starting performance? If they fought valiantly and lost after giving their all, he could come to terms with it. But to concede before the game even began? That was unacceptable. He glanced around at his teammates, then shifted his gaze to Coach Vogel's face. Clearly, both the coach and the players were prepared for this strategic surrender. After several consecutive away games, coupled with the toll of travel, they were indeed fatigued, their bodies in dire need of rest. Thus, the notion of forfeiting was tacitly accepted by all. Wang Yi, however, clenched his fist in determination. "Fine. If you choose to forfeit, so be it. But I, Wang Yi, cannot acquiesce to defeat without a fight. Even if it means exhausting every last ounce of energy. I will make sure our opponents feel the heat." Wang. Coach Vogel, noticing Wang's silence, assumed he was unprepared for the starting role and asked again. Wang shook his head resolutely. "Absolutely no problem." Vogel shrugged. "That's good to hear." Subsequently, the coach called upon the players. "Today, we shall practice the 5 3-point strategies designed for Wang. These 5 strategies must be thoroughly mastered before tomorrow's game. Regardless of which 5 players take the court, they must be intimately acquainted with these tactics." The practice commenced with the first strategy, the human wall tactic. The players promptly shed their jackets and began to execute the human wall strategy as directed by the coach. James observed Wang Yi from the sidelines, feeling a sense of gratification. Wang Yi's tactical standing within the team was gradually ascending. Once he endures further competition, particularly during this year's playoffs, he may reach heights that astonish all. Upon completion of the human wall practice, they transition to the elevator doors strategy. This tactic is specifically tailored for three-point shooters, with its origins tracing back to the era of Reggie Miller. During that time, a specialized elevator doors strategy was devised for Miller. However, the significance of three-point shooting was not fully appreciated then, resulting in the tactic's limited proliferation. The Golden State Warriors ultimately revitalized the elevator doors strategy, crafting several variations for Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry, maximizing the impact of these two sharpshooters and instilling fear across the league. Unfortunately, this strategy has seldom graced the court since, with many attributing its absence to a supposed ban by the league. In truth, various factors rendered it unsuitable for the contemporary game, leading to its decline. Nevertheless, Vogel has devised a solution to reincarnate this strategy on the court without infringing upon the rules, promising to astonish many when it reappears. 2 hours later, the players had become well acquainted with the 5 strategies, marking the conclusion of the day's training. The following day, the game was scheduled to commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a timing that posed an adjustment challenge for the players. Typically, NBA games are held in the afternoon or evening, while players usually rest around noon. The abrupt midday game made it difficult for them to recalibrate their bodies, compounded by factors such as altitude sickness and the daunting atmosphere of a hostile venue. At noon, a press conference was held before the game, featuring head coach Vogel and Schroeder. Given their strategic decision to forfeit this match, their responses were notably composed. The Jazz are a formidable team with a tenacious defense and exceptional players, which warrants our utmost respect. Mitchell is among the rare talents in the league. Essentially, the tone was one of elevation for the opponent, setting the stage for a loss today to seem almost inevitable. Next, it was the turn of the Jazz to make bold statements. A reporter posed a question to Mitchell. The Lakers have recently secured 5 consecutive victories and are riding a wave of momentum. Do you feel confident in overcoming them in today's match? Mitchell scratched the back of his head and replied, "They are indeed a formidable team, a traditional powerhouse. They boast one of the greatest players in history. I am not at all surprised by their 5-game winning streak. I wouldn't be astonished even if they achieved 15 consecutive victories." The reporter continued, "Recently, an outstanding Chinese player has emerged on the Lakers roster. He even delivered a game-winning shot against the Trail Blazers in the last match. What are your thoughts on him?" Mitchell responded, "He is undeniably talented, and I believe his accomplishments will extend far beyond what we currently see. I am eagerly anticipating the opportunity to compete against him on the court." At this moment, the reporter felt as if he had been caught in a surreal predicament. Wasn't this supposed to be the segment for bold remarks? Why were they all engaging in mutual admiration instead? With such amiability, would all the reporters be facing unemployment? Chapter 71, A Display of Tenacity. During the segment of fierce declarations, not a single player from either side uttered a harsh word, much to the dismay of the journalists present. With no hint of animosity before the game, their reporting seemed futile. Fortunately, the audience in Salt Lake City brought their own fervor, regardless of the opponent. The fans here are always filled with enthusiasm, passion, and an electrifying spirit. They treat opposing players as if they were their next-door neighbor, harboring an almost primal desire to consume them whole. Following the pre-game press conference, several journalists hastily made their way outside the home ground of the Jazz. The Energy Solutions Arena was set against the backdrop of January's chill in Utah, where the lingering snow along the roads had yet to melt, and the weather appeared somewhat overcast. Fans, bundled in thick clothing, could be seen exhaling visibly in the cold, yet their spirits remained high. A somewhat portly male journalist, clad in heavy leather gloves, approached 2 fans, a father and son duo, for an interview. "The Lakers have secured 5 consecutive victories. How will you welcome them to Salt Lake City today?" he inquired, the sarcasm in his tone unmistakable. The father chuckled heartily and responded to the microphone, "We won't let them leave alive." The son seized the microphone, contorting his face into a menacing grimace as he exclaimed, "We will roast the Lakers." Ha ha. With that, the father and son struck a mighty high five, flexing their muscles while simultaneously chanting, "Jazz, invincible." The journalist nodded inwardly, realizing that the fans had far more substance than the players. He continued, "With LeBron James absent today, that Asian player on their team might perform exceptionally well. How do you plan to counter him?" The father took the microphone, his eyes widening as he bared his teeth in a monstrous expression. "Are you referring to that audacious fellow who claims he will conquer the NBA? We will scare him to death, make him cry for his mother, and send him crawling back to the East, never to return to the NBA." The son once again snatched the microphone, adopting a fierce expression reminiscent of a mighty beast, and roared, "Proud and arrogant Asian, you will pay for your arrogance." Prepare to witness the true nature of a devilish home court and the wild fans of Salt Lake City. Oh woo. The journalist felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, pondering the eccentricity of those he was interviewing. Maintaining a facade of satisfaction, he nodded. "Thank you both for your spirited enthusiasm. I am certain you will extend a warm welcome to that Asian player. And I trust the fans of Salt Lake City will passionately support the Lakers. I eagerly anticipate the outcome." The father and son once more contorted their faces into monstrous visages, responding, "We, too, look forward to seeing that Asian player terrified." Ha. As the game was set to commence, the hosts in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room engaged in their customary banter for several minutes. Today, as commentators were Wang Meng and Yang Yi, with the female host, Mena, continuing her role. Mena glanced at the current online audience in the livestream room, over 1 million. In previous broadcasts, prior to the commencement of a match, the viewer count typically lingered around several tens of thousands, peaking at a mere 100,000. However, with the Los Angeles Lakers' improving performance, particularly Wang Yi's remarkable play, the audience numbers have continued to rise. Yet, it is unlikely that the count would reach 1 million before the game begins. Following Wang Yi's last-second victory over the Trailblazers, fans across Huaxia were elated. Akin to celebrating a festival. This surge in viewership, surpassing 1 million, can be largely attributed to the anticipation of watching Wang Yi, as evidenced by the barrage of comments flooding the screen. "Is it not starting yet? I want to see Ego. Wishing Ego a pentakill today, may he shine. Ego, I want to bear your child. Even if it means bringing forth a table, I am willing. You all can forget it. Ego is my husband." After observing for a moment, Mena lamented, "Today's viewership is substantial, but it's a pity that LeBron is not playing." Wang Ming addressed the camera, stating, "To all the fans, I must inform you that James is resting today and will not be participating in this match." Upon hearing this, the comments reflected a wave of disappointment. "Damn it. I came here specifically to see LeBron. If he is not playing, what is the point? I'm leaving to take an exam." After all this effort to watch a game, the Lakers have strategically opted out. Consequently, the viewer count swiftly diminished. Nevertheless, thanks to the presence of Wang Yi, the audience still reached over 700,000. At that moment, the starting lineups for both teams appeared on the screen. Lakers starting lineup: point guard SC Charter, shooting guard Wang Yi, small forward Pope, power forward Gasol, center Drummond. Yang Yi, upon seeing the starting lineup, expressed mild surprise. Wang Yi has made the starting lineup. Wang Ming also appeared pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Oh, I've been eagerly anticipating Wang Yi's inclusion in the starting five. I thought it would take at least another 10 games for him to achieve that. But with LeBron resting today, he has gone straight into the starting role." Mena added, "With LeBron resting, I expected Caruso to take his place in the starting lineup, not Wang Yi. This is quite unexpected." The audience in the comments became animated. "Ego is amazing. Ego V5. Ego has finally started. He should have been a starter long ago. Didn't someone say Ego couldn't start? Talk about being proven wrong. Ha ha ha." Yet, Yang Yi cautioned, "However, let us remain calm and consider whether Wang Yi's stamina can keep up. He hasn't played much over the past 2 years, and recently, he has only been on the court for around 10 to 20 minutes. Now, suddenly starting. Will his endurance maintain his efficiency by the fourth quarter?" Wang Ming concurred that is indeed a concerning aspect. Meanwhile, the players from both teams had already taken the court. As the players of the Lakers entered the arena, they were met with a cacophony of noise, compelling them to raise their voices to communicate. The fans exerted every effort to generate the loudest clamor, seeking to disrupt the emotional equilibrium of the Lakers players. At that moment, clad in a tailored suit and adorned with earrings, LeBron James bellowed towards his teammates, "So, do you feel the intensity of this hostile arena?" The Lakers players could only manage a wry smile in response. LeBron then turned to Wang Yi, patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming loudly in his ear, "Is this your first time at such a daunting venue?" Wang Yi nodded in affirmation, "Indeed." LeBron inquired further, "How does it feel?" Wang Yi, trembling slightly, replied, "Exciting." LeBron chuckled, "You truly are an oddball. However, mere excitement is insufficient. The noise here can cloud our judgment, and their jeers, even their insults, could potentially lead to a loss of control on the court." Recognizing LeBron's extensive experience, Wang Yi asked, "What should we do then?" LeBron replied with a knowing look, "Deliver a performance that is both formidable and audacious, compelling them to silence." Chapter 72. Taking a day off today has been exceedingly busy. I shall take a day off and resume updates tomorrow. My apologies to all, as I am managing 2 children while also visiting for the new year. I truly lack the time to write. Chapter 73. The away silencer. James has been competing in the league for nearly 2 decades. He has faced numerous matches in the intimidating arena of Salt Lake City, gaining substantial experience in handling such daunting venues. Leaning close to Wang Yi, he exclaimed, "Are you familiar with the term away silencer? It refers to delivering a fierce and exhilarating performance that stuns all the fans in attendance, rendering them utterly silent. An away silencer transforms the arena into a hushed space." James continued, "However, the fans in Salt Lake City are known for their fierce and resilient spirit. Even in the face of a significant defeat, they will create noise for the entirety of the 48 minutes. Wang Yi nodded, fully aware of this fact. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a hint of sarcasm. The coach had tactically conceded, and the entire Lakers team had also chosen to surrender. Now, to speak of an away silencer seemed rather amusing. Nevertheless, Wang Yi kept these thoughts to himself. As he lifted his gaze and scanned the nearly 20,000 fans, he noticed that even before the game had commenced, they were generating an overwhelming and irksome cacophony. He felt a shiver run through him once more. "You have all given up, have you? I, Wang Yi, shall never concede. An away silencer, you say? Then let it come." As the game began and the players took to the court, the cold, emotionless voice of the system resonated in Wang Yi's mind. "Please sign in." Signing in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. 1 basic indomitable breakthrough experience card. As before, Wang Yi refrained from using it immediately. The finest steel must be wielded with precision. In the right moment. At center court, the Jazz's center, Gobert, faced off against Drummond for the jump ball. Standing at 2.16 meters with a staggering wingspan of 2.35 meters, Gobert easily outmatched Drummond, who stood at 2.08 meters with a wingspan of 2.29 meters. The crowd erupted into cheers as Gobert won the jump. And Wang Yi found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Such a simple jump ball elicited a cheer louder than what one would hear from fans celebrating a victory elsewhere. Mitchell seized the ball and charged forward. Gobert positioned himself at the 3-point line to set a screen for Mitchell. The other 3 Jazz players spaced themselves evenly beyond the arc, forming a familiar setup for the team. After the pick, Mitchell aimed directly for the basket. Should the interior be defended, he could easily pass to Gobert, who, with his towering height and long reach, could score effortlessly. Alternatively, Mitchell could opt to pass to one of the 3 sharpshooters outside, who could also shoot with ease. At that moment, Mitchell executed a deft Euro step, slipping past Drummond as he struggled to establish his footing and laid the ball up successfully. The Energy Solutions arena erupted with a thunderous cheer from nearly 20,000 spectators, as if the first basket of the game were a game-winning shot. Beside him, Xiaojia furrowed his brows and inquired of Wang Yi, "What do you think of the Devils' home court?" Wang Yi shrugged and replied, "Celebrating a single goal like this is quite naive." Xiaojia, unable to fully grasp the Eastern humor, managed to smile. "It seems your mindset is quite resilient." Subsequently, the Lakers launched an offensive. Xiaohong dribbled the ball into the front court, and the arena erupted in a cacophony of noise. A quick glance revealed Gobert of the Jazz guarding the paint. Displaying wisdom, he refrained from recklessly charging inside as he had previously done. Instead, he executed a rapid change of direction, evading the defense of Mitchell. Upon reaching the free throw line, seeing Gobert still 2 meters away, he abruptly halted for a jump shot. Little did he anticipate that mere meters after releasing the ball, bang! Gobert's imposing block sent it soaring away. Xiaohong's stature proved inadequate against Gobert's towering height and extraordinary wingspan, leading to the effortless rejection of the shot. Mitchell seized the ball and surged forward, delivering a one-handed dunk that reverberated through the arena, the noise reaching a fever pitch once more. The Lakers advanced again, with Xiaohong once more in possession. This time, he opted for a different strategy. As the Jazz employed man-to-man defense, switching on screens, he executed a pick-and-roll with Drummond, finding himself matched against Gobert. Xiaohong extended his left hand, signaling his teammates to spread out. He engaged Gobert in a one-on-one duel, deftly maneuvering with successive changes of direction to evade him and drive towards the basket. But once again, as he released the ball, he was met with another resounding rejection from Gobert, who had swiftly closed the gap. Xiaohong's brow furrowed with concern. He had underestimated Gobert. Generally, athletes standing over 2.1 meters tend to exhibit slower reactions and reduced speed. However, Gobert at 2.16 meters, while not overly swift, was still remarkably quick among his towering peers. Coupled with his astonishing 235-meter wingspan, he managed to track Xiaohong down, thwarting his shot from behind. This spectacle sent the crowd into a frenzy, akin to a boiling cauldron. Such is the prowess of a two-time Defensive Player of the Year. The audience not only cheered but also jeered, hurling insults. "Little ones, spare us the embarrassment in front of our giants. Aren't you afraid of being crushed beneath their might? Here's a suggestion. You might try shooting through Gobert's legs. In the presence of our giants, you appear as mere infants, barely grown." The Lakers commenced the game trailing 0-4, suffering a significant psychological blow, given that this match was strategically intended to be relinquished. The other Lakers players could only shake their heads in resignation, their spirits evidently dampened. Following a sideline inbound pass from Drummond, the ball returned to Xiaohong, who cast a glance toward the head coach on the sidelines. Having been thwarted twice in succession, further missteps would likely relegate him to the bench. Thus, after his attempt to break through proved fruitless, he passed the ball to the strategically positioned Xiao Jia. Observing Xiao Jia receive the ball, Wang Yi swiftly maneuvered past the screen and made his way to Xiao Jia's side. Xiao Jia executed a handoff, delivering the ball to Wang Yi. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yi launched a shot before the Jazz players could close in. The trajectory of his three-pointer was straight and true, akin to a cannonball. Thud! It thundered into the net. This three-pointer was decisive, seemingly emblematic of Wang Yi's resolve. "You may yield, but I, Wang Yi, shall never." On the sidelines, LeBron caught a glimpse of Wang Yi's determined gaze and felt a twinge of concern. "Coach, Wang Yi." Vogel slowly shook his head. Clearly, Wang Yi had not grasped his intentions, or perhaps was unwilling to do so. These youngsters can be quite stubborn. In competitive sports, mental fortitude is undoubtedly vital. However, in the face of objective reality, even the strongest willpower can sometimes appear futile. Wang Yi had yet to endure a thorough lesson. After experiencing a few more matches of this nature, he would likely learn to be more astute. Chapter 74. Scoring and assisting. Wang Yi made his first shot of the game, sinking a three-pointer. It appeared that his shooting touch was commendable today. However, the nearly 20,000 spectators in the stands erupted into a chorus of boos. The cacophony was so overwhelming that the coach on the sidelines could be seen shouting to the Lakers players, yet the players could only see the coach's lips moving, unable to discern his words, akin to watching a mute speaking. It must be said that this illustrates the stark contrast between the fans in Los Angeles and those in Salt Lake City. Compared to the fervor of the Salt Lake City fans, the Los Angeles crowd seemed somewhat subdued. Turning back to the game, the Jazz initiated another offensive play. They continued to rely on the pick and roll between Mitchell and Gobert, with Gobert rolling to the basket for a successful dunk. The Lakers responded with an offensive attempt. This time, the Jazz's defense was timely, as they fell back into their set positions. The Jazz's defensive scheme today resembled a 1-3-1 formation, with Mitchell primarily guarding the opposing team's primary scoring option. The three taller, long-limbed wing players stationed at the three-point line posed a significant challenge, while Gobert, with his exceptional reach, anchored the interior defense. On the defensive end, these three long-armed wings could disrupt the Lakers' passing, compelling them to extend their ball movement. In the eyes of the Jazz's head coach, the Lakers currently lacked effective penetration options, with the sole exception being the diminutive SC Charger. Thus, this defensive strategy could effectively curtail the Lakers' three-point attempts, forcing them to drive inside. Yet, should SC Charger penetrate, he would encounter Gobert waiting in the paint. The Lakers' head coach did not make substantial adjustments, as this game was essentially a strategic concession. It was primarily an opportunity to evaluate the performance and self-adjustment of the Lakers players on the court. After having been blocked twice during his last drive, SC Charger hesitated to attempt another penetration. He passed the ball to Marc Gasol at the top of the arc before positioning himself on the weak side. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continuously circled around screens, seeking opportunities to receive the ball. The Lakers had previously practiced a straightforward three-point play, wherein Wang Yi would actively seek out his teammates for screens. Regardless of which player it was, as long as they saw Wang Yi approaching, they would immediately set a screen for him. The play would culminate with Wang Yi finding an open spot beyond the arc, at which point the ball handler would pass to him. The essence of this strategy was that teammates did not need to memorize complex plays. They simply needed to remember to set screens for Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi was diligently maneuvering around the screens. First, he utilized a screen from Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to shake off his defender. Next, He used a screen from Andre Drummond to evade a help defender. Then, he leveraged a screen from SCHR, managing to evade a second help defender, even though SCHR was somewhat reluctant to set a screen for Wang. However, as the coach had mandated this play, failing to execute it could potentially annoy the coach, resulting in being benched. At this juncture, Wang still had not found his position. Drummond moved up to the free throw line to set a second screen for Wang. Finally, Wang broke free, arriving at the right corner beyond the three-point line. At a 35-degree angle to the right, a small pass found Wang, who swiftly seized the opportunity to shoot from a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Swish. The ball found its mark with unwavering precision. 2 three-pointers to start the game ignited excitement among the Lakers players on the sidelines. Kuzma remarked, "This guy's shooting hand is perpetually on fire. I truly envy his exceptional skills." Caruso added, "If I could possess such a shooting touch, I'd wake up laughing from dreams." LeBron commented, "This is all a result of rigorous practice. He's always the first one in the gym." Then, feigning concern, he mused, "Is he perhaps coveting the top spot on the team?" This elicited hearty laughter from the Lakers players. "Your position might be in jeopardy, boss. Why not suit up now? If Wang delivers an explosive performance today, you might just be dethroned." Subsequently, the Jazz executed another pick and roll, successfully scoring for the third time. Turning back, the Lakers maintained their straightforward strategy of providing screens for Wang. He navigated through 5 screens, arriving at the left side 35-degree angle, where he caught the ball and shot. The basketball ricocheted high off the rim, bouncing twice before reluctantly rolling into the net. A minute and a half into the game. 3 three-pointers. How remarkable. Jazz fans, though taken aback, unleashed a chorus of boos. They seemed perpetually unwearied in their disdain. On the sidelines, a father and son duo who had previously been interviewed witnessed Wang sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers. They cupped their hands around their mouths, loudly booing while shouting, "Lucky three-pointer. Have the guts to attack the paint. Only cowards throw threes from the perimeter." Pathetically soft, like a woman. However, at that moment, Jazz head coach Snyder called for a timeout. Despite the Jazz scoring 3 consecutive points to start the game, they could not tolerate being outmatched by a single player hitting 3 three-pointers in return. You can make 3 two-pointers, but they answer with 3 three-pointers. Who can bear that? During the timeout, he glanced at the Lakers' number 1 clad in purple across the court and shouted at his players, "Do not allow him any more three-point opportunities. They are all setting screens for him. We must switch on every screen and suffocate him. When necessary, apply firm physical defense. His physique is not that robust. His shooting percentage will surely drop under pressure. Do you all understand?" The Jazz players responded affirmatively, particularly Royce O'Neal, the primary defender against Wang, whose eyes gleamed with determination. Meanwhile, on the Lakers side, the head coach gave Wang a hearty pat on the back, exclaiming, "Well done. Be decisive in taking the shot whenever the opportunity arises. Your shooting is the best I have ever witnessed." Although they had strategically conceded some ground, it was crucial to offer praise where it was due to keep the team's spirits high. The timeout concluded. In this instance, Mitchell of the Jazz, after executing a pick and roll, feigned a drive and passed the ball to the open Royce O'Neal on the left flank. O'Neal's shot, however, failed to find the mark, allowing the Lakers to maintain their offensive momentum. Wang returned to the front court, persistently weaving around screens in search of an opportunity. After navigating 4 screens, on the 5th attempt, he utilized Drummond's pick to circle around the baseline. The swift pass from Little Black arrived promptly. Just as Wang received the ball, Gobert was already bearing down on him. Gobert's towering presence, complemented by his lengthy arms, posed a significant obstacle to Wang Yi's shot. Coach Snyder, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. It seemed the recent timeout had yielded positive results, as his players intensified their pursuit of the Lakers' number 1. However, Wang refrained from taking the shot. At that moment, Gobert was drawn out, leaving the paint unguarded. With a swift bounce, Wang delivered the ball to Drummond from Gobert's side. Upon receiving the pass, Drummond realized the paint was devoid of defenders. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The hunger within transformed into a fierce, predatory instinct. With a thunderous roar, he dribbled once and then unleashed a powerful 2-handed dunk. The rim trembled violently, emitting a tortured groan. Coach Snyder's fleeting satisfaction evaporated instantly. He had meticulously devised a strategy to contain this player's three-point shooting, only to have it rendered futile as he opted to pass instead. While a single player scoring prolifically is manageable, the true dilemma arises when that player can both score and facilitate. Chapter 75, Training the Best Defensive Player in Isolation as Wang Yi commenced his passing. The Jazz ceased their defense. They were faced with the dual challenge of guarding against Wang Yi's three-point shooting and his playmaking abilities, which proved to be quite troublesome. However, Coach Snyder had not yet devised a new strategy, hoping that the assist from the number one player was merely an anomaly. After all, a review of past footage indicated that this Lakers number one seldom distributed the ball, occasionally managing to deliver a couple of commendable passes. Thus, they decided to continue testing him. Yet, it soon became evident that Coach Snyder had misjudged the situation. Wang Yi was not just an occasional passer of quality assists. In the following two possessions, the Jazz players, in their fervor to pressure Wang Yi, inadvertently relaxed their defense on the other Lakers players. Wang Yi delivered a mid-range shot to Gasol and then assisted the cutting player, Xiaohe, for a successful layup. 3 consecutive possessions resulted in 3 consecutive assists. Coach Snyder was compelled to call another timeout. As the players retreated to the sidelines, he cast a significant glance at Wang Yi. 3 successive three-pointers followed by 3 assists. This player was indeed surprising. It appeared that he had previously underestimated him. Royce O'Neal furrowed his brow. The coach had instructed them to impose physicality on this player, yet as he prepared to do so, Wang Yi opted to pass again, which was infuriating. The Lakers players, on the other hand, were brimming with excitement, particularly LeBron James, who wore an expression of astonishment. Oh, who do I see? Jason Kidd? Steve Nash? Or perhaps John Stockton? The head coach was also taken aback. While he was aware of Wang Yi's passing ability, he had not anticipated his high basketball IQ. After drawing the defense with his three-point shot, he chose to pass instead. Clearly, it was time to reevaluate his perception of this Eastern player. Finally, after Wang Yi executed yet another assist, Coach Snyder requested another timeout. During the break, he modified their defensive strategy once more. We must sever the connection between this Lakers number one and his teammates. If he insists on taking three-point shots, so be it. But we absolutely cannot allow him to facilitate the involvement of other Lakers players. Mitchell inquired, Coach, what about his three-point shooting? Snyder's brow slightly furrowed as he took a deep breath, seemingly resolute. If he insists on shooting threes, we will concede them. I refuse to believe he can maintain such a high shooting percentage throughout the game. As long as we impose physicality and resistance, his stamina will wane, and his accuracy will inevitably decline. I reiterate, the priority is to prevent him from passing. We cannot allow him to distribute the ball. Back on the court, the Jazz initiated their offense. The pick-and-roll between Mitchell and Gobert remained formidable. The Lakers had yet to devise an effective method to counter their screen-and-roll strategy. After all, Gobert's imposing presence and the quality of his screens made it exceedingly difficult to dismantle their approach easily. There are several methods to defend against pick-and-rolls. One could double the ball handler, but this approach clearly would not work against Mitchell, who possessed exceptional passing capabilities. When besieged, he swiftly passes the ball to the descending Gobert. Alternatively, one could switch upon a pick-and-roll. Yet, Drummond's footwork is simply incapable of keeping pace with Mitchell. A third option involves the big man delaying the ball handler and then promptly returning to defend his assigned opponent. However, Drummond's footwork, alas, words only evoke tears. Thus, it appears exceedingly difficult for the Lakers to dismantle their pick-and-roll strategy. Once again, following a pick from Mitchell, he executes a dunk, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd, akin to an avalanche or a tsunami, reverberating painfully in the eardrums. Turning back, the Lakers resume their offensive. This time, Wang Yi attempts to navigate around a screen, yet Royce O'Neal persistently tugs on him, occasionally giving him a subtle shove. Wang Yi stumbles as he maneuvers, nearly losing his footing on 2 occasions. After a painstaking effort, he finally receives the ball, but only has a fleeting moment to shoot. However, due to the tumultuous run, his rhythm has been disrupted, making it exceedingly challenging to score. He considers passing, only to realize that his fellow Lakers are tightly marked, leaving no viable passing lanes. With time running short after such extensive movement, he is left with no choice but to take a step back and attempt a desperate shot. O'Neal lunges at him forcefully, resulting in evident physical contact. Wang Yi loses his balance mid-air and falls to the ground, with the basketball naturally bouncing off the rim. He casts a glance at the referee, but the official remains indifferent, signaling for the game to continue. For an ordinary player like Wang Yi, especially one of Eastern descent, the referees typically overlook anything that is not blatantly obvious. A reference to the past treatment of Jeremy Lin comes to mind. O'Neal, having successfully defended, slaps his hands together 3 times, exclaiming, "Well done." This serves both as a boost to his own morale and a show of dominance over Wang Yi. The crowd erupts in exuberant cheers. In the ensuing play, as Wang Yi navigates another screen, O'Neal, unnoticed by the referee, deliberately grips Wang Yi's arm, causing him to fall. The referee, observing someone on the ground while Wang Yi continues to sprint, immediately blows the whistle, offensive foul. O'Neal, once again, claps his hands vigorously, inciting the audience to raise their voices to a crescendo. Some fans even resort to harsh taunts. Softy, where's your three-pointer? Where's your passing? A little physicality, and you crumble. This is utterly pathetic. Royce, please, spare him from any more contact, or he might end up in tears. Do we need to comfort him? Indeed. If you keep bullying him, others will accuse us of mistreating a child. Ha ha. Listening to these jeers and the unsavory remarks, a fire ignites within Wang Yi. The echoes of James' words about the away game ambience linger in his mind. So let the game commence. The Lakers embark on their offensive endeavor once more. Wang Yi no longer squandered his energy maneuvering around screens. Instead, he extended his arms at the arc, signaling for the ball from Xiaojia. Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. All 5 tactical plays had been designed for Wang Yi to move without the ball, creating opportunities for catch-and-shoot scenarios. None had been conceived for him to take the initiative with the ball. So, what was the sudden request for the ball about? However, in the heat of the game, there was no time for contemplation. Since Wang Yi sought the ball, Xiaojia decided to oblige, passing it to him near the center circle. As soon as Wang Yi received the ball, an ear-piercing chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. The jeers were accompanied by shrill whistles and a cacophony of derision and insults. On the opposing team, Royce O'Neal chuckled, saying, "What's this? Looking to challenge me? Fine. I'll indulge you." With that, he spread his legs and emphatically slapped the floor twice. Boom, boom. He extended his hands toward Wang Yi, inviting him to come forth. Wang Yi, however, did not resort to any unanswerable breakthrough experience card. His gaze sparkled with intensity and his hands burned with eagerness. His heart raced with fervor. After all, he was merely facing Royce O'Neal, whose defense was not particularly formidable. Outmaneuvering him would not pose a significant challenge. On the sidelines, LeBron James rose to his feet. This marked the first time he had witnessed Wang Yi actively seeking a one-on-one confrontation during a game, and one-on-ones always stirred the passions of the crowd. Chapter 76, 15 points in a single quarter. Wang Yi's right wrist has now regained 90% of its functionality. As long as he avoids excessive shooting movements, he experiences little to no discomfort. Previously, during his time in the domestic league, his drives were already remarkably sharp. Now, facing Royce O'Neal, he feels quite confident. Dribbling with his left hand, he feints to the right. O'Neal shifts laterally to the right in response. Suddenly, Wang Yi pulls the ball to the left with a single-handed maneuver. He aims to penetrate from the left side. As O'Neal shifts leftward, he scoffs. Is that all you've got? However, halfway through his leftward drive, Wang Yi pivots on his right foot, pulling the ball back with his left hand as he backs into O'Neal and swiftly spins to the right. O'Neal, believing Wang Yi would continue down the left, overcommits his defense. Wang Yi easily spins past him. Just then, he notices Rudy Gobert closing in from the paint. With a simple stop-and-pop jump shot, combined with a significant lean back, the basketball floats through the air like a feather, gracefully heading toward the hoop, reminiscent of a mother caressing her child, or the gentle descent of autumn leaves. Silently and effortlessly, it drops through the net. The Lakers players on the sidelines erupt with excitement. Beautiful. What a stunning spin. I adore this guy. LeBron James rises to his feet, clapping vigorously. As Wang Yi jogs back on defense, James jovially calls out, "Wang, have you been stealing my spin moves? That's not fair." Wang Yi feigns disdain and replies, "Your moves are too clumsy. I wouldn't dream of imitating them." Laughter erupts among the Lakers players, with James nearly in tears from laughter. Come on, give me a little credit here. Such is the camaraderie within the Lakers. During Kobe's reign as the leader, while the team was undoubtedly strong, the atmosphere was somewhat stifled, with such a dominant figure constantly pushing them to train harder. Any lack of effort could result in a stern reprimand. It would be disingenuous to claim there was no pressure. In contrast, James frequently jokes, engages in playful antics, and even pulls pranks, welcoming the light-hearted banter from his teammates. This difference stems from their contrasting personalities. At this moment, Royce O'Neal, witnessing Wang Yi joking with the Lakers players, feels a surge of indignation. How dare this guy disregard him so completely? In the next possession, Pau Gasol misses a three-pointer, and Wang Yi leaps high for the rebound. Gobert, slightly slower to jump, watches as Wang Yi tips the ball out to the perimeter where Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is ready. Gobert is taken aback, thinking, this guy can really jump. After tipping the rebound, Wang Yi maneuvers around a screen to receive the ball, but O'Neal closely pursues him, denying Wang Yi any opportunity for a three-pointer. Wang Yi retreats to the center court, signaling for his Lakers teammates to spread out to the sides. The Lakers players recently witnessed the sharpness of Wang Yi's breakthrough, prompting them to spread out to the sides. Royce O'Neal approached again, incessantly shouting, that was pure luck. If you're a man, do it again. Wang Yi paid him no mind, dribbling slowly beneath his legs. At a certain moment, he suddenly executed a swift change of direction, charging towards the left. O'Neal quickly shifted to the left as well. Wang Yi transferred the ball to his left hand, momentarily pausing his steps, seemingly preparing to pivot. O'Neal scoffed, here we go again, and matched his own step, intending to block Wang Yi's path to the right. However, at that instant, Wang Yi unexpectedly surged forward again, continuing his dribble to the left. This sudden stop-and-go caught O'Neal completely off guard, eliciting a roar from the crowd. Damn, how does this guy break through so easily? O'Neal, keep up with him, what are you doing? O'Neal felt as though he had swallowed a dead fly. Wang Yi's abrupt stops and starts not only showcased remarkable speed, but also a distinct change in rhythm, rendering O'Neal defenseless. Meanwhile, inside the paint, Gobert had prepared for Wang Yi's penetration. This time, he lunged toward Wang Yi with anticipation. Wang Yi did not shoot immediately. Instead, he dribbled sideways to the right, evading Gobert's outstretched arms, and then executed a mid-range shot with precision. His 70 shooting accuracy from mid-range was no trivial matter. In the next sequence, following a successful play by the Jazz, the Lakers quickly inbound the ball. Wang Yi seized it and sprinted down the court, with O'Neal hot on his heels. Simultaneously, Mitchell had already returned to defense. If Wang Yi went for a layup, he risked an offensive foul or interference from Mitchell. Thus, as he approached the free throw line, he suddenly came to a halt. O'Neal, in full stride, was poised to thwart Wang Yi's layup. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi stopped abruptly, leaving O'Neal trailing 5 meters behind, his momentum carrying him out of bounds. At that moment, Wang Yi leapt, the basketball floating gracefully toward the hoop, landing softly and silently within the net. Observing this, the Jazz head coach shook his head in resignation and promptly called a timeout. As the players left the court, he cast another glance at the Lakers' #1 player. This Lakers athlete had erupted in several consecutive games, naturally drawing the coach's attention. During pre-game preparations, he had studied this Lakers player, aware of his impressive three-point shooting and mid-range capabilities. However, he had not anticipated Wang Yi's exceptional one-on-one skills, which left him feeling rather overwhelmed. Initially, he thought that with LeBron sidelined, the Jazz, benefiting from home court advantage, could secure an easy victory. Yet, it now appeared that more effort would be required. As Wang Yi exited the court, his teammates joyfully surrounded him, exchanging high fives and affectionate pats on the back or head. However, what these players perceive is merely the current situation. In contrast, Coach Vogel comprehends the overall landscape. Clutching a tactical board in one hand and a marker in the other, he observes Wang Yi approaching from the sidelines. In his mind, he has already conceived a new offensive strategy for the Lakers to employ in the latter half of the season. Upon the resumption of play, Wang Yi continues to seek scoring opportunities for the Lakers through mid-range shots, three-pointers, and assists. Throughout the first quarter, he played for 9 minutes, making 6 of 9 attempts, including 3 of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable 15 points and 4 assists, leading the Lakers to a 41-31 advantage over the Jazz by 10 points. When Wang Yi exited the game for a rest, his teammates welcomed him as a hero. LeBron raised his arms high and exchanged a powerful high five with Wang Yi, whispering in his ear, "Brother, it seems you have conquered the discomfort of playing in this hostile arena. Now, unleash your full potential." Meanwhile, the Jazz fans on the sidelines shook their heads in disbelief. Damn it, this guy scored 15 points in just 1 quarter. Is he out of his mind? Our home court advantage seems to have no effect on him. I've never seen someone so infuriating on their first visit to our arena. Chapter 77. I am still young and full of energy. Wang Yi unleashed a staggering 15 points in a single quarter, accompanied by 4 assists. This performance left all the fans at the Energy Solutions arena seething with rage. Even during the timeout, they continued their derision and insults directed at Wang Yi. However, in the Tencent NBA live stream, a multitude of fans were nearly beside themselves with excitement over Wang Yi's display that day. Goodness, Brother E is on track for 30 points today. 30? That's too conservative. He's already nearing 20 points in just one quarter. How could he not score at least 40 by the end of the game? All their sentiments coalesced into a single proclamation. Brother E is forever the best. Brother E is a legend. Amidst the chorus of accolades, one dissenting voice emerged. If he manages to score 40, I'll eat dung live on stream. Immediately, others recognized him. Seong-gu, stop fooling around. You still haven't fulfilled your last promise of eating dung while doing a handstand during the previous live broadcast. Seong-gu replied, today is different. If he scores 40, I'll eat it fresh, right on the spot. His comment revolted everyone. Some noticed that Seong-gu's ID had changed today. Previously he was known as Ma Dashwai, but now he was head coach of Team Dashyang Ma Dashyang. This fellow was truly merciless towards himself. A person capable of being so harsh on themselves naturally extends that same cruelty to others. In the live stream, Maina gazed at the screen, captivated by the repeated highlights of Wang Yi's 15-point first quarter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Brother E is so handsome. I initially thought that with LeBron not playing, the Lakers would be at a disadvantage, but unexpectedly, Wang Yi stepped up. 15 points in a single quarter, handsome and skilled. Who wouldn't adore such a man? Wang Ming perused the player statistics from the first quarter on his tablet. He remarked, in the first quarter, Mitchell shot 4 of 8, hitting 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, along with 3 assists. His efficiency is already quite impressive. Now looking at Wang Yi, he made 3 of 6 from 3-point range and 3 of 3 from 2-point range, in addition to 4 assists. His efficiency surpasses Mitchell's by a significant margin. Teacher Yang Yi, you and Wang Yi share the same surname. Could you provide your assessment? Yang Yi chuckled. Sharing the same surname is indeed an honor. He scrutinized the row of statistics, nodding in agreement, and said joyfully, indeed, his efficiency is significantly higher than Mitchell's. Wang Yi has been playing as a substitute, and I was somewhat concerned about his sudden transition to the starting lineup, especially without LeBron's passing. It appears my worries were entirely unfounded. Wang Ming, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, said, our nation has not seen a basketball player evoke such excitement and joy since Yao Ming's era. Yang Yi wholeheartedly concurred. It is truly a blessing for our fans to witness the emergence of such a talented athlete. After this reflection, Wang Ming posed a question. Teacher Yang Yi, could you analyze the potential trajectory of this game from a professional standpoint? Yang Yi contemplated for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and spoke with a hint of concern. The Jazz currently rank second in the Western Conference, having recently enjoyed a remarkable 7-game winning streak, thus riding a wave of momentum. Playing at home in a high-altitude environment, the Jazz's fans are known for their fierce support, creating what is often termed a devilish home court. This marks the Lakers' 5th consecutive away game, and the travel has been arduous. It is fair to say that today's match presents the Jazz with an advantageous combination of time, place, and morale. With LeBron James sidelined today, it is evident to any discerning observer that the Lakers are. Yang Yi refrained from explicitly stating the notion of a strategic retreat, as he understood the limitations of his role as a commentator, which prevented him from expressing thoughts as freely as a fan might. Nevertheless, he continued his analysis. I believe the head coach must have communicated this matter with the players prior to the game. One can discern the Lakers' other players' demeanor on the court. They appear somewhat lackluster today. However, no one anticipated Wang Yi's tenacity, as he swiftly garnered 15 points in a single quarter, injecting a semblance of suspense into the match. Yet, having never before played as a starter, his sudden elevation to a primary role raises concerns about his stamina as the game progresses. Coupled with the challenges of a devilish home court and high altitude, will he have the energy to sustain his performance in the fourth quarter? If he falters, will the other players possess the spirit to secure a victory? These are indeed significant questions. Wang Ming recognized that Yang Yi could not delve too deeply into the topic of strategic abandon, so he promptly shifted the conversation. Let us see if the Lakers can indeed clinch the game today. On site, the second quarter had commenced. The Lakers, led by SC Charder and a cadre of substitutes, took to the court. Initially, SC Charder felt a surge of confidence with a 10-point lead. If they could maintain a lead of over 20 points by halftime, the prospects for victory appeared bright. However, after just 3 possessions, his enthusiasm waned. Gobert patrolled the paint, rendering any drive futile. Meanwhile, the Lakers' 3-point shooters continued their consistent struggle, failing to find their rhythm. In those 3 possessions, the Jazz closed the gap by 7 points, while the Lakers remained scoreless. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, with cheers so resounding they seemed to threaten to lift the roof off the Energy Solutions arena. nearly engulfing the Lakers. Wang Yi watched as the deficit shrank to a mere 3 points. He turned to the coach, ready to enter the fray at any moment. However, the head coach opted not to send him in, instead instructing the players on the court to solidify their defense and avoid being countered by the Jazz. As the timeout concluded and play resumed, the head coach advised Wang Yi, "The altitude here is quite taxing. You must rest as much as possible to perform excellently on the court." Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging the coach's wisdom. Yet, he was also acutely aware that this was indicative of a strategic retreat already undertaken by the coach. Otherwise, the coach might have called upon the starters to enter the game and put up a fight. Altitude and the notion of a devilish home ground are mere excuses. If one truly intends to secure victory, such grandiloquent justifications would not even be uttered. Contemplating this, Wang Yi's fist clenched once more in silent determination. It was one thing for the head coach to deny him playing time, but as long as he was on the court, he would exert every ounce of his strength in pursuit of triumph. If the purpose of competing is not to win, then what is the point? Would it not be more efficient to simply bow and surrender and declare, "You are simply too formidable for us to overcome"? James, perceiving the discontent in Wang Yi's gaze, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "King, one must maintain a broader perspective and consider the overall picture. With nearly 2 decades of experience, I advise you not to expend excessive energy and mental fortitude during the regular season." Wang Yi, unfazed, shook his head dismissively and replied, "It matters not. I am still young and recover swiftly." James's expression faltered, sensing a sting in those words. Who was he subtly critiquing? Chapter 78. Training the best defensive player in isolation. The coach temporarily relegated Wang Yi to the bench, intending to conserve his energy for the remaining 2+ quarters of the game. He also wished for Wang Yi to observe and learn how his teammates executed their strategies in a match where victory was strategically relinquished. On the court, the Lakers players were indeed engaged in offense, defense, and rebounding efforts, yet they exerted only partial effort, merely 60 to 70% of their capabilities. Consequently, during the contest for rebounds, where both teams had a 50-50 chance, it was invariably the Jazz who secured possession. Wang Yi shook his head in dismay. The incessant mockery and vitriol from the spectators ignited a fire within him. His fist clenched tightly, and his gaze oscillated between the court and the coach. Observing the palpable hunger in Wang Yi's eyes, LeBron James subtly shook his head and placed a hand on Wang Yi's shoulder, signaling for him to remain composed. However, faced with such a scenario, how could Wang Yi possibly maintain his tranquility? It was either to play or to exert oneself fully. The lack of drive exhibited by the Lakers players on the court was infuriating to witness. Finally, with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Jazz had surged ahead by 15 points. It was only at this juncture that the coach summoned Wang Yi to the game. As Schroeder exited the court, he appeared somewhat dejected. Without the defensive attention drawn by LeBron and Wang Yi, his drives were fraught with difficulty, coupled with Gobert's formidable presence in the paint. His efforts felt as arduous as a struggle with constipation. While seated on the bench, he glanced back at Gobert and muttered under his breath, "Damn pull." Wang Yi, overhearing, turned to look at Gobert. If the Lakers were to mount a comeback, they first needed to neutralize Gobert. He had formulated a plan in his mind. However, as he stepped onto the court, a chorus of boos once again enveloped him, as if even his very breaths were deemed erroneous. "Crap, the little Eastern kid has probably never faced such a grand stage. Are your pants all wet? With those skinny arms and legs. Don't let Gobert flatten you into a pancake." Wang Yi surveyed the arena. Well then, let the crowd's silence commence from this moment. At that moment, he was once again matched up against Royce O'Neal, who had just scored 8 points while Wang Yi was on the bench and was currently riding high on momentum. He clapped his hands and remarked to Wang Yi, "Kid, that was just a warm-up. This is the real game now. Come on." Wang Yi had never regarded Royce O'Neal with much esteem, and at this moment, he had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel. He aimed to conserve his energy. Wang Yi gestured toward Drummond, indicating for him to come and set a screen on O'Neal. Drummond, robust and imposing, provided a high-quality screen. With a swift maneuver, he effectively blocked O'Neal. Wang Yi seized the opportunity, dribbling into the mid-range, his most comfortable zone. Upon noticing this, Gobert swiftly attempted to close in for the defense. Wang Yi executed a feigned motion, mimicking a prayer gesture. Gobert was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yi bent down, accelerating into the paint. In midair, he deftly maneuvered to evade Mitchell's block and successfully executed a layup. This sequence of movements was not only fluid and graceful, but also remarkably aesthetically pleasing, evoking a sense of sheer enjoyment. The Lakers players on the sidelines erupted in applause. As Wang Yi turned back, he locked eyes with Gobert. Shaking his head, he uttered, "Two-time Defensive Player of the Year. Is this all you've got?" Wang Yi typically refrains from provoking opposing players, yet the circumstances warranted a different approach. Gobert had established himself in the paint like a formidable stronghold. The Lakers players were too intimidated to penetrate. Thus, Wang Yi needed to devise a strategy to dismantle this bastion. However, recklessly attacking the paint in hopes of drawing a foul was merely a suboptimal tactic. The key lay in inciting Gobert's anger. Once provoked, his movements would become more exaggerated, thereby increasing the chances of successfully drawing a foul on subsequent drives. Gobert, feeling the audacity of this young player from Huaxia, sensed a flicker of anger rising within. Retorting, he declared, "Next possession. I will show you what a true defensive player of the year is." Soon, in the next possession, Wang Yi utilized a pick and roll to switch onto Gobert. He gestured for his teammates to clear out and took a few steps back. Fearing a three-point attempt from Wang Yi, Gobert hastily followed him beyond the arc. However, just as Gobert stepped out, losing his balance, Wang Yi suddenly slipped the ball through Gobert's legs and swiftly circled around him to regain possession, driving towards the basket. Despite two defenders converging in the paint, he halted for a mid-range jumper, the ball soaring effortlessly through the air and swishing through the net. Wang Yi turned back, shaking his head at Gobert with a mischievous expression. "Defensive Player of the Year? Is this really it?" The through-the-legs maneuver was exceptionally dazzling, causing a slight dip in the decibel level among the spectators. It appeared that to silence the crowd, one not only needed to score, but to do so in a manner that was truly spectacular. Gobert's frustration flared once more, and he muttered, "Kid, next round. I'll make you understand." Before he could finish, Wang Yi interjected with a chuckle, "I've heard that one before." Gobert attempted to retort but found himself momentarily at a loss for words, simmering with indignation. In the third possession, Marc Gasol, witnessing Wang Yi's consecutive successes, promptly passed the ball to him again. This time, Wang Yi once more used a screen to switch onto Gobert, drawing him out once more. Observing the fiery demeanor of Gobert, he laughed heartily and remarked, "Hey, have you heard of matadors?" Gobert, no fool, instantly grasped that Wang Yi was likening him to an enraged bull. His chest heaved with agitation as he shouted, "Eastern kid, don't just flaunt your words. Show me what you can do." Just as he spoke, Wang Yi executed a sudden scissor step, launching into action. Indeed, it was the signature move of the great Russell Westbrook. With blinding speed, he darted past Gobert. Simultaneously, let it be known, playing alongside you is as effortless and delightful as a weekend. With that, I surged towards the paint. Gobert, however, reacted swiftly this time, promptly turning to pursue Wang Yi in an attempt to block the shot. Yet, Wang Yi executed a simple bounce pass with his left hand, delivering the ball to the descending Drummond. Drummond received the pass and soared for a thunderous dunk. Thud! The basketball hoop seemed to nod in approval, as if to say, "Easy there, you might hurt someone." Wang Yi turned back and gently shook his head at Gobert once more. He then extended his right index finger and tapped his own head, conveying a clear message: play with your mind. To be more blunt, did you forget to bring your brain to the game? In that moment, Gobert could no longer contain himself. The flames of fury within him ignited as if doused with gasoline. During the Jazz's offensive play, the ball moved swiftly, prompting the Lakers players to scramble for defensive positions. Ultimately, the ball found its way into Gobert's hands in the paint, just as Wang Yi arrived to defend him. Anger surged within him as he dribbled forward, charging menacingly towards Wang Yi, muttering, "Kid, you're dead meat." With great force, he collided with Wang Yi, sending him crashing out of bounds. Gobert leaped up fiercely, slamming the ball into the basket, and then, facing Wang Yi, let out a furious roar. Ah! Yet, at that very moment, the referee's sharp whistle pierced the air. Beep! 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 The referee signaled an offensive foul, directing towards the scorer's table. Jazz, Gobert, offensive foul. Chapter 79, The Tower of Suffocation. Wang Yi lay on the ground, a sharp pain coursing through his chest. Yet, a smile graced his face. Gobert's physique was undeniably formidable. It seemed his own body was somewhat lean. Lacking the muscular protection needed to withstand such a head-on collision, it was indeed a struggle. The spectators in the arena, witnessing Gobert being called for an offensive foul, raised their hands in unison, chanting, "Referee sucks! Referee sucks! Referee sucks!" Their sentiment was clear. The officiating was utterly deplorable. To put it more bluntly, the referee was deemed incompetent. Such was the nature of Jazz fans. They unleashed their vitriol not only at opponents and referees, but also at their own players when performances faltered. They seemed to spray criticism indiscriminately, much like a misting device. Amidst the immense pressure, the referee stood firm in his decision, for the offensive foul was painfully evident. Failing to call it would have been an affront to his integrity. Although Gobert had been penalized, he looked down upon Wang Yi with a sense of vindication, having released a portion of his pent-up frustration. Furthermore, prior to this foul, he had only committed one, so an additional foul was hardly of consequence. Subsequently, the Lakers continued their offensive thrust, aware of the need to protect Gobert. The Jazz players instructed others to provide support during the Lakers' incursions into the paint, ensuring Gobert was not left to contend alone. Wang Yi discerned their strategy and was determined to thwart it. After receiving the ball once more, he charged into the lane, clearly aiming for Gobert. With a taunt, he exclaimed, "Is the defensive player of the year so soft?" As he approached Gobert, he feigned a jump. Gobert, seasoned as a two-time defensive player of the year, recognized Wang Yi's penchant for deceptive moves and chose not to leap initially. However, Gobert was taken aback when Wang Yi, upon reaching him, abruptly planted his feet and sprang upward. Wang Yi was attempting an alley-oop dunk over him. Having just released some of his frustration, Gobert felt a surge of indignation. It was akin to facing a child on the court attempting to dunk over you. How could one not be incensed? Yet, he had not anticipated Wang Yi's audacity and was unprepared for the assault. By the time he decided to leap, Wang Yi's left arm was already reaching over his head, poised to slam the ball into the hoop. As the premier defensive player, he could not tolerate a smaller opponent dominating him in such a manner. It would be the utmost humiliation. Fueled by anger, he attempted to block with his left hand while simultaneously pushing Wang Yi's chest with his right. Wang Yi lost his balance and fell backward, yet in the final moment before hitting the ground, he managed to slam the ball into the basket. With a resounding thud, he then attempted to grasp the rim to soften his descent. However, he merely grazed the rim with his fingertips. His entire body arched backward, plummeting toward the floor. Fortunately, behind him, the player trying to establish position, Drummond, swiftly placed his hands on his shoulders at the moment of descent. Thus, Wang Yi landed safely. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul. The fans, who had been creating a cacophony from the onset of the game, suddenly fell silent. They were witnessing an astonishing spectacle. The Lakers' small guard had astonishingly dunked over the towering Gobert, who stood at an imposing 2.16 meters. Gobert's stature and long arms instilled a formidable sense of intimidation, earning him the nickname the Stifling Tower. Yet, here was a man barely over 1.9 meters, and one not particularly renowned for his athletic prowess, managing to dunk over the Stifling Tower. The incredulity of the moment was overwhelming. The Lakers players erupted in euphoric chaos, leaping from the bench in unrestrained joy. Some raised their arms triumphantly, others waved towels, while a few clasped their heads in disbelief, and exclamations of "Oh my God" filled the air. Was this player truly losing his mind? Dunking over the Stifling Tower. My goodness, the ancient East possesses some enigmatic power. Wang, oh Wang. I am utterly enamored with this dunk. Kuzma, witnessing the sudden hush from the crowd, exclaimed in astonishment. They have quieted down. Meanwhile, Talon Horton Tucker joyfully remarked, "It's Wang Yi. Wang Yi has silenced them." Unbelievable. However, LeBron's demeanor was markedly different from his usual exuberance. He was not clowning around or cheering loudly. Instead, his expression was grim as he gazed at Gobert in the distance, stating to the coach, "That was a flagrant foul. Coach, we must contest this." The coach nodded in agreement and hastily approached the referee, though he was still too far away. At this moment, Drummond had already rushed over, pressing his chest against Gobert's, angrily declaring, "You dirty player. That move could have jeopardized his career. Can you bear the responsibility for that?" Gobert, who typically played clean, was momentarily blinded by anger and felt a twinge of guilt. However, recalling Wang Yi's provocations, he pressed back against Drummond, retorting, "This is basketball. Damn it. If you're afraid of getting hurt, then don't play." Tensions escalated between the players, prompting referees and security to intervene and restore order. Once both teams were returned to their respective benches, the referees reviewed the footage at the sideline. Soon, the replay center's Javi appeared on screen, stating, "This foul is a non-basketball action. A flagrant foul is warranted, but considering the potential serious consequences if Wang Yi had fallen hard, it may be appropriate to upgrade it to a level 2 flagrant foul." Mano witnessed Wang Yi nearly tumble to the ground, her fists clenched tightly. Only when she saw that he emerged unscathed did she exhale in relief. Wang Yi's play was truly exquisite. He had executed a magnificent dunk over the best defensive player. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. noting that he had dunked over the towering Gobert, who stands at 2.16 meters. Such a feat could be celebrated for a lifetime. Yang Yi analyzed the situation, explaining that Wang Yi's ability to dunk over Gobert stemmed from the latter's unanticipated nature of the move, which left him unprepared and vulnerable to Wang Yi's opportunistic strike. However, such maneuvers are perilous, and it would be wise to minimize them in the future. Wang Ming concurred, stating that unlike LeBron, who often sends defenders flying through aerial confrontations, Wang Yi's physique remains somewhat slender. Post-airborne clashes, he is at risk of falling. Mena inquired whether Gobert's action warranted a flagrant foul. Yang Yi nodded, asserting that it should at least be classified as a level 1 flagrant foul. If the referees were to pursue the matter further, a level 2 flagrant foul could also be issued, which would result in Gobert's ejection from the game. At the scene, the referees took a full 5 minutes to review the play before rendering their final judgment, a blocking foul against Gobert of the Jazz. This decision left the Lakers players astounded, their hands raised in disbelief. Surely, this could not be merely an ordinary foul. In the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, the commentators were equally flabbergasted. What? This is a common foul? Clearly, he pushed him with both hands. And in midair, no less a dangerous maneuver. They exclaimed. Yang Yi, could you please provide some clarity? Yang Yi shook his head repeatedly, stating, how can this be interpreted? It defies explanation. His inability to provide clarity stemmed from the understanding that the NBA is a commercial league, where many elements are intricately tied to financial interests. Particularly after Commissioner Adam Silver's tenure began, the introduction of the gambling industry led to increasingly bizarre officiating. There have been countless more ludicrous calls than this one, rendering Yang Yi incapable of offering an interpretation in front of millions of live viewers. Chapter 80. Prejudice is a mountain in the energy scheme arena. On the court, Wang Yi observed the referee's call without contesting or complaining. His expression, however, bore a slight gravity that was unusual for him. He understood that behind every NBA game lies a web of interests, occasionally swayed by the whims of the officials. Wang Yi was indifferent to this. The league's favorites would always receive preferential treatment from the referees. Yet, with age and fading glory, that favor would inevitably wane. LeBron James serves as a quintessential example. Initially basking in adoration, he benefited from the referee's leniency, but as the league shifted its spotlight to emerging stars like Giannis Antetokounmpo, he found himself on the receiving end of harsher calls, often with no recourse for the fouls he endured. What truly concerned Wang Yi was the underlying prejudice reflected in these officiating decisions, an inherent bias held by Westerners towards Eastern players, particularly those of Asian descent. From the early days of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian to the later emergence of Jeremy Lin, each had borne the weight of such prejudice. Clear fouls went unacknowledged while innocuous actions drew the referee's ire. There exists a saying, prejudice is a mountain. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Jeremy Lin, and now Wang Yi all found themselves burdened by this oppressive weight, stifling their aspirations. For these NBA players to overcome such a mountain, they must deliver performances that astonish all. Yao Ming faced a barrage of scrutiny upon entering the league, but ultimately earned the respect of referees, players, and the majority of spectators through sheer determination and exemplary play. At this moment, Wang Yi harbored similar ambitions. He yearned to showcase a breathtaking performance that would earn him the respect of referees, opponents, and everyone watching. So, let it begin this very night. As his teammate, Drummond, patted his back, Wang Yi shook his head, replying, I'm fine, thank you, before striding towards the free throw line. He received the ball tossed by the referee amidst a chorus of boos and jeers, remaining unfazed. Without hesitation, he executed his shot, no dribbles, no adjustments. He lifted his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the ball, which soared towards the hoop, embodying his defiance against the crowd's disdain and his resolve to dismantle the mountain of prejudice. Swish. The ball sailed through the net with perfect precision. The Lakers players paused in astonishment. Wang Yi's free throw today was markedly different from his usual style. Typically, he would bounce the ball and take a moment to compose himself, but today, he transitioned seamlessly from receiving the ball to shooting, executing the act with fluidity and impeccable sharpness, as if the referee had orchestrated a perfect assist for him. Even the referee was momentarily taken aback, having officiated countless games and witnessed every conceivable shooting style. For instance, there are players who, before a free throw, touch the soles of their shoes and then lick their fingers, or those who must circle the ball around their waist 3 times before shooting. Additionally, some players take an inordinate amount of time to prepare for their free throws. However, Witnessing a player execute a free throw so decisively was a first for him. After Wang completed his free throw, the Lakers had managed to narrow the point gap to single digits. The Jazz, constrained by Gobert's 3 fouls, had no choice but to substitute him out. With this strategic shift, the Lakers found themselves with increased opportunities. Wang frequently penetrated the defense, effortlessly scoring mid-range shots. When the Jazz became overly cautious of his mid-range prowess, he would drive into the lane for points or assist his teammates. Nevertheless, to conserve his energy, Wang primarily entrusted the ball to Schroeder for handling after Gobert's exit in the second quarter, resulting in a modest personal tally of 9 points. Nonetheless, even with this restraint, he had already amassed 24 points across 2 quarters. Particularly impressive was Wang's mid-range shooting, achieving a perfect 3 for 3. Leaving both the players and coaches of the Jazz astonished, cursing under their breath. They questioned how he could be so accurate. Was he perhaps the illegitimate child of the hoop itself? As Jazz head coach Snyder walked into the player tunnel, he cast a glance back at the silhouette of number 1 entering another corridor, shaking his head slightly, previously considering him a nuisance. He now realized that this player was more troublesome than anticipated. Upon returning to the locker room, players engaged in their routines, some headed to the restroom, others quenched their thirst. Once the players had settled down, Snyder spoke up, his first words directed at Mitchell. "Mitchell, you will guard that Lakers number 1 in the second half." Mitchell was somewhat taken aback. Traditionally, he focused all his energy on offense, often relegating defensive duties to other role players, only guarding the opposing star in critical moments. Yet today, the coach tasked him to defend that player from the third quarter onward. However, he was not entirely surprised. That player had indeed been on fire in the first half. If they could not effectively restrain him, the game's outcome could become precarious. Simultaneously, the head coach addressed Mike Conley. "Mike, you should prepare as well." Conley, known for his tenacious defense during his time with the Grizzlies, would alternate with Mitchell to wear down the Lakers' standout player, enhancing their defensive strategy. Meanwhile, in the Lakers' locker room, players approached Wang to offer their congratulations. "Wang, scoring 24 points in the first half is impressive. Wang, just keep up the momentum in the second half. 30 points will be a breeze." However, head coach Vogel, unusually, did not congratulate Wang or offer encouragement. Instead, he shook his head slightly and stated, "Wang, in such high-altitude conditions, you cannot exert yourself too much during the game. Otherwise, by the second half, you will find it difficult to breathe and your stamina will wane significantly. You need to conserve your energy, understand?" Wang panted heavily, neither nodding nor shaking his head in response. James expressed his concern, asking, "Wang, how is your health?" Wang, catching his breath, nodded affirmatively, "No problem." Meanwhile, in Huaxia, news of Wang Yi's remarkable 24-point performance in the first half had swiftly spread across the internet. Headlines such as Wang, the celestial being descends, dunks over Gobert, securing 24 points in the first half, and on his starting day, will he broach 40 points? Proliferated, each exalting Wang Yi's prowess during the first half and predicting an even more formidable performance in the latter half. The media, as is their custom, seldom lends a hand in times of need. They thrive on exacerbating situations and embellishing triumphs. In a certain high school, a boy sat in class, concealing his face behind a book. He discreetly opened his phone to check the statistics of the match. Upon discovering Wang's impressive 24 points in the first half, he felt an overwhelming urge to pound his chest in frustration. That morning, he had woken up feeling slightly unwell and had visited a clinic, hoping to take the morning off to watch the Lakers play. However, upon learning that James would not be participating, he abandoned that idea. Now, seeing Wang Yi's scoring, he lamented his decision. Had he known, he would have requested a leave to watch the game at home. Chapter 81. The Stronghold in a University Dormitory. A female student entered the room and noticed her roommate on the upper bunk had yet to rise. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, Li Fei, still not awake? Your backside is practically baking in the sun." Li Fei, clutching her phone, replied, "I'm watching Gu's game." "What about you, Wang Zhixing? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Back already? Is your period here again?" Wang Zhixing chuckled. "Your period just arrived. It seems like your whole family is here too." She continued, "I was also eager to catch Gu's game. I saw the news that he scored over 20 points in the first half, so I rushed back." She climbed up to the upper bunk, and the two of them cozily shared the bed as they tuned into the live broadcast. In the Tencent NBA live stream, fans were showering Wang Yi with congratulations. "Congratulations to Gu for scoring 20. He's on track for 30 tonight, perhaps even 40. Someone prompted, by the way, whereas that's Gu. Didn't he say he'd go live and eat if he scored 40? Many fans shifted their focus to Coach Ma Da-xiang of the Daxiang team. Initially, Xianggu had been silent, but after a while, he finally remarked, just 24 points. He hasn't reached 40 yet. In the broadcast studio, Mena concluded her segment and remarked, let us return to the game. Although LeBron isn't playing today, I believe no one will be disappointed. Wang Ming's shining bald head reflected the studio lights as he stated, indeed, Wang Yi exploded in the first half, with 24 points. That's a new high for a Huaxiao player and a half. This raises expectations. The highest single-game score for a Huaxiao player in the NBA is still Yao Ming's 41 points, with 24 points already in the first half. If Wang Yi puts in a bit more effort, he could very well break that record. Who would have imagined that just 10 days ago, he was merely a short contract player who couldn't even hit the ball? And now, in just over 10 days, he might score 40. It feels like a dream. Let us hope this dream doesn't fade. Teacher Yang Yi, what do you feel witnessing such a scene? Yang Yi smiled and replied, it's wonderful, truly. From my time as a frontline reporter in the NBA to now, how many times have I dreamed of another Huaxiao player, apart from Big Yao, establishing themselves in the NBA? It seems Wang Yi might make that dream a reality. However, regarding this game, I still harbor some concerns for Wang Yi. Wang Ming aptly played the role of the comic relief, asking, what worries you? Yang Yi offered a rational analysis. The Jazz South home court is dubbed a Devil's Den for two reasons. First, the fierce demeanor of the fans. Second, the altitude of the arena. As it stands, Wang Yi has tackled the first issue. However, the second remains a formidable challenge. He has already broken through numerous times in the first half, even dunking over Gobert. The physical toll of such intense competition, especially at high altitude, is undeniable. As the second half commenced, the depletion of physical stamina inevitably led to a decline in efficiency. Furthermore, the Jazz were certain to intensify their defensive efforts against him. The question then arose, how would he respond? It was indeed a significant and exceedingly complex conundrum. Coupled with the Lakers' continued struggles from beyond the arc and their diminished spirit after consecutive away games, there was a palpable lack of resolve to seize victory from the outset. Thus, the Lakers' prospects remained precarious. Finally, the halftime intermission concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Wang Yi surveyed the towering figure of Gobert opposite him. For the Lakers to endure the third quarter, they needed to exploit Gobert's position, dismantling this formidable stronghold. However, relying solely on Wang Yi to draw fouls from Gobert proved to be a daunting task. Firstly, the referees seemed biased against him, making it difficult to elicit a whistle. Secondly, relentless drives would excessively drain his stamina. Thus, he turned to Schroeder and said, hey, my friend, let us combine our efforts to penetrate the paint. We must ensure Gobert returns to the bench within 5 minutes. By collaborating, they could conserve energy, and Schroeder, being more adept at drawing fouls than Wang Yi, would be advantageous. Although Schroeder typically favored driving to the basket, he had harbored reservations about penetrating the Jazz's interior defense, which had hindered his aggressive play in the first half. However, upon hearing Wang Yi's suggestion, he felt invigorated and nodded in agreement. That's a splendid idea. The head coach, upon hearing Wang Yi's strategy, also nodded in affirmation, stating, Wang is correct. You two should alternate your attacks on the interior. KCP sees any opportunities to drive inside as well. KCP responded affirmatively, understood. With possession secured by the Lakers, Mitchell began to guard Wang Yi one-on-one as they advanced to the front court. Nevertheless, Wang Yi refrained from receiving the ball or navigating around screens, instead spacing the floor to provide Schroeder the opportunity to isolate against Conley. Despite Conley's robust defense, his smaller stature and swift agility allowed Schroeder to maneuver effortlessly. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a quick spin and drove towards the basket, directing his path toward Gobert. Unfortunately, Gobert stood resolute, his feet steady and arms unyielding, resulting in an offensive foul against Schroeder. Turning back, Mitchell penetrated the Lakers' interior with ease, securing 2 points. The Lakers mounted another offensive attempt, this time with Wang Yi dribbling and utilizing a screen to surge into the paint, once again targeting Gobert. Infuriated by Wang Yi's approach, Gobert launched himself directly at him. The sound of impact resonated as he struck Wang Yi's arm, dislodging the basketball, which subsequently ricocheted off Wang Yi's leg and out of bounds. Wang Yi glanced at the referee, who signaled that possession belonged to the Jazz, yet another call went unwhistled. The Lakers players erupted in protest, with LeBron querying the coach. Should we challenge it? The coach pondered briefly before shaking his head. Subsequently, both Schroeder and Wang Yi attempted further incursions into the paint, resulting in one turnover for Wang Yi. Schroeder faltered once more. As Gobert witnessed these two rushing towards him like wild bulls, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. At last, during the fifth attempt, Wang Yi surged into the paint. After being met by Gobert's formidable presence, he passed the ball to the cutting Schroeder. Schroeder aimed to challenge Gobert, but the latter had firmly established his position, rendering any shot or foul impossible. Consequently, Schroeder had no choice but to pass to Pope, who was cutting in from the left baseline. Pope received the pass and leaped for a dunk. At that moment, Gobert, who had been closing in, was unable to halt his momentum and inadvertently struck Pope's right arm. Finally, the referee blew the whistle. Gobert had incurred his fourth foul. The head coach of the Jazz spread his fingers wide, pushing his hair back in exasperation. This was indeed troublesome. He had no option but to bench Gobert. Wang Yi, Schroeder, and Pope all exhaled a sigh of relief. Pope shrugged and made a playful face at Wang Yi and Schroeder. It's up to me again. Wang Yi and Schroeder exchanged high fives with Pope. Although they had paid the price of 3 turnovers, granting the opposing team 4 points, they had managed to relegate Gobert to the bench within just 2 minutes. They had succeeded. With Gobert off the court, Schroeder found it significantly easier to drive to the basket. Even Pope occasionally managed to penetrate the defense. Inside, Drummond, receiving continuous feeds from Wang Yi, was virtually unstoppable. The Lakers gradually narrowed the deficit to 7 points. Chapter 82, Three-pointers? This is my specialty. The Lakers have narrowed the deficit to 7 points. During this stretch, Wang Yi has remained relatively silent on the scoring front. It is not that he is incapable of scoring. Rather, he is conserving his energy for the decisive fourth quarter. Therefore, whenever his teammates have the opportunity to score, he merely attracts the opposing defense momentarily. The Jazz fans in attendance continue to create an uproar, their cheers resounding like thunder, which inevitably stirs a sense of irritation among the Lakers players. Each one longs to conclude the game swiftly and escape this hostile environment. At this juncture, the Jazz head coach has called for a timeout. He had hoped that Mitchell could contain the number 1 player, but that player is displaying remarkable intelligence. Opting not to engage in one-on-one confrontations with Mitchell, instead, he consistently utilizes screens from his fellow Lakers to penetrate into mid-range territory. Once he enters that realm, it appears as though he is operating within his own domain. Every shot seems to find its mark with terrifying efficiency. The coach had originally intended for Mitchell and Conley to wear him down in turns. However, this player adeptly maneuvers around screens, frequently taking mid-range shots, which conserves a significant amount of his energy. He instructs Mitchell and Conley, whenever the Lakers number 1 has the ball, double team him. Understand? Double team. Force him to pass the ball. He then addresses the other players, saying, the moment that number 1 has the ball, the 2 closest defenders must immediately converge on him. Even if it means leaving someone open, do not allow him the opportunity to penetrate. In the eyes of Coach Snyder, this player's efficiency far exceeds that of his teammates. Even if it means leaving others with open shooting opportunities, they cannot afford to grant him even the slightest chance to shoot. Simultaneously, Coach Snyder emphasizes the importance of their offense. Our three-point shooting has yet to ignite today. Mitchell, you and a few of the sharpshooters must take more three-point attempts. Only by sinking those damn threes can we quickly widen the gap and instill despair in them. As Mitchell wipes the sweat from his brow with a towel, he nods in agreement. On the Lakers' side, the coach refrains from giving extensive instructions. The strategy for this game was initially one of tactical surrender. He simply reminds the players to protect themselves, stating, this is a high-altitude area, and stamina depletes rapidly. If energy levels drop too low, injuries become a significant risk. So, be mindful of your well-being. Do not play recklessly. Avoid injuries. I want all of you to return to Los Angeles in good health. Understood? The Lakers players nod in unison. Yet Wang Yi remains undeterred. While health is undoubtedly paramount, he is on the court to compete and play. If he cannot engage in the game, then what is the purpose, even if he is entirely uninjured? After all, which player is without injuries? If one fears injury, they should refrain from choosing basketball. As the timeout concludes, both teams return to the court. Jazz's Mitchell dribbles past half-court. Utilizing a simple screen, he suddenly rises to shoot. Swish. The three-pointer finds nothing but net. An uproar of cheers erupts in the arena. In the next possession, Mitchell feigns a drive to the basket before executing a step-back three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer is made. As the players of the Lakers recognized the situation, they promptly intensified their defense against Mitchell's three-point shots. In yet another round, fueled by his scorching hand, Mitchell disregarded the defenders in front of him. With a simple right step back, he ascended to shoot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. On the Lakers' side, however, throughout these three possessions, aside from Wang Yi sinking a mid-range shot, Pau Gasol missed a three-pointer, and KCP failed to connect from a distance. Consequently, the point differential swiftly ballooned to 14. This unexpected trio of three-pointers from Mitchell took everyone by surprise. The momentum for the Jazz surged to its zenith. The entire arena erupted, with fans leaping to their feet, waving anything they could grasp. One enthusiastic fan, unable to find an object to wave, hoisted his 4-year-old child high into the air, exuberantly waving him about. The father-son duo danced with uncontainable excitement, simultaneously shouting, "Look at those cowards from Los Angeles. Are they frightened? That yellow-skinned monkey, is he all wet down there? Ha ha." On the sidelines, Gobert, who had been simmering with frustration due to his inability to play, leaped up in exhilaration, waving his towel and roaring, "Did you see that? This is our superstar, letting you taste his prowess." Meanwhile, with those three-pointers, the Lakers' morale plummeted to an all-time low. Although there were still 6 minutes left in the third quarter, the time felt abundant. However, in such an elevated arena, a daunting home court against the iron-willed Jazz, reclaiming the game seemed nearly impossible. Of course, they hadn't intended to recover it in the first place. Observing the situation, Lakers head coach Vogel contemplated calling a timeout. Despite considering a strategic concession, as a head coach, failing to act during such an onslaught would surely invite criticism after the game. Just then, James intervened, gesturing towards Wang Yi, saying, "Coach, wait a moment." Vogel followed James's gaze to Wang Yi, who, unlike the other 4 Lakers players, appeared unfazed. Instead, his eyes sparkled with fervor and his face flushed with excitement. James, brimming with anticipation, remarked, "Coach, don't you see? This guy is extraordinary. He thrives under pressure. The fiercer the opponent, the more exhilarated he becomes." The head coach nodded, having recognized this trait in Wang Yi previously. James continued, "He is a creature that flourishes against formidable foes. He will certainly respond. Let us await the spectacle." In the 10-cent NBA Live broadcast room, fans, witnessing the opponent's 3 consecutive three-pointers while Vogel remained motionless, grew anxious. What was Vogel doing? Why was he unresponsive to the barrage of three-pointers? Yet, some fans remained hopeful. Trust in E, he will surely retaliate. Indeed, from the recent matches featuring Ego, it is evident that whenever the opposing team intensifies their offensive onslaught, Ego invariably responds with formidable resilience. As the Lakers orchestrated their attack, Wang Yi cast a glance at Mitchell, his eyes ablaze with competitive fervor. "A three-pointer, is it? That is my forte." The reason Wang Yi had refrained from attempting numerous three-pointers previously was due to the necessity of navigating through screens and engaging in extensive off-ball movement. In this high-altitude arena, such exertion would rapidly deplete his stamina. However, now that the adversaries had thrust their metaphorical daggers to his throat, he thought little of conserving energy. He was determined to act decisively. As the Lakers pressed forward, Wang Yi advanced to the front court, opting not to handle the ball. Gasol, stationed at the high post, facilitated playmaking. Wang Yi received a handoff from Gasol, simultaneously utilizing Gasol's screen to position himself at the left side 45-degree arc beyond the three-point line. Mitchell and Conley had initially intended to execute a double team on Wang Yi, adhering to their coach's strategy. Yet, as Wang Yi caught the ball and swiftly took his shot, their coordinated effort proved futile. However, as Wang Yi launched his three-pointer, a deafening chorus of boos erupted from the crowd of 20,000. The sound reverberated like a Boeing 747 soaring perilously close overhead, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure, jarring the eardrums and stirring the very depths of one's being. Amidst this cacophony of disapproval, Wang Yi released his shot Chapter 83, the silent assassin on the road amidst the cacophony of over 20,000 fans jeering. Wang Yi launched a three-point shot. The arc was both flat and direct, embodying his determination, his combative spirit, and his unwavering resolve to topple mountains. It soared like a missile, crashing towards the hoop. Bang! The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound as the net erupted. The three-pointer was successful. On the sidelines, LeBron nudged the coach with his shoulder, implying, "I told you so." The coach nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "This guy is truly impressive." Observing this, Mitchell turned back to initiate an attack, once again attempting a three-pointer. The basketball bounced twice on the rim before finally succumbing to gravity for consecutive points. This achievement sent the decibel levels at the Energy Solutions arena soaring to new heights. Turning back, Wang Yi continued to move off the ball, engaging in the relentless running patterns reminiscent of previous games. Soon, aided by Drummond's screen, he found an open spot. He caught the ball and released it with remarkable speed, as if it had instantaneously crashed into the hoop. Bang! Another three-pointer sank. The crowd erupted once more into a chorus of boos. Hiss! He's only made two. That yellow-skinned monkey is lucky to get even two. Turning back, Mitchell dribbled past half-court and exchanged the ball with Conley. Utilizing Conley's screen, he launched another shot. Bang! This time, his three-pointer missed the mark. Drummond secured the rebound, and the Lakers swiftly countered. The agile guard pushed the ball forward. Mitchell fiercely pursued. And as the guard went for a layup, he delivered a resounding block, sending the ball crashing back. Fortunately, Wang Yi, who had been trailing behind, caught the ball. At that moment, he stood on the three-point line, feigning an aggressive drive. Conley rushed in from behind to contest the shot, but Wang Yi dribbled back a step and released another three-pointer. Bang! The ball thundered into the net once more. 3 three-pointers, each shot characterized by a flat and direct trajectory, as if aimed to pierce the heart of his opponents. The Jazz initiated another offensive. This time, Mitchell refrained from shooting a three-pointer. Instead, he penetrated the paint and dished the ball to a teammate in the left corner, who made the shot from beyond the arc. Turning back, the Lakers resumed their attack. Recognizing Wang Yi's surge in three-point shooting, his teammates began executing his three-point strategy. First came the wall tactic, where 3 players shielded against 4 opponents. Wang Yi swiftly darted toward the right baseline, catching the ball and shooting the 4th three-pointer. Turning back, Conley, assisted by Mitchell, executed a three-pointer of his own. The Lakers pressed on with their offense, and the teammates initiated a second three-point strategy. Wang Yi effortlessly received the ball. Bang! The 5th three-pointer. As the ball swished through the net, the Lakers players erupted in jubilation. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. LeBron wore an expression of disbelief. Many argue that the current league, with its abundance of three-point attempts, has diminished the spectacle of the game. However, that is entirely circumstantial. Like Curry, Lillard, and Wang Yi, continuously sinking 4, 5, or even 6 or 7 three-pointers does not diminish the spectacle. Rather, it ignites a fervor that quickens the pulse and stirs the blood. The fans present, after Wang Yi's 5th consecutive three-pointer, momentarily lowered their decibel levels. After all, such a breathtaking display of shooting is a rarity. Subsequently, another player from the Jazz also made a three-pointer, yet Wang Yi continued to respond with fervor. The 6th three-pointer. Upon sinking it, he cast a glance at the Jazz players, seemingly challenging them. Come at me. I will respond to each one of you. At that moment, the once raucous atmosphere of the Jazz's home court began to shift. With each of Wang Yi's three-pointers, the boos from the Jazz crowd diminished. Ultimately, when Wang Yi prepared to shoot his 7th three-pointer, the booing ceased entirely, replaced by a moment of profound silence. All that could be heard was the sharp squeak of sneakers against the hardwood. Every gaze in the arena, fans, security, cheerleaders, players, coaches, and staff, was fixated on the one wearing the purple jersey of the Lakers, number 1. He had already made 6 consecutive three-pointers. Would he continue? Thud. The answer came in the form of a resounding swish. The orange basketball crashed into the net once more. The scoreboard read 81-89. The Lakers were now trailing by only 8 points. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. In those few minutes, the Jazz had executed their three-pointers admirably. Starting with Mitchell's 4 three-pointers, the Jazz had made 6 out of 9 attempts. It was nothing short of madness. Yet, rather than widening the gap, the deficit had shrunk to a single-digit margin. The reason was clear. The number 1 of the Lakers was simply unstoppable. In this brief span, he had made 7 out of 7 three-point attempts. Who could withstand such onslaught? The voices of the Jazz fans had diminished by half, as they pointed accusatorily at the Lakers' number 1. Damn it, how could this guy shoot so accurately? To my knowledge, he must either be a freak or have some sort of cheat. Come on, do you really think this is a game? And the father and son, witnessing Wang Yi's astonishing 7 three-pointers, finally ceased their jeers. This guy is a madman. Absolutely. At this point, Jazz head coach Snyder had no choice but to call another timeout. He cast a wary glance at Wang Yi, recognizing that this Eastern player was not just troublesome, but terrifying. If he continued on this rampage, the Jazz might very well lose this game. Meanwhile, As Wang Yi exited the court, his teammates rushed to him, celebrating with chest bumps. 7 consecutive three-pointers. Brother, you are nothing short of a demon. Oh my God, did you steal Curry's skill set? You have left me utterly astonished. James shook his head repeatedly, initially eager to celebrate with a chest bump against Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi cleverly sidestepped. Kuzma had previously attempted the same with James, only to be sent sprawling. With such a cautionary tale in mind, Wang Yi naturally refrained from engaging in a chest bump with this formidable figure. He wished to prolong his existence, after all. Observing Wang Yi's retreat, James quickly grasped the underlying reason and burst into hearty laughter. Playfully ruffling Wang Yi's hair and pinching his arm, he exclaimed, "You are not Wang. You are undoubtedly not Wang. You must be a deity donning Wang's jersey." The gathered Lakers players erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, in the Tencent livestream, the barrage of comments had already taken off. Alas, my brother E has taken flight. He has arrived, bringing his three-point prowess. The Jazz hoop bore witness. Yi's gentle shot. Ouch. Brother E is incredible. E is V5. E is forever young. E is the best. What of Xiang? Brother E has scored 45 points. He should emerge to livestream and indulge. Yet, Xiang had mastered the art of evasion to perfection and had long since vanished from sight. The trio in the livestream were filled with exuberance. Mena exclaimed, "Brother E is astounding. Is he aiming for 50 points tonight? I too shall angrily smash my tactical board." Wang Ming, equally animated, cried out, "Incredible. Truly extraordinary. Absolutely mind-blowing. Good heavens." Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "My goodness. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing display I have witnessed from a Chinese player in the NBA." Chapter 84. Together to the end, Wang Yi sank 7 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to merely 8 points. At this juncture, he had already amassed a remarkable 45 points. The Lakers' assistant coach, holding a tablet, beamed with delight as he congratulated Wang, saying, "Congratulations, Wang, you have scored 45 points." The Lakers players erupted once more into jubilant cheer. Caruso clasped Wang's shoulder, playfully thumping his chest. "You make me envious. When will I ever score 40? But brother, if you push a little harder and hit 50, that would be explosive." Although Little Black felt a tinge of reluctance, he nonetheless offered his congratulations. Kuzma handed Wang a bottle of water, encouraging him, "Wang, there's still more than a quarter left. You can definitely reach 50. However, at that moment, the head coach doused the players with cold water, stating, "Wang, you won't be playing anymore. We're putting in Talon." The players who had just expressed their congratulations to Wang were taken aback, gazing at the coach in astonishment. Wang, whose shooting touch was as fiery as if he had just emerged from a frying pan, had nearly single-handedly reduced the deficit to 8 points against a Jazz team that was shooting exceptionally well from beyond the arc. It would have been prudent to capitalize on his momentum and keep him on the court. Why, then, was he being benched? To the surprise of his teammates, Wang did not voice any opposition. He simply nodded and replied, "Okay." Coach Vogel observed Wang gulping down water. Understanding that his vigorous exertion at high altitude had resulted in oxygen deprivation, and the water contained oxygen that could alleviate his symptoms. With concern, he explained, "Wang has expended too much energy with all that running and shooting. If we let him stay on the court now, the consequences could be dire." The young players, hearing this, turned their gaze back to Wang. They noticed his pallor and the fierce rise and fall of his chest, as he gasped for breath like a camel in the desert. After finishing one bottle, he proceeded to open another, drinking fervently. They were aware that players should not consume too much water during a game, but Wang was clearly experiencing symptoms of oxygen deprivation, and hydration was essential to alleviate his condition. Otherwise, he would need supplemental oxygen, which would likely draw ridicule from some, particularly in the Jazz's intimidating home arena. He would be mocked as a patient, a person on the brink of collapse. Such incidents had occurred before. A heavy silence enveloped them. Wang was exerting every ounce of strength to propel the team forward, yet they were contemplating a strategic retreat, dragging him into the mire. Though this was the coach's directive and intended for the greater good, a sense of shame lingered among them. They glanced back at the coach, who showed no inclination to fight for the win. Their eyes shifted to LeBron and the seasoned veterans, who were well versed in the art of self-preservation during the regular season, ensuring their bodies were not overtaxed. They, too, exhibited no desire to win this game, leaving the younger players in a state of conflicted uncertainty. At the same time, a pang of sympathy welled up for Wang Yi. Caruso could not help but sit beside him and asked, "Wang, is it worth it?" Wang Yi gasped heavily. wiping his brow with a towel after a moment's respite. His gaze drifted toward the thousands of spectators across the arena. On his weary visage, a fervent desire began to emerge. I shall conquer the devil's home court. The statement was uttered with an air of simplicity, yet it resonated with unwavering determination, stirring Caruso's own blood to a fervent boil. He glanced at the coach's position and said to Wang Yi, "But the coach." Wang Yi interjected, breathless. "I care not for others' opinions. I step onto the court, solely to win." Caruso's heart began to swell with passion, and moments later, his gaze too turned resolute. Placing his right hand on Wang Yi's shoulder, he solemnly declared, "Brother, I will support you." Wang Yi turned to Caruso and nodded. Basketball is a quintet's endeavor. No matter how strong he was, he could not triumph over the indomitable Jazz at their home ground alone. He required the assistance of his teammates. Thus, when the Lakers returned to the court, Caruso played with fierce intensity. He first scored a three-pointer, then, when Harrell's offensive attempt faltered, he executed a powerful putback dunk. Admittedly, his offensive prowess was modest. His primary contribution lay in his defensive fervor. He doggedly pursued Mitchell, delivering robust physical challenges. Although he accrued 2 fouls in those brief minutes, his relentless physicality made it exceedingly difficult for Mitchell to find his rhythm. With the Jazz's 2 main pillars, Gobert benched and Mitchell struggling, the Jazz's offensive flow became stymied. The young players on the Lakers, witnessing Wang Yi's relentless efforts and Caruso's determination, were visibly moved. Harrell's fiery temperament could no longer be contained. After executing a thunderous dunk, he fiercely pumped his fist and let out a primal roar toward the heavens. Turning to his fellow Lakers on the court, he bellowed, "Wang has scored 7 consecutive three-pointers, amassing 45 points. He might even reach 50. What are we waiting for? Do we wish to ruin his chance for a 50-point night? How many 50-point nights does a player have in a lifetime? Can you bear the thought that his recollection of this night might end in defeat?" In the arena, the youthful players, once lost in uncertainty, now seemed to be ignited by a flicker of light. They gazed toward the sidelines at Wang Yi, who sat on the bench, pale as a sheet, drenched in sweat, his hair slicked down as if recently doused with water. Wang Yi was nearly exhausting his last vestiges of strength. While they contemplated a strategic abandonment that could potentially ruin the game and Wang Yi's chance at a momentous 50-point night, how could they be so cowardly? Harrell, standing before his teammates, clapped his hands vigorously. "Come on, brothers. To hell with strategic abandonment. Let us forget that damned overarching situation. Together with Wang Yi, let us conquer the Devil's home ground and silence those 20,000 boisterous fans." Kuzma and Tucker, the 2 young athletes, felt their hearts begin to pound vigorously, pumping their fervor through their veins and into their chests. The blood within them began to boil, this fervent energy surging towards their minds, igniting a fervor in their thoughts. "Damn it, count me in. Wang is our teammate, our brother. We cannot allow him to fight alone." Harrell observed as the Jazz had already dribbled past half-court. With a fierce roar, he declared, "If we are to perish, let us perish together." The 5 Lakers on the court emitted a predatory glint in their eyes, akin to that of wolves. The Jazz players were momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with these 5? But soon enough, they would understand the intensity of their resolve. This quintet formed a deathly lineup, relentlessly tearing into the Jazz players like a pack of ravenous wolves. Previously, the Lakers' gameplay had lacked vigor, leading many to believe they were prepared to concede. Now, however, the intensity surged unexpectedly, and it was no ordinary escalation. It was akin to playoff intensity, leaving the Jazz momentarily unadaptable. Thus, by the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had steadily closed the gap, ultimately reducing the deficit to a mere 3 points. Chapter 85. Is the Grim Reaper to reap the aged king? In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, fans erupted with excitement. The sudden flurry of three-pointers from the Jazz seemed poised to widen the gap to 20 points, leaving many Lakers supporters feeling disheartened. Fortunately, the Lakers responded with their own barrage of three-pointers. However, unlike the Jazz, whose entire team contributed, it was Wang Yi alone who orchestrated the Lakers' assault from beyond the arc. Remarkably, he managed to withstand the Jazz's onslaught, even surpassing the intensity of their collective effort. Wang Yi is incredible. Wang Yi is the best. Wang Yi is eternal. Wang Yi, I adore you. The fervor among fans surged, with many adding Wang Yi for life. In their comments, were Wang Yi to be aware of this, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of injustice, as he considered himself not a legend, but merely an ordinary player. Ma Da Xiang, come and livestream. Brother Xiang, are you going to indulge now? The tension in the live hall was palpable, with fans urging him to appear. At this moment, Maina gazed at Wang Yi, seated on the bench, his complexion pale, and felt a swell of emotion. Wang Yi is truly moving, she thought. Wang Meng, observing the same scene, remarked, "Ah, Wang Yi is a true man, a stalwart indeed." Yang Yi concurred, noting, while all other Lakers players seemed to lack spirit, Wang Yi stepped up. He withstood the deafening roar of 20,000 home fans and the formidable defense of the Jazz, single-handedly pulling the team from the mire. In the high-altitude arena, he exhausted all his energy to prevent the Lakers from sinking further. This spirit is indeed touching. Yet, Yang Yi shifted his tone, but what lies ahead? With LeBron absent, the Lakers' limit seems to have been reached, trailing by only 3 points at the end of 3 quarters. Wang Yi's stamina poses a significant concern. How will he address this issue? Can the Lakers summon the ferocity they displayed in the latter part of the third quarter again? Wang Meng nodded. Let us await the outcome. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in New York, within a luxurious apartment, a bearded man reclined on an expansive circular bed. A glass of red wine in hand, fixated on a screen that nearly covered an entire wall, displaying the pale-faced number 1 player of the Lakers. He turned to a lean, tall individual nearby, engrossed in playing 2K, and inquired, "Has Kyrie disappeared again?" Without turning, the tall figure, controlling James in the game, executed a powerful dunk and replied, "Yes, for personal reasons, he has been absent for 2 days." The bearded man pushed his beard aside, took a sip of red wine, and inquired, "With only 2 games left, we will soon be heading to Los Angeles. That match will be broadcasted nationwide. Will he be able to return?" The tall, slender fellow, fixated on the game screen, replied, "Who knows?" The bearded man shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the dreary topic. Pointing at the Lakers' number 1 player on the screen, he remarked, "This Eastern player is quite formidable. 7 3-pointers in a single quarter, and he has already scored 45 points. All in a hostile arena." The tall man finally turned his gaze to Wang Yi on the screen and said, "True, but he is still an Eastern player, and his physical attributes are inherently inferior to those of Western players. His stamina is a significant concern." The bearded man set down his wine glass and stated, "Kevin, it seems you do not regard him highly at all." The tall man continued playing 2K, muttering, "For someone who boasts about conquering the NBA, should I truly regard him?" The bearded man nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Before the Grim Reaper, no one warrants consideration, not even the aging king of Los Angeles. Just then, the tall man executed a 3-point shot with James on screen, clinching victory over the Nets. However, instead of displaying any excitement, he cursed F. Frustrated, he hurled the game controller onto the couch and seized a wine glass from the table, gulping down the red wine eagerly. His prominent atoms apple-bobbed rhythmically, reminiscent of a piston in motion, as he drank the red wine as though it were beer. The bearded man shook his head in bemusement, saying, "Kevin, I fail to comprehend. This player currently boasts one of the highest energy levels in 2K. If you dislike him so much, why do you insist on using him? Are you deliberately seeking punishment?" The tall man shot a glare at the bearded man, exclaiming, "This guy has overshadowed me for 10 years. Will he ever grow old? Damn it, you share the name James too. It's utterly infuriating." The bearded man, observing his older brother throw a childish tantrum, shook his head in amused disbelief once more. "Rest assured, after 2 games, when we face the Lakers, I shall help you relieve that aging king of his crown and place it upon your head." The tall man, in a childish manner, flung himself onto the soft bed, staring intently at the magnificent chandelier on the ceiling, declaring, "I have no desire for anything he has worn. I am who I am, the one and only. The Grim Reaper, Kevin Durant." The bearded man nodded, pouring another glass of wine for his brother, saying, "Indeed, no matter how powerful the king may be, he ultimately cannot escape the Grim Reaper's scythe. Brother, have a drink to calm your spirit." The tall man sat up and continued to down the red wine in large gulps before once again grasping the game controller from the couch, once more selecting James. The bearded man remarked, "Brother, red wine is meant to be savored." The tall man offered no reply. The bearded man gazed at the large screen where the fourth quarter had commenced, exclaiming, "But honestly, we must be cautious of that number 1 player. We cannot afford to falter in the gutter." The tall figure controlled James, delivering a quarterback's long pass that spanned 3 games, muttering a curse, "Damn, this guy's throws are perpetually sharp." The bearded man shook his head in resignation, realizing his elder brother was beyond redemption. Meanwhile, in Utah, at the Energy Solutions Arena, the fourth quarter had arrived, a critical juncture. The players from both teams had taken their positions, yet Wang remained absent from the court. His exertion in the third quarter had been excessive, necessitating a significant recovery period. The Jazz's head coach felt a slight relief upon noticing that the Lakers' #1 player was not on the field. He was indeed a formidable adversary. At this moment, the Lakers' lineup consisted of those youthful substitutes, complemented by a seasoned player, Caruso, Tucker, Schroeder, Harrell, and Pope. As Pope entered the game and observed the other 4 players ferociously confronting the Jazz, he glanced at the coach, who had previously advised a strategic retreat. The coach, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that the players' relentless efforts were not misguided, leaving him with no grounds for reproach. Pope clenched his teeth, resolving to give his all despite his aging physique. Chapter 86. I come to guard Mitchell in the fourth quarter as the game commenced. The Los Angeles Lakers' formidable small ball lineup continued to unleash their relentless ferocity. Despite the Jazz's head coach emphasizing the need to elevate the intensity of their play and enhance their physicality during the intermission, such adjustments were made in haste. Consequently, the players were not adequately prepared, both physically and mentally. Within the initial 3 minutes, amidst the Lakers' fervent assault, they not only regained the lead, but surged ahead. However, it must be noted that this was not the Lakers' true small ball quintet, if one were to classify it as such. It would be remiss not to include LeBron James and Wang Yi. Wang Yi's exceptional one-on-one defensive skills, coupled with his formidable offensive prowess, made him an indispensable choice alongside James in the small ball lineup. The Jazz's head coach was compelled to call another timeout, leaving the team with only 2 timeouts remaining. As the game approached its critical juncture, these timeouts might prove insufficient. During the players' exit to the sidelines, Coach Snyder cast a glance at the Lakers bench, particularly at the player wearing #1. Although this player was not on the court when the Lakers reclaimed the lead, Snyder, as a seasoned coach, understood the pivotal role he played for the team. It was his 7 three-pointers that ignited the Lakers' resurgence. Moreover, it was his spirit and tenacity that invigorated the Lakers players, who had previously contemplated a strategic surrender, imbuing their offense and defense with vitality. Inwardly cursing, Snyder lamented, "Damn it, if it weren't for this guy, the Jazz would have already secured victory." During the timeout, he turned to Mitchell, who had seemed momentarily bewildered by the defense. Having participated in several playoff games, Mitchell was cognizant of the heightened intensity that accompanies postseason play. Yet, he had never encountered a scenario where a team appeared lackadaisical at the onset, but suddenly escalated the intensity to playoff levels as the game progressed. Snyder, tapping on the tactical board, sought to rouse Mitchell's focus. "You must rally yourself. Their relentless aggression will exhaust their stamina. They will soon tire. This is our home court, where we train daily in the high-altitude arena. Furthermore, the crowd consists of our supporters. Everything is in our favor. We cannot afford to lose this game." However, upon delivering this speech, Snyder noted that while Mitchell acknowledged his words, his response was tepid. Thus, he pressed further. "Consider this. At one point, we led by 14 points. Losing at home after holding a 14-point lead would invite scorn from over 20,000 fans. They would not hesitate to insult our families, relatives, and even our children. Is this the outcome you desire?" At last, Mitchell lifted his head, a fierce determination igniting within his eyes. The fervor of the Jazz fans was not solely directed at their adversaries. Should the team falter, they too would face ridicule and derision. While he could bear the fans' criticism, it was the prospect of disappointing them that truly spurred him on. However, to insult his family is something he cannot tolerate. Coach Snyder observed that Mitchell seemed to have finally awakened, nodding with satisfaction. "Go out there and fight. You are a warrior." At last, under Coach Snyder's invigorating encouragement, upon re-entering the game, Mitchell appeared transformed. Although his shooting percentage diminished under Caruso's relentless defense, he began to alter his offensive approach, consistently penetrating towards the basket. He either assisted Gobert for a dunk, scored himself, or drew fouls. On 2 occasions, he even achieved a 3-point play. In a mere 3 minutes, the Lakers fell victim to a 7-0 run. With Mitchell's singular prowess, the Jazz not only reclaimed the lead, but also extended the margin to 5 points. Consequently, the Lakers players seemed somewhat disheartened. When one exerts maximum effort and nearly exhausts all strength, yet still finds themselves unable to contain the opponent, and the gap continues to widen, it is disingenuous to claim that one is not disheartened. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Lakers fans were already anxious. At such a pivotal moment, why was he not on the court? Only he could match Mitchell's intensity. Had Vogel lost his senses for not substituting E? Meanwhile, Vogel found himself in a quandary. If he allowed Wang Yi to play, he would undoubtedly compete fiercely in a game that was already challenging. An injury would leave him burdened with guilt as a coach. Yet, if he withheld Wang Yi, who had fought valiantly throughout the match, from entering during the last crucial 6 minutes, he would face severe criticism post-game and risk disappointing Wang Yi and the young Lakers players. At that moment, James approached Vogel and suggested, "Coach, how about letting Wang play?" With the support of the team's leader, Vogel resolved to act. He turned his gaze towards Wang Yi. At this juncture, Wang Yi's complexion appeared less pallid than before, and his chest no longer heaved as violently. However, Vogel understood that Wang Yi's strength had likely been depleted. What he needed most now was rest. Nevertheless, when Wang Yi noticed the coach looking his way, he sprang to his feet and inquired, "Coach, may I enter the game?" Vogel paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, but you must take care of yourself." The underlying message being that the game could be lost, but injuries were unacceptable. Wang Yi nodded, understood. Upon returning from the timeout, Wang Yi donned his gear and re-entered the fray. Coach Snyder, upon seeing Wang Yi back on the court, glanced at the scoreboard and thought, "This guy is back. A 5-point lead is precarious." At that moment, the Lakers initiated their offense. Wang Yi continued to move tirelessly. During his movements, he sensed that the little stamina he had just regained was swiftly depleting. In the high-altitude arena, energy dissipates more rapidly than in ordinary venues. Yet, Wang Yi had long since ceased to concern himself with such matters. All he desired was victory. After creating space, he received the ball and took a 3-point shot. However, the ball struck the back rim and bounced out. In the Tencent NBA live stream, Wang Yi observed this scene with a hint of regret, stating, "He is exhausted. Wang Yi is fatigued." His shooting motion had become somewhat unorthodox due to his weariness. Wang Meng responded, "The third quarter has taken a significant toll on his stamina, and his shooting percentage is bound to decline." Wang Yi remarked, "This is precisely what I mentioned earlier, when his energy is nearly depleted and offensive efficiency plummets. What should Wang Yi do?" Soon, Wang Yi provided an answer. During the Jazz's offense, he turned to Caruso and said, "I will take on the primary defense against Mitchell." When his offense faltered and he struggled to score, he resolved to contribute from the defensive end. He aimed to thwart the opposing team's key player, Mitchell. Caruso inquired with concern, "What about your stamina?" "No problem," Wang Yi replied with unwavering determination. Chapter 87, The Block of Destiny. As Mitchell observed Wang Yi approaching to defend against him, his eyes brimmed with the fervor of competition. He executed a series of swift directional changes, momentarily pausing before accelerating with the intent to glide past Wang Yi. Yet, to his astonishment, Wang Yi's lateral movement surpassed his expectations. With a simple sidestep, Wang Yi obstructed Mitchell's path. Taken aback, Mitchell pondered how this opponent could move so swiftly. In surprise, he retreated a few steps to create distance, then surged forward once more, seemingly intent on outpacing Wang Yi. However, it was clear that speed alone would not suffice to best Wang Yi. With another lateral shift, Wang Yi positioned himself once again in front of Mitchell. Just as Mitchell's body made contact with Wang Yi, he pivoted on his left foot, pulling the ball with his right hand. With his back against Wang Yi, he executed a deft turn, finally bypassing Wang Yi. Approaching the paint, he performed a magnificent pull-up, evading Harrell's attempt to block. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The elegance of Mitchell's pull-up was simply breathtaking, prompting an involuntary cheer from the audience. However, just as the basketball soared from Mitchell's fingertips, Wang Yi surged from behind, forcefully slamming the ball against the backboard. The resounding impact echoed throughout the arena. What a remarkable block! The commentators could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God, what a monumental block!" The nearly 20,000 fans, who had moments ago cheered for Mitchell, were now taken aback. Some began to murmur, "Damn it, he ruined Mitchell's beautiful shot. Can't he just be less infuriating?" On the sidelines, the Lakers players leaped from their seats in response to Wang Yi's block, towels waving in the air. Although the Lakers players were thrilled, they had no time to celebrate. Upon receiving the ball, KCP swiftly passed it to Caruso, who charged down the court, leaping high for a one-handed slam dunk. The deficit was reduced to 3 points. The Lakers' previously subdued morale was instantly revitalized by this spectacular block and subsequent dunk. Nothing invigorates the spirit quite like a defensive counterattack, especially when it occurs against the Jazz's star player. The camera panned to the Jazz's head coach, Snyder, who was not watching Caruso but rather shaking his head in the direction of Wang Yi. "I knew it. The moment he stepped onto the court, trouble was bound to follow." In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, Wang Yi chuckled with delight at the scene. So that's it. Wang Yi may lack stamina and struggle to score, but he compensates by excelling on the defensive end. When offensive efficiency wanes, I shall exert every effort on defense. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yang Yi's insight. Moreover, Wang Yi's defense displayed a clever tactical awareness. Yang Yi chuckled heartily. Did you notice it too? Wang Yi's defense was indeed a clever play. Given his lateral speed, even during Mitchell's pivot, had he merely taken a step back to prevent Mitchell from closing the gap, and then shifted laterally, Mitchell would have found it exceedingly difficult to surpass him. Yet, Wang Yi deliberately chose not to retreat that step. As soon as Mitchell maneuvered past him, he was poised to pursue. This led to the spectacular block. As Yang Yi analyzed, Mitchell sensed something amiss on the court, yet in that singular moment, he could not pinpoint precisely what was wrong. In the subsequent play, he dribbled once more, confronting Wang Yi's defense. He lunged forward with determination, executing a between-the-legs dribble while stepping back beyond the three-point line. With a step-back three-pointer, Mitchell, an emerging star, was well studied by Wang Yi, who had reviewed his game footage countless times. As Mitchell made his between-the-legs move, Wang Yi anticipated the step-back shot and advanced a step. When Mitchell leapt, Wang Yi followed suit, extending his left hand as far as possible to contest the shot. A flicker of surprise crossed Mitchell's mind. Had this player predicted his move? He hastily adjusted the shot's arc, incorporating a significant lean back. Upon releasing the ball, he tumbled to the ground. Due to the mid-air adjustment, the shot was somewhat erratic, striking the upper rim of the backboard. A Lakers player secured the rebound and was about to initiate a fast break when suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. The whistle had sounded late, but with urgency. The Lakers players expressed their discontent, raising their hands in disbelief. The referee signaled to the scorer's table, indicating Wang Yi's number. Lakers, number 1, 3-point foul. All Lakers players furrowed their brows, incredulous that a foul had been called at such a critical moment while they were attempting to close the gap. At this juncture, Wang Yi turned around, raised his right hand, and began drawing circles in the air with his index finger, exclaiming, "Coach, we need to challenge." The head coach, uncertain whether Wang Yi had committed a foul, nodded in agreement, signaling for a timeout to challenge the call. The head referee proceeded to review the footage. While the large screen displayed the replay, the footage revealed Wang Yi leaping high, nearly blocking the shot. Upon landing, he had executed a maneuver to avoid contact, completely evading Mitchell. There was no physical contact between the two players, nor any infringement of the vertical cylinder. The referee had no choice but to overturn the decision. Lakers ball. Nevertheless, the Lakers players continued to express their dissatisfaction with gestures of confusion. What was happening? This was utterly bewildering. Although the ball had been returned to them, they had lost a crucial opportunity for a fast break. As Wang Yi had already sprinted forward after landing, Harrell received the ball, poised to execute a long pass. If he succeeded, Wang Yi would have an unobstructed opportunity for a layup. However, the referee abruptly nullified the play. The Tencent NBA live stream was flooded with disparaging comments directed at the official, incompetent referee, corrupt officiating. This individual deserves imprisonment. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued their offensive maneuvers. Wang Yi, having expended considerable energy on defense, positioned himself in the corner to draw the Jazz's attention. After Caruso attempted a drive but was thwarted by Gobert's formidable block, the Jazz seized the opportunity to attack. This time, Mitchell refrained from recklessly challenging Wang Yi one-on-one and instead summoned Gobert for a screen. With Gobert's assistance, Mitchell once again penetrated the paint to score. Observing this, Wang Yi glanced up at the shot clock, noting that only 4 minutes remained in the game, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. Continuing to challenge Gobert in this situation could squander valuable chances, and with so little time left, any mistakes were unacceptable. The Lakers found themselves in a scoring predicament. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi resolved in his mind, utilize the uncounterable breakthrough experience card. Chapter 88. Defense is yours. Offense is mine. Beginner's unbreakable breakthrough experience card. Breakthrough success rate increased to 80. Duration, 10 minutes. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Yi slowly clenched his fists. So, let it begin. In the next round, the Lakers launched another offensive. Wang Yi, who had not yet possessed the ball, reached out to Caruso for it. Caruso understood that Wang Yi was signaling for the ball, indicating he intended to make a move. He trusted Wang Yi and promptly passed it over. At that moment, the Jazz had Mitchell primarily defending Wang Yi. The instant Wang Yi received the ball, he did not drive towards the basket. Instead, He utilized his formidable lateral speed to dribble one step to the right. In an instant, he created space between himself and Mitchell. Then, with a deceptive motion reminiscent of a prayer gesture, as if preparing for a three-point shot, Mitchell hurriedly lunged the contest. Yet, with a quick dip of his head, Wang Yi dribbled decisively towards the paint. As Gobert approached to defend, Wang Yi collected the ball and executed a Euro step, effortlessly bypassing Gobert. The lane was now completely unguarded. Wang Yi, as if entering his own home, casually laid the ball in, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. This play ignited an eruption of excitement from the Lakers bench. The maneuver was stunningly executed, lacking flamboyance yet undeniably beautiful. Consequently, the noise from the Jazz's home crowd diminished slightly in response to this play. Turning back, as Wang Yi exchanged high-fives with his teammates, he exclaimed, "Defense is yours, offense is mine." The 4 Lakers players on the court, inspired by Wang Yi's fervor, echoed loudly, "Rest assured, leave it to us." Despite their considerable fatigue, these Lakers players, fueled by sheer willpower, relentlessly pursued the Jazz players. This time, after a screen by Mitchell and Gobert, the mid-range shot missed. Gobert retrieved an offensive rebound and attempted a powerful dunk, only to be thwarted by Pope's timely intervention. The Lakers aimed to initiate a fast break, but the Jazz retreated swiftly. With no other option, the Lakers settled into their half-court offense. Admittedly, at this moment, it was not ideal for their death lineup to play in half-court. However, Wang Yi once again signaled for the ball. Pope passed it to him. With the ball in hand, Wang Yi faced Mitchell, retreating 1 meter to create space. He executed a feint towards the right, then suddenly dribbled the ball behind his back while stepping to the left. It appeared he intended to change direction and break through from the left. Mitchell, reacting quickly, stepped left as well. Yet, with a twist of his right hand behind his back, the ball shifted back to the right. Simultaneously, leveraging his left foot, Wang Yi propelled himself towards the paint. By the time Mitchell realized what was happening, it was too late. Once again, Gobert lunged to block. As Wang Yi approached the key, he made a sudden jump step to the left, holding the ball in his right hand, seemingly preparing for a reverse layup. Gobert, with his lengthy arms and legs, rushed in to contest the shot, but Wang Yi skillfully pulled the ball back. With his left foot as the pivot, he executed a swift turn, his right hand performing a graceful hook. The basketball sailed effortlessly over Gobert's head, gently descending into the hoop. The aesthetic brilliance of this shot rivaled that of his previous one. The volume of the 20,000 fans at the Jazz's home court diminished slightly. Despite the home team trailing significantly, this would not deter their fervor. However, when the opposition delivered a moment of sheer brilliance, their cheers involuntarily softened. Wang Yi's 2 remarkable shots were truly uplifting. The Lakers players, witnessing Wang Yi's consecutive, spectacular baskets, felt a surge of inspiration. Indeed, Wang Yi had taken charge of the offense. They realized they could not afford to hinder his momentum. Consequently, they intensified their efforts on the defensive end. Chapter 89, a stunning 51 points. Time, 2 minutes remaining. Score, 115-116. The Lakers trailed by 1 point. The 20,000 fans in attendance were nearly all on their feet, captivated by the unfolding drama. On the court, the 5 Lakers players were fiercely contesting the Jazz players on the defensive end. Even Harrell, who was not known for his defensive prowess, was engaged in a relentless struggle with Gobert, battling it out in the paint. Mitchell penetrated the lane, drawing a foul from Harrell. He approached the free throw line, taking 2 deep breaths, yet his heavy breathing remained unabated. The intensity of the Lakers' defense was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat breathless. After an exhausting effort, he managed to convert only one of his 2 free throws, leaving the Lakers down by 2 points. Turning back to offense, Wang Yi still held the ball at the top of the arc. Mitchell, already struggling to contain Wang Yi, signaled to Conley beside him. The 2 advanced in unison, preparing to double-team Wang Yi. Harrell understood that while the offense was entrusted to Wang Yi, he could not allow him to confront all 5 Jazz players alone. With remarkable speed, he moved up to set a screen for Wang Yi. At that moment, Mitchell was trailing Wang Yi on Harrell's right, while Conley positioned himself on Harrell's left, obstructing Wang Yi's path. Wang Yi found himself with defenders ahead and behind, and flanked on both sides. Nevertheless, he refrained from passing the ball. Instead, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, sending the ball directly through Harrell's legs. After bouncing off the floor behind Harrell, the ball reached his rear, as Wang Yi skillfully maneuvered between Harrell and Conley. Due to the narrowness of the gap, his speed momentarily diminished, and the ball appeared to be slipping from his grasp. Gobert, observing this, perked up and took a step forward, bending down to snatch the ball. However, Wang Yi, displaying lightning speed, lightly tapped the ball just before Gobert could seize it. The basketball sailed through Gobert's legs, landing beneath the basket. Wang Yi swiftly circled around Gobert, and upon retrieving the ball, executed a delicate bank shot. The ball swished through the net. 117-117. The Lakers had leveled the score. Though the play seemed somewhat chaotic, it was even more magnificent than his previous two breakthroughs. First, he maneuvered through Harrell's legs, and then he slipped through the towering Gobert's. The Lakers players were momentarily in disbelief. This player was simply extraordinary. The once vibrant crowd of 20,000 Jazz fans fell nearly silent after that shot. The Lakers players finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, only a minute and a half remained in the game. The Jazz head coach quickly called for his final timeout, appearing increasingly frustrated. Double team. Double team. As soon as he crosses the half-court line, I want him double-teamed. We cannot allow him to penetrate again. Gobert, you are a two-time Defensive Player of the Year. Show me you can stop him. Gobert, having been toyed with by that player 3 times already, felt somewhat deflated. I can do it, coach. Though his response resonated loudly, it seemed to lack a certain conviction. In truth, Gobert harbored his own struggles. The man was a master of feints, utterly incapable of delivering a block. Moreover, as the game progressed, one could not help but question how he suddenly appeared revitalized, despite having previously exhausted himself. It defied logic. On the Lakers' side, Wang Yi sat heavily on the bench, his chest heaving like a bellows and his throat burning with discomfort. He felt as though he was on the verge of gasping for air. He gulped down a bottle of water, striving to alleviate the sensation of suffocation, yet it proved futile. Witnessing this, James reminisced about his days with the Cavaliers, when he bore the weight of the team single-handedly, also fatigued to the bone. He felt a pang of empathy. Simultaneously, he recalled Coach Lue. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned in to whisper to the head coach, "We still have 2 timeouts. What if, as soon as this Jazz timeout ends, we call a timeout to give Wang Yi a breather?" Vogel, observing Wang Yi's increasingly pale and drawn countenance, nodded in agreement before conversing with the referee. At this juncture in the game, he too yearned for victory. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Ming gripped his pen, feeling it slip from his grasp. He could not help but exclaim, "What a brutal match this is." Wang Yi echoed, "Indeed, who could have anticipated such an intense game without James? Who would have thought that Wang Yi, exhausted by the third quarter, would manage to drive to the basket 3 consecutive times at this critical juncture?" It was evident that his speed had diminished and his jumping ability had waned. His body language conveyed his fatigue. He was utterly spent. Yet, in this state, he managed to defend Mitchell twice and drive to the basket 3 times in a row. This transcended mere skill. It was a testament to his indomitable will. Wang Ming remarked, "At this point in the game, it is undoubtedly a contest of willpower. It is a matter of who can endure." Inspired by Wang Yi, the Lakers players exhibited a commendable fighting spirit. Their determination and resolve to fight until the last bullet fired in pursuit of victory was truly moving. This is the allure of competitive sports. This is the essence of basketball. At this moment, the broadcast displayed Wang Yi's score, 51 points. The 3 commentators in the live hall were momentarily stunned before nearly simultaneously exclaiming, "Oh, Wang Yi has scored 51 points. I can't believe it. Truly 50. Unbelievable, unbelievable. A player from Huaxia has indeed scored 50. The intensity of the match had rendered them oblivious to this milestone. "Ego, you are eternal." In their excitement, even the host let slip an expletive, employing internet slang. Since Yao Ming's 41 points, no Huaxia player had reached 40 points in over a decade. Yet today, Wang Yi had elevated this record to a remarkable 51 points. Wang Yi felt tears welling in his eyes. As a basketball enthusiast with many years of experience, he has often dreamt of the rise of Chinese players, envisioning their entry into the NBA and the achievement of scoring 30 or 40 points. This aspiration resonates with all Chinese basketball fans. Today, Wang Yi has finally realized this dream, not with 30 points nor 40, but an astounding 50 points. The barrage of comments erupted in astonishment. "Brother Yi has risen. China has risen." Tears of joy welled up, a celebration of triumph. Do you see this? This is the spirit of the Chinese people. How can the naysayers continue to criticize? At this moment, the long-silent brother Xiang, Mada Xiang, finally contributed to the discussion. "Brother Yi, I apologize, but today I'm unable to perform due to a bit of a blockage. It seems I cannot partake in the feast. Let me just give you a thumbs up." The chat instantly burst into laughter. Brother Xiang has finally conceded. To witness Brother Xiang yield, one would think it as unlikely as a sow climbing a tree. Ah, but I digress. My sow has indeed climbed a tree. And it's making quite the ruckus. Brother Xiang, I have some laxatives to send your way. We no longer require your live feed of the feast. Simply share a broadcast of your humorous antics. Soon, the timeout period concluded, and the commentators in the live stream fell silent in unison. The tension of the game was palpable, rendering even them speechless. However, the referee quickly signaled again. The Lakers had requested a timeout. The camera then panned to Wang Yi of the Lakers. Yang Yi grasped the situation and chuckled. The Lakers have called another timeout. Could it be? Wang Ming, understanding the unspoken connection, laughed heartily. This must be LeBron's idea, for he has done so in the past. However, last time it was the Cavaliers who called 2 timeouts for his rest. This time, the Lakers are leveraging the Jazz's timeout to call another for Wang Yi's respite. One must admit, this is indeed shrewder than Coach Liu. 2 minutes later, the timeout concluded. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his palms with a nearby tissue and proclaimed, in these final moments, let us witness the birth of a miracle for Chinese players in the NBA.